0450. The perfect performance accompanying Huang Kaiwen is his assistant. After circling the arena, they arrive at the podium, where the chairman gestures to signal the commencement. The horn sounds, and the gate to the pen opens. Lo and behold, this bull is brimming with vitality. Indeed, prior to the performance, the bull was confined in a dark enclosure, a tactic designed to heighten its fear to the utmost degree. Named Poison, this bull truly lives up to its name. Its mere entrance exudes an aura of danger. Akin to a lethal toxin, we observe an individual teasing the bull with a yellow fabric adorned with powder. This person is one of Huang Kaiwen's assistants, tasked with provoking the bull to charge at him, thereby exhausting its energy. Positioned behind a low barrier, Huang Kaiwen attentively studies the bull's behavior, noting that its speed and charging is impressive. Another assistant, Martinez, stands beside him, explaining the bull's characteristics. Should the assistant in the arena encounter an unfortunate collision with the bull, he must act swiftly to divert its attention. Martinez remarks, "This bull possesses remarkable explosive power and speed, yet its agility in turning is somewhat lacking." Huang Kaiwen nods in agreement, his gaze fixed on the bull as he observes the manner in which it swings its head. Suddenly, the bull lunges upward, prompting the assistant in the arena to hastily evade. This movement was indeed unexpected. Although the bull lacks agility, it exhibits a considerable degree of head movement and can unexpectedly thrust upward, justifying the claim that it is one of the most challenging bulls of the season. Had Huang Kaiwen not been insistent, the organizers would surely have disapproved of his choice. Huang Kaiwen's reasoning is straightforward. Having utilized an immunity card and observed numerous bullfights, he has dedicated his holiday to practicing his footwork. With such effort invested, it is only fitting to challenge himself with the highest level of difficulty. In his assessments of various performances, he considers this bull to be of moderate caliber. Throughout the history of bullfighting, many renowned bulls have emerged. This tradition, originating from temple rituals, was transformed into bullfighting by King Alfonso X of Spain in the 13th century. By the mid-18th century, it evolved into a performance art, giving rise to numerous legendary bullfighters alongside a fair share of outrageous bulls. A bull's condition is influenced not only by its physical attributes, but also by the dynamics of the competition. Unforeseen events during the match can incite the bull's frenzy. Martinez cautions, it is crucial to maintain the right rhythm in the arena. Take a brief moment to relax when the bull turns. Its lack of agility is its sole weakness, allowing you to avoid remaining in a constant state of tension. "I understand," Huang Kaiwen replies solemnly. At that moment, other bullfighters' assistants enter the arena to help keep the bull stationary. Now, we see the spearman. To prevent the horse from becoming startled, its eyes have been covered. For the safety of the horses, the bulls are now equipped with protective gear, while the spearmen stab the bull's back to both deplete its strength and provoke it, simultaneously creating an opening for the main bullfighter to strike. His horse seems rather unstable as the bull charges forward. The spear thrower extends his lance, which is quite long, effectively diminishing the bull's impact as it strikes against the bull's back. The crowd's disapproval echoes in protest against the spear thrower's excessive force. However, the spear thrower's vigorous effort also exhausts the bull, which could hinder the subsequent performance of the matador. I had anticipated that Huang Kaiwen would be well prepared. After all, his assistants are of exceptional caliber, and such an occurrence should not lead to any blunders. This strike was indeed fierce, but if the bull loses its vitality, Huang Kaiwen may find it challenging to conclude the encounter later on. Yet, it is also possible, based on my observations from previous broadcasts, that such a robust bull might prove even more ferocious under these circumstances. Should that be the case, it would certainly amuse many, as it appears the Spaniards might intentionally set Huang Kaiwen up for failure. I ponder a question. If Huang Kaiwen were to sustain an injury, could it provoke a conflict between Italy and Spain? Upon his transfer back to AC Milan, the entire country rejoiced. Perhaps the Madrid government might even exert pressure on the Basque region, striving to win the hearts of its populace. In my experience, Calderon may very well direct blame towards Florentino after returning to Real Madrid, consistently causing trouble for him in the newspapers. A few assistant matadors are currently helping to divert the bull away from the spear thrower. This time, the spear thrower struck rather hard, and the bull is unwilling to relinquish its target. Martinez points towards the longer side and advises, "Kevin, if you cannot ascertain the situation, just instruct the spear thrower to strike again, exhausting this bull as much as possible." I sense that this bull is much stronger than we anticipated. Let us observe further. Huang Kaiwen responds. The bull appears less vigorous than before. Huang Kaiwen fears that if the spear thrower strikes again, the bull may be rendered ineffective after the subsequent darting. Let us play it safe and strike again, Martinez suggests. Wait, hold on, Huang Kaiwen insists, his gaze fixed on the arena. He harbors his own thoughts. The spear thrower has already landed a substantial blow. The bull seems devoid of energy. If the bull were to become incapacitated, it would be a significant disappointment for the first bullfight of Holy Week. Even if the audience refrains from booing him out of courtesy, it would still be a considerable embarrassment. Equipped with an immunity card, his stamina and reflexes are of the highest caliber. Even if the bull has not been sufficiently exhausted, he can still engage with it, gradually depleting its energy. To ensure the bullfight remains captivating, Huang Kaiwen is inclined to take risks, unwilling to allow the spear thrower to overly exhaust the bull. Due to the World Cup, the Serie A season opener has been delayed by 18 days compared to last year. While Huang Kaiwen participates in this bullfight, Milan has yet to face Lecce in their first match. Milan players, who were supposed to finish training and head home, have taken some snacks from the cafeteria and gathered in the tactical room to watch Huang Kaiwen's bullfighting performance. Guardiola and the coaching staff are not present with the players. Inzaghi tosses a biscuit into his mouth and asks, Sergio, what is the next step? The spear thrower will enter, Ramos replies. Then, can Kevin kill the bull today? Inzaghi inquired. Of course he can. Ramos replied without hesitation. What will the situation specifically be? Gattuso couldn't contain his curiosity. The prospect of his teammates participating in the bullfight left him eager for answers. How should I know? Regardless, Kevin will certainly emerge victorious, Ramos said, slightly impatient. He was more concerned about Huang Kaiwen's condition than engaging in their trivial discussions. Aren't you Spanish? How could you not understand? Inzaghi remarked. And you, being Italian, can you make pizza? Ramos retorted. All right, let us watch the bullfighting, Buffon interjected. Previously, he had hoped for Huang Kaiwen to be sidelined due to injury, but now he wished for his well-being. The Milan players were glued to the television. The bull, initially appearing lackluster, exhibited a fierce side once the matador entered the arena. The first matador, taken aback by the bull's rapid charge, prioritized his safety over the fight, leaping aside to avoid injury and vaulting over the barrier into the audience. A chorus of boos erupted. Damn that fool, Ramos shouted in anger. The matador's role was crucial in exhausting the bull. Given the bull's demonstrated speed, it was clear that it still had plenty of stamina. Ideally, all 6 darts from 3 teams would strike the bull. However, the first group faltered, resulting in only 4 successful hits. The second matador, clad in blue, prepared for his turn. Silence enveloped the tactical room. The Milan players even forgot to breathe. The bull charged again. Its speed remained formidable. Yet, at the critical moment, the matador took a risk and leaped, successfully embedding 2 darts into the bull's hide. Yes. Well done. Splendid. Cheers erupted in the tactical room, distinct from the crowd's jeers at the bullfighting venue. The Milan players were thoroughly impressed with the matador's performance. Kaká clasped his hands together, his fingers beginning to pale from restricted blood flow. He had previously familiarized himself with the rules of bullfighting. If a group of darts hit the target, it would be Huang Kaiwen's turn to enter the fray. If not, and if the darts on the bull's back were fewer than 4, another group could attempt, but failure meant Kaiwen would have to face the bull as it was. Insufficient darts would not adequately tire the bull, potentially inciting its fury. Kaká could only pray silently for the matador's success. However, moments later, the tactical room was filled with curses. The bull's speed was too much. The first matador once again chose to abandon the fight. All eyes now rested on the next group's ability to succeed. In Bilbao, Huang Kaiwen had already grasped the red muleta and sword. Only the fabric in the matador's hands was referred to as the muleta, which was composed of red and yellow colors. Seeing the matador fail once more, Huang Kaiwen licked his lips. In the previous projects he had participated in, none had been as thrilling and exhilarating as this one. A slight sense of trepidation intertwined with immense excitement enveloped his heart, while Huang Kaiwen's adrenaline surged wildly. On the sidelines, the ancient horn resounded once more. As the assistants retreated, Huang Kaiwen pressed his sword against the back of the bull, Blocka, and stepped into the arena. The bull, guided near the barrier by the assistants, turned crimson upon spotting Huang Kaiwen. Its hooves thundered, kicking up clouds of dust as its massive form charged towards him with remarkable speed. Fans around the globe held their breath in anxious anticipation. The bull was nearly upon Huang Kaiwen, yet he remained motionless. Most crucially, Blocka obscured much of his body, making it evident that the bull was targeting the man. Was this a blunder? Just as the bull was about to collide with him, Huang Kaiwen flicked his wrist and deftly pivoted, narrowly evading the sharp horns. St. Kaiwen! St. Kaiwen! St. Kaiwen! The roar of applause and cheers filled the arena. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen remained true to himself. Even participating in such a perilous spectacle as bullfighting, he retained his signature audacity. It is precisely this scenario, where the matador skillfully navigates danger, that captivates the audience, necessitating a close proximity to the bull. Huang Kaiwen's elegant evasion brought to mind a renowned matador named Enrique Ponce. Celebrated for his graceful movements, Huang Kaiwen truly dares to challenge fate. To attempt such a risky maneuver in his inaugural bullfight is commendable. Once the bull closed in, the thrill diminished slightly, as the hefty creature named Poison was somewhat sluggish in its turn due to its weight. Huang Kaiwen's strategy involved waiting until the bull approached before evading, deliberately creating a sensory delight for the audience. The bull charged at him multiple times, and Huang Kaiwen discerned that it retained considerable vigor. This realization only heightened his excitement. Each time he narrowly dodged the bull's assault, the sensation of flirting with death provided him with intense stimulation. No wonder some individuals are drawn to extreme sports. With a thunderous crash, the bull, propelled by its speed, failed to halt and collided with the barrier. Seizing the moment, Huang Kaiwen increased the distance between them. He switched Blocka to one hand and drew forth his long sword. Huang Kaiwen had a plan. It seemed he wished to conclude the bullfight swiftly, but this approach appeared somewhat hasty. The matador's earlier miscalculation had left the bull still brimming with vitality. It would be wiser to further entice and exhaust the bull's stamina. The bull charged at Huang Kaiwen once more. He truly intended to bring the bullfight to a close, yet in the final moments, he seemingly realized he lacked confidence and refrained from making the attempt. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen possessed remarkable courage and quick reflexes. He clearly had the opportunity to strike, yet his desire for a decisive blow tempered his action when he sensed uncertainty. Huang Kaiwen's command over the bull was solid. His movements flowed seamlessly, appearing utterly flawless. After several attempts to tease the bull with Blocka, Huang Kaiwen found his patience waning. The bull, indeed, retained a remarkable vigor. Yet, Huang Kaiwen was reluctant to prolong the confrontation. After once again creating distance, he inhaled deeply and unveiled his sword. His entire being leaned slightly forward, poised on his toes. As he steadied the blade, aligning it with his gaze, fixated upon the bull, a hush fell over the crowd. The seasoned spectators, well versed in the art of bullfighting, were taken aback by Huang Kaiwen's determination to conclude the encounter in such a manner. Traditionally, matadors would wear down the bull to a significant extent, but today this beast proved to be particularly formidable, compounded by the frequent missteps of the dart throwers, which added considerable difficulty to the impending clash. In such a scenario, Huang Kaiwen surprisingly chose not to exhaust the bull's stamina further. Even those who had witnessed numerous contests felt their nerves fraying. The standoff between man and beast created an atmosphere as if time itself had been suspended, with the air thickening in tension. Fans from over 200 countries around the globe held their breath, acutely aware that they were witnessing one of the world's greatest athletes. A single lapse in concentration could mean never witnessing his prowess again. The devout Kaka momentarily forgot the scriptures, murmuring softly, "God bless, God bless." The sound of his shoes making contact with the ground was almost imperceptible. Huang Kaiwen chose to take the initiative, unleashing a surge of explosive power that caught the bull off guard. With a step of his left foot followed by his right, he traversed a distance of over 2 meters, lunging forward with an impressive leap of nearly 1.8 meters, as his right hand thrust the sword with ferocity. At that moment, the bull sprang into action, its massive frame surging forth, the upward tilt of its head signaling its ire. In the instant of contact between man and bull, Huang Kaiwen's sword plunged deeply into the beast's flesh, and he deftly evaded the enraged counterstrike. The bullfight reached its zenith, eliciting an eruption of applause that resonated throughout the venue. St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! The dignitaries at the presidential table rose in unison with the audience, applauding fervently. The performance exceeded all expectations. The presiding chairman, Silvio, had anticipated a lackluster conclusion and even braced himself for the possibility of Huang Kaiwen being injured. To his astonishment, Huang Kaiwen, faced with the most challenging bull of the day, navigated the myriad difficulties with extraordinary finesse. His nimble footwork and graceful turns culminated in a final, elegant strike that subdued the bull. While some of his technical maneuvers appeared somewhat unrefined, such details paled in significance. The essence of bullfighting lies in courage, and Huang Kaiwen's audacity was truly commendable, surpassing even the performances of seasoned professionals. Pachi Lopez, the president of the Basque region, clapped his hands until they were a vivid red, the veins bulging prominently. He found himself admiring his own foresight in persuading the committee to allow Huang Kaiwen to compete. Today's bout was particularly exceptional, marking a pivotal moment in his political career. Assistants entered to guide the bull to the sidelines, while Huang Kaiwen stood tall, chest out, fixated on his opponent of the day. If the bull were able to rise, it would necessitate the use of the cross sword to conclude today's adversary. Should 3 attempts with the cross sword fail, the final recourse would be a dagger. This is the crux of the confrontation. The greater the variety of weapons utilized and the number of strikes delivered, the more it signifies the matador's subpar performance. The paramount achievement lies in concluding the bullfight in a single stroke. After a few steps, the great beast collapsed thunderously to the ground, eliciting another round of cheers from the audience. Huang Kaiwen finally exhaled a sigh of relief, waving continuously at the stands. The enthusiasm of today's spectators was truly remarkable. After bowing twice in gratitude, he gradually exited the bullring. Galliani hurried over, presenting Huang Kaiwen with a towel and a water bottle. After rinsing his mouth and spitting, Huang Kaiwen wiped the sweat from his brow, reflecting on the day's thrilling escapades. Kaiwen, your performance was simply outstanding. I believe you deserve top scores and the best accolades, Galliani exclaimed, his face beaming with joy. The evaluation of the bullfight hinges on the audience's reactions and the progression of the match, as only then will the presiding chairman assign scores. These scores ultimately determine the rewards for the matador. Huang Kaiwen, however, was more preoccupied with the scoring than the rewards themselves. When are we returning? He inquired. Tomorrow. I have already arranged the flight, Galliani replied. The Panini Company has invited you to visit Italy afterward, as they intend to release a series of star player cards coinciding with the World Cup. Upon returning to Milan, Galliani was promptly whisked away by a private jet to Bilbao, primarily to facilitate Huang Kaiwen's return journey. What does this have to do with me? I wasn't even involved. Huang Kaiwen asked curiously. Panini specializes in creating player cards, encompassing both the NBA and football. They recently secured exclusive rights with the NBA last season. However, notable figures like Michael Jordan, LeBron James, and Larry Bird are still under the purview of American companies Upper Deck and Topps. Panini is also one of Huang Kaiwen's sponsors. Indeed, but they plan to produce a multitude of your cards, precious metal cards, and memorabilia cards. They specifically called to request the bullfighting attire you wore today. Galliani remarked with a smile. Common memorabilia cards involve cutting segments from players' jerseys to embed within the cards, which are then authenticated by lawyers. There are also various rare edition memorabilia cards, limited in number. If the cut jersey piece bears a size or sponsor logo, its value increases significantly. Michael Jordan, for instance, had memorabilia cards from his final match, featuring pieces of the venue's floor. All those towels were wasted. Once we return to Milan, we must sell the used items to Panini, he concluded. That's fine, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. As long as they can afford it. I'll have someone appraise them. Oh, and please tell Barbara upon our return that the price of the photo collection has increased. If anyone collects all the cards, I'll give them the sword I used today. It's ridiculous. Even the plastic chairs the TF family sat on are being sold for a profit. The magnificent swordsmanship of the Yellow Ball King undoubtedly garners admiration from fans. After all, the individual is not lacking in wealth. It would be prudent for the Yellow Ball King to reap greater rewards. All right, I understand, Galliani nodded, expressing a tinge of respect for Kevin Huang, who always seems to devise ways to earn money from the Japanese. Just over a month after releasing a photo collection prior to the World Cup, he is already contemplating another sale. The two remained at the venue to witness a bullfighting performance before departing. Mendoza's equestrian bullfighting was truly spectacular. Kevin Huang resolved to seize the opportunity to experience equestrian bullfighting once more. Upon returning to the hotel, they found the television replaying the bullfighting spectacle from Holy Week. His performance elicited admiration from football program hosts. Although football's popularity in Spain has surpassed that of bullfighting, the matador remains one of the most revered professions in the country. After watching television for a while, Kevin finally retired to bed. The next morning, Galliani purchased a newspaper for him at the airport, and they boarded the plane. The Basque Daily featured a photograph of him confronting the bull, stating, "On the first day of Holy Week, we witnessed one of the most significant events in bullfighting history." The mere act of Kevin standing in the bullring demonstrated immense courage, yet he surprised us even further. His performance indicated that he had indeed prepared diligently. His swift and precise execution was the most flawless among all matadors that day. This exemplifies Kevin's respect for the Basque region. If we aspire to achieve greatness, we must invite Kevin as a representative of the Basque region. Kevin Huang exclaimed, "Damn. Calderon and those in Madrid must not have anticipated such an outcome. The Basque people never intended to compromise with you. No amount of reassurance will suffice unless you genuinely invest in the development of the Basque region." The Biscay male remarked, "Kevin's displayed talent in the bullring is rivaled only by his prowess on the football field. Should he choose to focus on bullfighting, he could very well become the greatest matador in history." Marca noted, "Kevin's outstanding performance once again underscores Florentino's folly. In Spain, football and bullfighting hold paramount importance, and Kevin excels in both. Yet Florentino has allowed our most essential asset to depart, rendering the illustrious Real Madrid a laughingstock across Europe." The Catalans have even dedicated a comic strip mocking Florentino in their newspapers, serving as irrefutable evidence. The World Sports Report stated, "Even after Pep's departure, Barcelona remains on the right path, indicating that the club is not overly reliant on any single individual. Enrique will undoubtedly lead Barcelona back to glory." That loquacious Portuguese will soon realize that his success at Chelsea is merely a reflection of Kevin's achievements, not his own. Cruyff also commented in his column, "Mourinho arrived in Madrid boasting 2 years of 10 championships, believing he would be the savior of Real Madrid. However, he will soon discover that he is in deep trouble. The fans in Madrid are far more demanding than those of Chelsea." Capello serves as a prime example. No matter how many victories he secures, their satisfaction remains elusive. Mourinho's monotonous style of football is likely to create a rift between him and the supporters. The greatest challenge will arise when he realizes that at Real Madrid, he cannot rely on Kevin's substitution to salvage the game when victory seems unattainable. Overall, the Spanish media has lauded the bullfighter for his recent performance. A brief flight later, he returned to Milan. As he exited the airport, Neo was already waiting. He would first escort Kevin home and then take Galliani back. Galliani would not be attending the club today either. After traversing several countries, it was only fair to allow the exhausted Galliani a moment of respite. "Sir, Mr. Albert has prepared a barbecue, and the first team coach has granted the players the afternoon off. They are already preparing in the yard," Neo informed. "Very well," Kevin replied with a smile, pleasantly surprised by Guardiola's more humane approach, allowing teammates to come and celebrate with the bullfighter. "My daughter and I watched your bullfighting performance. It was truly splendid," Neo added, grinning. "Indeed, I share your sentiment," Kevin replied with a smile. "I brought you a gift, a Basque beret for your daughter." "Thank you so much, sir," Neo said sincerely. As a bodyguard, he received a handsome salary, and Kevin consistently brought gifts for his family during outings. This was not about the amount of money. He felt that Kevin treated him as an equal. Neo had longed to prove his worth by shielding Kevin from danger. Yet throughout the years, Kevin had encountered no peril, which left him rather vexed. As they conversed, Neo reminded Kevin, "Miss Collins is at home, and Miss Leone is visiting." "Oh, that's fine," Kevin smiled as he closed the car door. It seemed that tonight, the bullfighter would score 6 goals once again. Upon entering the door, the Milan players, who had been waiting at the entrance, set off their handheld fireworks. A cascade of colorful confetti floated above his head, reminiscent of weddings back home. "Our bullfighter has returned. Well done, mate. Welcome back, Spartacus." "Fool, Spartacus was a rebel against Rome. Kevin is more akin to Caesar," someone chimed in. Lily leaped into Kevin's embrace, prompting the first team players to cheer. Kevin wrapped his arms around Lily and then pulled Miriam, which elicited a chorus of playful boos from the Milan players. Though they were all professional athletes, the disparity among them was striking. Inzaghi looked at Ramos and asked, "Aren't you envious of Kevin?" "Envious of what?" Ramos replied, puzzled. "Kevin has several girlfriends, and they seem to coexist harmoniously," Inzaghi gestured. "Isn't that quite normal?" Ramos scoffed. "Exceptional individuals tend to be more sought after," Inzaghi nodded. "Indeed, like myself," he added with a grin. Ramos disregarded him, taking Huang Kaiwen's luggage and heading inside. The self-deprecating Inzaghi then turned his attention to Ibrahimovic, urging, "Ibra, how about a match with Kevin? I recall you began practicing Taekwondo at a young age. About a free fighting would surely showcase your prowess." Previously in Detroit, Ibrahimovic had been embarrassed by him. Inzaghi was eager to witness Ibrahimovic's folly. "Fool. I have no desire to be beaten," Ibrahimovic retorted with annoyance. He relished showing off, but that did not equate to foolishness. Huang Kaiwen's strength had been corroborated by numerous goalkeepers in the football world, and he had surpassed Ibrahimovic in internal tests. Moreover, his agility displayed during the bullfighting was audacious. Ibrahimovic pondered whether he could dare to engage in such a manner. A group was excitedly tending to the barbecue grill. After finding a table to sit at, Huang Kaiwen inquired, "Where's Paolo?" Kaka chuckled, responding, "Paolo mentioned he can't always attend player gatherings. It might unsettle the newcomers. He is now part of the management, not the team captain. This guy thinks quite a bit," Huang Kaiwen teased. However, there was merit to Maldini's reasoning. Once one's identity shifts, players may worry about what could be disclosed. Even if Maldini possesses good character, his position inevitably creates a sense of distance among the players. If a simpleton like Inzaghi were in a high club position, he might still connect seamlessly with the players. Ibrahimovic, donned in an apron, stood behind the grill, grilling meat while several newcomers busied themselves. "Last night, Milan fans flooded the streets to celebrate your success in bullfighting," Lily said, wrapping her arms around Huang Kaiwen's neck. "Really? Was it lively?" Huang Kaiwen asked with a smile. "Absolutely. It was as if we had won a championship. I could hear it from my dorm," Lily replied proudly. Inzaghi, somewhat disdainful, steered clear of the area. Ramos approached with several plates, delivering the grilled items. Having barely eaten himself, he suddenly popped open a champagne bottle, spraying it wildly while shouting, "Kevin, Kevin, Kevin." The atmosphere became quite jubilant under the influence of alcohol. "You should say something," Gattuso, with a flushed face, urged. "Indeed. Speak up, Kevin," Ambrosini encouraged, holding up his glass. Huang Kaiwen patted Lily and stood up, saying, "I sincerely thank everyone for coming to celebrate with me today." Standing in the bullring for the first time in Bilbao, I must admit I felt a tinge of fear. However, I knew I could not show it. I thought of all of you, the fans, and everyone who cares for me. I aspire to make you proud forever, and thus I succeeded. This is what Milan embodies. We are one, sharing both glory and misfortune. Raising his glass, Huang Kaiwen declared, "Forever fight for honor." All championships belong to Milan. The entire team roared in unison, their voices echoing far and wide. More than 20 individuals raised their glasses and drank heartily, exuding exuberance. Ambrosini excitedly set down his glass, knowing that Huang Kaiwen was indeed more suited to be captain than he was. Just the return of one individual illuminated the brilliant future of Milan. The performances of the newcomers varied significantly. Buffon appeared visibly relieved, feeling that this was indeed the purpose of his arrival in Milan, to facilitate his transfer to Milan. He even relinquished his signing bonus to compensate Juventus. Now, it seems that all of it was worthwhile. Rakitic's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I have decided that my next interview will focus on the leadership of Huang Kaiwen. Many have commented on his performance on the field, so I will center on his influence off the pitch. Although Toni Kroos is not a new acquisition this summer, he has had limited interactions with Huang Kaiwen. He can distinctly sense the shift in team dynamics since Huang's return. Previously, everyone acted merely as colleagues, but now the squad feels like a family. This newfound camaraderie has granted him a sense of belonging amidst the dissonance he experienced at Bayern. An exuberant Ramos, not knowing where to find a cloth, suddenly leaped into a flamenco dance. The entire team clapped along, enjoying Ramos's performance. Huang Kaiwen joined in the applause. Ramos truly relishes the flamenco, fortuitously. He had brought back a traditional cloth to present to Ramos. Ambrosini settled beside Huang Kaiwen and remarked, "Although the season has yet to commence, I feel as though we have already secured every championship." "Indeed," Kaka replied with a smile. "It would be splendid if you could win the World Cup." Gattuso added with a hint of regret. He had watched several matches and sensed that even with Huang Kaiwen, the Chinese national team would struggle to claim the coveted Jules Rimet trophy. "If you could exchange all your Champions League trophies for a single World Cup, would you do it, Kaiwen?" Ambrosini inquired curiously. At that moment, freshly finished with his dance, Ramos approached and said, "If possible, I would gladly trade my 4 Champions League titles for a World Cup for Huang Kaiwen. Finally, I could satisfactorily conclude the scene of the flamenco." "Ha ha." Old Ye's book indeed covers an increasing array of topics, and I continue to learn and grow, seeking monthly votes and recommendations. End of chapter 0451. Unforeseen events. A day after the gathering. August 23rd. After training, Ramos, Kaká, and Inzaghi all gathered at Huang Kaiwen's residence to watch the Champions League draw. Huang Kaiwen also invited the currently single Rakitic and Kroos, whose girlfriend was not in Milan, to join in the festivities. Kroos's girlfriend is not particularly striking. Unlike Robin and his childhood sweetheart, she is actually his tutor. Due to his football commitments affecting his studies, Kroos was introduced to the academically gifted Jessica, and their relationship blossomed into a charming romance. Perhaps the tutor had an affinity for the idea of students and teachers not wanting their classmates to discover their secret relationship. They have been together for nearly 2 years now, and their bond is stable. Is there anything you'd like to eat? I can have the restaurant deliver. Huang Kaiwen inquired. The draw in Nyan would commence at 7 o'clock, which is also dinner time in Milan. I crave Chinese food, yet I also desire French cuisine. Inzaghi lamented while sitting cross-legged. Forget about it, Kaiwen. Kaká interjected. You can't have 2 restaurants deliver at once. Moreover, his desire for Chinese cuisine does not encompass the authenticity of traditional dishes, Ramos elaborated. Tony, Ivan, is there anything you wish to indulge in? Huang Kaiwen inquired in German. I am open to anything, Rakitic remarked while scratching the back of his head. I am also amenable, but I must insist on ordering ice cream, Kroos added, revealing his fondness for the frozen treat. Most players are not so restrained, as they have earned considerable wealth, and as long as it is not a habitual indulgence. Occasionally enjoying their favorites is permissible. At this stage, Messi has developed a liking for cola. Cristiano Ronaldo abandoned cola during his time at Manchester United, yet still relishes barbecues during family gatherings and transfer periods. Among the many players with a penchant for food, only Suarez maintains the healthiest dietary habits. Coconuts can alleviate electrolyte imbalances, are rich in various vitamins and minerals, and can soothe muscle soreness. After placing his order, Huang Kaiwen was unable to locate the phone number for the ice cream shop on the street, thus leaving it to the old steward to handle. Will we draw Chelsea? Kroos inquired. Of course not. Chelsea is also a top-tier team, Ramos casually replied. I hope we draw Real Madrid. Their performance over the past 5 years, aside from the 2 Champions League titles Kevin won, has been rather lackluster. Last year, they failed to advance past the group stage in the Europa League. So they should be a second seed, right? Kaká stated. Indeed, I have noticed, Huang Kaiwen nodded, feeling a significant likelihood of facing Real Madrid due to their shared history. The renewed rivalry between Mourinho and Guardiola adds another layer of intrigue. There is no other matchup with such compelling narratives. UEFA would surely not overlook such a significant storyline. Before dinner arrived, the draw had already commenced. Milan was placed in Group G, and the main focus was yet to come. Moscow and Ukrainian teams, due to weather conditions, remain opponents that top European clubs dread encountering. Their perennial position as second seeds complicates matters for other teams. Valencia and Roma, among others, possess commendable strength. It is rather challenging to find a manageable second seed team with mild weather conditions for away matches. Only Greece's Panathinaikos meets this criterion. Group A saw Inter draw Werder Bremen, while Lyon from Group B faced Schalke 04. Manchester United drew the formidable Valencia, who, despite having sold David Silva and Villa, still boast considerable prowess. When the results for Group D were announced, several individuals expressed their disapproval. Barcelona drew the weakest team, Panathinaikos, seemingly benefiting from favorable luck in the draw. Having secured 4 championships in recent years, with the group stage never being straightforward. Ramos commented with a hint of sarcasm. Inzaghi rolled his eyes, replying, I share that sentiment. His tally of Champions League titles is one fewer than that of Ramos. Before Huang Kaiwen joined Milan, the club's most recent championship was in the 2002-2003 season, where they faced Inzaghi's former club, Juventus. The 2 teams battled for 120 minutes at Old Trafford without a victor, ultimately leading to Milan's triumph in a penalty shootout. The draw continued, with Bayern drawing Roma and Chelsea facing Marseille. Among the second-tier teams, only Shakhtar Donetsk and Real Madrid remain. Several individuals were glued to the television, and Huang Kaiwen, influenced by the atmosphere, felt a wave of tension wash over him as the guest revealed the folded card from the small ball. The name Real Madrid CF was clearly printed upon it, prompting a cheer within the room. Despite Shakhtar's formidable capabilities, The extreme weather conditions made Milan players eager to draw Real Madrid. If they lose 2 matches, will they be directly eliminated? Ramos inquired with a hint of excitement. His long-standing dissatisfaction with Real Madrid evident. It seems unlikely, Kaká replied. Following this, Ajax was drawn into Group G. At this juncture, Ajax had inevitably devolved into a mere European factory. After the departure of the likes of Sneijder, their ability to cultivate new talent had waned. The Dutch golden generation was limited in number, and while they might scout smaller clubs, the creation of players from thin air was no longer feasible. Previously, Ajax boasted talents such as Ibrahimovic and Van der Vaart, but now their most prominent figures were Siem de Jong and Van der Wiel, with Alderweireld, who later joined Tottenham, also having roots in Ajax. This illustrates the commendable scouting system of Ajax, yet the potential among young Dutch players had dwindled. The quest to unearth young talent from other nations proved challenging. In this context, Ajax posed little threat to Real Madrid and Milan. The last team drawn into Group G was French club Auxerre. Huang Kaiwen was inclined to believe that Milan and Real Madrid would prevail. Despite the disdain many Spanish media outlets held for Mourinho's style, he remained remarkably composed at this moment. After dining, a few individuals stayed behind to engage in gaming. Inzaghi, feeling bored, decided to leave. In years past, he had enjoyed playing Legends, but age had rendered him less inclined to learn new games. It wasn't until after 10 at night that the gaming session finally concluded. The following morning, Kroos and Rakitic were successively confronted by reporters outside Milanello. In the face of the press, Kroos appeared eager to speak, but recalling Guardiola's media ban, he restrained himself. "Tony, is your silence due to Milan restricting you from speaking? Is that the case?" One reporter pressed. "Milan has a penchant for limiting player discourse, yet one should possess the freedom to express oneself. What are your thoughts on the Champions League draw, considering you've already commented on Real Madrid?" The journalist urged. Reflecting on the matter, Kroos acknowledged the truth in their words and responded, "Well, since we're on the topic, I'll share a few thoughts. We are unafraid of being drawn against Real Madrid. In fact, yesterday at Kevin's house, when we awaited the draw, everyone was quite pleased to see Real Madrid come up. They are simply the best team of the last century. And I believe last season better reflects the current state of Real Madrid, a team that couldn't even reach the quarterfinals of the Europa League, perhaps less threatening than Auxerre." The reporter's eyes widened, aware of Kroos's boldness, but taken aback by the extent of his candor. Even if the Italian media was not as sensationalist as Calle del Mar, they still craved newsworthy content. It is easy to imagine the reaction from Real Madrid upon hearing these remarks, though it is certain that Mourinho will not be pleased. The coming days promise to be quite eventful. After Kroos finished speaking, he departed immediately. Shortly thereafter, Ramos arrived in his Mercedes, accompanied by Kevin Huang and Kaká. Regrettably, he did not stop. After a brief wait, they intercepted Rakitic. Choosing not to comment on the Champions League draw, Rakitic stated, "Kevin does not exert his full strength during training, yet his performance is already sufficient to secure victory in the Champions League final. Kevin's skills are well known. He is one of the greatest football stars in history, though few outside the pitch are aware of this. Kevin is remarkably humble, never boasting about his abilities. However, he is considerate of everyone's feelings, showing genuine concern for the new players who have recently transferred to Milan. Previously, I received a gift from him upon his return from a bullfighting event. He is indeed a generous gentleman. Yet, if you perceive Kevin as merely a quiet contributor, you are gravely mistaken. He is the most charismatic leader I have ever encountered. During a warm-up match, his speech in the midfield ignited my passion. I still remember every word he uttered. Kevin unites us as a cohesive unit, and everyone is eager to rally around him. He inspires players of diverse personalities to pursue a common goal, and each individual strives for victory. Should Kevin one day become the Secretary General of the United Nations, I would not be surprised. He is truly capable of leading the world towards peace." The reporters exchanged glances, intent on interviewing Rakitic. They were surprised by his eloquence, especially since his remarks echoed a style they were quite familiar with. Cruyff, that devoted Milan commentator, often speaks of Huang Kaiwen in such glowing terms. It appears that this young midfielder possesses the potential to become the next Cruyff. Eventually, one reporter switched off the recorder and reminded, "Ivan, if you don't hurry inside, you'll be late." With a hint of regret, Rakitic waved goodbye to the reporters and swiftly made his way into the training facility. Having just arrived in Milan, he had not yet arranged for transportation and had taken a taxi to training. At precisely 10 a.m., Guardiola appeared at the sidelines, dressed in athletic attire. He crossed his arms and addressed the players on the training field, saying, "Today we face the Italian Super Cup, our greatest challenge before the season begins. Roma is not an easy team to contend with, but I hope you will deliver a commendable performance." The Italian Super Cup is a clash between the previous season's Serie A champions and the Coppa Italia winners. As Milan claimed both titles, their opponent becomes the Coppa Italia runners-up, Roma. Roma is known for their tenacity, both players and fans alike being adept at stirring up trouble. The resilience of the Giallorossi is formidable. They never concede defeat. Facing such a well-coordinated Roma team poses a significant challenge for Milan, with a new coach, fresh tactics, and several new signings. At 3 p.m., following a brief recovery training session, the entire Milan squad boarded the bus en route to San Siro Stadium. Last year, we played the Super Cup in Yanjing, where the fans were exceedingly enthusiastic, Kaka expressed in Chinese. There was no other option. After all, this is a year of major tournaments, Huang Kaiwen remarked. The Italian Football Association's decision stemmed from economic considerations. Last year, they secured a remuneration of $15 million. A lucrative income that prompted the Italian Football Association to sign a contract for 3 visits to China within 5 years. Huang Kaiwen sensed that they were on the verge of overextending themselves. This year, Milan has already protested the schedule. After all, the players are fatigued from the World Cup, and flying such a distance to play in the Italian Super Cup would impose a considerable burden on the Milan players. Furthermore, if they clinch the Champions League this year, there will be the European Super Cup next summer, and the schedule is exceedingly tight. Even if Galliani agrees, King Huang would never consent to such turmoil for the team. Summer training could involve returning home to challenge other European powerhouses, while also connecting with fans and preserving the status of Serie A and Milan domestically. However, hosting the Italian Super Cup domestically is out of the question. First, they must fly to Monaco, then back home, and afterwards, return to play in Serie A. Do they truly believe the players are indestructible? Such arrangements would likely result in injuries early in the season. Ramos was also conversing in Chinese, which caused Inzaghi, sitting nearby, to scratch his head in frustration. Inzaghi protested, "Hey, you rascals, could you possibly speak in Italian?" "All right, no more," Ramos replied. Kaka handed Huang Kaiwen a scratch card. Huang Kaiwen smacked his forehead. He had completely forgotten. While playing in England, the bonuses were so meager that he sometimes neglected to purchase one. Returning to Serie A, this was an essential source of income. A coin appeared at Huang Kaiwen's fingertips as he swiftly scratched off the coating. Upon seeing the design, Kaka felt a surge of excitement, but just as he was about to speak, he covered his mouth. If others were to find out, Huang Kaiwen would surely have to spend. Huang Kaiwen grinned and flashed 2 fingers. "Second prize." "Thank you, Ricardo," he said. "This is your lucky day, Kevin." Kaka beamed. It seemed that today was destined to be a splendid day. As they approached San Siro, Huang Kaiwen opted not to draw from the B card. Ding. You have received a 24-hour experience card for Daniele De Rossi from the 2009 to 2010 Serie A 8th round. Wow, Deputy. De Rossi endured for half a lifetime, waiting for Totti to retire. Having drawn his experience card, Captain Huang must make use of it. Utilizing his experience card while donning the captain's armband would, in a sense, help fulfill De Rossi's dream in advance. Huang Kaiwen promptly chose to activate it. Ding, successfully used De Rossi experience card. As the bus neared San Siro, traffic had become quite congested. The Italian police finally took action and made preparations in advance. The Milan team bus moved slowly, flanked by excited Milan fans. They held various posters aloft, chanting the names of the Milan players. Naturally, the player mentioned most often was Huang Kaiwen. They had waited 4 years and finally, the owner of the number 10 jersey had returned. Kevin, Kevin, Kevin. At first glance, one might mistake the fervor of the fans for a Michael Jackson concert. Kaka chuckled, covering his mouth, and remarked, "I heard that San Siro has prepared an ambulance," fearing the fans might faint from excitement. "It's not that exaggerated," Huang Kaiwen replied. Once the bus came to a halt, Huang swiftly disembarked and waved to the fans on either side before entering the stadium. In the home locker room, as Guardiola entered, he observed Huang Kaiwen changing his gear and inquired, "Kaiwen, would you like to attend the press conference?" "Forget it, coach," Huang replied with a smile. "I can go." Cruz interjected. "No need, I'll handle it myself." Guardiola quickly exited the locker room, not allowing Cruz a chance to insist. Ranieri had already arrived early at the press hall and nodded in acknowledgement upon seeing Guardiola. The absence of Huang Kaiwen left the journalists somewhat disappointed. Yet they eagerly posed their questions. Claudio, why did you decline to coach Milan? Pep, will Kevin start today? Mr. Ranieri, how is your relationship with Totti? There are rumors of a rift between you. Pep, will you continue to employ a 3 center-back formation? Mr. Guardiola, Albertazzi is seen as the heir to Maldini, but his transfer to Arsenal is nearing completion. Do you intend to sell this remarkable young talent? Mr. Guardiola, what is your opinion on Kroos's statements? Guardiola felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He had overlooked the importance of humility and hastily probed further. Are you referring to his comments about other major clubs? Specifically regarding Milan's standing? Deep down, Guardiola clung to a glimmer of hope, as he had issued a media ban on Kroos. Certainly not. This morning, Kroos gave an interview where he stated that Real Madrid had a poor showing in last season's Europa League. That reflects their true strength, a journalist kindly reminded. Guardiola's composure began to unravel. The situation was deteriorating. His amicable relationship with Mourinho had made him acutely aware of how grudges could linger. Though Kroos had not been instructed to make such remarks, Mourinho could easily target him as collateral damage. Guardiola quickly clarified, Tony is a fine player, but he often overlooks certain matters when he speaks. Jose Mourinho is undoubtedly one of the best coaches currently. The Real Madrid he leads will be different from the past. Given their previous dismal performance, the world will soon witness the transformation Jose brings to Real Madrid, presenting a significant challenge ahead. We have much work to do. Seated nearby, Ranieri listened with a hint of admiration, surprised by Guardiola's ability to navigate the situation so adeptly, something he felt he might not manage as well. The journalists, not inclined to relent, continued their inquiries. What about Ivan Rakitic suggesting that Kevin should be the Secretary General of the United Nations? Guardiola replied, he has lost his mind. At that moment, Guardiola began to question his own role as the team's coach, completely unaware of when the players had given interviews or what they had said. Guardiola chuckled and remarked, it is a matter of personal choice, but I firmly believe Kevin possesses such talent. Ivan's words were not erroneous. He is a profoundly caring individual, well-versed in international affairs. After 2 consecutive inquiries yielded unsatisfactory results, the journalist shifted focus towards Ranieri. Claudio, did you reject Milan out of disdain for AC Milan? Or do you harbor animosity towards them? Coughing, Ranieri nearly choked on his own saliva. He had just been observing Guardiola's lively discourse, and now it was his turn. He quickly clarified, AC Milan is a remarkable club, home to numerous legendary players. However, as you all know, I am an ardent supporter of Roma. I have supported Roma since childhood, and my greatest dream is to lead them to victory. Coaching Roma is a dream come true, and I would never entertain offers from other clubs while at the helm of Roma. He has always been a staunch loyalist to Roma. Only if they were to dismiss him would he consider other opportunities. And what about your relationship with Totti? The journalist pressed. I have no issues with Francesco. I hold him in great respect, and he understands me. We both share the Roma DNA and a fervent desire for victory, and that defines our relationship, Ranieri responded. Let us discuss transfers, Mr. Guardiola. The journalist shifted targets once more. Guardiola shrugged and replied, I have yet to engage in transfer matters. I am aware of the young player you mentioned, but do you truly believe AC Milan currently has a place for him? If the club intends to sell him, I believe it would be beneficial for his career. Having played for elite clubs like Barcelona, I have witnessed many young talents depart due to lack of playtime. Such is the nature of football. Sensing Guardiola's willingness to continue answering questions, Ranieri cleared his throat and stood, stating, let us conclude today's press conference. I must return to address some matters with the players. The journalists were eager to extract significant news from them, but Ranieri had no desire to remain seated. Guardiola seized the opportunity to rise alongside him. Otherwise, he was prepared to answer more questions. Today, San Siro was packed to capacity. From the warm-up, AC Milan fans displayed their fervor. Interestingly, numerous Inter Milan jerseys were also visible, demonstrating that only Kevin Huang could unite fans from both Milanese clubs in support. Indeed, many Inter players share a close rapport with Huang. Veteran Materazzi once expressed that if Huang were to become a coach one day, he would recommend himself for Huang's coaching staff, lamenting that not playing alongside Huang remains the greatest regret of his career. Furthermore, Argentine players like Zanetti and Cambiaso have also praised Huang, highlighting his ability to maintain amicable relations even with players from rival teams, showcasing his remarkable social skills. As for Inter Milan, It seems that Zanetti and others might have been misled. This individual once played under a pseudonym in hopes of exposing others' equipment. Huang Kaiwen undoubtedly possesses remarkable prowess, earning admiration from numerous players and coaches across various leagues. Both Professor and Sir Ferguson have remarked that his departure is a loss to the Premier League, yet a boon for Manchester United and Arsenal alike. His capabilities are beyond dispute. Indeed, Roma is merely a stepping stone today. It appears that Totti shares a commendable rapport with Huang Kaiwen. During Huang's vigorous play against the South Korean team, it is certain that the Italian international was pleased, as Totti had previously received a red card in a match against them. Upon closer examination, it is evident that Huang Kaiwen's popularity is well-deserved. He has accomplished a great deal. It is high time for you all to acknowledge him, for Brother Kaiwen is the world's foremost football star. Show him the respect he commands. Who are you, anyway? How can you not recognize him? This is none other than the notorious brother. Initially, Huang Kaiwen sought to outshine him, and he shamelessly played the role of Huang's sycophant. Quickly, let us get to work. If you manage to expel these individuals, I shall reward each staff member with an authentic Inter Milan jersey, and I will also hold a raffle for 20 Inter fans in the forum, offering the same prize. I will buy them while traveling abroad in a few days, and they will be player editions. Excellent, brother. The Inter Milan forum has begun a sweeping campaign of account suspensions and post-deletions. At this moment, both teams' players have concluded their warm-up and returned to the tunnel. Huang Kaiwen leads the way, following the coach as they exit the tunnel once more, and the atmosphere at San Siro reaches a fever pitch. The confirmation of Huang Kaiwen's starting position brings a collective sigh of relief from the Rossoneri. Milan fans once again unveil the massive banner celebrating the embrace between Huang and Kaká. The silhouettes of numbers 10 and 22 are iconic scenes at San Siro. The Roma fans join in applause, and as Huang steps onto the field, he gestures to all sides of the stands in appreciation, a privilege afforded to few players. Indeed, this season, Huang Kaiwen has also ascended to the role of captain for AC Milan, marking the first time an Asian player has held this distinction in history. While Park Ji-sung and Sun Ji-hai have donned the captain's armband, neither was the primary captain of their teams. Huang Kaiwen is the first Asian player to become the principal captain of a European club, and at that, for a prestigious giant like Milan. However, let us first examine the starting lineups. AC Milan, in a 4-2-3-1 formation. Goalkeeper, Buffon. Defenders, Zambrotta, Thiago Silva, Godin, Papastathopoulos. Midfielders, Huang Kaiwen, Rakitic, Kaká, Pirlo, Gattuso. Forward, Ibrahimovic. Roma, in a 4-3-2-1 formation. Goalkeeper, Bogdan Lobot. Defenders, Reis, Mexes, Juan Santos, Cassetti. Midfielders, Perota, Menez, De Rossi, Totti, David Pizarro. Forward, Vucinic. AC Milan boasts an incredibly luxurious lineup, with Spanish internationals Torres and Ramos seated on the bench, a decision by Guardiola to allow them a respite. Indeed, Kaká has returned to his familiar central position, unlike in the warm-up match where he played on the wing. Gattuso's inclusion in the starting lineup is also aimed at bolstering AC Milan's defensive strength. Rome boasts a remarkably formidable team, and we are all familiar with Totti. Last season, De Rossi also delivered an outstanding performance. It is worth mentioning that David Pizarro is distinct from Claudio Pizarro, who has played for both Bayern Munich and Werder Bremen. Well known among many Serie A fans, the player to pay special attention to is Vucinic, who last season netted 14 goals and provided 8 assists in the league alone. A truly impressive statistic. Huang Kaiwen entered the field, holding the team flag. Totti approached, extending his hand with the flag, saying, "Welcome back, Kevin, but I assure you, I shall not go easy on you. You'd best be cautious." Huang Kaiwen patted Totti's arm in response and turned to hand the flag to a teammate on the bench. Today, he did not request a positional change. Instead, he aimed to utilize De Rossi's defensive prowess to restrict Totti. Totti positioned himself on the right, aligning perfectly with Huang Kaiwen. The two returned to the center circle. Referee Berganzi produced a coin, inquiring, heads or tails. Huang Kaiwen opened his palm, indicating Totti should choose first. Tails, Totti replied with certainty. After tossing the coin and catching it, Berganzi revealed his palm, declaring, "Heads, AC Milan chooses first." "Let us get the game underway," Huang Kaiwen stated. Following Rome's choice of side, both teams took their respective positions on the field. At 7:45 p.m., the referee blew the whistle to commence the match. Ibrahimovic initiated play. passing to Kaka, who immediately distributed the ball to the left flank. Huang Kaiwen withdrew to a position parallel to the two defensive midfielders. Rome began to apply relentless pressure. Ranieri stood at the sidelines with his arms crossed. This was a key point of contention between him and Totti. Huang Kaiwen's team often opted for an aggressive press in the attacking third, and Ranieri astutely recognized the advantages of this strategy. He desired a more assertive style of play from Rome. Whether stationed as an attacking midfielder or forward, Totti contributes defensively to assist his team. Yet he prefers not to chase after the ball. As Totti advanced, Huang Kaiwen promptly delivered a lateral pass. Rakitic received the ball, evading Totti, and began to drive forward. He is versatile, capable of playing as a wide midfielder, attacking midfielder, central midfielder, and defensive midfielder, exhibiting both stamina and keen vision. Noticing De Rossi lingering near Kaka, Rakitic did not rush to pass. Gattuso was making forward runs alongside him, allowing him to carry the ball with confidence. As Rakitic crossed the halfway line, he spotted Huang Kaiwen making a forward run and swiftly directed the ball to the left flank. Huang Kaiwen extended his right foot to halt the ball, then deftly curled it with his left foot beneath his right leg. The delicate pass, while lacking in power, was executed with remarkable precision. The ball landed directly behind Rome's defensive line. As Ibrahimovic made his move, he was slightly tugged by Mexes, preventing him from seizing the opportunity immediately. And the ball was collected by Juan Santos. Oh dear, that was close. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen's pass was both beautiful and unexpected, delivering the ball directly into the penalty area from such a distance. Juan surged forward with the ball. He and Lucio, national team partners, both enjoy pushing forward in attack. And the two Brazilian defenders possess commendable technical skills. The response from Roma was remarkably swift. Their precise passing exhibited no errors. Asmin ventured forward and distributed the ball to Totti, who, moving to the right flank, delivered a beautifully arced cross. Vucinic, with a sudden burst of speed, made a decisive run to the goal and scored. Upon netting the goal, Vucinic rushed to embrace Totti. Buffon, retrieving the ball, could not suppress a sardonic smile. Oh, is he so elated after just one goal? Perhaps he should reflect on Juventus' previous matches. He harbored no concerns about the potential loss. Instead, Buffon was more apprehensive about his post-match performance. At home, he had already drafted his interview script for when they would lift the trophy. Uncertain if the media and fans would appreciate his remarks, he tossed the ball forward. Thiago Silva, with an apologetic tone, remarked, "This one was on me." His linguistic skills were commendable. Despite not being registered in his initial half-season at Milan, his Italian had rapidly improved. Buffon waved dismissively, unconcerned. Why make such a fuss over conceding a goal? He felt compelled to encourage his teammate. "Let's all get our spirits up," Huang Kaiwen urged, clapping his hands. Guardiola observed the field, repeatedly rubbing his forehead. Clement inquired with concern, "Pep, are you worried about us losing?" "Not exactly," Guardiola hesitated to articulate. "Then what is it?" Clement pressed. Guardiola struggled to express his thoughts, gesturing. "I sense that Kaiwen has not advanced much in attack. He is performing admirably in defense. But I wonder if there is an issue with the tactics. It might just be the early minutes of the match," Clement suggested. "Perhaps," Guardiola nodded in agreement. Milan resumed play, yet Pirlo's long pass again failed to yield results. The tactical shift introduced by Guardiola was markedly different from previous strategies, and the team had yet to acclimate. Juan Santos encountered pressure from Ibrahimovic, quickly delivering a through ball to De Rossi, who then sent a direct pass towards the midfield. Huang Kaiwen and Totti sprinted after the ball. The explosive speed exhibited by Huang Kaiwen compelled Totti to hold nothing back. However, as the ball crossed the midfield line, it began to decelerate, and Huang Kaiwen's sudden reduction in pace caused Totti to overshoot. Huang Kaiwen pivoted to shield the ball, keeping Totti behind him. Totti maneuvered from the left side, and as Huang Kaiwen retracted his shoulder, Totti nearly lost his balance, stumbling to Huang Kaiwen's right side. Seeing Huang Kaiwen poised to advance with the ball, Totti, in a moment of urgency, reached out. Totti's physical prowess was formidable, and Huang Kaiwen sensed the impending challenge. As he was pulled, he stumbled, and before he could regain his footing, Huang Kaiwen swung his right foot. The ball soared towards the left flank of the field. Rakitic, surging forward, deftly controlled the ball with his abdomen and immediately delivered a cross. In the midst of the crowd, Ibrahimovic leapt, powerfully heading the ball into the Roma net. Goal! Ibrahimovic! 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 He scored with a crucial strike. Huang Kaiwen's one-on-one defense against Toddy was truly commendable, displaying immense intelligence throughout the confrontation. We all recognized Toddy as an astute player, yet before Huang Kaiwen, he appeared almost like a novice. Kevin initially utilized his speed to compel Toddy to accelerate, leaving him with little time to assess the ball's trajectory. Kevin deftly outwitted Toddy to seize possession, and in the ensuing physical contest, Toddy employed both hands and feet. Any player facing him would find the encounter arduous. However, after regaining his balance, Kevin, without making any adjustments or observations, executed a precise pass to a teammate making a forward run, leading me to ponder whether Kevin possessed an internal navigation system. This flawless strategy and exceptional technique were pivotal reasons for Milan's equalizing goal. From the interception to delivering the ball to the unmarked Rakitic, Kevin was instrumental in nearly every aspect. Fortunately, neither Rakitic nor Ibrahimovic squandered Kevin's efforts. Guardiola stood on the sidelines, continuing to cradle his head in disbelief. He intended for Huang Kaiwen and Kaká to serve as dual catalysts to pressure Roma. Yet Huang Kaiwen unexpectedly approached the game as if he were a wing-back. As Ibrahimovic spread his arms and sprinted back, his speed was not particularly swift, but his robust physique, honed by years of practicing taekwondo, was formidable. This was their first formal match together. Although the assist did not originate from Huang Kaiwen, the offensive play was indeed orchestrated by him. Rakitic scratched the back of his head while observing the exuberant Ibrahimovic, wondering if he had mistakenly credited the wrong player for the assist. 2 seconds later, Rakitic clapped his hands together emphatically, muttering to himself that he should celebrate with Kevin, as it was indeed his interception that initiated the attack. He then turned to sprint back, but it was too late. Even Ibrahimovic could not reach Huang Kaiwen's side. Rakitic was left to watch from the sidelines as his teammates celebrated. Kaká, who also failed to join in, chuckled in English, stating that to celebrate with Kevin, one must be swifter. Rakitic nodded in agreement, acknowledging that he had not realized how intense the competition for celebration was until he experienced it firsthand. Guardiola, having stood on the sidelines for quite some time, shouted to the field, urging Kevin to engage more in the offense. He did not desire a mere defensive midfielder. Rather, a superlative one would suffice to support his 3-1-3-3 system. No, Guardiola shook his head, realizing that the fans would not approve of that. Huang Kaiwen responded to the coach with a thumbs up, indicating his intent to participate more actively in the offense. Returning to the center circle alongside his teammates, Huang Kaiwen noticed Toddy, observing him intently. He smiled at Toddy, who immediately turned away but then glanced back to declare, "I will not lose." "Good luck," Huang Kaiwen replied with a grin. As Roma resumed play, Vucinic passed the ball back to Toddy, who immediately advanced it forward. Huang Kaiwen dashed towards Toddy at once. Toddy continued to carry the ball with confidence, exuding a commanding presence reminiscent of Zidane. Both shared a robust physique and remarkable technique. Huang Kaiwen, mindful of the situation, carefully shifted his weight in anticipation of the opportune moment. The spectators in the nearby stands widened their eyes, eagerly anticipating the clash between the two captains. Just as Toddy approached Huang Kaiwen with the ball, he swiftly turned and executed a back pass. A collective sigh of disappointment echoed from the nearby fans. Toddy's maneuver mirrored his previous performance so closely. The back pass was unproblematic indeed. The primary issue lay in the fact that AC Milan's formation had yet to expand. While David Pizarro, a player known for his offensive prowess and relatively weaker defense, excelled in orchestrating attacks and making incisive runs. Although his defensive capabilities did not match those of a specialized defensive midfielder, his determination was commendable. Indeed, Pizarro's tenacity on the field was notable. Especially given Toddy's frequent role as a forward, it was Pizarro who served as Roma's true architect of offense. His passing skills were exceptional, and AC Milan needed to remain vigilant. Remarkably, Pizarro ventured towards the left flank, as Roma had identified Papastathopoulos' lack of experience. Toddy had also made a run to this side to receive the ball. Among Roma's three central midfielders, only Perrotta, a player with a defensive background, was a dedicated defender, while vice-captain De Rossi also possessed significant attacking capabilities. Pizarro advanced with the ball, while Toddy switched flanks. Martinez waited nearby for support, alongside a retreating Vucinic. Gattuso clearly struggled to cope with the situation at hand. Roma's players offered no opportunity for him to engage. They played quick, one-touch passes. Huang Kaiwen surged forward. Drawing from past experiences, Rakitic was not surprised by Huang Kaiwen's movements. Instead, he focused on the gaps on the flanks, ready to exploit them at any moment. Upon spotting Huang Kaiwen, Pirlo decisively pressed forward. Martinez, who was in possession of the ball, became flustered, and with a nudge of his right foot, sought to find Vucinic. Huang Kaiwen, who had charged into the center, slid to the ground to make a tackle, redirecting the ball towards the right flank. Papastathopoulos, waiting there, received the ball and immediately made a back pass. Standing before the goal, Buffon distributed the ball to the left flank. Zambrata seized the opportunity, sending a long pass with his right foot towards the retreating Kaká. Roma, unwilling to concede possession so easily, pressed aggressively. Kaká, unable to turn in time, sensed an opponent behind him and instinctively returned the ball to Huang Kaiwen. As Huang Kaiwen received the ball and turned, he faced his own goal. There were no elaborate maneuvers. A simple 360-degree spin allowed him to evade the pressing of Totti and De Rossi. Perrotta attempted to capitalize on Huang Kaiwen's unsteady balance to reclaim the ball, but Huang Kaiwen's footwork was swifter than anticipated. Before he could regain his footing, he used his left foot to pass the ball to the nearby Kaká, then leapt to avoid Perrotta. Kaká, in a rush to pass, inadvertently directed the ball back to Perrotta, who was caught unprepared. Before Perrotta could react, Huang Kaiwen swiftly managed to tackle the ball away from him. This time, Huang Kaiwen was particularly cautious, deliberately keeping the ball under control with his leg. Rising to his feet, he saw Kaká sprinting towards the left flank. Huang Kaiwen continued his advance with the ball. It was an opportunity for AC Milan to counterattack, but this time Perrotta effectively delayed, allowing Roma's players to return to their half. Coach Zhang expressed his disappointment, noting that had Kaká been more observant during his pass, a counterattack could have been executed seamlessly. Perrotta hastened to give chase, yet the advantage of Huang Kaiwen's swift dribbling was abundantly clear. The crowd at San Siro erupted in exuberant cheers. Kaiwen, 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 as the scene of the number 10 and number 22 surging forward unfolded once more, though this time without the nuclear option. Nevertheless, the new number 7 proved to be equally formidable. Should he take the field, one could expect to witness once again the exhilarating spectacle of a three-pronged assault. No team could withstand Milan's counterattack. Perrotta barely grazed the hem of Huang Kaiwen's jersey before being left in his wake. Min continued his steady pursuit, trailing Huang Kaiwen from a distance. "Damn it," De Rossi muttered, charging directly at Huang Kaiwen. He dared not allow him to approach the penalty area. De Rossi paced himself deliberately, ready to adjust his footing and extend his leg. However, in a mere moment, he realized he had underestimated the situation. With a deft touch of his left foot, Huang Kaiwen skillfully maneuvered past him, affording De Rossi no opportunity to adjust. Riss decided to bide his time. At the moment of Huang Kaiwen's transfer, he had just departed Liverpool, yet he had witnessed the unfortunate fate of his old comrade Carragher on television. Riss wished to avoid becoming the subject of ridicule among fans post-match due to a litany of blunders. Mexes felt a similar unease. With Juan Santos advancing to assist, and yet to return, the defense was left with only 3 back. Cassetti had also moved up to confront Kaká, leaving Riss and Mexes to contend with Ibrahimovic, a task that felt increasingly precarious. Mexes hesitated, pondering whether to press forward. At that moment, Huang Kaiwen made his move. He swung his arm, and with his right foot, he caressed the ball's lower side. The ball arced sharply past Mexes, and Ibrahimovic, stationed to the left, surged into the penalty area. There was no need for adjustment. The ball was perfectly positioned before him. A half volley. Such a delivery posed no challenge for Ibrahimovic. Without any need for a setup, he exerted power with his right foot, slightly leaping as he swung his left foot in a graceful arc, sending the ball soaring towards the far corner of the net. Robanto, stationed at the near post, lunged desperately, but it was in vain. He could only watch as the ball nestled into the right side of the goal. 21. Completing his shooting motion, Ibrahimovic immediately turned and dashed toward Huang Kaiwen. Excited, he stuck out his tongue and raised one arm. Huang Kaiwen reciprocated, extending his right hand to meet Ibrahimovic's outstretched palm with a resounding slap. The Rossoneri roared with unrestrained jubilation. What a magnificent team they had, fulfilling their every expectation. Previously, Ibrahimovic often sought to outshine his teammates, his words sometimes unpalatable. But now, who could dare to speak ill of Ibrahimovic? After both goals, he sought out Huang Kaiwen to celebrate, embodying the camaraderie they had envisioned. Goal! Goal, goal, goal. Kaiwen. Ibrahimovic scores. Though Kaká's long runs had diminished compared to previous years, Kaiwen remained the same formidable player. After a series of interceptions in the backfield, he charged toward Roma's half. 3 Roman players pursued him, but even that merely prompted a change of direction from Kaiwen. Such was his prowess. In the end, faced with merely 2 defenders, Kevin chose neither to attempt a long-range shot nor to bypass them for a one-on-one goal, but rather to pass the ball to Ibrahimovic. Such a selfless decision is far rarer than mere skill. Guardiola ought to express his gratitude towards Kevin. With Pirlo and a less familiar partner in a dual defensive midfield role, both exhibited commendable offensive capabilities, yet their defensive prowess left much to be desired. Without Kevin's contributions, Guardiola's intricate and idealistic tactics would have faced the bleak prospect of the worst start for a new coach in Milan's storied history. Guardiola turned his head to Clement, who met his gaze. Guardiola swore that he encouraged Huang Kaiwen to be more offensive, but certainly not in this manner. During his tenure at Barcelona, he had players capable of weaving past several opponents effortlessly. However, Messi could never perform a series of tackles and interceptions in his own half before advancing. Today, Kevin excelled at both ends of the pitch, particularly in defense, leaving Guardiola at a loss for words. Originally, he had envisioned Pirlo's long passes to find Kevin, who would then maneuver past 1 or 2 players to take a shot. Yet now, Kevin had transformed into the most active defensive player on the field, also taking charge of organizing play. Although all were goals, they strayed far from his tactical philosophy. Guardiola sensed that his strategy might not be effective with Huang Kaiwen. He would need to refine his tactics once more. Ramos charged to the sidelines, celebrating passionately, while Buffon in the back line raised his arms in exuberance. The two exchanged a knowing glance, a mutual respect evident between them, especially when Buffon called out Kevin's name with a thumbs up. Ramos found the old fellow quite impressive, possessing a discerning eye, far superior to Cech, who merely berated his teammates. De Rossi stood with hands on hips, watching the Milan players celebrate. Here we go again. A few years prior, when he was still a young player, Kevin had been his most despised rival. Back then, Kevin could effortlessly outmaneuver him with his dazzling skills, leaving him embarrassed. Years passed, and now Kevin could bypass him with just a simple touch. De Rossi had always felt he was progressing. His awareness, experience, and technical abilities were all evolving. Since becoming vice-captain 2 years ago, he had prepared to succeed Totti, believing he had the requisite talent. Yet, after being so easily surpassed by Kevin, he found himself questioning whether he was truly improving or if he had been regressing all along. Why, he pondered. Had Kevin once performed intricate skills against him, while now he merely executed a simple flick? Shaking his head, De Rossi forced himself to avoid self-doubt. Kevin must have grown stronger. It could not be that he had diminished. He chanted this mantra within himself for reassurance. From leading to being overturned, merely 20 minutes had elapsed in the match. This stark contrast did not demoralize the Roma team. Instead, it ignited their ferocity. Roma's offense became even more aggressive than before. The formation lacked wingers, yet the Romans adeptly stretched the play, filling in the role of wide players themselves. Lesser is also a player who relishes the opportunity to provide assists. After taking the lead, Milan found themselves under pressure. Huang Kaiwen frequently positioned himself in front of the defensive line to participate in defense, making tackles, and demonstrating an unwavering performance in duels. Guardiola could not help but draw a sharp breath. His mind raced, yet without allowing Huang Kaiwen to play as a defensive midfielder, he struggled to devise a suitable tactic. His previous experiences of dominance at Barcelona had instilled in him a sense of confidence, but coaching Huang Kaiwen revealed his own shortcomings. In a moment of despair, Guardiola contemplated allowing Huang Kaiwen to play freely, echoing the sentiments of his friend Jose Mourinho, who often remarked on the importance of not overly relying on any single player. Still, his scientific spirit could not be easily quelled. With a player like Huang Kaiwen, Guardiola was even more inspired to create an entirely new tactic that would maximize Huang's talents while remaining strategically sound. On the field, Papastathopoulos advanced with the ball, prompting Ramos to rush to the sidelines. In his urgency, Spanish words spilled forth as he exclaimed, "Pass the ball. A long pass is called for right now." Kevin is already in the left flank, and an assist is so easily within reach. Guardiola could only bury his head in his hands. He had not previously noticed how active Ramos was. Clearly, the Ramos on the field was the true version of himself. He regretted having placed Ramos on the bench today, as the latter appeared brimming with energy, unaffected by the impact of the World Cup. Papastathopoulos, unable to comprehend, gestured animatedly in response. Fortunately, he refrained from continuing his dribble and opted to pass to Pirlo. At this juncture, Huang Kaiwen found himself devoid of space. Pirlo delivered a diagonal pass to the advancing Rakitic, who drew defenders toward him before threading a precise through ball to Kaká. Observing this, Huang Kaiwen instinctively moved toward the center, while Kaká, understanding the cue, drifted wide with the ball. Cassetti, initially intending to follow Huang, quickly retreated to his defensive position, and Pizarro joined in to bolster the defense. At that moment, Kaká did not turn. Instead, he stepped forward with his right foot and swiftly struck the ball with his left, delivering it impeccably. Huang Kaiwen surged forward, unleashing a powerful strike with his right foot. The roar was formidable as the ball rocketed toward the goal, leaving the Roma defenders wide-eyed. Several defenders could only turn to watch as the ball sped past them. Robont, unable to voice his complaint, lunged toward the left side of the goal in a swift reaction. His reflexes were commendable, yet the ball's velocity was even more impressive. Coupled with an exquisite angle, the ball nestled against the post and found its way into the net. The Rossoneri fans erupted in a frenzy, waving everything they could grasp and chanting Huang Kaiwen's name. St. Kevin, St. Kevin, St. Kevin. This marked Huang Kaiwen's first official goal since his return to Milan. A moment of profound significance. After 4 years of longing, divine grace had finally bestowed its favor, as the number 10 jersey was once again unfurled, as if its rightful owner had never truly departed. Huang Kaiwen. Goodness, that ball was traveling at a speed of 186 kilometers per hour. If Robin were to attempt a save, I fear he might sustain an injury. His hand positioning during the save was evidently flawed, likely due to the urgency of the moment. Coach Zhang, with his background as a goalkeeper, perceives the game from a distinct perspective. All I can feel is the sheer velocity of that ball. Huang Kaiwen is certainly taking this seriously. Today, Roma finds itself devoid of any opportunities, as there are tactical issues at play. Indeed, I too have observed that Roma has not designated any players to mark Huang Kaiwen specifically. Precisely. Huang Kaiwen's shooting range spans the entire front line. Neglecting to mark him is tantamount to inviting trouble. Just look, he unleashes a powerful long-range shot. Goodness. Huang Kaiwen seems intent on decimating the Roma goalkeeper, doesn't he? That strike was merciless. Even Joe Hart would be terrified by it. Hart, in a rather audacious move, suggested himself as a backup to AC Milan, yet they have no intention of acquiring him. His thoughts are not entirely unfounded. After all, Buffon has been extolling Huang Kaiwen's virtues in the press for years, and he has finally realized his aspiration. I suspect Neuer's departure is closely linked to Huang Kaiwen's desire for Buffon to sing his praises up close. That scoundrel. I shall create a legend account in the game shortly and take him down. Brother, you might be better off hoping for a real-life duel, even in the game. Huang Kaiwen lacks the gear that scoundrel possesses. It is rumored that his father is a coal miner, yet they have become quite affluent. But can wealth surpass what Huang Kaiwen earns? He consistently releases photo collections, while I work at a convenience store in Japan. Every time he releases a collection, those housewives trade their groceries for cheaper alternatives and spend the remainder on his photo sets. If only I had such a wealthy father. Who? Are you planning to usurp that scoundrel's father? No, I refer to Huang Kaiwen. The money is inconsequential. What matters is inheriting just a touch of his charm. Shall we consider a substitution? Clement tentatively inquired. He noted that Mourinho often substituted Huang Kaiwen well before the match concluded. Let's hold off for now, Guardiola replied, believing that the team's cohesion still requires refinement. A 2-goal lead is not necessarily secure. However, we can have the players warm up in advance. Enabling us to substitute Kaiwen directly, Clement encouraged. Guardiola nodded in agreement, acknowledging the merit in his suggestion. He turned to glance at the substitutes bench. Torres is present, yet he has recently played in the World Cup. Inzaghi? He feigned ignorance. Seedorf has noticeably declined, and Guardiola leans towards bringing on Jankulovski to fortify the defense. However, upon seeing Kroos, he reconsidered. Instinctively mimicking a gesture from a close friend, he extended his right hand, beckoning Kroos with his index and middle fingers. Surprised to be called upon so early, Kroos stood up and approached the sidelines, expecting that the coach might be displeased with his earlier interview today. It is clear now that the coach holds him in high regard. Ranieri shouted from the sidelines, regroup for counterattacks, refrain from pressing forward, and focus on offensive efficiency. Francesco, remind your teammates. Totti pursed his lips as he made his way back, uncertain of what to say. He is profoundly grateful for everything that Huang Kaiwen has done for him, reportedly even prompting Huang Kaiwen to relinquish his endorsement in South Korea. Such a gesture is indeed a treasure of sincere gratitude. However, Toddy harbors a strong aversion to witnessing Huang Kaiwen on the field. Despite the investment from the Sensi family, it is inconceivable for Roma to acquire Huang Kaiwen. Thus, whenever encountering Huang Kaiwen, he is inevitably an opponent, regardless of whether Roma scores first or falls behind. The ultimate outcome remains a barren void. He is no longer a young lad, consumed by thoughts of leading his team to victory over Huang Kaiwen and crafting a momentous chapter in football history by handing Huang Kaiwen his first defeat. Toddy speculates that he may retire in a few years and can only hope that Huang Kaiwen does not linger too long upon his return to Milan. As the match resumed, Toddy realized he had forgotten to encourage his teammates, finding the situation amusing as he discreetly stuck out his tongue. Yet, it made little difference. From the substitutes bench, Inzaghi remarked in a low voice, "Do you believe the coach keeps me off the field out of concern for my stamina? Is there phlegm in your throat? Why do you speak like that?" Ambrosini inquired. Ahem, Inzaghi chuckled awkwardly. "I feel my role has shifted from being a prolific scorer to that of the team's elder statesman, responsible for maintaining the locker room and imparting wisdom to these young players. The true leaders of the team are Kevin, Fernando, and Ibrahimovic, who all surpass you in their youth," Ambrosini stated. "How can that be? Milan paid a hefty sum for me. Surely that reflects my worth?" Inzaghi retorted defiantly. "You have only one season with over 20 goals. They have each scored more than you," Ambrosini countered. "Fernando's speed is astounding, and Ibrahimovic's technique is exceptional, both of which you lack," he added. "Nonsense, I could score the same goals as Ibrahimovic today," Inzaghi responded, somewhat irked. "Yet, you seldom make the Ballon d'Or shortlist, while both of them have reached the top 10, Ambrosini remarked. "That's a flaw in the judges. They fail to recognize the greatness within me," Inzaghi declared, his face flushed. "What greatness? The ability to stink up the place?" Ambrosini quipped. Inzaghi, flustered, covered his mouth with his hand, wishing to shield the new young players from such embarrassing history. Having seen limited playing time recently, he had taken to resolving matters in the restroom outside the locker room, all to leave a favorable impression on his new teammates. On the field, Huang Kaiwen orchestrated another attack, executing a series of 1-2s with Kaka before delivering a precise through ball. Ibrahimovic, a step slow in his initiation, finally secured the ball at the byline. After evading a flying tackle from Riss, Ibrahimovic promptly returned the pass. Huang Kaiwen, arriving in stride, struck the ball with his left foot, effortlessly sending it into the net. Boom! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! The exuberance was palpable, as though they had triumphed in the Champions League. As the halftime approached, to everyone's astonishment, another goal was scored. Huang Kaiwen, the scorer, leapt over the advertising boards and raced towards the stands, with Ibrahimovic and Kaka following suit. Guardiola embraced Cruz as they approached the fourth official, stating, "Once you enter the match, let Ivan take the left flank. I believe you can excel in both organization and defense. I hope you can become a pivotal element in my strategy. Do you comprehend my intent?" "Understood, coach," Cruz replied eagerly, barely containing his excitement to rush onto the pitch the moment Huang Kaiwen was substituted. "By the way, refrain from excessive interviews," Guardiola added. Cruz retorted, "What is wrong with expressing one's views? Those journalists claim he has freedom of speech." A group of Huang Kaiwen's teammates dashed towards the stands, eliciting a thunderous cheer from the San Siro crowd. Ibrahimovic turned and remarked, "Kevin, it seems the coach intends to substitute you." Huang Kaiwen glanced back and indeed saw it was true. He hurried back onto the field, clapping towards the stands as he made his way to the sidelines. The short distance took over a minute, and neither the Roma players nor the referee urged him on. "Keep it up, Tony," Huang Kaiwen encouraged as he embraced Cruz. Cruz nodded and swiftly entered the fray. Guardiola took a towel and water bottle from Clement and handed them to Huang Kaiwen, inquiring, "How are you feeling today?" Roma still appears to have some attacking intent. Their flanks lack threat. This team has only a few elite players, so there is not much pressure. Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. "Good. You performed well today," Guardiola noted. "Your defensive performance was exceptional. Would you be interested in playing as a defensive midfielder?" Huang Kaiwen, somewhat apprehensive, quickly shook his head, saying, "I can occasionally fill in as a defensive midfielder, but I prefer to operate up front." He certainly did not wish to become a mere supporting player. Not to mention, even playing as a double pivot in Guardiola's tactics is quite exhausting. as Rodri constantly had to cover for Gundogan's forward runs. After wiping his sweat, Huang Kaiwen returned to the bench. Inzaghi promptly asked, "Kevin, am I not the best forward on the team?" "Well, I suppose so," Huang Kaiwen hesitated, responding somewhat dismissively. If he didn't appease Inzaghi, the man would surely persist. "What do you mean by I suppose so?" Inzaghi remarked discontentedly. "All right, you are." Huang Kaiwen conceded with a nod. It was unclear what had prompted Inzaghi's peculiar question. "See, you scoundrel," Inzaghi declared triumphantly. "Kevin has spoken." Ambrosini rolled his eyes and said, "Kevin, deceiving those with intellectual disabilities is unethical. Count me out." Huang Kaiwen quickly replied, having understood why Inzaghi had posed such a question. In the second half, Inzaghi, who had come on as a substitute, assisted Kaka in scoring a goal. In the final moments, Pizarro struck from distance, sealing the score at 5-2. As the referee blew the final whistle, the players and coaching staff on the bench surged onto the field. Huang Kaiwen was taken aback by Guardiola's exuberant display. Well played, Totti, draped in his jersey, approached him. Huang Kaiwen extended his hand for a high five with Totti, saying, "You were great too. How about joining Milan?" "Forget it," Totti replied, shaking his head. He is reluctant to compete with the younger generation at his age, having grown accustomed to being a leader in Rome and disinterested in joining other teams. "Swap jerseys?" De Rossi inquired. Huang Kaiwen removed his jersey and handed it over. De Rossi wished to speak further, but restrained himself upon catching Totti's gaze. He realized that Totti, too, harbored a desire to exchange jerseys. The Roma team hastily ascended the podium to accept their award before departing from San Siro, not wishing to linger for even a moment longer. San Siro was not a fitting venue for the Giallorossi. As Roma exited, the atmosphere in San Siro reached its zenith for the day. Ibrahimovic assisted Huang Kaiwen in adjusting the captain's armband back onto his left arm, leading the team onto the podium. "Milan, Milan, Milan." The president of the Italian Football Federation, Giancarlo Abet, clutched Huang Kaiwen's hand tightly, finally uttering, "Thank you for not abandoning us." After Huang Kaiwen's departure, Serie A's performance remained commendable, yet its decline was becoming increasingly evident. With Huang Kaiwen's return, the broadcasting rights for Serie A soared to an unprecedented high, benefiting all clubs, not just the Northern Trio. "After all, I truly belong to Milan." Huang Kaiwen smiled as he accepted the medal and stepped aside. One by one, the Milan players received their medals, while Guardiola remained fervently excited. It was not merely about winning the Italian Super Cup. He envisioned an infinite future. Guardiola yearned for May to arrive so they could compete in the Champions League final. Having experienced loss, he felt an insatiable desire for the Champions League trophy. The entire Milan squad then assembled, counting down 3, 2, 1. As the crowd counted down, Huang Kaiwen raised the trophy high above his head. "St. Kaiwen, St. Kaiwen, St. Kaiwen." Among the broadcast footage, one individual stood out, starkly contrasting with the jubilant Milan fans. Pelé, invited to witness the final, sat there with a glum expression. Uncle Kevin, Guardiola's daughter, Valentina, rushed over with her little legs. Guardiola, arms wide open, was taken aback by the overwhelming impact. Gattuso, reveling in the moment, remarked, "Kids always adore that lad. I'm genuinely worried my daughter might want to marry him." "You better watch out. Look in the mirror. Kevin wouldn't choose a father-in-law who looks like you," Inzaghi chimed in. "You scoundrel, I'm going to kill you. Come on. Come on," Inzaghi retorted as he ran away, sticking out his tongue. Guardiola couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head at these men, still so juvenile despite their age. Yet, when he glanced at his 3 children surrounding Huang Kaiwen, a sigh of resignation escaped him. Gattuso was right. There were far too many children around Huang Kaiwen, leaving no room for his son. "Uncle Kevin, can I come to your house to play tomorrow?" Christian Maldini inquired. "You are no longer a player's child," Gabriella Gattuso remarked. "So what, little rascal? My brother is a player, and I am a member of a player's family." The young Gattuso made a face in response, unsure how to retort, and was on the verge of tears. Huang Kaiwen quickly bent down to lift her up. After all, whether carrying 1 or 2, it was the same effort. "Hey, Chris, don't just think of yourself. Kevin wants to join too," Adriana shouted from the sidelines. Huang Kaiwen, slightly taken aback, swiftly handed the children back to their parents and made his way to the interview area. "Kevin, how does it feel to be back in Milan?" a reporter inquired. "It feels wonderful. The Rossoneri are extremely welcoming, and I'm delighted to be back and win the championship in my first game," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. The reporter continued, "What is your impression of the new coach?" Mr. Guardiola is exceptionally talented, brimming with ideas, and often presenting unconventional thoughts. I believe it will be challenging for our opponents to predict our tactics, which will greatly benefit us, Huang Kaiwen stated. The final question came. How many years do you plan to play in Milan? The reporter asked with curiosity. I'm not certain. Perhaps I might stay indefinitely. The future is unpredictable, Huang Kaiwen said before departing the interview area. Rakitic, eager to speak, was overlooked by the reporter, who moved towards Toddy. Upon returning home that evening, Huang Kaiwen wished to catch up on the match reports. To his surprise, he stumbled upon transfer news related to Milan on the television. The young prodigy, Michelangelo Albertazzi, was transferred to Arsenal for $2 million with additional clauses. Wenger had been keen on Albertazzi even before his move to Milan. Bonera had reached an agreement on personal terms with Manchester United, with the transfer fee not exceeding €7 million. Milan was also in competition with Liverpool for Mireless. Huang Kaiwen was utterly bewildered. This meant both Manchester United and Arsenal were acquiring players of little use. Even if the expenditure was minimal, their presence on the field would still have an impact. Furthermore, they were bolstering Liverpool's squad. Huang Kaiwen began to suspect that Gattuso had accepted funds from Abramovich, as this maneuver seemed to harm three parties simultaneously. Earlier in the month, there had been calls for votes and subscriptions. Huang Kaiwen awoke in the morning, stretching his arms. The young lady protested, "Let me sleep a little longer." Huang Kaiwen shook his head with a smile, while Lily remained unresponsive. A benefit of returning to Milan was that he could meet the young lady after work and Lily after school. In other countries, it took hours to fly, which was inconvenient, even if it was comparable to taking a bus in terms of time. "Good morning, sir," Albert said, somewhat surprised to see Huang Kaiwen up so early. But he immediately greeted him. "Good morning, Albert." Huang Kaiwen took a seat at the dining table and asked, "Has the pool been taken care of?" They had planned to upgrade the water circulation system. Even if they could afford it, they wouldn't change the water daily. "Not yet. I've heard it will take another couple of days," Albert replied, arranging the newspaper and coffee for Huang Kaiwen. The efficiency of Italians, Huang Kaiwen sighed. He is handling it himself, and it is estimated that it will be completed in a day or two. Huang Kaiwen harbored deep skepticism regarding their weekly wage system, suspecting it was not performance-based pay. If this were in China, people would have been driven to madness. One cannot expect to earn a living without actively pursuing several opportunities each day. "Sir, breakfast will require a bit more time," Albert remarked, surprised to see Huang Kaiwen awake so early. "Ah, it's nothing," Huang Kaiwen replied, picking up the newspaper. The front page of the Gazzetta dello Sport featured an interview with Pelé, who expressed a tedious game. "I am unsure if it is due to the Italian Super Cup being a trophy, but Kevin played what is termed pragmatic football. Or perhaps it is Guardiola's demands. If I were in his position, I would fear being the most foolish coach." Even though Kevin assisted Ibrahimovic after maneuvering past several players, it remained a monotonous match. It reflected a European style akin to Caucus, lacking any spark of inspiration or visible talent, akin to a lumbering oil tanker. No one admires an oil tanker. AC Milan and Guardiola should recognize that to harness Kevin's potential, they must enable him to play beautiful football. Beauty and victory have never been at odds, as evidenced by my Brazilian team's 3 World Cup triumphs, where we played with elegance. Huang Kaiwen found this amusing. The old football king always imagined him toying with opponents on the pitch. While it was not entirely implausible, the crux lay in the fact that he often relied on his explosive power to bypass defenders. Additional technical maneuvers seemed somewhat superfluous. In the second edition, they dedicated a column to Buffon, who enjoyed considerable privilege. In his column, Buffon stated, "I wish to play for Milan because I am a winner. I desire to win everything. After Kevin's return to Italy, I realized the time had come. I made significant sacrifices to join AC Milan. After all, the distinction between Abbiati and Gianluigi Buffon in guarding AC Milan's goal is negligible and will not affect Kevin's victories. I persuaded my agent to relinquish part of his commission, and I waived my signing fee to meet Juventus's asking price." There was a dispute between the transfer director and scouts regarding a lad named Courtois. Some believed AC Milan consented to include him in the deal due to his perceived lack of talent. However, I must assert that they were mistaken. Based on the warm-up matches, the young man performed admirably. AC Milan's willingness to let him go stemmed from the notion that a goalkeeper's influence is minimal. And for that, I am grateful to AC Milan for spending over €20 million on me. A goalkeeper's influence minimal? Clearly, one does not know David De Gea. De Gea's career at Manchester United has been commendable overall, yet he falters in crucial matches. In finals and pivotal moments, he invariably makes elementary errors. If the title contenders are equally formidable, the goalkeeper's performance becomes paramount. Solskjaer's proudest moment was the 1999 comeback against Bayern, while his greatest regret was not substituting De Gea during the penalty shootout. Following that, they published an interview with Rakitic, who remarked, "Capitalists? No, Moratti is a capitalist. And the Agnelli family are capitalists. However, Kevin is not a capitalist. He is an entrepreneur, philanthropist, author, thinker, sports reformer, and artist. He established one of Europe's most renowned charitable foundations, aiding countless individuals in need, embodying a veritable savior traversing the earthly realm. He founded Kevin's Tea, an affordable beverage that effectively steers us away from caffeine. I indulge daily in their lemon water, which has notably ameliorated my condition, as I suffer from a hereditary small intestine disease known as celiac disease, rendering me unable to consume wheat products. After drinking the lemon water, I have felt significantly better, and I can now enjoy some bread and similar items. More crucially, Kevin's Tea has generated countless job opportunities. With minimal training, one can secure a non-laborious position, alleviating the need for strenuous work. Furthermore, Kevin's Tea has set a benchmark, demonstrating the ideal qualities a beverage should possess, far surpassing the likes of Starbucks or Coca-Cola. I fervently hope that Kevin's Tea will also introduce bottled drinks, for I have heard that Mexicans consume soda more than water, leading to widespread kidney ailments. Kevin's Tea could be the salvation for Mexico. The young lady arose at an indeterminate hour. She wrapped her arms around Kevin's neck and remarked, "The new player is quite impressive." "Perhaps," Kevin replied uncertainly. "Rakitic is rather ruthless," he added, noting his unfamiliarity with the player dubbed the Golden Ball King. "What do you mean perhaps?" The young lady retorted, "I find him quite remarkable. Adriano has performed exceptionally well this time. I shall inform him to arrange endorsement contracts for such outstanding players, and Buffon should also secure some endorsements." "As long as you are pleased," Kevin said, supporting the young lady with his hand. "What prompts you to rise so early?" "Because I have work to attend to," she sighed. "Primarily due to the presence of Old Bay. Despite her advantages, she finds it challenging to completely manage her older siblings. Old Bay's dual career as a businessman and politician has rendered him exceedingly adept at navigating the complexities of both factions. He has consistently sought to prevent Barbara from winning this conflict, even though she is currently quite dutiful." "How are Luigi and Eleonora?" "We should invite them over for dinner sometime," Kevin inquired. "Those two are full siblings of Barbara. My older sister Marina and my brother Pierre, who was once kidnapped, are children of Old Bay's ex-wife. They remain as inept as ever," she lamented, rubbing her temples. "It's astonishing that Nora would speak well of Marina. She assumes anyone who offers her a piece of bread is benevolent. As for Luigi, he is still a child." "What do you mean a child? Who is still a child at 22? Kevin interjected. "Luigi was born in '88. He is quite the playboy, though that is hardly remarkable in Italy, where people are quite liberal regarding personal lives. Shall we head to work or have breakfast first?" "I shall consult Albert." "Everything is ready, sir," Albert responded from behind Kevin. The young lady, setting the table, remarked, "All my time is consumed with contemplating what to do about him." "Who, Luigi?" Kevin asked. "No, my father." The young lady took a sip of water and mused. "I am contemplating whether to send him to Africa, accompanied by Adriano. Perhaps I could purchase a football team for him while there." "Ahem, perhaps not," Huang Kaiwen advised. "I am merely jesting." "I cannot allow the Italian Prime Minister to settle in Africa," the young lady replied nonchalantly. "Indeed, that would be inadvisable," Huang Kaiwen concurred. They then discussed various investment matters. Since selling Lavan e-commerce, Huang Kaiwen had been quite affluent, and with Kevin's Tea no longer in need of expansion, he had spent little of his money aside from purchasing some stocks. "Don't you enjoy gaming, dear? You could continue acquiring gaming companies," the young lady suggested with a smile. "What good gaming companies are there?" Huang Kaiwen retorted. "The renowned ones are unaffordable, and I can scarcely recall the less famous ones. There truly are no suitable targets." "Did you not mention that Korean games are quite popular in China? Perhaps you could acquire a Korean gaming company," the young lady proposed. Previously, Huang Kaiwen had played Legend, developed by a Korean gaming company. "Let me ponder this," Huang Kaiwen replied. "There are indeed some viable options. The parent company of Century Tianqing, Nexon, is quite impressive, boasting numerous quality games. Their games are not under an agency model in China. Century Tianqing is merely a subsidiary of theirs. This company is quite ruthless in its practices. While other servers offer complimentary items, the domestic server requires payment. Ragnarok Online has only a handful of players in the domestic market, and the revenue from all other regions combined does not surpass that of the domestic server. Players, in their quest for more aesthetically pleasing female characters, find themselves compelled to spend small, medium, or substantial amounts. They often lament their financial constraints, yet when events arise, they spend as if they possess a money-printing press at home. Moreover, Nexon has acquired several gaming companies, including the developers of Dungeon and Fighter. Nexon indeed represents a solid target, with a substantial likelihood of persuading Penguin to join the endeavor. The concern lies in the fact that last time, Huang Kaiwen had severely offended the small Korean company. Furthermore, such gaming companies are invariably backed by Korean conglomerates. Huang Kaiwen could only sigh quietly, finding it disheartening to see the small Korean company profit while he endured losses. After breakfast, the young lady departed for the office. Huang Kaiwen received a call from Galliani, who was preparing to shoot a new advertisement for San Siro. Kevin, I have instructed the photographer and design company to make the Inter players appear somewhat unattractive, with dim lighting to give them a sinister look, akin to villains. Galliani boasted over the phone. Tell them to refrain from such actions and to photograph them well, Huang Kaiwen said, rubbing his temples. Kevin, they are our rivals, Galliani exclaimed. Fool. Huang Kaiwen could not help but retort. Only great adversaries can highlight one's greatness. Leeds United is also a derby rival of Manchester United. Do you truly believe that a match between a lower-tier team and Manchester United would be more captivating than the derby between Liverpool and Manchester United? The uniqueness of Milan in the football world stems from its two prestigious clubs. Very well, I understand, Galliani replied from the other end of the line, sensing the validity in Huang Kaiwen's words. Although Galliani is not ignorant of the matter, he has grown accustomed to colluding with Maggi against Maratti. He often seeks opportunities to meddle with Inter Milan. Huang Kaiwen hung up the phone and cast his mobile device onto the sofa, harboring a deeper hope than others that Maratti would endure a little longer. A team owner like Maratti is immensely favored by fans, and his continued presence at Inter Milan ensures that the club remains the finest backdrop in Milan. Should Inter fall into disarray, the city could easily mirror the plight of Munich. Once a prestigious club, Munich 1860 is now scarcely recognized by fans. With Maratti's continuous investment, Inter's situation is undoubtedly preferable to that of a team that sells players yearly to repay debts. Huang Kaiwen resolved that if Maratti were unable to sustain his position, he would introduce a wealthy benefactor to Inter. The white-capped individual would serve as an excellent successor. Maratti's oil company might even yield some profit, and a wealthy patron might invite him to assume the honorary presidency for the sake of reputation. In such a scenario, Inter would receive a steady influx of funds, transforming into a powerhouse akin to Paris Saint-Germain, a remarkably affluent backdrop, which would be an unparalleled fortune. As a staunch supporter of Inter, Maratti would likely also wish for the club's acquisition by a wealthy entity. Sighing, Huang Kaiwen gazed at the ceiling, feeling somewhat like a benefactor. He had already made plans early on, justifying the over $1 million he had invested in Maratti's T-card. However, before Inter could change ownership, it was imperative to buy back shares of the stadium. At that point, they could lease it to Inter Milan. After all, the municipal authorities would still profit from the rent. It would be better to let Milan benefit a bit from Inter, as the sum of money could easily be recouped from a few barrels of oil. Damn it, he truly exerted himself for the development of Serie A. Huang Kaiwen felt a sense of loss, merely receiving salaries for players and coaches while performing the duties of Milan's director, now even assuming responsibility for Serie A's environment. After all, Milan is a Serie A team. If the broader environment falters, Milan itself could not endure. The Bundesliga and Ligue 1 serve as excellent examples. Italy's economic situation is far inferior to those two nations. During such times, reliance on foreign aid is essential. Before lunch, Huang Kaiwen accompanied his teammates to the hospital. Wow! Look who has arrived. Fabio Cudicini, lying on the hospital bed, jested. I heard about it while on the phone with Carlo. Huang Kaiwen replied as he set down the flowers and fruit basket. This Carlo refers to Chelsea's substitute goalkeeper, Cudicini. Huang Kaiwen suddenly became curious about how Ancelotti would address his namesake at Chelsea. That guy is quite the blabbermouth. I told him not to spill the beans. Moreover, he lacks the courage and fighting spirit on the field, remaining a substitute in England for so long, Fabio Cudicini remarked. His son bears no resemblance to him at all. His career has been on a constant ascent. He joined Milan at the age of 32 and won the Champions League with them. Yet under Kaiwen's guidance, he has amassed 10 titles. Ramos chimed in from behind. Old Cudicini found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He realized that his son possessed more Champions League medals than he did. Old Cudicini glanced at Huang Kaiwen, then at Buffon, who had accompanied him. Damn it, indeed. Choice outweighs effort. Take good care of yourself. We all wish to see you at the championship celebration, Kaka remarked with a smile. Rest assured, great star. I'm doing just fine, Old Cudicini nodded in response. By the way, what ailment do you suffer from? Ambrosini inquired, sitting at the bedside. Old Cudicini hesitated for a long while, unable to speak. Ambrosini, a hint of concern in his voice, asked, It's not cancer, is it? If it's something serious, please don't hide it from us. Nonsense, it's hemorrhoids, just hemorrhoids. Old Cudicini exclaimed. Couldn't he see how obvious it was? Ah, take good care of yourself. Ambrosini said awkwardly. We'll take our leave now. Do take care, Huang Kaiwen added. Today was primarily about bringing teammates to check on him. And since Old Cudicini was all right, he felt relieved. The Milan legend was indeed quite reliable. The longer they lived, the better. Even as mascots in the stands, they could showcase to the world what true legacy means. A simple search online reveals that he was a grand star of the last century. Shall we go fishing? Inzaghi suggested, having deliberately left fishing gear in the car, along with several extra sets. Forget it. I have no interest in sitting by the river, Huang Kaiwen replied. He hadn't even prepared a helmet. The weather today didn't seem favorable. It looked like rain. Fishing in the rain truly tests your skills, which you clearly do not understand. Inzaghi rolled his eyes. Just think about it. Battling for sustenance against the might of nature is akin to the bravery of the elderly. The Old Man in the Sea is a book with a protagonist named Santiago, Gattuso interjected. Yes, and you can fall asleep even while reading. How dare you criticize me? Inzaghi retorted. I'll kill you, you bastard. Gattuso charged at Pirlo, the only one in Milan privy to this incident. During a previous national team match, he had brushed his teeth, climbed into bed, and started reading. That little rascal De Rossi had hidden under his bed, while the scoundrel Pirlo concealed himself in the wardrobe. Once he fell asleep reading, De Rossi emerged to pin him down, while Pirlo made noises from the wardrobe, nearly giving him a heart attack. He then proceeded to give both of them a good thrashing. Pirlo ran around his teammates, not forgetting to turn back and provoke Gattuso, shouting, Come on. You guy who loves to wear leopard print pajamas. Ah, you're done for. Gattuso shouted, arms wide open. These fellows were truly childish, Huang Kaiwen remarked. The previously silent Maldini chuckled and said, That's because you've returned. They can be so relaxed now. They had been quite serious with the team not winning the Champions League and Inter Milan growing stronger. It's been a long time since we've seen them so playful. Yes, it's all thanks to Kaiwen, Kaka said proudly. Hey, Inzaghi interjected, dissatisfied. We were just talking about fishing. I'm not going, Huang Kaiwen declared. Neither am I, came the reply. Ramos and Kaka spoke in unison. Inzaghi glanced at a few newcomers, while Rakitic and Kroos turned their heads away. Inzaghi remarked, These rascals show no respect for their elder brother. Kevin, let us have a match. He raised a finger and declared, 100 per line. Let us go fishing. Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement, unwilling to disappoint his good friend. Rakitic curiously inquired, Did he mean 100? 1,000 per line, Ramos replied in English. Inzaghi indeed went fishing as he wished, although he spent several tens of thousands. He felt quite elated. He believed he had grasped the key to persuading Huang Kaiwen to accompany him to a nightclub next time with money. After all, what did it matter if Huang Kaiwen was the world's top star? He, Filippo Inzaghi, could easily handle it. The next day, the Milan rivals canceled their morning training. Photographers were specifically present to capture the players from both teams, creating stickers for the facade of the San Siro Piazza. Huang Kaiwen and Zanetti would appear above the entrance, flanked by their respective teammates, encircling the entire stadium facade. Inter had performed well last year, and with a considerable following for the Dutch team. Inter's momentum was on the rise. The shoot lasted several hours before concluding. Didn't he expect you to return? Zanetti remarked. What can I say? There are too many people here I can't let go of, including you all, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Forget about it, Materazzi chimed in with a grin. We'd be happier if you didn't play during the derby. You're already out of the game, why worry so much? Inzaghi interjected. At least I'm better than you, Materazzi retorted irritably. No matter how few opportunities he had, he would never find himself on the field as infrequently as Inzaghi. Just wait and see, Inzaghi said defiantly. What is up with him? Cambiasso whispered, pointing at Inzaghi. He is a bit sensitive lately due to his lack of playing time. Huang Kaiwen chuckled. Inzaghi is just the kind of person who hates to lose. Previously teased by Ambrosini, he had always wanted to prove that he was still sharp. Sneijder, who had been listening for a while, remarked, if he wants to score, he should ask you for more passes. Back when they were at Real Madrid, Guti had been turned into the team's third top scorer by Huang Kaiwen, and the assists he provided had allowed Huang Kaiwen to dominate the assist charts across competitions, leading Guti to 2 of his best seasons. After Huang Kaiwen left Real Madrid, Guti reverted to his previous erratic self. The contrast was quite stark. Upon hearing this, Inzaghi's eyes immediately lit up. On the way back, he pondered the lack of previous vibrancy. On August 29th, Serie A finally kicked off its opening match. Huang Kaiwen was placed on the bench as Milan deployed a 3-2-4-1 formation, triumphing over Lecce with a resounding 6-0 victory. After the match, Guardiola, in high spirits, proclaimed, I have always used different formations and starting lineups. This is what a coach should do. Kevin's absence from the game was to safeguard his health. I am still exploring the optimal way to utilize him. He is no ordinary player, akin to Federer in the realm of football, elevated above the rest. Upon returning home, Huang Kaiwen was at a loss for words when he saw Guardiola's remarks on television. When you silence Cruz, you inadvertently become a Cruz yourself. Is Guardiola truly of the upper echelon? Ramos exclaimed in astonishment while seated at his computer. Kaká had intended to join, but was regrettably summoned back home by Beatrice, who has long desired a child. Huang Kaiwen couldn't shake the feeling that Kaká was growing increasingly thin. He approached and inquired, what troubles you? I read from an expert that Japan may one day be submerged by rising sea levels. Wouldn't that render China's efforts to reclaim Japan futile? Ramos replied. Despite being aware that Japan is a sovereign nation, he still harbored the notion that it belonged to China. No need for concern. I believe the Russians will extend their assistance, Huang Kaiwen assured him. Why is that? Do they have an affinity for Russia? Ramos questioned. Of course. They could venture to Siberia to cultivate potatoes, and perhaps even discover their ancestors in the permafrost, Huang Kaiwen chuckled. Ramos scratched his head in confusion. As Europeans generally possess a limited understanding of Asia's historical conflicts, even as a university student, Huang Kaiwen remained unfazed and, as the system powered on, asked, shall we duo Q? Should we invite Chris? Ramos inquired. Huang Kaiwen glanced at the time and replied, better not. If Paul finds out, he will certainly cause us trouble. The young master possesses a natural aptitude for gaming. Ramos often entices the young master to play on a Smuff account with him for ranked matches. The two played until past 1 o'clock, finally achieving the gold tier, primarily due to their hectic schedules that left little time for gaming. If Messiah, the big-nosed player, were to face Huang Kaiwen in a solo match, even the champion Chilan Een would not recognize him. Huang Kaiwen's skills were already formidable, and his reaction time was continually improving. He felt that most professional players would struggle to compete against him. On September 1st, Huang Kaiwen encountered another system refresh. It was then that he recalled his fortune points had been depleted. Soon after, he was greeted with notifications and interception messages. Ding. Slightly altered the fate of player Ivan Rakitic, gained 50 fortune points. Ding. Slightly altered the fate of player Toni Kroos, gained 50 fortune points. Milan's entire roster had a significant presence on the leaderboard. Huang Kaiwen was awarded 630 fortune points, which, combined with the remaining 20 points, brought him to a total of 650. It was evident that the changes were indeed slight, as there was no display of fate. Nevertheless, these 630 points would serve him well in emergencies, ensuring he would not be unable to afford skills. He had also forgotten about intercepting Roma's Italian Super Cup, but he decided to address that later. Special template. Bermude, 1,000,000 points. Template. De Bruyne, 8, 700 points. Hazard, 8, 500 points. Courtois, 8, 300 points. Skills. Mastery of dressing room management, 5,000 points. Mastery of fish leap, 800 points. Fishing mastery, 100 points. Items. 24-hour immunity card, 20 points. Special item. De Rossi's captain armband, 500 points. Bermude. This is quite good, though it lacks a few elements. Such a special template pales in comparison to exchanging for an individual. However, Bermude seems to possess an immortal trait, having been subjected to experimental treatments, allowing her to live for an extended period. Next up are the Belgian trio from Milan. Selling Courtois to retain De Bruyne appears to be quite a bargain. The king of yellow balls truly disdains those who engage in companion antics. As anticipated, the coach's skills have indeed refreshed. Dressing room management is of no use to Huang Kaiwen, who seeks tactical enhancements above all. As for De Rossi's captain armband, Huang Kaiwen expresses no interest whatsoever. In the end, he spent 120 points to acquire fishing mastery and the 24-hour immunity card. Skills. Fishing mastery slightly enhances arm strength and significantly improves force application techniques in a seated position, elevating your fishing skills to a professional level. Possessing this skill ensures one remains free from hemorrhoids despite prolonged sitting. Huang Kaiwen mused, this skill seems more suitable for Inzaghi. Improving seated force application, what a curious description. Huang Kaiwen planned to experiment with the young lady later. He continued to peruse the content. Ding. Successfully intercepted Roma player Pizarro for the Italian Super Cup. Ding. Successfully intercepted Roma player De Rossi for the Italian Super Cup. Skill activation successful. Trait successfully copied. Ding. Successfully intercepted Roma player Totti for the Italian Super Cup. Skill activation successful. Trait successfully copied. Ding. Successfully intercepted Roma player Perotta for the Italian Super Cup. Skill activation successful. Trait successfully copied. Ding. Successfully intercepted Roma player Vucinic for the Italian Super Cup. Skill activation successful. Trait successfully copied. Ding. Successfully intercepted Roma coach Ranieri for the Italian Super Cup. Skill activation successful. Trait successfully copied. Ding. Wow. This marks Huang Kaiwen's second encounter with the interception of coaching and executive talents. The last time was the interception of Barcelona's Fair Play Award. He quickly continued to read. Trait. Natural leader, De Rossi. Possessing this trait enables you to inspire your teammates more easily during critical moments, igniting their fighting spirit. If you wear the captain's armband, it becomes even easier to create miraculous comebacks. Where's the princeling of 10 years? Ha. Huang Kaiwen couldn't help but laugh. De Rossi's situation is indeed unfortunate. Totti, that fellow, has had quite a lengthy career. He should inquire of De Rossi if he would consider taking over at Milan. Huang Kaiwen believes he will likely retire earlier than Totti. Characteristics. The true number 10, Totti, is regarded as the superlative playmaker by both Platini and Baggio. Totti possesses exceptional technical skills and a robust physique, embodying the essence of the number 10 jersey, enhancing his footwork and physical prowess. However, one must be cautious of your vice-captain. This trait is quite commendable, focusing on the jersey rather than the position. Huang Kaiwen feels this is somewhat of a flaw, as typically, those who wear the number 10 play centrally, with few like him opting for the flanks. Nonetheless, any enhancement is, after all, a positive development. Trait. Diligent practice, De Rossi. While De Rossi was still grappling in Serie B, stars like Nesta and Totti were already making waves in Serie A. Despite his lack of extraordinary talent, De Rossi's relentless effort transformed him into an exceptional player, culminating in the triumph of the World Cup. This trait suggests that with hard work, improvement is attainable. It's fairly reasonable, considering Huang's busy schedule leaves little time for such endeavors. However, upon reflection, this talent appears to extend beyond football. Even in gaming, he finds his skills enhancing. Suddenly, this trait garners greater significance in Huang Kaiwen's eyes. One can envision Uncle Kevin leading his young protege to triumph over Faker, illustrating that operational prowess is rendered futile in the face of absolute skill. Trait. The master of disrobing, Vucinic. After retiring, Vucinic transitioned to golf, achieving notable success. During his playing days, his style was elegant, though his shooting was often inconsistent, with a particular penchant for celebrating by removing his shorts. This trait suggests that wearing only underwear can create an illusion of greater size. Huang Kaiwen exclaims, "What a surprise! I never anticipated such a trait." Vucinic's fondness for disrobing during celebrations is memorable. Huang recalls vividly witnessing him on television in somewhat discolored white underwear, a rather jarring sight. He comforts himself with the thought that at least he hasn't drawn negative traits like the Marseille roulette own goal. Should he acquire more, Buffon might be left in quite a predicament. He eagerly anticipates the final trait, which is precisely the coaching quality Huang Kaiwen urgently desires. Trait. The fixer, Ranieri. This characteristic allows one to adeptly mold the existing team structure, maximizing each player's strengths and enhancing the overall defensive capabilities. A coach must balance firmness and flexibility, ensuring players do not overshadow them. Ranieri is indeed impressive, belonging to a category of capable coaches whose reputations may not shine as brightly. The impression he leaves on fans is far from that of a top-tier coach. In truth, Ranieri's coaching is rather commendable. He favors players with strong mental attributes and excels in defensive training, maintaining a pragmatic demeanor, though his low-profile personality often undermines him. Ancelotti faces similar challenges. At times, players may take advantage of their modesty. The new generation of coaches, however, seems to face fewer such issues. Huang Kaiwen is quite satisfied with this acquisition, as enhancing defensive capabilities is paramount. As the saying goes, offense wins fans, defense wins championships, especially in cup competitions. It is the teams with robust defenses that advance further. Bielsa's style may not even guarantee results. Huang Kaiwen is now eager to discover whether Guardiola will frequently encounter injuries like Mourinho. He, the esteemed Huang, is fully prepared to stand in the technical area. Is Nottingham truly formidable, or are Manchester United and Chelsea merely underwhelming? Previously, they scored 2 goals against Manchester United in just 5 minutes. And today they maintained a lead over Chelsea. Regardless of Manchester United's prowess, Chelsea's expenditure seems rather wasteful. I had anticipated they would assemble a galactic fleet, only to realize they have inadvertently sunk their own ship. Seeking monthly votes and recommendations. Chapter concluded. On September 5th, Huang Kaiwen descended to breakfast. Albert had already arranged a plethora of gift boxes on the floor, announcing, "Sir, the custom-made tie clips are ready." "Excellent. I shall take them to the team shortly." Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. "These are mementos from the Italian Super Cup." Given the insignificance of this title, more economical gifts were commissioned. Nevertheless, a complete design was crafted by a design firm. Subsequent victories will warrant more prestigious gifts. The club remains the club, and Huang the King remains Huang the King. One cannot claim that the championship bonus absolves Huang Kaiwen from gifting. As Huang Kaiwen sat down to dine, he inquired, "By the way, has my Champions League trophy been sent to Milan?" "No." Madame instructed that a replica be placed in the club, as no one would discern the difference. Albert replied respectfully. "That works." Huang Kaiwen nodded. "Also, ensure I have sufficient quantities. Remember to send one to the players on loan. You may contact Galliani for specifics. And while you're at it, please deliver some essentials to the 2 Belgian lads loaned to Genoa and the 2 Germans at Udinese. They must be quite unsettled having just arrived in Milan and being loaned out." "I understand. I will have Neo accompany me," Albert replied cheerfully. His employer is always so generous. It is evident that Huang Kaiwen places great importance on Milan's loaned players, prompting Albert to prepare for a personal visit. Having dispatched the gifts, they must yield the desired effect. It should not appear as mere high-handed charity. With Huang Kaiwen's busy schedule, he entrusted Albert to make the trip on his behalf. That is settled. After breakfast, Huang Kaiwen and Albert placed the items in the trunk and drove to the team. Kaká has been under Beatrice's watchful eye lately. Ramos, for some reason, has taken on an air of secrecy. Huang Kaiwen suspects he has set his sights on some university student. Upon arrival at the team, Huang Kaiwen first placed the gifts atop each locker before proceeding to the office building to set them on the desks of various staff members. Entering the coach's office, Huang Kaiwen discovered that Guardiola had already arrived. "Kevin, come in," Guardiola exclaimed with surprise. "Is there something amiss? Do you have any concerns regarding the team?" "My apologies. I noticed the door ajar and assumed no one was present, hence I entered without knocking," Huang Kaiwen explained. "Not a problem." Guardiola rose and handed a bottle of sparkling water to Huang Kaiwen, saying, "This is the finest water from Barcelona, having won numerous accolades. It was due to the peculiar taste of Barcelona's water that I developed a habit of drinking this." It sounded delightful. Huang Kaiwen accepted the bottle and promptly uncapped it for a sip. He recalled having read articles about Barcelona's tap water, which indeed had some issues, with certain elements exceeding safe levels. "Do you have any suggestions?" Guardiola inquired, a hint of anticipation in his voice. He himself was feeling somewhat lost. The media and fans had placed considerable pressure on him, and he had begun to have doubts. After all, the market value and skill level of the Milan players were evident, yet the results on the pitch were not as favorable as he had envisioned. Pirlo's long passes were remarkably precise, but the overall pace was rather slow. He was not particularly quick in terms of speed or reaction, a trait reflective of Italian football. Cruz had been somewhat influenced by him. Guardiola found this agreeable, as it aligned with Barcelona's style. However, Milan's front line was exceedingly rapid, posing a dilemma. Perhaps it was best not to pursue a solution, considering Huang Kaiwen had previously been Perlo's teammate. Yet, he felt compelled to contribute, for he was a coach. Otherwise, it would seem as though he were of no use. But the more he pondered, the more convoluted his thoughts became, rendering him incapable of devising a suitable tactic. Thus, Guardiola sought Huang Kaiwen's perspective. "I have no suggestions," Huang Kaiwen replied, presenting a gift box. "I am merely a player. This is a commemorative item for winning the Coppa Italia." Guardiola accepted the gift with a smile, stating, "You are also a member of the coaching staff." "Well," he continued, "my advice is to have faith in yourself and not to be swayed by others. Others' opinions may hold validity, but one should engage in what they excel at. If they wish to adopt a counter-attacking style, then perhaps Mr. Capello or Mr. Mourinho should coach Milan. That is what I wish to convey." Huang Kaiwen chuckled and stood to leave the office. Guardiola slapped his forehead, chuckling to himself. Huang Kaiwen was right. Now that he had joined AC Milan, he ought to forge a team reflective of his own style. With a smile, Guardiola opened the gift box, revealing a finely crafted tie clip adorned with small diamonds. Although likely not of great value, it was quite aesthetically pleasing. As Guardiola examined it closely, he soon discovered an inscription on the inner side of the tie clip: Latin, Italian, Spanish, and Catalan, all derived from Latin. Guardiola immediately recognized the inscription. He smiled and softly recited, "Strength comes from within, does it not?" As the evening training concluded, Ramos once again declined Huang Kaiwen's invitation, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Could it be that his good friend had truly found love? One could only hope Ramos would find a girlfriend this time. On September 11th, Milan faced Cesena away. The home team posed significant challenges for Milan. Guardiola's 3-1-3-3 formation was thoroughly exploited. The abundance of attackers left the defense vulnerable. Such an outcome was hardly surprising. Huang Kaiwen entered the fray as a substitute, assisting and scoring in a remarkable performance, while Inzaghi, also coming off the bench, netted twice, securing a hard-fought 3-2 victory for Milan. Despite the match being rather average, Pele, who has consistently followed Milan, offered high praise for the encounter. He remarked to a reporter from the Sao Paulo page, "I have witnessed Kevin's extraordinary talent. He makes astute use of all that he possesses. His gift is not solely his own, but belongs to all of Brazil and humanity at large. It brings me immense joy to see Kevin reclaiming the style of play he is meant to exhibit. I have always believed he is the future of Samba football." Kaka accompanied Huang Kaiwen home. The young lady awaiting them at the table appeared somewhat taken aback, momentarily frozen before mustering a smile to inquire, "Ricardo, did Beatrice truly allow you to come out?" Kaka responded with a grin. "Her mother took her to France. Valentino has new arrivals." "Very well. Then do join us for dinner. We have prepared a bit more than usual." The young lady beckoned. "Where's Lily?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "She has run away. She has been staying at school these past few days," the young lady replied. "Why?" Huang Kaiwen asked, bewildered. "Why? You should already know." She retorted with a roll of her eyes. "What did you do to her?" Huang Kaiwen shrugged helplessly. "This is entirely his fault," Kaka interjected, pouring juice mixed with water for both Huang Kaiwen and himself, casting a glance at the young lady. "I want tea drink. Don't mind me," she stated. "Women tend to limit their water intake in the evening to avoid swelling the next day." "I've already gained weight, Kevin," Kaka exclaimed excitedly. "That is wonderful. How did you find the time to play?" Huang Kaiwen asked curiously, knowing Kaka's life must be quite full. Kaka sheepishly scratched the back of his head. "Sometimes I stay up late to play a bit." Huang Kaiwen gave him a thumbs up. The mystery is finally solved. No wonder Kaka has lost weight. Being subjected to Beatrice's demands and still getting up at night to play games. It's no surprise he has slimmed down. "You should get more rest," Huang Kaiwen advised. "Losing weight is beneficial for you, given that your style of play means the heavier you are, the greater the strain on your joints and muscles. However, losing weight in this manner isn't ideal. I fear a day may come when you collapse while playing. Rest assured, it's only for brief periods." Kaka replied with a smile. "That is good to hear. Just take care of yourself. We are all approaching 30, Huang Kaiwen remarked. "We still have a few years left." Kaka chuckled. Huang Kaiwen shook his head. "When you're young, staying up late feels inconsequential, but once you surpass 30, it catches up to you swiftly." Terry and several teammates have remarked on the noticeable physical changes after 30. The young lady inquired, "Ricardo, have you considered making some investments? You must have earned a fair sum." Kaka, who enjoys global recognition, responded, "Yes, I have invested in various ventures." He smiled. My parents instilled in me a solid sense of financial awareness from a young age. While playing football in Brazil, Kaká collaborated with a professional manager to oversee his assets. In this regard, familial education holds immense significance. Among the numerous football stars in Brazil, Kaká excels in investment management. Both Ronaldinho and Roberto Carlos faced bankruptcy after retirement. Yet Kaká continues to earn millions even after leaving the pitch. I find the world of investment quite appealing. The young lady continued. The company Kevin acquired previously has seen its valuation multiply several times. The game you are currently engaged in is exceedingly popular. Indeed, I recommended it to the youth team. And they conveyed their enjoyment, Kaká remarked. The young lady mused. She truly feels powerless against Kaká. She wondered whether to have the youth team coach oversee the players' personal lives. She further inquired, have you considered returning to Brazil if you can no longer play in a few years? Kaká instinctively glanced at Huang Kaiwen and quickly replied, I certainly have not entertained such thoughts. If I can no longer play, I would prefer to remain in Europe. That is for the best. Brazil can be somewhat chaotic. Huang Kaiwen interjected. Although Kaká resides in an affluent area of Sao Paulo, witnessing events in the slums occasionally dampens his spirits. Since change is unattainable, it is preferable to distance oneself from that world. It must be said that America is deeply flawed. The entire continent has been adversely affected by their actions, with many high-ranking officials linked to them. It is not an exaggeration to label them as the cancer of the earth. After dinner, Huang Kaiwen and Kaká indulged in a game for a while before Kaká reluctantly returned home. At around 3 in the morning, the young lady leaned on Huang Kaiwen's chest and asked, the Champions League is just a few days away, isn't it? Indeed. I never anticipated being drawn into the same group as Real Madrid, Huang Kaiwen responded. I was the one who facilitated communication between Adriano and Platini, the young lady stated. Tilting her head, Huang Kaiwen replied, no wonder the timing is so fortuitous. Despite Real Madrid's formidable strength, there are indeed teams eager to test their mettle against them. Chelsea is one such team. After securing numerous championships, Chelsea's confidence is soaring. Terry mentioned that they wish to face Real Madrid to prove themselves by stepping over the remains of the last century's foremost club. Terry also commented on Kalou, noting that he often seems out of place, rarely seen joining in on outings. While he occasionally attends parties, he does so with minimal enthusiasm. It appears that he only goes if invited, but one should not expect him to fully engage, let alone cover expenses. Terry recounted that last month was Kalou's birthday, and after much effort, they managed to invite him out. Terry and Ashley Cole even arranged for a few African girls to join the festivities and brought Harry along to bolster the atmosphere, as he is known to be quite the libertine. However, when the bill totaled 110,000 and Terry covered 60,000 for Kalou, remarkably, Kalou expressed reluctance to pay the remaining amount. In the end, Kalou attributed the remaining bill to Harry, claiming he had mentioned treating to a bottle of wine. This incident left Terry quite displeased, prompting Huang Kaiwen to advise him to take it in stride, as many of these African players have families to support. However, one cannot generalize. Drogba is quite sociable. It can only be said that some individuals possess a rather stingy disposition. In the past, when Kalou went out, he even used the credit card of the illustrious Huang Xiaowang, aware that it was the arrangement of the young lady. Huang Kaiwen could only express his gratitude once more for all she had done. The two finally succumbed to slumber around 6 o'clock. On September 15th, in the home locker room of the San Siro Stadium, Huang Kaiwen received yet another scratch card from Kaká. At this rate, Huang Xiaowang would no longer need to purchase anything himself. Inzaghi had already changed into his attire early and was exuberantly jogging about the locker room. That fellow was quite pleased about being in the starting lineup, Kaká remarked with a smirk. There was little else to be done, especially since Zlatan was injured. Huang Kaiwen noted, as he preferred to refer to him as Ibrahimovic. In truth, Fernando was already fit to play, Kaká whispered. Yet, Inzaghi overheard him and immediately rushed over, bending down so that his face nearly touched Kaká's. Kaká had no choice but to exert himself and retreat. Inzaghi, visibly displeased, said, Ricardo, your thoughts are perilous. The coach has his reasons for allowing the Spanish lad to rest. It is for the player's career, do you understand? The Spanish lad has played numerous matches recently. Do you wish to see him injured? I do not, Kaká replied, glancing at Torres, who shook his head in amusement. He was certainly not inclined to believe Inzaghi's words. Huang Kaiwen ignored Inzaghi, quietly scratching away at his card. Upon seeing the symbol for the second prize, a smile spread across his face. Inzaghi noticed this and was about to exclaim, but then quickly shifted to squeeze between Huang Kaiwen and Kaká. Ramos, seated on the opposite side of Huang Kaiwen, shot Inzaghi a glare and reprimanded him. "I have no space left, and you still squeeze in." Ramos had been in a rather foul mood lately. He had observed that Milan players were increasingly adept at showering compliments. While he felt pleased to hear other players praise Huang Kaiwen, he soon realized something was amiss. Coupled with Kaká's presence, Ramos felt his position threatened. "Relax, Spanish lad. You youngsters yet to mature will witness my performance today," Inzaghi remarked nonchalantly. Finally, he was to be in the starting lineup, and in the Champions League no less. Today he aimed to shine. Inzaghi leaned closer to Huang Kaiwen's ear and said, "Pass the ball to me more." "Why?" Huang Kaiwen feigned ignorance, wishing to tease Inzaghi. "Hey, you wouldn't have asked that when you first arrived at Milan. You would only say good." Inzaghi retorted, displeased. "You also mentioned that I was new to Milan back then," Huang Kaiwen countered. "What do you desire?" Inzaghi inquired. "I wish to win and play well. It is as simple as that," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. If given the chance, he would certainly pass to Inzaghi, as he was, after all, a significant client of Huang Qiuwang. Such a modest request should certainly be met. 10,000 per goal, double for a hat trick. And for 3 or more, each goal doubles. Inzaghi quickly stated, "Deal." Huang Kaiwen nodded directly, surprised by the prospect of additional income. He had already prepared to pass the ball to Inzaghi, and now Inzaghi had bestowed a reward upon him. It was imperative for the King of Yellow to perform splendidly. Observing the anticipation value reaching a perfect score of 100, Huang Kaiwen opted not to use the B card for a lottery draw. Ding! You have obtained the 2000 to 2001 Serie A third-round experience card, Parma vs Perugia, featuring John Miku for 24 hours. So it was he. A remarkably skilled number 10 player, Miku had formed an exceptional trident alongside the double K combination at Werder Bremen. During those years, Werder Bremen even surpassed the formidable Bayern Munich to clinch the Bundesliga title. Unfortunately, Werder Bremen struggled financially and could not sustain many star players. Miku's prowess was quite impressive. The only drawback was being born in the same era as Zidane. Any attacking midfielder in the French national team had to play second fiddle to Zidane. Despite Miku delivering top-notch performances, he only made 8 starts and 9 appearances off the bench for the national team, totaling 17 caps. This was not due to a lack of talent, but rather Zidane's overwhelming strength. Since he had drawn Miku, he decided to utilize him today. Ding! Miku experience card successfully used. After some contemplation, Huang Kaiwen decided to expend one immunity card. Auxerre was indeed a formidable team. Although they never fantasized about surpassing Milan and Real Madrid to advance, securing third place would still allow them to compete in the Europa League. And they were determined to contest with Ajax. With one immunity card remaining, it was provisionally sufficient. As the Champions League reignited, it was believed that even in the dead of night, numerous fans would be glued to their televisions. Indeed, the group featuring AC Milan was quite robust, boasting super clubs like Real Madrid and Eredivisie giants Ajax, and Auxerre's strength should not be underestimated. Auxerre's most renowned player historically was the Manchester United king, Cantona, who emerged from their youth academy, along with the familiar Sissoko, another talented product of Auxerre. It was evident that this team nurtured a wealth of talent. Today marked Huang Kaiwen's first Champions League match since returning to AC Milan, and there was great curiosity surrounding his performance. During training, he donned the captain's armband, leading many fans to speculate that he would start today. The AC Milan supporters in the stands were equally exhilarated. Our Italian correspondent had previously interviewed local fans, all expressing immense joy at Huang Kaiwen's return. This season, AC Milan's ticket sales were significantly more robust than the previous year, and it was apparent that AC Milan had been frequently announcing new sponsorship agreements, suggesting that they possessed ample funding for player acquisitions. Indeed, despite the high summer valuations of Hummels and Villa at 40 million and 40 million respectively, the buyout fees for Huang Kaiwen and Ramos were entirely covered by AC Milan. After such substantial expenditures and the introduction of players like Rakitic, AC Milan confidently proclaimed that they still had sufficient funds for further reinforcements, showcasing the financial clout of a Serie A giant. Now, both teams had returned to the tunnel. Let us take a moment to review the starting lineups. AC Milan's formation is a 4-3-3 with a single attacking midfielder, goalkeeper, Buffon, defenders, Zambrotta, Thiago Silva, Nesta, Ramos, midfielders, Ambrosini, Rakitic, Pirlo, forwards, Huang Kaiwen, Inzaghi, Kaká. Auxerre also adopts a 4-3-3 system with a single attacking midfielder, goalkeeper, Soren, defenders, Amber, Koulibaly, Grichting, Minio, midfielders, Pedretti, Ndinga, Longil, forwards, Perrin, Bielsa, Aulick. It is evident that Guardiola places significant importance on today's match, reverting to a four-defender formation. Indeed, he has positioned Kaká on the flanks. A tactic previously employed by Ancelotti with commendable results. It remains to be seen whether Kaká will thrive within Guardiola's tactical framework. Inzaghi's inclusion in the starting lineup comes as a surprise. While we are aware of Ibrahimovic's injury, Torres appears fit, suggesting that Guardiola might wish for Inzaghi to continue his scoring streak in the Champions League. Perhaps it is so. Auxerre's forward, Aulick, shares a name with the well-known Bayern striker, albeit they are not the same individual. It is merely a coincidence of nomenclature. Notably, he too is Croatian. Huang Kaiwen has taken note of two familiar names. He initially intended to enlighten Koulibaly, but upon closer inspection, he realized that this Koulibaly bore no resemblance to the one he knew. The surname Aulick is relatively uncommon, as Croatian surnames typically derive from paternal names, creating a unique familial distinction. The likelihood of two individuals named Aulick becoming players in Europe's elite leagues is exceedingly rare, which explains the scarcity of players with the same surname in the Croatian national team, rooted in their distinctive naming conventions compared to other nations. Conversely, there are numerous African players with identical surnames. Furthermore, one can often discern players' beliefs through their names. Since this Koulibaly is not the one familiar to Huang Kaiwen, he feels little inclination to dominate the match. With such a prominent figure present, he must maintain professionalism as a companion. Not only must he ensure his employer's victory today, but he must also facilitate the accumulation of impressive statistics. Huang Kaiwen won the coin toss to select the venue. At 7:45 p.m., the referee signaled the commencement of the match. Bielsa initiated play by passing to Aulick on the right flank, who evidently intended to confront Huang Kaiwen directly. Huang Kaiwen advanced, and Aulick deliberately dribbled toward him. Huang Kaiwen could hardly suppress a smile. Were it not for the shared name with the Bayern player, he might not have even noticed Aulick's presence. Would anyone truly believe Huang Kaiwen is solely an offensive player? He did not even shift his weight, casting a casual glance. He was prepared for the encounter. Aulick approached Huang Kaiwen cautiously, taking small, tentative steps. Just as he neared Huang Kaiwen, the latter sprang into action. With a powerful burst of speed, Huang Kaiwen extended his right foot and deftly nudged the ball to Aulick's side. Aulick quickly turned, but Huang Kaiwen's acceleration far exceeded his expectations. Before Aulick could fully complete his turn, Huang Kaiwen had already surged past him. As Inzaghi sprinted forward, he was acutely aware that these lackluster players could not possibly impede Huang Kaiwen. Rangier muttered a curse under his breath, hastily rushing towards the ball to assist Ndinga in defense. Before the duo could successfully encircle him, Huang Kaiwen had already maneuvered the ball between them. Although two players from Auxerre were closer to the ball, it was Huang Kaiwen who seized possession first, skillfully darting through the gap with remarkable speed. This vivid display evoked a powerful visual impact, igniting thunderous cheers from the San Siro stadium. Kaiwen, Kaiwen, Kaiwen. Having taken just a few strides, Huang Kaiwen found himself perilously close to the opposing penalty area. As Koulibaly noticed Huang Kaiwen approaching from the right, his teammate Amber was preoccupied with marking Kaká, leaving him no choice but to confront Huang Kaiwen head-on. With a swift movement, Huang Kaiwen executed a precise through ball, the sphere zipping past the advancing Koulibaly and heading straight into the penalty area. Inzaghi, having already launched himself from the center, unleashed a strike. Concurrently, Grizeton raised his arm to signal an offside, yet the referee remained unperturbed. Auxerre's goalkeeper, Soren, instinctively dove to the side, narrowly deflecting the ball out of bounds. What a remarkable start. Indeed, it was primarily due to Aulick's negligence. While other players shied away from Huang Kaiwen, he boldly approached him. The danger was not yet averted. As AC Milan prepared for a corner kick, Huang Kaiwen positioned himself near the penalty box, gesturing emphatically. Ramos, understanding the cue, sprinted towards the corner flag on the right. After conferring with the referee, Ramos took a running start and lofted the ball towards the center. Both Thiago Silva and Koulibaly leapt simultaneously in the middle of the penalty area, with Thiago Silva achieving a noticeably higher elevation. However, under the influence of the opponent, he could not direct the ball with sufficient force. Soren instinctively reached out to deflect the ball away, positioned at the right side of the small box. Kaka attempted a shot, only to be thwarted by Amber's outstretched leg, causing the ball to roll towards the left side of the penalty area. Huang Kaiwen, stationed near the edge of the arc, sprang into action with a deft flick of his toes. With both teams' attention fixated on the right flank, Huang Kaiwen's passing lane was astonishingly unguarded. This rapid pass found its way to Inzaghi, who, with his back to goal, executed a backheel flick that effortlessly deceived Soren, sending the ball into the net. Inzaghi, elated by his goal, spread his arms wide, fists clenched, racing towards Huang Kaiwen. Even though he had anticipated that Huang Kaiwen would provide him with an assist today, he never expected it would come so swiftly. Inzaghi leapt directly onto Huang Kaiwen, his legs wrapping around Huang's waist, while he cupped Huang's face in his hands, shaking it vigorously as he exclaimed, "Kaiwen, you little rascal. I knew you could do it. I absolutely adore you." Before Inzaghi could finish his exuberant declaration, Ramos pulled him away from Huang Kaiwen. Kaka quickly grabbed hold of Inzaghi's other arm, saying, "Hey, don't injure Kaiwen." The exuberant Inzaghi, indeed, calmed down. Huang Kaiwen glanced towards the sidelines. During his time at Chelsea, he had rarely suffered injuries. He pondered what his experience would be like upon returning to Milan. Guardiola noticed Huang Kaiwen's gaze and smiled, giving a thumbs up. At times, he truly felt blessed by the divine. Having once captained a prestigious club like Barcelona during his playing days, he also enjoyed a wonderful wife and 3 lovely children. After a brief tenure coaching the youth team, he ascended to the position of head coach at Barcelona, surrounded by a talented group of players, including the extraordinary Messi. He had anticipated remaining at Barcelona for several years, but unexpectedly received an invitation from AC Milan. In Guardiola's eyes, the only team in the world with a better lineup than Barcelona was AC Milan, especially with the number 10 jersey having been re-released. He could not let this opportunity slip by. Although he had yet to devise an appropriate tactical approach, he was at least satisfied that the team found it difficult to lose matches. That Barcelona team, known for its high possession, occasionally faced defeat. Recently, he had been curious about how Milan would fare playing tiki-taka. Just moments ago, Rakitic had sprinted back after an attack, thinking he could join in on the offensive play, only to find himself merely participating in the celebration. The expression on Buffon, stationed on the goal line, revealed the young man's thoughts. Leaning against the post to rest, Buffon shook his head. Youngsters always desired the spotlight. Was it not enjoyable to witness a teammate score from the sidelines? Indeed, when success comes too easily, it is seldom cherished. Just look at Gianluigi Buffon and all he had done for this day. Damn it. Buffon resolved that when he retired, he would pen an autobiography titled My Choices. Before arriving at San Siro, the entire Auxerre team had hoped that even in defeat, they would showcase their spirit and demonstrate to the world that League One was not solely represented by Lion. However, a goal just 44 seconds into the match abruptly brought them back to reality. In less than a minute, AC Milan had threatened their goal twice and scored once. To be frank, most of Auxerre's players had yet to find their footing in the game before conceding. This starkly highlighted the gap between the two teams. When Baissa initiated the kickoff, he opted for a sideways pass to Perrin, wary that Aulick might inadvertently play the ball to Huang Kaiwen. As Perrin advanced while keeping a watchful eye, he felt no confidence against a team like AC Milan. This was the typical mindset of players from smaller clubs. Just then, Perrin sensed something darting into his peripheral vision. When he turned, he saw Ramos charging toward him. He recognized Ramos, the youngest Grand Slam player who had achieved every honor in football. Yet, wasn't Ramos a fullback? Perrin's mind was clouded with confusion. Had he mistaken Kaka for Ramos? Before he could comprehend, Ramos executed a fierce tackle, precisely sending the ball behind Perrin. As he stumbled, he lunged forward with all his might. Once again, Guardiola covered his wise little head, perplexed by Ramos's ferocity against a lesser opponent. However, seizing possession of the ball is always a positive turn of events. Ramos, with the ball at his feet, surged down the right flank, with Kaka trailing closely behind, ready to offer support at a moment's notice. As Ramos continued to dribble, he scanned the field and, upon noticing that Huang Kaiwen had not advanced, felt a twinge of disappointment. He quickened his pace, sprinting past Amber, and swiftly delivered a cross. The quality of the pass was commendable, albeit lacking in height, allowing Grisetin, positioned centrally, to intercept it with a decisive clearance. The ball soared far into the distance. At this juncture, Huang Kaiwen charged forward, gaining control of the ball at his feet. The defenders from Auxerre were preoccupied with the vicinity of the penalty area, leaving Huang Kaiwen astonishingly unmarked. "Press now," shouted the misplaced Ndinga from inside the box, hoping his teammates would rectify his blunder. Yet, after taking 2 strides, Huang Kaiwen unleashed a powerful strike with his left calf, making solid contact with the ball. The sound echoed as it traveled further than his previous pass. Yet it still found its way to Inzaghi with precision. Surrounded by Minio and Grisodin, Inzaghi received the ball, turned, and struck with his left foot. The shot soared high, leaving Solon at the near post to only make a token jump, watching as the ball sailed over him, struck the crossbar, and thundered into the goal line. Kaiwen. At 1 minute and 52 seconds, Kaiwen provided his second assist of the day. I had spoken with Pippo earlier. He has indeed declined significantly compared to before. However, I also mentioned that even if I were to play alongside Kaiwen, I could easily become the top scorer in Serie A. Perhaps Inzaghi's 2 goals today were exquisite. But had it been me, Bonera, or even Abbiati standing in the box, the outcome would have remained unchanged. At most, Kaiwen might take a couple of steps forward to draw the opponent's defense before delivering a more splendid pass, effortlessly creating a one-on-one opportunity for the striker in the penalty area. Inzaghi was evidently elated, flashing 2 fingers at Kaiwen in gratitude for the assists. Though Inzaghi occasionally boasts, claiming that Kaiwen's striking prowess was imparted by him, his character remains commendable. After scoring, he remembers to acknowledge and thank Kaiwen for his contributions, which is why he has become Kaiwen's friend. Inzaghi, waving his fingers, exclaimed, "Kaiwen, double it, double it. If we score 3 or more, it's a double. Just think of the possibilities. Let us aim for a double." Today's match between Manchester United and Arsenal commenced earlier, so he could catch a glimpse of it. Currently, United's situation against Arsenal should be quite challenging, seeking monthly votes and recommendations. Inzaghi, I'm bankrupt. Inzaghi was filled with exuberance, feeling that he had unlocked the secret to scoring. Could it be possible to net 50 goals in a single season? Averaging 5 goals per match, playing just 10 times would suffice. If he could manage 10 goals per match, then 5 appearances would be sufficient. With just a modest investment, effortlessly scoring numerous goals seemed worthwhile to Inzaghi. Guardiola, rubbing his head, felt his thinning hair precariously at risk under the shimmering lights of San Siro. Today's match should be secure. Yet, Guardiola found it difficult to share in the joy. Kaiwen, who had previously been a relentless scorer, was now merely providing assists under his guidance, without finding the net himself. The efficiency of scoring appears to be declining. In truth, creating opportunities and scoring goals are essentially indistinguishable. Every team is bound to find the back of the net. However, Guardiola is keen to ascertain whether his utilization of Kaiwen is flawed, which may have led to the current predicament. Should he not allow Milan to engage in possession play, positioning Kaiwen in a central role devoid of a striker? Recently, he has contemplated abandoning the 3-1-3-3 formation in favor of reverting to a 4-defender setup. Yet, there exists a distinction even among 4-defender formations. He is currently constructing a 4-3-3 formation without a designated striker. Kaiwen's perspective holds merit if one does not aspire to progress. How does one still consider themselves as Pep Guardiola? Both teams' players return to the center circle. Inzaghi continues to remind Huang Kaiwen, saying, "Remember to pass more. Today, let them witness my prowess." Amused, Huang Kaiwen retorts, "If you need me to pass to you, does that still reflect your ability? Can't you take possession and surge forward from our half?" "Huh. To have you pass to me is indeed part of my prowess," Inzaghi declares, hands on his hips. Nostrils flared. Huang Kaiwen gives a thumbs up, acknowledging that his passing ability is, in fact, a skill. The coach of Auxerre, upon resuming play, furrows his brow at Fernandez, as he realizes his team has lost its composure, yet he feels powerless to rectify the situation. Ultimately, Auxerre is not among the upper echelons of Ligue 1 last season. They merely surged into the Champions League under his guidance. Presently, we witness Auxerre's coach, who appears quite distressed, as he finds himself utterly outmatched by this AC Milan side. Indeed, Auxerre's capabilities fall considerably short. While the team experienced a brief period of glory in the mid-1990s, the dawn of the new millennium, compounded by the Bosman ruling and various other factors, has rendered Ligue 1 teams incapable of retaining star players, with Auxerre facing even greater disadvantages. Indeed, if one seeks financial gain, other leagues may provide better opportunities. The prior Mini World Cup and the current Premier League offer avenues where Ligue 1 lacks competitiveness. Furthermore, Auxerre's previous coach held the position for an astonishing 44 years. Guy Roux, a renowned figure in football history, a figure that remains challenging to surpass. Fernandez must surely feel the weight of pressure. Making it to the Champions League may not necessarily be a boon. The disparity in prowess between AC Milan and Auxerre is quite stark. Today, both Huang Kaiwen and Inzaghi exhibit remarkable form, suggesting that further goals are imminent. Huang Kaiwen passes, and Inzaghi scores. A hat trick. Huang Kaiwen receives the ball on the right flank, deftly flicks it with his heel, swiftly pivoting to deliver a curving ball with the outside of his foot, accurately finding Inzaghi. Inzaghi, ever the ageless wonder, strikes without a touch. And at 3 minutes and 51 seconds, he achieves the fastest hat trick of his illustrious career. This marks the 24th hat trick of Inzaghi's career, of which 6 have been facilitated by Huang Kaiwen's 3 or more assists, and 8 have seen Huang Kaiwen involved in the setup. Huang Kaiwen is undeniably Inzaghi's favorite playmaker. Huang Kaiwen is quite discerning indeed. Today, it is evident he wishes to indulge Inzaghi's brilliance. Indeed. Let's not dwell on that ball. Both the first and second had their opportunities. The second ball was one he could have easily carried, as there was hardly anyone in front of him. A mere 10 or 8 meters could have led to a long-range shot. Hence, it is no wonder that his teammates hold him in high regard. Huang Kaiwen possesses a remarkable social acumen. I once thought Inzaghi had lost his touch, especially after a season filled with few goals. Yet, the ninth master still retains his awareness, though his physical prowess has waned with age. Just observe how Huang Kaiwen's passes lead to goals. It is not that he cannot score, rather, his stamina has diminished. Just the other day, I saw him at a nightclub. If only he took better care of himself, he might extend his career by a few more years. If you were as handsome as Inzaghi, I wager your kidneys would be done for before the age of 20. Ha ha ha, Inzaghi truly is handsome. In his youth, he was more striking than any movie star, and during that time, the young men of the Italian national team were exceptionally dashing. Will Pippo manage to score 20 goals this season? With Huang Kaiwen around, it should not be too challenging. Inzaghi, filled with excitement, sprinted towards the stands, while Torres on the bench wore a look of resignation. It is evident that the coach favors a lone striker, occasionally employing him as a makeshift winger. Should Inzaghi continue to find the back of the net, his situation could become rather delicate. Surely, the coach would not deploy Torres merely because of his name. Torres glanced around the pitch, noting that Milan's only weak spot lay in the fullback positions. Damn it, had I known, I would have played as a defender in my youth. The lad named Bale performs admirably in that role. In the stands, Calderon anxiously tugged at his hair. Witnessing Huang Kaiwen's assist capabilities sparked a lucrative idea in his mind. Real Madrid could continually cultivate forwards to sell. For each one sold, he would pocket millions in kickbacks. Selling 2 forwards a year would amount to tens of millions over a few years. The thought of losing out on such substantial kickbacks troubled Calderon more than the prospect of relegation for Real Madrid. On this business trip to Milan, he was determined to persuade Huang Kaiwen. Relying on Huang Kaiwen to aid him in making money seemed far more reliable than playing the lottery. Pedretti received the ball in the backfield, seeking an opportunity before passing it to Perrin ahead. Perrin surged swiftly past the halfway line, demonstrating commendable explosive power, a style favored in League One. However, Pirlo possesses extensive experience in dealing with speedy players. He immediately rushed to the flank to assist in defense, forcing the fast-dribbling Perrin to halt. This sudden stop made it impossible for him to regain momentum. Not every player can elegantly change direction at high speed. Those who can, and still deliver a pass, are generally equipped to play as wingers for elite clubs. Indeed, if he possessed a powerful long-range shot, he would be the new Robin. Perrin requires ample space to initiate his run, lacking the ability to swiftly accelerate like Robin, which ultimately led him to pass back. As he did so, Ramos, who had been waiting ahead, swiftly intercepted the ball. What is the matter? If you cannot see the fullbacks while dribbling, it is evident they are positioned upfield. Ramos hardly lifted his head as he seized the ball. With his left foot anchoring his balance, he twisted his body, unleashing a powerful kick with his right foot. The ball soared from the right flank directly towards the left sideline. In his designated position, Huang Kaiwen seized the opportune moment to initiate his advance, with Langier following suit but swiftly falling behind by 2 meters. This ferocious pace ignited jubilant cheers once more within the hallowed grounds of San Siro. Kaiwen, 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 echoed through the air, causing Fernandez to cover his mouth in disbelief. His team boasted several speedy wingers, yet upon comparison, they appeared as mere imitations. It became evident that even without exceptional skills, a player endowed with such remarkable speed and explosive power would instill confidence in securing a place in the Champions League by season's end. Though Langier endeavored to catch up, he recognized the futility of his pursuit. Gritting his teeth, he sprinted desperately, yet the distance between them continued to widen. As Huang Kaiwen approached the penalty area, Minio pivoted to run back. Aware that he could not match Huang's speed, he opted to anticipate the play. Remarkably, this strategy bore some fruit. Once Huang Kaiwen entered the box, Minio shadowed him closely on his right side. Fernandez clenched his fists, instinctively urging, "Go on, extend your foot, intercept the ball." Minio sensed the moment had come and prepared to make his move. Just as he extended his leg, Huang Kaiwen, who had been delicately nudging the ball with his left foot, suddenly unleashed a burst of power from his calf, executing a deft outside-of-the-foot flick to the lower left side of the ball. The crisp sound of impact resonated as the ball arced gracefully through the air. Minio instinctively reached out, but before the thought could fully register, the ball had already slipped past him. Soren, positioned at the goal, hesitated to intervene, uncertain how to judge the ball's trajectory. Grisetin leapt into action, but the ball's arc exceeded his expectations, rendering his valiant effort merely a picturesque backdrop. Inzaghi, who had initially lagged, realizing he could not reach it, thrust his left foot forward, propelling himself just as the ball ricocheted off his calf and sped towards the net. At such close range, Soren had no recourse but to stand helplessly as the ball found its way into the goal. 4-0. Inzaghi once again. Today, Inzaghi was in a frenzy. The last time he exhibited such a remarkable performance was during the 2005-2006 Serie A match between AC Milan and Juventus, where he delivered a crucial hat-trick against his former club. Despite Huang Kaiwen matching Inzaghi with 2 goals, he graciously relinquished the opportunity for a hat-trick to Inzaghi. This moment showcases Huang Kaiwen's growth. Within scarcely 20 minutes of play, he had provided Inzaghi with 4 assists, leaving one to wonder how many goals Inzaghi would ultimately score today. Director Zhang, brimming with delight, remarked on Huang Kaiwen's conscious effort to feed Inzaghi. 7 passes into the penalty area resulted in 4 assists, and it was evident that Huang Kaiwen was determined to ensure Inzaghi's success. Guardiola, meanwhile, rubbed his forehead, thankful for the daily wash that spared him from accumulating dirt. Initially, Inzaghi had not been a consideration, but Galliani was willing to offer him a new contract, if necessary. Inzaghi could still take the field for a few matches when no one else was available. However, today I observed Inzaghi's efficiency, which led him to question the meaning of life. Perhaps the lack of exceptional dribbling skills and speed in a forward is not a concern. Is it merely sufficient to score goals? Guardiola seems ensnared in a cyclical conundrum. Each time he feels certain of his strategies, the players immediately contravene his notions, rendering his tactical endeavors fruitless. This perpetual overturning of previous ideas has resulted in Guardiola's current lack of definitive tactical philosophy, forcing him to experiment match by match. Paolo Maldini, seated in the stands with his young son, pointed to the field and said, "Look, Uncle Filippo is indeed the highest scorer, yet he remains an ordinary player. So, regardless of the number on your jersey, you should wear the number 3. His second son, Daniel, crossed his arms, sitting reluctantly beside Maldini. Youth team players occasionally attend first-team matches to enhance their sense of belonging, and today was one of those days. However, Daniel was summoned to his father's side, which displeased him greatly. This confirmed his teammates' assertions that his wearing the number 10 jersey was solely due to his father being Paolo Maldini. Why so silent, Daniel?" Paolo Maldini inquired softly. He was aware of the trepidation regarding comparisons. Although his second son lacked extraordinary talent, he excelled through diligence, unlike that troublesome lad, Chris. "Nothing, Dad," Daniel replied sullenly. "You know you can share anything with me," Paolo continued. "I am your father and your friend. Remember when I built you that little house in the tree? You call me your best friend then." "All right, I think you're deceiving Kevin," Daniel retorted, lifting his head. "Just because Kevin is your son, you wish for him to wear the number 3 jersey, while I wear the number 10. Will Milan then become our family team? You don't even know if Kevin will possess any talent when he grows up." Paolo Maldini felt a twinge of guilt upon hearing this. After all, his elder son had disappointed him, and the diligence of his younger son compelled him to advise the youth team coach to take special care of Daniel. However, Daniel might be mistaken. Even if Huang Kaiwen were to retire, it would not mean that any Maldini could don Milan's prestigious number 10 jersey. Currently, that number is one of the most significant in the team. Milan, with its wealth, is soon to have its own stadium. The future wearer of the number 10 jersey should not only have won the Ballon d'Or, but also possess the potential to do so. As a father, he did not believe Daniel possessed such talent. Daniel, Paolo advised, the first team will be far more rigorous. It is not simply a matter of desire to wear the number 10 or 3. Both you and Kaiwen must possess sufficient skill. Indeed, I already have ample skill. But Kaiwen may not. Not every Kaiwen is like Uncle Kaiwen, Daniel Maldini scoffed. Paul could only shake his head in bemusement, casting a glance at his young son nestled in his arms. The challenges posed by the first and second issues loomed large, leaving him to rely on this little one, sharing a name with Kaiwen, to restore the glory of the Maldini family. Under the unyielding insistence of Fernandez, Auxerre had retreated into a defensive shell by halftime. As the first half drew to a close, Milan failed to alter the scoreline once more. Clement stood beside Guardiola, inquiring whether they should warm up the players and make substitutions at the start of the second half. Let us wait a bit longer. Inzaghi hasn't played in a while. Guardiola replied. He was far from foolish. Inzaghi, having been relegated to the bench, had finally found his rhythm in the starting lineup, and substituting him now would surely provoke his ire. Being a former player, he understood the psyche of athletes well. I meant Kaiwen, Clement interjected. Still, let us hold off. Guardiola chuckled, adding, if Inzaghi takes the field without Kaiwen, scoring 1-0 come as easily. I even suspect Kaiwen has a remote control hidden in the ball, as his every pass seems designed to evade defenders while facilitating Inzaghi's reception, clearly aware of Inzaghi's lack of explosive speed. Indeed, it has become evident to me that genius exists in varying degrees. Clement nodded in agreement. Barcelona, encompassing regions of Catalonia and Spain, had an abundance of youth. Yet none could rival Messi. Previously, he had found Messi's proclamations exaggerated, but upon arriving in Milan and gaining a deeper understanding of Huang Kaiwen, he realized Messi's words were far from an exaggeration. Suddenly, Clement recalled something, covering his mouth as he leaned closer to Guardiola. I've bribed Real Madrid's equipment manager. He mentioned Capello has prepared an expensive towel for Kaiwen. Should we prepare something? I am not Capello, Guardiola replied, shaking his head. Clement glanced at the time before turning to fetch towels and water bottles. By the way, does Vossen accept custom towels? Guardiola inquired. The match continued with Milan on the attack. Rakitic sensed the timing was right and casually lifted the ball into the penalty area. The ball headed straight for the center of the box. Inzaghi misjudged the power of his header, sending it wildly off course, striking the outside of the right post. Koulibaly had already halted, anticipating the ball to go out of play, believing there was no danger. Just then, as he prepared to heed the whistle for halftime, Koulibaly spotted a red and black figure soaring low within the penalty area. Huang Kaiwen. Instinctively, Koulibaly turned his gaze toward the ball, but once again, he caught sight of Huang Kaiwen. He observed Kaiwen exerting force with his left foot, propelling himself forward, his left leg positioned lower as his right leg lifted high. In midair, he engaged his core, raising his right foot even higher. With a resounding crack, the ball that Koulibaly had deemed destined for out of bounds was miraculously salvaged by Huang Kaiwen. As he watched the ball retreat, Koulibaly exhaled in relief. Yet, his heart sank again. Inzaghi, who had just attempted the header, remained unmarked. The ball descended towards the left side of the small penalty area, where the unmarked Inzaghi surged forward, leaping effortlessly to head the ball into the unguarded net. Huzzah! St. Kaiwen! St. Kaiwen! St. Kaiwen! The Rossoneri contemplated showering Inzaghi with accolades. However, Kaiwen's relentless defensive efforts overshadowed the glory of the goalscorer. Even with a substantial lead, he continued to seize every opportunity, embodying the spirit of their number 10. Kaiwen provided his fifth assist of the day. The crux of this assist lay in Kaiwen's determination to retrieve the ball just before the baseline, allowing Inzaghi to score his first ever fifth goal in a single match. This exemplifies true camaraderie. Kaiwen, recognizing Inzaghi's lack of positioning, selflessly aimed to assist his friend in shining. The essence of friendship is not merely about sharing indulgences during moments of triumph, but rather about standing by each other in times of adversity. Inzaghi should consider himself fortunate to befriend Kaiwen, who, as I understand, persuaded Galliani to retain Inzaghi. Kaiwen risked injury to provide Inzaghi with an assist. Such is his character. Despite his market value far exceeding that of Inzaghi, he tirelessly endeavored to help his friend dispel any doubts. Upon scoring, Inzaghi refrained from celebration and immediately rushed over to check on Kevin, who had been lifted by Ramos. Inzaghi expressed his concern. "Perhaps we should call it a day, Kevin." Truth be told, he was apprehensive. Kevin played with such fervor today that Inzaghi feared for his friend's safety on the path of assisting him. "It's fine," Kevin replied nonchalantly. "I've already used the immunity card. It can't go to waste." Inzaghi had just over 50 Champions League goals, and today, the aim for the Yellow King was to draw closer to roll. The referee's whistle signaled halftime. Kevin and his teammates ambled toward the sidelines, exchanging light-hearted banter. Guardiola approached immediately, offering a towel and a water bottle, inquiring with concern, "Are you feeling unwell, Kevin?" "No worries, I'm doing well, coach," Kevin replied, wiping away sweat. "Yes. I spoke with Johnny about your condition. He assured me that you are in excellent health, and since joining Chelsea, you've suffered fewer injuries." "It seems the Chelsea lab has its merits," Guardiola remarked with a smile. "That guy Jose is often injured. I suspect he's employed some method to help you endure injuries." Kevin responded, "The Yellow King won't sustain harm. If football were that perilous, he would retire tomorrow. Damn it, even as a king of football, what is life worth without the essentials?" He lacked the resolute determination of Mourinho, who would rise to revenge fiercely. Back in the locker room, Inzaghi cast aside his worries, now brimming with excitement, for he had become the second player to score 5 goals in a single Champions League match, following the illustrious Kevin, who had accomplished this feat countless times. "Behold, this is my prowess," Inzaghi whispered to Pirlo, still relishing the opportunity to boast to his favorite confidant. "Idiot. I could play as a forward too. I wonder how you persuaded Kevin," Pirlo remarked with irritation. He could instantly discern that Huang Kaiwen's performance today was not quite right. "Hey, I warn you not to provoke our relationship," Inzaghi interjected, pointing at Pirlo, then maneuvering between Huang Kaiwen and Kaká, embracing both as he declared, "We 3 musketeers are the best of brothers. Not only will Kevin assist me, but in the second half, Ricardo will also provide an assist." "I never agreed to that." "Nor will I," Kaká replied. He was reluctant to let Inzaghi score again, or else he would have to endure Inzaghi's boasting in the locker room after every match this season. "Kevin and I have a pact," Inzaghi insisted. "That is between you and Kevin. I trust he won't hold it against me," Kaká said, glancing at Huang Kaiwen. "Of course," Huang Kaiwen shrugged. "What if his assist counts for you?" Inzaghi queried, turning his head. "All right then, Ricardo, make sure to pass to Filippo whenever the chance arises," Huang Kaiwen said with a grin. "Fine," Kaká conceded reluctantly. It seemed this season would be a trial. "What about me?" Ramos inquired. "You count too," Inzaghi affirmed vigorously. He was determined to score even more today. Spending a mere 100,000 to score a multitude of goals in a single match would certainly entice other players as well. "What is going on?" Guardiola asked in a hushed tone. "I have no idea," Clement replied, shaking his head. Guardiola sighed and called for Seedorf, leading him out of the locker room. "Clarence, do you have any idea what is happening?" Guardiola questioned. "What? Is there some sort of agreement between Inzaghi and Kevin?" Guardiola prodded. "I'm not sure," Seedorf replied, shaking his head. He hadn't been nearby and naturally was unaware. "Very well, go out and warm up now. Although you are older, I believe your skills remain exceptional. I hope you can use your experience to assist the team. I see you becoming a vital player," Guardiola said, patting Seedorf's arm. Seedorf turned and walked towards the exit of the locker room, rolling his eyes. He was 34, not 14. He didn't buy into the coach's flattery. Did they really think a few encouraging words would make him charge forward like a youthful lad? Seedorf recalled Cruz, that naive young man who still believed Guardiola valued him. He didn't realize that since Guardiola's arrival, his opportunities had diminished compared to when he was under Ancelotti. Was that truly being valued? Seedorf had seen through it all. These coaches loved to speak sweetly. After a 15-minute break, both teams returned to the field. Auxerre made no substitutions, primarily to allow Fernandez to realize that the players were reluctant to take the field. This was quite unusual, as substitutes typically cherished the chance to play. The situation arose because the players feared that AC Milan had not relinquished their offensive intent. Being a substitute is already quite challenging if one finds themselves with no opportunity. A transfer may be necessary. However, should they perform poorly upon entering the field, securing future employment could prove to be a daunting task. Unlike substitutes from prestigious clubs, who may easily become pivotal players in mid-tier teams, the situation is markedly different for others. After the restart, Auxerre displayed unwavering defensive resolve, adhering to a singular philosophy, to refrain from attacking and to avoid conceding goals. This predicament left Huang Kaiwen feeling quite distressed, as Seedorf was his own substitute upon entering the football scene, and it was highly likely that Seedorf was warming up to replace him. While he might not demand as much from Inzaghi, he desired to impart a lesson. Exiting the field prematurely would diminish his chances. Once again, Huang Kaiwen received the ball on the left flank, surrounded by 3 Auxerre players. Their tight formation left him with little room for significant maneuvers. As Longueuil prepared to make a move, an idea sparked in Huang Kaiwen's mind. He feigned a forceful breakthrough with his right foot, prompting Dinga to follow suit. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Kaiwen swiftly shifted the ball from his right to his left foot, delicately nudging it between Dinga and the sideline. With a sudden burst of speed, he veered outside the touchline to evade being pulled back. Even so, he managed to circle around and reclaim the ball, doing so without hesitation. Without adjusting his stance, he executed a backspin with the outside of his right foot, sending the ball arcing towards the goal. To everyone's astonishment, Griseton accurately anticipated the trajectory. Leaping to deflect the ball with his back towards the left side of the penalty area, Huang Kaiwen, having just entered the box, immediately pursued the ball. Minio trailed closely behind, waiting for the opportune moment to intercept as Huang Kaiwen turned. However, in a swift maneuver, Huang Kaiwen lifted the ball over Minio's head. Longueuil, rushing back into the penalty area, charged towards him just as Huang Kaiwen reached the ball. With a deft movement, he flicked it into the box. This time, he did not allow the ball to drop. Instead, he elevated his right foot, cushioning the ball beneath it. The attention of all players in the box was fixated on Huang Kaiwen. When the ball reached the center, they found themselves powerless to intervene. Standing in the middle of the 6-yard box, Inzaghi turned and lifted his left foot, executing a side volley that effortlessly sent the ball into the net. San Siro erupted in ecstasy. The Rossoneri were in a frenzy. Guardiola was ecstatic. Commentators and fans across the globe were swept up in the euphoria. Inzaghi's decline was a well-known fact, and despite Auxerre's shortcomings, they possessed a level akin to mid-tier Serie A teams. Yet, against such an opponent, an already diminished Inzaghi managed to score his 6th goal. Even during his prime, such a feat would have been beyond his reach. Krudel fell silent for a few seconds before exclaiming, Kaiwen, 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 Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen exerted every effort to assist Inzaghi. In the dying moments of the first half, he risked injury to provide an assist, and just after the second half commenced, he delivered 2 consecutive passes to Inzaghi. Today, Huang Kaiwen was relentless in his pursuit of placing the ball at Inzaghi's feet. I deeply lament having been born so early. Had I arrived a bit later and befriended Kevin, I too could have excelled as a foremost forward. Barcelona should cease their complaints about acquiring Kevin's cousin, for he may indeed be a prolific striker, albeit reliant on the presence of his elder cousin. Guardiola opted for a substitution, and Seedorf replaced Kevin, a scene that felt eerily familiar. When Kevin first joined Milan, we often witnessed similar moments. After exchanging high fives with Seedorf, Huang Kaiwen returned to the bench. As for Auxerre, one might say their details were lacking. Their defensive coordination was woeful. Had it been Fiorentina or Villarreal, he could not have assisted Inzaghi so effortlessly. In crucial moments, their defensive cooperation was non-existent, serving up opportunities one after another. Had Guardiola not substituted him, Huang Kaiwen felt he could have fed Inzaghi to tears. Moments later, Kaka, after a run down the right flank, delivered a cross, and Inzaghi, seizing the moment, headed the ball into the net once more. The jubilant Inzaghi rushed towards Kaka, and together they sprinted to the sidelines to celebrate with Huang Kaiwen. On their return, Inzaghi, somewhat sheepishly, remarked, Ricardo, perhaps you should refrain from passing to me again. Why? Kaka inquired. Look at Kevin. He hasn't scored as many goals in a single Champions League match as I have. As the leader of the 3 Musketeers, I cannot overshadow Kevin, Inzaghi replied with a forced smile. He had identified a flaw in his reasoning regarding the goal tally. Blast. Should he score again, the bonus would exceed 5 million. Previously, he had borrowed so much money that he was uneasy. Thus, after repaying his debts, he invested in property and found himself with scant cash. No, I refuse, Kaka stated decisively, turning to Ramos and gesturing towards Inzaghi. Ramos, with a complex expression, nodded slightly. Allowing Inzaghi to score again was indeed crucial. In the dying moments of the match, Ramos relentlessly surged down the flanks, delivering crosses. Guardiola, despondent, had returned to the bench. Though he was a coach of the ground game, his team had inexplicably resorted to aerial tactics under his guidance. At this rate, Milan might break the record for the most crosses in a single Serie A match. Guardiola was at a loss for how to explain today's match to the media. He was utterly bewildered by the tactics employed by his team. Perhaps he could tell the reporters in the press conference that AC Milan was merely a branch of Stoke City. With everyone clad in red-striped jerseys, whether the base color was black or white, it hardly mattered. As the match entered stoppage time, Auxerre substitute, Julien Querzia, scored a goal. With little time remaining, Pirlo launched a lob from midfield, but Auxerre's goalkeeper, Sorin, parried it out for a corner. Ramos dashed towards the left corner flag, assessing his teammates' positions before swiftly taking the corner kick. Inzaghi, seizing the opportunity, instinctively surged forward, leaping to connect with the ball using his head, successfully directing it into the net. Beep, beep, beep. The referees signaled the end of the match. Guardiola temporarily cast aside his worries, exuberantly dashing onto the field. Meanwhile, Inzaghi, who had just scored, knelt in the penalty area, tears of despair threatening to spill. He was utterly bankrupt. He was grateful for the support from Xiang Yining, who had remarked earlier, Manchester United lacked the ability to advance on the flanks, and their midfield was woefully weak. If they were to triumph over Arsenal, it would be nothing short of a miracle. Truly, Fujiko's talent for acquiring players was remarkable. In the chapter titled 0456, The Wonderful Wizard of Oz, Inzaghi sat in a rocking chair, watching television, cradling a glass of whiskey and taking a sip. The inferior whiskey, laden with artificial flavors, surged through his taste buds to his brain. For a fleeting moment, Inzaghi contemplated setting down the bottle of cheap whiskey, doubting that even dessert shops would utilize such dreadful liquor. However, glancing at his ink-stained finger, still bearing the mark, he resolved to endure the bitterness a while longer. With a salary barely reaching €2 million, the prospect of repaying his accumulated debts in the millions seemed a distant fantasy. Inzaghi feared that, upon his demise, he would owe several hundred million. Damn Kevin, he muttered in frustration. Couldn't he have joined track and field sooner? He was in desperate need of a short-term financial strategy. If Huang Kaiwen could race against Bolt just once, it would certainly attract attention, especially since Huang Kaiwen was deemed the underdog. Just one opportunity could turn his fortunes around. Inzaghi contemplated selling off some assets, but shook his head moments later. After all, a debt is a debt. There was no immediate rush to repay. Kevin couldn't do anything to him anyway. He set down his glass. The television showcased his own image. A reporter inquired, Filippo, you scored 8 goals today, making history. Can you share your secret with us? The secret lies in persuading your teammates to pass you the ball. It's as simple as that, replied Inzaghi on screen. The reporter pressed further. How do you convince them? That's a secret. Anyone wishing to know my secret must pay a fee, Inzaghi stated earnestly into the camera. All right, let us change the subject. One last question, the reporter continued. Why are you not happy despite scoring so many goals? I hold myself to high standards, Inzaghi continued. If you asked me whether I was pleased to score 8 goals in the Champions League, I would say my happiness was fleeting. That is the essence of my success. If you want to know the value of those 8 goals, I can only say they amount to 12 million for me. As Inzaghi sat in his rocking chair, he reached for the remote and switched off the television. Staring at the now dark screen, he pondered, perhaps he should follow Kaka's lead and find a wealthy spouse. The thought of over 5 million made his heart ache. Yet, recalling the extraordinary feat of raising the record for goals in a single Champions League match to 8, a smile broke across his face. Such an opportunity was rare. The expenditure was certainly justified. With clarity of thought, Inzaghi hummed a tune by Piazzolla, grabbed his keys, and stepped out the door. He would worry about money later. After scoring 8 goals, he felt compelled to celebrate. Inzaghi stepped out of his home, arms outstretched, exclaiming, now? The opportunity to shoot has arrived. Go forth, Pippo. He resolutely decided against engaging with the inebriated women lingering at the bar's entrance, preferring instead those who were more lucid. The night had deepened. Guardiola remained ensconced in his study, a half-burnt cigar resting in the ashtray. In his hands, he held the original Spanish edition of the complete poems of Pizarnik, known in Chinese as the art of naming the night. Pizarnik was regarded as the cursed poet of suicide, her verses steeped in themes of solitude, desire, fragmentation, and death, as she channeled her suffering into her poetry. Guardiola had previously perused her works, but now he found himself with new insights. Could it be that the insomnia-ridden Pizarnik was either sacrificed by herself or by others, trading certain things for her talent? Contemplating this, Guardiola reopened the case study of Huang Kaiwen. Enduring a staggering 99 injuries in his early career, Huang's ailments were frequent, whether at Milan or Real Madrid. However, upon joining Chelsea, his injuries had significantly diminished. As he gazed through the clippings, filled with reports of Mourinho's injuries, suspensions, and his involvement in various mystical endeavors, he noted that even Mourinho's assistant, Villas-Boas, was among those he found intriguing. Throughout his journey in football and in the city of Barcelona, Guardiola had encountered numerous enigmatic matters, harboring some superstitious habits of his own, such as wearing the same pair of Cruyff cleats and embracing his assistant, Torrent, before matches. He handled such rituals with great fortitude, yet he yearned to understand how they managed to achieve their feats. Unable to unravel the mystery, Guardiola retrieved his phone and dialed a familiar number, convinced that the pressure on Real Madrid would keep the person on the other end awake. Pep. The call was answered promptly, and the voice on the other end questioned with curiosity. "It's me, Jose," Guardiola replied. "What prompted you to call? Are you looking to teach me how to deal with Barcelona?" Mourinho's voice carried a teasing tone. Guardiola chuckled in response. "How are things in Spain?" "Not bad. The players are trying to assert dominance over me. I remind them I have 3 Champions League titles, more than they do, and they fall in line," Mourinho responded. Guardiola, feeling an inexplicable urge to end the call, remarked, "That sounds promising. The best coach in the world certainly possesses such confidence. But why are you still awake so late? Isn't it splendid at Real Madrid?" After a prolonged silence, Mourinho replied, "It's not as glorious as it seems. The fans struggle to comprehend my coaching style. They desire flashy football, you know how it is. I have broad expectations for my forwards, encouraging them to unleash their potential, yet they simply cannot deliver. Oh, how I envy you for having Kevin." At this, Guardiola silently smiled. Mourinho lamented for over 20 minutes until Guardiola, sensing a lack of sound from the receiver, inquired, "Jose, what was the reason behind your frequent injuries during your time at Chelsea? Did Ramos tell you?" Mourinho, somewhat apprehensive on the line, replied, "No, I am merely curious." Guardiola responded, "Ah, I see." A sigh of relief escaped Mourinho, who was far away in Madrid. He preferred to keep the details of his injuries private. "It's nothing serious. Just an injury," he stated during the call. Guardiola then probed, "Could you share some insights about your consultations with shamans?" "Of course, in the spirit of our friendship. I shall tell you that divination is a profoundly mysterious and effective practice," Mourinho expounded with fervor. Guardiola frowned, hoping to hear about sacrifices rather than mere divination. But Mourinho only spoke of crystal balls and tarot cards. Frustration welled within Guardiola. It appeared Mourinho was evading the true secrets. If he sought such knowledge, he could easily consult a gypsy woman, who would offer far richer insights than Mourinho's vague discourse. With great restraint, Guardiola listened until the conversation concluded, then hung up with a sigh. Indeed, even among friends, Jose would not divulge such critical information. The correlation between Jose's injuries and Kevin's health was starkly evident to Guardiola. He perceived it as a form of equivalent exchange, where the affliction had shifted from Kevin to Jose. His curiosity piqued as he pondered the means by which this transfer occurred. Rubbing his temples, Guardiola's face bore no trace of a smile. He contemplated experimenting with various formations. Yet without ensuring Kevin's health, how could his trials progress? The path to becoming the world's premier coach seemed fraught with challenges. Nonetheless, nothing could deter the relentless spirit of improvement within Josep Guardiola. Meanwhile, Huang Kaiwen was also awake, seated before his computer. De Bruyne called to voice his frustrations. But Huang Kaiwen found himself at a loss for words. Instead, he descended to open his computer and had De Bruyne download QQ, ensuring that their roommate Hazard's sleep would remain undisturbed. The two resided in a 3-bedroom apartment funded by Milan, an old Italian building notorious for its poor soundproofing. One could often witness the cinematic trope of neighbors knocking on the door due to noise disturbances. Upon opening the door to find handsome faces, any harsh words would quickly be swallowed. Gradually, the two would create a ruckus, uniting in their camaraderie. Communicating over the internet would also allow De Bruyne to lower his guard more easily. Duh. Kevin, it feels rather peculiar to call you that. As if I were addressing myself. Huang. A name is merely a moniker. You may refer to me as Batman or Iron Man or anything else for that matter. I am indifferent. Duh. Ha. This hardly feels like a conversation with a superstar. I expected you to be serious, profound, occasionally uttering a few wise quotes or verses. Huang. Perhaps the individual you seek is Shakespeare. Pray tell, has life in Genoa presented any challenges? Duh. Yes, and yet no. I find it difficult to articulate. Huang. Give it a try. Express your innermost thoughts. Sharing your phone number is merely an invitation for you to reach out should you encounter difficulties. Duh. All right. Perhaps you understand the situation in Belgium. I am not particularly close with Aiden. I envy the camaraderie he shares with his teammates. And Thibaut has mentioned he is thriving at Juventus, hoping I might join him there. Huang Kaiwen, damn. That son of a gun Courtois is attempting to poach the illustrious Huang. De Bruyne is the core that Huang envisions for his future coaching endeavors. Huang Kaiwen hastily typed. Juventus does not have a commendable reputation. You must have heard of the Calciopoli scandal, which is rife with their issues. Maggi is still manipulating matches. Should you join Juventus, he might one day coax you into match fixing. The truth of the matter is inconsequential, as long as De Bruyne believes it. Should De Bruyne inadvertently disclose this, Huang Kaiwen would simply attribute it to Galliani. Duh. Well, I hadn't considered that. I merely miss my friends. But I wish to play for AC Milan. Huang. That is reassuring. Regarding your teammates, if you perform well, they will gravitate towards you. Attempt to engage with them and partake in their activities, and you shall forge new friendships. Duh. Thank you, Batman. Our conversation has greatly lifted my spirits. Good night. Huang, good night. Huang Kaiwen shut down his computer, feeling a lack of sleepiness, and settled onto the sofa. He had finally resolved to send Courtois away, only to discover that Courtois was flirting with De Bruyne over the phone. What is it with this incessant need to ensnare De Bruyne? Tomorrow, he would instruct Galliani to warn Juventus to rein in Courtois. If this continues, Milan will find itself entangled with Moratti against Juventus. After sitting on the sofa for a while, Huang Kaiwen turned on the television to watch the morning news. Another theft had occurred at the British Museum. Huang Kaiwen couldn't help but chuckle. No wonder Villas-Boas was reluctant to leave. Who could possess more treasures than the British? Huang Kaiwen suspected that selling a portion of his spoils would net Villas-Boas far more than his coaching salary. Albert entered with a newspaper and advised, "My lord, you ought to rest well. An occasional indulgence is permissible." Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile, "Please prepare a few bottles of wine. I shall visit Filippo shortly. He must be more attuned to Inzaghi's psychological state." "Very well, my lord. Shall we have breakfast now?" Albert inquired. "Yes, let us proceed." Huang Kaiwen casually switched off the television. As he seated himself at the dining table, he unfolded the newspaper. The front page of the Milan Sports Daily bore only a single headline accompanied by a photograph of Inzaghi playfully sticking out his tongue, with the headline proclaiming Super Pippo. The article declared, unparalleled. Pippo scored 8 goals in a single UEFA Champions League match, an unprecedented feat in history, one that even Kaiwen may find challenging to surpass. For Kaiwen has always managed his goals with finesse, sparing his opponents undue humiliation. Inzaghi, at the twilight of his career, etched his name into history. Though his total Champions League goals do not surpass Raul's, these 8 goals have rendered him a more luminous scorer in the tournament, to the extent that it would not be an exaggeration to deem him the king of Champions League scorers. Naturally, the true monarch of the Champions League remains Kaiwen, who is poised to secure his 7th consecutive title this year. His biennial transfers have demonstrated that he does not rely on teammates, regardless of whether they are Kaká, Joe Cole, Van Nistelrooy, or Huntelaar. He invariably emerges victorious in the end. The second section similarly featured news of Inzaghi, stating, "Yesterday, the resplendent Inzaghi, who wreaked havoc in the Champions League, shone as the brightest star of Milan, spending 180,000 in a nightclub and departing with 5 young ladies." Huang Kaiwen muttered, "Damn. Had I known, I wouldn't have let Inzaghi run up a tab. This guy truly knows how to spend." Typically, a group outing with a few ladies might cost several tens of thousands of euros, which is already extravagant, encompassing all aspects of top-tier consumption. Given Inzaghi's lavish expenditure, Huang Kaiwen pondered whether the rogue had indeed bought drinks for the entire venue. That ostentatious fellow is certainly capable of such a gesture. While others celebrate by offering a round of beers, perhaps Inzaghi provided a bottle of wine for the entire crowd. No, I must have a word with Inzaghi today. He needs to cultivate a healthier perspective on spending. If this continues, those tabs will remain unfulfilled indefinitely. Huang Kaiwen continued to read. The Turin Sports Daily praised Courtois, stating, "Juventus has made a wise investment. Courtois' talent rivals that of Buffon, though he still lacks experience. In a season or two, as Buffon edges toward retirement, Courtois is poised to become his most worthy successor. Huang Kaiwen resolved to preserve this article for future reference. Damn, the Golden King has retired, and Buffon is likely still playing. I feel as though I cannot surpass 2020, when Buffon still graced the top leagues. Yet, the prediction regarding Courtois holds true. He indeed possesses potential, but when choosing between Courtois and De Bruyne, is there even a need for deliberation? The Rome Sports Daily published Mourinho's remarks, wherein he stated at a press conference, Real Madrid's greatest flaw lies in prioritizing the individual over the collective. My task is to instill in the players the understanding that the club is paramount. Even Kevin is part of the team, and I will not overly rely on any single player. I believe every coach must be psychologically prepared for the possibility of dismissal. I am a coach imbued with self-respect and confidence, and I believe I need not concern myself with the prospect of being fired. Because if a coach is fearful of being dismissed, he cannot fully commit to his work, which presents him with significant challenges. Regardless, I possess a 4-year contract, ample time to achieve victory and to forge a formidable team, one that is capable of triumph now and will remain strong in the future. This statement indeed bears the hallmark of Mourinho's style. He has always exuded confidence. After breakfast, Huang Kaiwen could only adjust his schedule. Inzaghi, that rascal, was likely out gallivanting and probably not at home at this hour. After spending half the day playing games with Kaka, Huang Kaiwen finally paid a visit. And even though it was nearly evening, Inzaghi remained groggy. After placing down a gift, Huang Kaiwen took his leave. It seemed that Inzaghi's escapades were of no concern. September 18th, Milan hosted Catania. At the entrance of the dressing room, Huang Kaiwen encountered Maxi Lopez, who greeted him. Hey mate, Kevin, are you calling me? Lopez asked, surprised. Yes, who else could it be? Both Leon and Ronnie have spoken highly of you, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Maxi Lopez had also spent time at Barcelona and had a commendable rapport with Messi. Yes, they mentioned you too. Are you preparing to have me endorse Kevin's tea? Lopez joked, aware that Kevin's tea only sought endorsements from prominent stars. Perhaps one day you will indeed become the spokesperson, Huang Kaiwen remarked, patting his arm. Maxi Lopez nodded, his spirits lifted, interpreting Huang Kaiwen's words as encouragement. Huang Kaiwen intended to offer support when Inzaghi was usurped by Icardi. After all, one must consider the illustrious Messi. When Messi feels moved, might he not join Milan in a heartbeat? This was Huang Kaiwen's subtle play aimed at Messi. However, it later seemed that Lopez's wife was far more attractive than Wanda, possessing superior character as well. Thus, such matters remain unpredictable. Had he remained with Wanda, Lopez might have faced circumstances akin to Icardi, with finances entirely controlled by Wanda. Icardi likely cannot sustain a lasting relationship with her either. In the end, he may lose both fortune and love, having invested his life in Wanda. In this match, Catania's coach, Marco Giampaolo, executed an effective strategy, launching a swift attack that resulted in an early goal, thereafter adopting a defensive posture. Inzaghi, who received a starting opportunity, equalized in the 45th minute of the first half. Huang Kaiwen initially expected him to play in the second half, yet Guardiola showed no intention of making substitutions. Ultimately, Milan ended in a stalemate with Catania, marking their first winless match of the new season. Following the game, numerous media outlets criticized Guardiola. Even Cruyff subtly advised in the Milan team publication, as a coach, you cannot switch from a 3-1-3-3 in one match to a 4-4-2 diamond formation in the next. Such drastic changes pose significant challenges even for a seasoned team. And for a group of players still unfamiliar with your tactics, it is indeed a formidable endeavor. Pep is immensely talented, yet he must cultivate greater patience. The words of others were far less tactful. Even Spain's AS and London's Daily Mail ridiculed Guardiola. AS remarked that Guardiola sought to prove he was not merely a product of Barcelona's system, yet he failed to grasp that AC Milan possesses its own distinct style, and the players had not yet acclimated to his tactical philosophy. It seemed as though he were whimsically twisting the facets of a Rubik's Cube, naively believing that victory would soon follow, while in reality, the players were growing increasingly weary of him. The Daily Mail stated that Guardiola, relying on his superlative players, was carelessly indulging in his own footballing whims, and soon he would face repercussions. Despite this, Guardiola did not exhibit negativity during training. In this regard, he handled himself commendably. Each coach possesses their own merits. The atmosphere within the Milan locker room remained positive, and Guardiola did not impose undue hardship upon the players. On September 22nd, during the away match against Lazio, Huang Kaiwen was left behind in Milan by Guardiola. Although he had heard that Huang was quite popular throughout Italy, the Lazio team was indeed a cause for concern. In this away match, Milan once again drew with their opponent, marking a second consecutive round without victory, which dimmed Guardiola's smile. At the end of training, Guardiola specifically asked Huang to stay behind. After changing, Huang went to the office where Guardiola handed him a bottle of sparkling water and said with a smile, "Kaiwen, please take a seat." Huang took it and inquired, "Coach, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" "Yes, regarding tomorrow's match," Guardiola replied with a grin. "I watched the Genoa match, and both lone players performed admirably. Now they are ahead of us in the standings. Quite interesting, isn't it? Do you need me to start?" Huang asked. "If possible, that would be ideal," Guardiola responded. He intended to devise a way to utilize Huang more while minimizing his injury risk. However, the recent winless streak had placed considerable pressure upon him. "Of course, I'm always ready," Huang assured. "That's good. You're free to go home early," Guardiola said as he accompanied Huang out. Huang glanced at Guardiola's desk, where a book lay open. Its cover reading Alchemy, Acknowledged, Refined, and Enhanced. On September 25th, within the home locker room of San Siro, before changing, Huang chose to participate in a lottery. Today, he needed to leave a profound impression on two Belgians. Ding! You've won a 24-hour experience card for the match between Wolfsburg and Bayern Munich from the 2014 to 2015 Bundesliga season. This is it. No need to deliberate. Just use it. Ding! The De Bruyne experience card has been successfully activated. Today, Huang, the King of Yellow, aimed to employ De Bruyne's most familiar style of play, ensuring that De Bruyne understood that while he was indeed talented, there was only one Kevin in Milan, Huang Kaiwen. Huang turned to Guardiola and asked, "Coach, may I play centrally today?" "Certainly. Torres will move to the left flank, and Kaka will occupy the right," Guardiola stated. And both players had no objections. As the time drew near, Guardiola made his way to the press conference. At that moment, he preferred not to involve Huang Kaiwen, for he feared the media might pose some uncomfortable questions. In the locker room, Cruz, with a hint of regret, inquired, "Is the coach planning to deny me interviews for a lifetime?" He felt he had committed no wrongdoing, merely speaking the truth. "You could actually give an interview," Inzaghi encouraged. Filippo refrained from such remarks. Ambrosini admonished. Another interview for Cruz might be too much for the coach to bear. Although Guardiola appeared in good spirits at present, who could predict whether he might become irate or take it out on others? Ambrosini was unwilling to take that risk. "Is that truly how you converse with the top scorer of Milan?" Inzaghi scoffed. This season, he had already netted 10 goals in both the Champions League and the league. His ranking in the Serie A scoring chart was slightly lacking, yet no player in Milan had surpassed his tally. This feeling brought Inzaghi great satisfaction. He cast a glance at Huang Kaiwen, somewhat regretting his financial constraints. Otherwise, he would have certainly aimed to shatter the record for most goals in a single Serie A match. Inzaghi contemplated whether to call his father to encourage him in his entrepreneurial endeavors. If he succeeded in becoming affluent, would he still have to worry about trifles such as 500 or a million? The players from both teams had begun their warm-ups on the sidelines. Notably, Genoa had made an impressive start, securing 3 victories and 1 draw in their first 4 matches, currently topping the Serie A standings. Indeed, the 2 players loaned from AC Milan, De Bruyne and Hazard, had performed exceptionally well, both showing great promise of establishing themselves at AC Milan. Being Belgian, the commentator instinctively pronounced their names in French. In reality, De Bruyne is Flemish, and his name should not be pronounced in the French manner. Speaking of which, AC Milan has indeed loaned out quite a number of players. Yes, and all of them are quite talented. We must pay close attention to the Belgian players this time, lest we find ourselves in a situation similar to that of Ace, who was ousted after complaints. Come on, can't I enjoy watching football without liking Ace the Fire Fist? Bro, the administrator of that bar is fond of Ace Ultraman, not Ace the Fire Fist. Haha, I see, I thought it was Ace the Fire Fist. This time, we should also keep an eye on the Belgian players. We certainly can't allow the little administrator to be dismissed from the forum. Thus, the boss remains impressive. He holds positions in so many forums. And I suspect he might be online 24 hours a day. Who knows? Nevertheless, he is truly remarkable. Just look at how Kevin the Black became homeless after the dissolution of their group, while we remain unscathed. Absolutely. With such a powerful administrator, we cannot afford to lag behind. Come on, don't mock me, Xiaoming. It's just that my English is a bit lacking. Yet, Xiaoming, one must admit, is the best at singing in dramas, isn't he? Haha, what a ridiculous situation. It utterly amused me. The first time I heard this song, I could hardly discern the lyrics. Huang Xiaoming also shares the surname Huang. Isn't that a curious coincidence? Yet, the disparity in English proficiency is quite striking. Let us not compare Huang Xiaoming with Huang Kaiwen. After all, Huang Kaiwen graduated from Bailey University. Could a mere arts student ever gain admission to such an esteemed institution? At this moment, the players from both teams had returned to the tunnel. Huang Kaiwen turned to gaze towards the Genoa side and cheerfully greeted, "Hi, Kevin, hi Aiden." Kevin. They both exclaimed in unison. They had previously witnessed Huang Kaiwen in action on the pitch. Since joining Milan, they had heard countless tales of his prowess in the youth team. Huang Kaiwen had already brought them gifts upon his return, leaving a splendid impression on them. "Let us give it our all today," Huang Kaiwen said with a smile. "We certainly will." Aiden nodded affirmatively. De Bruyne merely smiled shyly. Having grown more reserved due to the disdain he faced from his foster family while playing in Ghent. Interestingly, after joining Milan, the head of that household even called him to inquire if he could procure a few match tickets. Huang Kaiwen then exchanged pleasantries with his old friend Tony before stepping onto the field alongside the referee. Let us first examine the starting lineups for the match. Genoa boasts several familiar faces. AC Milan's 4-3-3 formation features goalkeeper, Buffon, defenders, Antonini, Thiago Silva, Godin, Ramos, midfielders, Ambrosini, Huang Kaiwen, Pirlo, forwards, Torres, Ibrahimovic, Kaká. Genoa's 4-3-3 formation includes goalkeeper, Eduardo Carvalho, defenders, Cressida, Danelli, Ranocchia, Kifo Flores, midfielders, Hossein Harja, Veloso, De Bruyne, forwards, Hazard, Luca Toni, Rodrigo Palacio. Today, Huang Kaiwen occupies the central position, while Kaká has once again been assigned to the wing. Indeed, we see some recognizable names in Genoa, such as Cressida, who previously played for Juventus, and Ranocchia, who was acquired by Inter Milan this past summer. Fans must be curious as to why Ranocchia remains with Genoa. This is due to the intricate agreement between Genoa and Inter. Yes, the arrangement between the two clubs is rather complex. To secure half of Ranocchia's rights, Inter Milan relinquished half of forward Destro's rights to Genoa, with both players set to serve Genoa for a year. This is how elite clubs maneuver to acquire players. If you are unwilling to sell, I shall purchase and loan them back, allowing them to play more matches with their original team and develop further. At 5 p.m., the referee blew the whistle to commence the match. Ibrahimovic initiated the kickoff with a swift pass. Huang Kaiwen glanced at his teammates' movements, then deftly propelled the ball forward with the instep of his right foot. Today, with only one defensive midfielder shielding the backline, Genoa's two central midfielders present an opportunity. Should they attract the opposing midfielders to press, it could effortlessly create chances for their forwards. In an instant, Harja dashed toward Huang Kaiwen, who deftly flicked the ball with his left foot, creating an angle before executing a direct pass. Just as the ball was sent forth, De Bruyne lunged in, successfully deflecting it. The ball soared toward the vicinity of the midfield. De Bruyne, rising with a silly grin while scratching his head, anticipated a compliment from Huang Kaiwen. However, at that moment, Ramos had surged forward to assist, prompting Harja to press him immediately. Ramos, hesitant to hold on to the ball, quickly flicked it with his foot. This time, the pass struck Harja's foot but still found its way near Huang Kaiwen. With no defenders in sight, Huang Kaiwen positioned himself, took a step forward, and unleashed a powerful strike with his right foot. De Bruyne, fixated on Huang Kaiwen, gasped in astonishment. Faced with the entire defensive line, Huang Kaiwen audaciously opted for a shot from 35 meters out. Thud! The ball, devoid of any curvature, pierced straight into the left side of the goal. This title reflects the notion that the brainless tin man lacks wit, the scarecrow yearns for a heart, and the lion is devoid of courage, corresponding to Inzaghi, Guardiola, and De Bruyne. 0457 Saint Inzaghi, Kevin. Kaká exuberantly rushed forward. At that moment, the camera shifted to the backfield. The fans at home were perplexed, but soon their attention was drawn to Tony's actions. With a chuckle, Tony, upon witnessing Huang Kaiwen's goal, sprinted towards the celebration, only to realize his mistake as he neared the midfield. Indeed, Tony had previously played for AC Milan, frequently celebrating goals alongside Huang Kaiwen. The fans at San Siro clearly recognized this, erupting in laughter and scattered applause, finding the scene amusing. Such is the power of habit. Upon reflecting on past AC Milan matches, Tony's enthusiasm during celebrations likely explains his current behavior. Gasparini, the coach of Genoa, bore a striking resemblance to Ancelotti, even down to the uneven height of their brows, though his thick lips were somewhat out of place, reminiscent of the lips of Lara Croft from Tomb Raider pressed onto Ancelotti's visage. The coach, who began his journey at Juventus, watched the field with a wry smile and a shake of his head. Many coaches aspired to hand Huang Kaiwen his first professional defeat, thereby elevating their careers to the pinnacle of success. After all, in football, anything is possible. Yet, facing Milan, one could immediately sense the formidable strength of AC Milan, leading to concerns about how many goals they might concede that day. Tony's return for the celebration left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Gasparini observed the field, hopeful that the two talents borrowed from Milan would make a significant impact. De Bruyne remained rooted in place, having intended to showcase his judgment of the ball's trajectory before Huang Kaiwen scored just 2 seconds later. This revelation caused a flush of embarrassment to creep across De Bruyne's face, as he felt quite juvenile. He hoped no one had paid attention to his earlier performance. During the match, one must maintain absolute focus. Huang Kaiwen approached De Bruyne, tapping him on the shoulder and saying, "Ah, Kevin." De Bruyne's hands hung awkwardly by his sides, his head bowed deeper than before. To his surprise, he was still noticed. Huang Kaiwen continued, "Just get up quickly after the tackle. Your judgment was spot on. You are a clever player, very astute. Keep it up." After patting De Bruyne on the arm, Huang turned to walk away. De Bruyne remained in place, lifting his gaze to watch Huang's retreating figure, a silly grin spreading across his face. Unlike Hazard, De Bruyne was not adept at social interactions. Huang's encouragement resonated with him, aligning perfectly with his belief that one should let their performance speak for itself. The match footage from Huang had provided De Bruyne, a forward by nature, with a wealth of inspiration. Receiving praise from Huang felt akin to a beloved superhero emerging from the television to commend him. De Bruyne resolved to share this moment with his mother during their phone call later that evening. Upon returning to the center circle, Ibrahimovic curiously inquired, "Kevin, what did you say to that kid?" "I just told him to play well," Huang replied with a smile. Ibrahimovic cast a disdainful glance at De Bruyne, believing Huang was overly lenient with these less gifted youngsters. Kevin, Ronaldo, Zlatan. Some players in Milan may be similar, yet there remains a notable gap. As for players like De Bruyne, who were loaned to Genoa, Ibrahimovic paid them little mind. At a comparable age, he was already a starter at Ajax, having earned a spot on the national team. Ibrahimovic felt it was his duty to show these young talents what true genius looked like. Genoa resumed play. Hazard received the ball on the left and made a backward pass. Halja chose not to lay it off, but instead advanced the ball himself. On the sidelines, Gasparini wore a worried expression. Halja, though possessing average talent and a straightforward playing style, had a strong mental fortitude, thriving in high-pressure situations. However, the problem lay in his fervent belief. During Ramadan, Halja had not replenished his energy throughout the day. Gasparini admired such pious dedication, wishing Halja were not his player, for he understood all too well that even the most devout would struggle in high-intensity matches without proper sustenance. Halja could manage at most a half. Genoa's attack persisted on the field. After conceding a goal, they seemed to shed their psychological burdens, performing far better than before. The ball reached De Bruyne's feet, and he surged forward. Huang Kaiwen immediately rushed in to apply pressure. De Bruyne executed a lateral pass to Verasso before continuing his run. Verasso quickly relayed the ball forward, completing a wall pass with De Bruyne. As Pirlo advanced defensively, De Bruyne returned the ball to himself, shifting back to the right flank. Palacio deliberately vacated the right side. Halja delivered a pass that was all too obvious, and Antonini had already positioned himself to intercept. De Bruyne, what a remarkable player, effortlessly lifted the ball over Antonini, delivering a cross that Tony, despite his slow turn, could not convert, as Thiago Silva cleared it out of bounds. Nevertheless, De Bruyne is indeed audacious in his actions. It is evident that he possesses exceptional talent, and within a year or two, he could find himself playing for AC Milan. At that point, Milan's midfield will be brimming with talent, surpassing any other team in Europe in terms of a luxurious midfield lineup. Tony positioned himself centrally, and Buffon playfully nudged him. Since joining Milan, Buffon has maintained a cheerful demeanor, Tony feigned anger, declaring that even if they do not win today, he intends to ensure Buffon loses his clean sheet bonus. Buffon widened his eyes in surprise, but within a second, he succumbed to laughter, doubling over. Tony, standing before the goal, was left perplexed. Buffon, clutching his stomach with laughter, couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance at his national teammate, truly underestimating Gianluigi Buffon's acumen. Had he not watched countless matches featuring Kevin? Upon joining AC Milan, Buffon had instructed his agent to replace the clean sheet bonus with a victory bonus. Though slightly lesser, the latter was far more reliable. Today, it mattered not if Tony scored. Even if every Genoa starter netted a goal, Buffon remained unfazed. After all, the number 10 would undoubtedly score more. Noticing his teammates watching, Buffon quickly straightened up. As a goalkeeper, he must display his skills. Otherwise, he risks losing his starting position to Abbiati. De Bruyne initiated a corner kick, and Godin leapt, overpowering an unprepared Tony to head the ball away. Pirlo immediately looked up, realizing the forwards were out of position, and opted to pass to the right. Ramos received the ball and swiftly launched a long-range pass. Kevin Huang, making a forward run, skillfully deflected the ball past Flores, racing past him to regain possession. The Genoa players remaining in their half were taken aback. Before they could react, Huang had already turned and delivered a long pass to the right flank. What a remarkable ball to Kaká. Even if Huang and Kaká each occupied separate wings, they still found a way to connect. Torres, standing stationary, shrugged and gazed down at his feet, probably pondering why he, a forward, found himself positioned further back than Huang. Although Torres is swift, Huang's speed is unparalleled. There is likely no one in football faster than him. Kaká continued to dribble, with 3 defenders surrounding Ibrahimovic. Kaká opted to cut inside for a shot, but alas, it soared high. Cutting in from the right with his right foot felt awkward. Previously, he assisted Inzaghi in the Champions League. Underscoring this point, right-footed players generally find passing more comfortable than cutting in on the right. Indeed, many of Kaká's long-range shots have originated from the left, a testament to his natural inclination. Guardiola also recognized Kaká's discomfort. He turned and inquired, "Should we consider positioning Kaká on the opposite flank?" Clement hesitated, responding, "Kevin likely prefers not to play on the right. It's rare to see him there." Guardiola nodded in agreement. "Shall we continue to deploy Kaká on the right flank?" Assigning a Ballon d'Or winner to deliver crosses from that position seems rather extravagant. Having an abundance of exceptional players can indeed be a vexation. Ancelotti scrutinized the matches in which he faced elimination last season, reflecting on how he sacrificed his own standing to accommodate more star players in the starting lineup. Guardiola, having tasted defeat in the Champions League final, is resolute in avoiding a repeat of such failure. He observes the number 10 on the pitch. During the Super Cup against Roma, Huang Kaiwen's defensive prowess exhilarates him. Guardiola senses that Huang could certainly uphold his single pivot system. Regrettably, such aspirations remain mere musings, as those in the coaching staff command salaries surpassing his own as head coach. Even with a good temperament, one might grow frustrated if relegated to a defensive role indefinitely. During Guardiola's playing days, the defensive midfielders wielded little authority, primarily tasked with supporting the attacking stars, exemplified by Real Madrid's Makelele. De Bruyne once again receives the ball on the right. Under pressure from 2 defenders, he manages to break free, yet his final pass is somewhat hasty, sailing out of play. This display piques Guardiola's interest. This young player, currently on loan, is performing admirably. With more game time, he could develop significantly. It appears that even amidst the decline of the team's marquee players, there need not be concern over a lack of replacements. However, Guardiola ponders another dilemma. Should these loaned players excel too greatly, they will undoubtedly be beyond the reach of a club like Genoa next season. How then to arrange the starting lineup should they remain at AC Milan? Placing his hand to his forehead, Guardiola wishes he could amalgamate the 2 players into one superior entity to streamline Milan's roster. Antonini stands in the back line, casting an apologetic glance at Thiago Silva. The young player has been notably active on his side today, and unfortunately, Antonini finds himself unable to contain him, forcing Silva to continually cover for him. With a smile, Thiago Silva waves dismissively, choosing not to respond. "Thanks, mate," Antonini remarks. "No need for thanks," Silva replies. At that moment, he finds himself missing Zambrotta. Though Antonini is diligent, his abilities fall somewhat short. Buffon once again plays the ball from the back. Pirlo nudges it with his right foot, displaying no intention of passing. Many Milan players possess the skill for long-range passes. Should the opposition press forward, Milan can effortlessly transition the ball to the front line, especially after gaining the lead. There is no urgency to attack. The pressure now lies squarely on the opponents. Observing the Genoa players pushing forward, Gasparini contemplates speaking but ultimately refrains. In such circumstances, the players must advance. Otherwise, AC Milan can simply run down the clock. Toni charges toward Pirlo, prompting Pirlo to make a lateral pass. Upon receiving the ball, Ambrosini continues to the right, and Ramos seizes it, charging forward decisively. Eden Hazard exerted considerable effort to intercept the ball from Sergio Ramos. Yet Ramos's exceptional physical prowess rendered Hazard's attempts futile. After deftly evading Hazard, Ramos sought to pass to Kevin Huang, only to discover numerous defenders surrounding him, leading him to reluctantly direct the ball to Kaká ahead. Kaká surged forward along the right flank with remarkable speed, leaving the players from Genoa in a state of panic. Veloso, hesitant to challenge, was acutely aware of Huang in the center and could only retreat cautiously, striving to prevent Kaká from delivering a pass to Huang. Crizzito, in frustration, hurled an insult before charging toward Kaká. In a sudden display of agility, Kaká deftly maneuvered past Crizzito with a swift touch of his right foot. Danelli hastened to position himself at the edge of the penalty area, while Veloso, fearing Huang's potential reception, opted to hold onto Huang instead. As Huang attempted to initiate his run, he fell to the ground. Observing Ibrahimovic turn and clench his fist, Huang quickly rose to intercept him. "I'm fine, relax Zlatan," Huang urged, not forgetting to grasp Ramos's arm. The rapport between Genoa and Milan was amicable, with two players currently on loan for development. Regardless of personal ties, it was essential to consider future teammates, ensuring they were not intimidated before even stepping onto the pitch for the first team. "Our Rossoneri harbors no malice. Be careful," Ibrahimovic warned, pointing at Veloso. Ramos remained silent on the sidelines, yet the intent to intimidate was unmistakable in his gaze. Veloso, initially poised to defend himself, swallowed his words in trepidation. Why was my favorite segment cancelled?" Huang lamented, exclaiming his desire to witness a confrontation, pondering who would be fiercer, Ibrahimovic or Ramos. AC Milan's defense appears inadequate. Previously, Terry was always eager to engage in brawls. Look at Milan's backline. Aside from Ramos, they seem oblivious. Even Buffon could outrun them. Buffon's antics are hilarious. Transferring to AC Milan at his own expense is unprecedented. If it were you, you'd gladly accept. Let us be honest. Buffon has a better shot at winning the Champions League at Milan than at Juventus. Hence, the question arises, who among Buffon, Ramos, and Ibrahimovic would prove most formidable in a brawl? I suspect Ramos might be at a disadvantage due to his height. Height should not be a determinant. Ramos possesses formidable footwork. Remember that Japanese player whose name escapes me? He sent him into the tunnel with a single kick. Keisuke Honda? That guy, as a number 10, is simply inadequate. Having watched Huang play, I believe only those in the top 10 for the Ballon d'Or merit donning the number 10 jersey. Referee Paolo Valeri admonished the Genoa players, issuing a yellow card to Veloso. Had his vision not been exceptionally clear, and had he not distinctly observed Veloso's foul occurring outside the penalty area, Valeri might have resorted to a red card. The referee committee had previously convened, emphasizing the necessity of ensuring Huang remained unscathed from malicious fouls during the match. Huang Kaiwen's return to Serie A has not only benefited the clubs, but has also led to a significant increase in the referee's remuneration. The officiating in Serie A is now fiercely competitive, and Valeri is determined not to relinquish this promising position. Torres deliberately passed the ball to Huang Kaiwen, who deftly lifted it with his foot, examined it closely, and after confirming its condition, placed it on the left side of the arc. "Do not obstruct my view." Velo Genoa's goalkeeper, Eduardo Carvalho, his expression contorted with a hint of madness. In the face of fear, adrenaline surges wildly. A free kick just outside the penalty area loomed large. Just days prior, Huang Kaiwen's long-range shot, clocked at 180 km/h, had made headlines. A figure that could unsettle any goalkeeper. With the ball now perilously close to the penalty area, Carvalho, the Portuguese goalkeeper, felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Within mere seconds, sweat drenched his body, and unlike Joe Hart, he lacked such audacity. Eduardo Carvalho simply wished to survive the moment. He even harbored a sinister thought. Perhaps it would be better for Huang Kaiwen to strike a teammate in the wall than to face the shot himself. As the wall was organized, Huang Kaiwen positioned himself behind the ball's left side. Ramos stood directly behind the ball, urging his teammates in the penalty area to make their runs. The tension among the players was palpable, and the San Siro stadium buzzed with an unusual intensity. This marked Huang Kaiwen's first opportunity to take a direct free kick in an official match since his return to Milan. The Rossoneri watched closely, eagerly anticipating the goal. With a swift motion, Huang Kaiwen swung his right leg after 2 steps, executing a precise strike with the inside of his foot. The sound was not thunderous, but rather crisp and powerful. The ball soared over the wall, heading towards the center of the post, exhibiting a distinct drop. Carvalho, positioned near the left post, leapt and reached out, but instinctively withdrew his hands. Even having anticipated the ball's moderate speed, he chose to pull back. The ball sailed past his fingertips and nestled into the net. Goal! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! The long-awaited eruption from the San Siro finally came. Those fleeting seconds felt interminable, crystallizing 4 years of yearning into frost. He has returned. They have all returned. The omnipotent number 10 scored in myriad ways, with the 22 and 7 joining in the celebration. This was the scene cherished most by the San Siro. Goal! Kevin goal! Goal goal goal! A textbook knuckleball. Even from such proximity, Kevin skillfully toyed with the opposing goalkeeper. On the pitch, other players strive to surpass their limits, exerting every ounce of strength to ensure the goalkeeper stands no chance of thwarting the shot. On the pitch, Kevin must continually exercise self-restraint, as both his own physique and that of his opponents have become constraints upon him. Even his own body struggles to endure the might of his divine prowess. We seldom witness Kevin sprinting at full throttle these days. During a previous meeting with Milan's physiotherapist, Giannini, he too expressed concerns regarding this matter. Kevin's joints simply cannot bear the weight of his speed and strength. In addition to safeguarding himself, Kevin's self-imposed limitations serve to protect his adversaries. Otherwise, we might witness a day when a ball strikes an opponent's head with such force that it shatters. I understand the confusion many may feel. Not long ago, Kevin executed a breathtaking long-range shot. Is this still a form of self-restraint? I can assert with certainty that it is. Kevin possesses an exceptional ability to assess whether the ball will find its way into the net or if an opponent will intercept it. When he determines that the opponent cannot reach the ball, he naturally allows himself to play freely. Guardiola clapped his hands in approval from the sidelines. Torn approached him, inquiring if a substitution was imminent. Substitution? Certainly. Guardiola nodded, wary of allowing Kevin to remain on the field for too long. Initially, he found Mourinho's tendency to substitute Kevin before halftime rather absurd, but after coaching him, Guardiola began to comprehend Mourinho's perspective. The anxiety of worrying about Kevin's well-being is far more exhilarating than the prospect of the opponent scoring. Guardiola turned around, and Inzaghi promptly raised his hand. Recently, he had netted 10 goals. Surely, he should be given a chance to play? Guardiola feigned ignorance of Inzaghi, instead beckoning Rakitic, which left Cruz, who was also ready to warm up, somewhat disappointed. It appeared that Guardiola was preparing to make a substitution. We can only speculate who it might be. Aside from Kevin, there was no other candidate. Typically, substitutions made before halftime are due to injuries. Only in rare circumstances, when a player's performance is abysmal, does a coach opt to substitute without injury. After all, not allowing a player to complete the first half can be perceived as somewhat demeaning. However, in Kevin's case, such connotations do not apply. Indeed, there have been instances in the past where Kevin was brought on solely to take a free kick, only to be substituted again shortly thereafter, with Ancelotti utilizing 2 substitution slots on Kevin in one go, establishing a novel approach to his deployment. During Kevin's time at Chelsea, Mourinho further developed this strategy, emphasizing that the duration of Kevin's playtime was inconsequential. What truly mattered was the opportunities he created on the field. The once vibrant atmosphere of San Siro fell into silence. The fans understood Guardiola's concerns, yet they longed to see Kevin continue to grace the pitch. There exists a significant difference between witnessing Kevin play for 20 minutes versus 90. It seems the coach is about to substitute you, Kevin, Kaka remarked as they walked back. Yes, I sensed the same. Kevin nodded in agreement. He held no reservations about being substituted early. He rather appreciated this arrangement. After all, this is not merely a job to clock in and out of. Employees are expected to generate substantial value while also remaining with the company for a considerable duration, preferably volunteering for overtime after hours. Upon returning to the center circle, Tony cast an envious glance at Ibrahimovic. Initially, he had aspired to venture into Germany. However, the situation at Bayern Munich was far from what he had envisioned. Although Bayern possessed formidable strength, the dynamics within the locker room and their overarching authority were incomparable to that of Milan. By the time he returned, Tony found his position at Milan no longer available, leading him to join Genoa, who offered a salary of €4 million. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have certainly chosen to remain with Milan. It is too late to lament now. Tony distributed the ball to the flank, allowing Hazard to seize it once more. During the opening moments of the match, Hazard, who had not yet found an opportunity to shine, advanced boldly into Milan's half. Tony, momentarily taken aback, hurried forward, internally chastising the impetuous youth. With the defense organized at the start of the match, did he genuinely believe he could single-handedly breach Milan's goal? Hazard's agility astonished Pirlo. He had underestimated the young player, not anticipating Hazard's remarkable nimbleness. After executing several deft touches, Hazard effortlessly maneuvered past Pirlo. Without hesitation, Ramos charged forward. Hazard quickly delivered a diagonal pass to the advancing Tony. Upon receiving the ball, Tony deftly redirected it behind Ramos. With the ball at his feet, Hazard immediately cut into the penalty area. Thiago Silva, focusing on defense, was momentarily caught off balance. In a sudden burst of speed, Hazard used his right foot to push the ball to the baseline. Seizing the opportunity as Silva struggled to keep pace, Hazard delivered a precise pass with his left foot, allowing Palacio, surging toward the goal, to easily slot the ball into the net. What a splendid display. Young Hazard orchestrated the attack on the left flank, reminiscent of Kevin Huang's debut with AC Milan, where his individual prowess and synergy with teammates frequently set up Shevchenko and Inzaghi. Indeed, AC Milan's defense faltered, primarily due to their failure to regard Hazard seriously. When Pirlo approached, his initial attempt to intercept was lackadaisical. He assumed he could easily dispossess the ball, only to be taken aback by Hazard's quick reflexes. This marked Hazard's third goal of the season, an impressive efficiency for a winger. The two Belgian youngsters loaned to Genoa from AC Milan have performed admirably. It can be said that their discernment is commendable. Courtois, who was included in the trade for Buffon, is now a key player for Juventus. Although still somewhat impetuous, he is poised for significant growth in the coming years. It remains a mystery how AC Milan discovered these exceptionally talented Belgian youths. Guardiola, with his arm around Rakitic, approached the fourth official and remarked, "I have always believed you could become the cornerstone of this team. When you replace Kevin, I do not expect you to replicate his performance, but I hope you can emerge as the crucial link between our defense and attack. Do you understand? You are the key to our transition game. You are our Riquelme today, our Zidane." Rakitic, taken aback, gazed at Guardiola in astonishment. He was taken aback by the coach's high regard for him. Rakitic curiously inquired, "Coach, were you the one who urged the club to acquire me?" Guardiola paused momentarily before responding. "Ah, yes indeed. It was I who recommended the club sign you. Your performance in the Bundesliga has been nothing short of exceptional." Rakitic grinned widely, feeling an overwhelming urge to dash onto the pitch. Standing nearby, Clement bowed his head, stifling a laugh, though his trembling shoulders betrayed him. It was inevitable. This marked the fifth instance of hearing Guardiola express similar sentiments about a Milan player. Did Pep not fear that these players would take the field believing themselves to be the focal point? The mere thought of a scenario where there weren't enough balls to share brought a smile to Clement's face. Clement looked up just in time to see Ramos with the ball, intuitively sensing he was searching for Huang Kaiwen. Indeed, Ramos immediately delivered a diagonal pass to the center. Huang Kaiwen lifted his right foot, allowing the ball to roll beneath him before deftly nudging it leftward. Observing this, Torres, roaming the left flank, hastily surged forward. The Genoa players responded in kind, with Halja and Veroso charging toward the left side. Kaká, noticing this, positioned himself in the center to receive. As Huang Kaiwen dribbled, he suddenly struck the ball with his left foot, distributing it to the center. Kaká swiftly directed the ball behind Halja, delivering it with remarkable speed. Huang Kaiwen, unable to receive it immediately as he rushed past Halja, managed to hook it back near the sideline. Kaká's pass felt slightly overambitious. Indeed, it seemed Kaká's form had been fluctuating recently. Given his skill, it shouldn't have been the case. "Zhang, have you noticed? Kaká has lost weight. I suspect it pertains to his weight loss, affecting his muscle control compared to before." "Hey, it does seem that way," came the response. As Huang Kaiwen turned to carry the ball back toward the center, Halja repositioned himself directly in front of him. Veroso moved closer to the center to prevent Huang Kaiwen from passing to Kaka, who was poised to make a run. Halja shadowed Huang Kaiwen into the center, consistently trailing him by a couple of strides. After a few steps, Huang Kaiwen suddenly struck the side of the ball with his right foot. The sound echoed as Halja instinctively extended his foot, but could not reach the ball. It rolled past him, gliding past Veroso, and ultimately found its way between the defenders, Cristido and Danelli, to Torres in the penalty area. Danelli immediately lunged to tackle, momentarily forgetting the potential for a red card, yet he was still a fraction too late. Without a moment's hesitation, Torres lifted his foot to shoot, effortlessly sending the ball through Carvalho's legs and into the net. Indeed, it was a goal. Huang Kaiwen's strike was remarkably penetrating. It was as if he possessed radar, discerning the trajectory of the ball with uncanny precision. Though Genoa's defense was sound, Huang Kaiwen managed to locate Torres amidst four defenders, showcasing his exceptional vision on the field. Guardiola has made a substitution. Rakitic replaces Huang Kaiwen. Towels, yet another towel. In contemporary football, numerous coaches have adopted the practice of handing towels to their team's core players, which has evolved into a cultural phenomenon within the sport. Indeed, this gesture serves to encourage players to perform at their best, akin to a coach's selection of a halftime standout. If memory serves, it was Capello who first extended a towel to Kevin Huang. It is worth noting that Ancelotti also frequently provided items to Huang, though the nature of those items remains uncertain. After a high five with Rakitic, Huang made his exit from the field. Guardiola, draping his arm around Huang's shoulder, inquired with concern, "Is there anywhere you feel unwell, Kevin?" To which Huang cheerfully replied, "I feel perfectly fine." Guardiola instinctively glanced at the scoreboard, recalling that he had seen on television that dinner time in China coincided with the match. He said, "Kevin, you may head back now." "Coach?" Huang queried, somewhat perplexed. "It's nothing. I will explain to the players," Guardiola reassured him, patting Huang's shoulder. "Very well, I shall take my leave," Huang responded, proceeding into the tunnel. In the second half, the substitute Inzaghi made a significant impact, contributing to Milan's resounding 5-1 victory over Genoa. During the post-match press conference, the journalists directed their inquiries at Guardiola. "Pep, is Kevin injured? Did Verasso's foul lead to his injury? Are you satisfied with the team's performance today, Pep? Mr. Guardiola, could you enlighten us on the reasons behind Inzaghi's resurgence? What are your expectations regarding the team's discipline? Inzaghi has been seen out at night frequently. How does he still receive opportunities?" Gasparini watched with amusement, pleased that the reporters had momentarily overlooked him. Guardiola brought the microphone closer and stated, "Kevin's physical condition is sound, but I need to ensure his well-being, hence I asked him to return early for a checkup." A journalist pressed, "Your concern for Kevin suggests a reliance on him, does it not?" Guardiola responded in English. "The Englishman?" "Yes," replied Simon Jones from the Daily Mail. "Very well, I will address your question. Kevin is a pivotal member of our team. He is our captain and leader, and we all care about his health," Guardiola asserted. "So, both you and AC Milan are dependent on Kevin, correct?" "Mr. Mourinho would not do the same," Jones remarked. Guardiola rolled his eyes and retorted, "All right. Since you wish to hear it, I shall say this once. AC Milan is a united team. We do not overly depend on any single player." "And what about the others?" another journalist inquired. Guardiola chuckled, shook his head, and promptly exited the press conference. He felt compelled to contact Mourinho immediately to clarify the matter, emphasizing that he harbored no ill intentions towards him. Otherwise, Mourinho might hold a grudge. Should the day arise when he were to lose to Mourinho, the latter might execute a flawless 720-degree spin, leaving Guardiola unwilling to endure such humiliation. Meanwhile, Huang returned home, enjoyed dinner, and settled down to watch television. Albert brought Inzaghi along. "How could it possibly be you?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "Hey, what kind of tone is that? Why can't it be me?" Inzaghi protested with a hint of dissatisfaction. All right, I stand corrected." Huang Kaiwen raised his hand in a gesture of surrender. "What I meant was, why haven't Ricardo and Sergio arrived?" "Because I scored a goal. I specifically left those two rascals behind to inform you," Inzaghi declared with pride. "I believe it won't be long before the fans start calling me Saint Pippo." "Saint Pippo sounds rather awkward, and Pippo isn't even your real name. It's merely a nickname," Huang Kaiwen remarked. "How about Saint Filippo?" Inzaghi questioned. "That still feels rather ordinary. Should we perhaps play Saint at the end?" Huang Kaiwen suggested. "Filippo Saint. Inzaghi stroked his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, that feels more distinctive. Yes, but if the name were a tad longer, it would carry more gravitas. Huang Kaiwen chuckled. What about Filippo Inzaghi's saint? That sounds a bit strange, Inzaghi replied. Huang Kaiwen laughed. I once heard a noble's name in an animated series that sounded delightful. Perhaps the fans could call you Charles Saint. Upon seeing the former girlfriend of Yuan Gui come forward to accuse Anthony of domestic violence, it seemed Manchester United's 100 million Yuan Gui would be rendered useless. Could it be that they would allow a timid Sancho to start, rather than let Dalot play as a winger? Huang Kaiwen discovered a significant piece of news on television after the young lady finished her work. Both Belgian youngsters on loan made the list for the Golden Boy Award. He quickly called De Bruyne. De Bruyne, somewhat sensitive, might ponder for half the night if he called Hazard first. Stop it, the call needs to go through. Huang Kaiwen scolded, gently tapping the young lady. However, she not only did not cease her actions, but instead lowered her head. Kevin? De Bruyne asked in surprise from the other end of the line. Yes, it's me, Huang Kaiwen replied. What's wrong, Kevin? De Bruyne inquired. Oh, nothing, just a mosquito. Huang Kaiwen hastily responded. Is that so? Did you call me for something? De Bruyne asked. I saw that you and Eden were nominated for the Golden Boy Award. So congratulations, Huang Kaiwen said with a smile. There was a brief silence on the line before De Bruyne replied, Thank you, Kevin. After hanging up, Huang Kaiwen pondered if De Bruyne had shed a tear. Those who are deep in thought often contemplate much. Are you referring to the Golden Boy Award? The young lady asked ambiguously. Yes, our lone players have all been nominated for the Golden Boy Award, along with Toni Kroos, Huang Kaiwen replied. Shouldn't we ensure that our players win? The young lady raised her head and asked. Absolutely, Huang Kaiwen said, gently stroking her hair. There are indeed quite a few competitive players in the mix. Coutinho, De Gea, Balotelli, Wilshere, Lukaku, Boyan, Eriksen, Douglas Costa, Canales, Götze, Skirl, and James Rodriguez are players who currently exhibit commendable performances. Some of them possess a future brimming with potential. Lukaku has decisively influenced the outcome of several championships, while Coutinho's transfer has been pivotal in Liverpool's salvation. These individuals are indeed key figures in transforming the football landscape. As for Götze, a decisive goal in a World Cup final is enough to sustain a lifetime of acclaim. Thus, upon reflection, this list of 40 players holds considerable value, with more than half likely to shine brightly for several years, and many poised to ascend to the ranks of elite athletes. Competing against them would prove a daunting challenge even for the likes of Hazard. At this juncture, a modest assistance is indeed warranted. Curiously, Manchester United's acquisition of BB, a player who had only participated in Portugal's third-tier league, astonished many, as the club paid a staggering $7.4 million in release clauses. Had it not been for the exactness of this figure correlating with the buyout, Huang Kaiwen might have suspected the presence of under-the-table dealings. This transfer stands out as Sir Ferguson's most surprising move, as his previous signings had at least established their credibility in top leagues prior to joining Manchester United. Huang Kaiwen surmises that the success of Cristiano Ronaldo may have prompted such a gamble. Furthermore, by this time, Sir Ferguson was contemplating retirement, as evidenced by his recruitment strategies aimed at leaving a squad capable of maintaining competitiveness for several years. Regrettably, the successor he chose was the least reliable candidate. Upon taking office, Moyes dismantled the foundations laid by Ferguson, including both coaching staff and players, leading Manchester United to set numerous humiliating records, showcasing the dramatic shifts that can occur with a mere change in management. After a while, the young lady returned from brushing her teeth and inquired, What are your thoughts on the Golden Boy Award? Public relations efforts are essential, and rival teams will also strive in this domain. Once a more precise list is released, we must take additional actions, Huang Kaiwen replied, embracing the young lady. What actions? She curiously asked. For instance, if their competitors are not fond of current popular artists like Justin Bieber or Taylor Swift, their fans may inadvertently shape public opinion, thus granting our players some support in the discourse. Huang Kaiwen responded with a smile. You are truly remarkable, the young lady exclaimed with a giggle. You should know best. Huang Kaiwen shrugged. The following morning, as Huang Kaiwen rose to have breakfast and read the newspaper, he was left perplexed. The Gazzetta dello Sport reported on Guardiola, stating that he had purchased numerous flasks and measuring bottles to take home. The second page of the Gazzetta also mentioned that the recently triumphant Inzaghi was enjoying a splendid life off the pitch. Previously, he had returned home with 5 young ladies. And this time, he had acquired a luxury vehicle. The Porsche 356, a 1600 Super, released in 1950 with a limited run of 20,000 units, is now quite rare in pristine condition. According to the expert we consulted, Inzaghi likely spent over 800,000 on this antique car. Huang Kaiwen. What has Inzaghi done to the Yellow King? Huang Kaiwen finally comprehends why Su Padai has been living so lavishly. Now, the Yellow King fears that Inzaghi might meet an unfortunate fate. Alas, it seems he will never be able to redeem the promissory note in this lifetime. Fortunately, De Bruyne is a true scion of wealth, his family far surpassing Inzaghi in affluence. Given Huang's benevolence towards De Bruyne, it wouldn't be unreasonable to expect a bit of fortune from him in the future, would it? Huang Kaiwen believes that Milan should conduct thorough background checks on potential recruits henceforth and sign more players from affluent families. They should even inquire whether the princes of wealthy families would be interested in playing for a top-tier club, even if they lack the ability. They could still be registered on the roster and perhaps enjoy a few minutes as substitutes to earn a medal. There exists a distinct difference between achieving victory as a player and as part of the coaching staff. As long as the finances are in order, all can be negotiated. The thought of a white scarf transforming into a watermelon stripe brings a smile to Huang Kaiwen. Family who understands. Playing football while the family's oil fields dwindle. According to the Roman sports newspaper, Totti claims there is no discord between him and Ranieri, yet some players reveal that their communication is scarce. The rift between the captain and the coach has rendered the locker room atmosphere rather peculiar. It is not surprising that such occurrences arise. A coach's tactics cannot consistently please every player. Previously, Gerrard experienced tension with Benitez, and even ordinary players believe themselves to be exceptional. How much more so for those youth team captains who are the pride of their cities? In unfavorable positions and tactical setups, star players can easily become disgruntled. Managing player emotions is also a facet of a coach's responsibilities. In the match where Roma narrowly defeated Inter Milan, Totti was substituted after playing just over 60 minutes, which likely explains his outburst. The player who replaced Totti, Vucinic, became the hero of the match, and it would be remarkable if Totti could tolerate such treatment. Totti has always been a rebellious spirit. Among the 11 players receiving the most yellow cards, he is invariably listed. The Turin Sports newspaper has not published much news, still singing the praises of Courtois. Recently, Juventus has displayed inconsistent performance, prompting them to seek out player-related news. Napoli's rise is distinctly evident, with Hamsik successfully scoring from distance against Cesena. At this moment, Serie A's decline is not yet glaringly apparent. The Roman duo and the three northern powerhouses maintain some competitiveness, coupled with Napoli's resurgence and the ascension of Udinese and Genoa, making the competition seem quite fierce. Serie A lacks a linguistic advantage, thankfully. The Italian Football Federation has finally adjusted the match timings. Otherwise, even with the Yellow King, it would be challenging for other teams to attract new fans. In Europe, Serie A style and language hold less appeal compared to La Liga or the Premier League. Watching matches in other regions often requires staying up late. Who would choose to watch a Premier League match at midnight followed by a Serie A match at 3 in the morning, even without a preference? New fans would likely opt for the Premier League. After breakfast, Huang Kaiwen also called Bale to congratulate him on his selection for the Golden Boy Award. Kaká has been sidelined due to Beatriz's return. Ramos is mysteriously engaged in some undisclosed activity. Huang Kaiwen suddenly realized that he could not find anyone to play with. After some contemplation, he changed his attire and donned a helmet before heading to Inzaghi's residence. "What brings you here?" Inzaghi inquired with a wary tone. "You visited my home yesterday. Am I not allowed to come to yours?" Huang Kaiwen chuckled, finding the situation amusing. "True, but you aren't here to ask for money, are you?" Inzaghi responded, "I am rather short on funds at the moment." "Certainly not. The bond we share transcends such trivial matters," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Inzaghi, relieved, reciprocated the smile. "Indeed, I am your closest friend." Huang Kaiwen silently added, "One of them. Do you have any plans, perhaps to go out and have some fun?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "None at all. I was actually sleeping, preparing to head to a nightclub later tonight," Inzaghi yawned. Perhaps due to his advancing age, he sometimes felt a sense of loneliness when at home, thus he particularly enjoyed crowded places. "If you wish to continue playing football, it would be wise to exercise some restraint," Huang Kaiwen advised, concerned about Inzaghi retiring too early. I understand, old man. You nag more than my father." who constantly urges me to marry early and not to focus solely on a woman's looks, but rather on finding someone to share a life with, not for monetary gain. Inzaghi lamented. With the birth of his brother's child, his father had been persistently encouraging him to marry, or at least to father a child. I felt a bit bored. So I wanted to find you to go out, Huang Kaiwen stated after Inzaghi finished. How about we visit Gigi's house? Inzaghi suggested suddenly, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Aren't you embarrassed to see Seriduva? Huang Kaiwen asked curiously, aware that she was Inzaghi's ex-girlfriend, and that their previous fallout had been due to her involvement with Vieira. Why should I feel awkward? The one who should be embarrassed is Gigi, Inzaghi chuckled, leaning closer to Huang Kaiwen. If he marries that woman, I might actually benefit from it. Huang Kaiwen gave a thumbs up and inquired, what shall we do there? Of course, we shall play cards. Just the two of us, Inzaghi implied, though he left the thought unfinished. Huang Kaiwen found the suggestion quite agreeable. Buffon was known to play do de jeu. After a brief phone call, the two quickly set off in Inzaghi's 356A to Buffon's home. Come in, Kevin Filippo, Seriduva greeted, her demeanor slightly awkward upon seeing Inzaghi. He squeezed through the door, claiming the sofa before Huang Kaiwen could enter, displaying no signs of hesitation. Huang Kaiwen awkwardly smiled. This guy is like that. I know, Seriduva replied. Huang Kaiwen shook his head with a smile, recognizing their shared history. Buffon appeared wearing an apron, bringing over some snacks. Kevin, I just prepared hot dogs. You still haven't changed that habit. What's so delightful about hot dogs? Inzaghi exclaimed as he swiftly grabbed one and stuffed it into his mouth. Then you needn't eat them, Buffon retorted grumpily. Why not? Inzaghi protested, forcefully cramming more into his mouth, nearly choking himself. Seeing this, Seriduva took a bottle of water from the refrigerator and tossed it to Inzaghi, while also handing another to Huang Kaiwen. What brings you to my home today? Buffon inquired with a smile. Filippo wanted to come and play with you, Huang Kaiwen responded. Who said that? I intend to defeat him, Inzaghi deliberately said to Buffon. Gigi, do you dare to engage in a match? What kind of match? Buffon asked directly, not wishing to lose to Inzaghi. Poker, let us play against the capitalists, Inzaghi replied, pulling out a deck of cards from his pocket. Buffon instinctively glanced at Huang Kaiwen, recalling that incident in the hospital when he and Perlo had written an IOU. Huang Kaiwen shook his head with a smile. Today wasn't he actually proposed by the King of Yellow? Let us do it, Buffon declared. He had seen Inzaghi purchase a new car that morning and thought it was a perfect opportunity for Inzaghi to contribute a bit more. The group began playing at Buffon's house. After 9 p.m., Huang Kaiwen dragged a reluctant Inzaghi away. On the way back, the driving Inzaghi complained. Are you two conspiring against me? Hey, it was your suggestion, Huang Kaiwen retorted, and we didn't whisper anything. But why did I lose? Inzaghi asked disgruntledly. Huang Kaiwen rolled his eyes. You dared to call the landlord without even looking at your cards. Of course, you lost. As he gazed silently out at the night scenery, Huang Kaiwen sighed inwardly. Damn. I need to find a way to help Inzaghi increase his income. On September 28th, Huang Kaiwen remained in Milan while the team traveled to the Netherlands for an away match. Giannini, astonished, looked at Huang Kaiwen's medical report and said, Kaiwen, your physical condition is even better than before. I hardly know what to say. Perhaps this is truly a miracle. Stop making a fuss here, you idiot. Huang Kaiwen playfully punched Giannini. Previously, he had frequently returned to Milan for treatment, and Giannini was well aware of his physical condition. I am also quite amazed. After all, I have treated many players, and you are truly one of a kind. No one else recovers so well despite such frequent injuries, Giannini remarked. Huang Kaiwen smiled and said, Paolo mentioned I haven't yet returned to my best form, and I believe he's right. He's not a doctor. Giannini chuckled. Speaking of which, I haven't seen that little guy Christian around lately, but his brother often comes to the medical room. That kid Danny is very diligent. Christian has taken an interest in other things lately, Huang Kaiwen noted, glancing at the time. Let us go. I'll buy you a drink. And we can watch the game at the bar. Let us hurry. If it weren't for waiting on your medical report, I would have left work long ago. Giannini laughed. We won't run into any trouble, will we? Giannini asked while driving. Last year, before the Champions League final, a Juventus fan and an Inter fan had a knife altercation. Extreme fans are truly dangerous. Don't worry, it won't happen, Huang Kaiwen reassured with a smile. The characteristic of the Golden Prisoner Award is one of the most useful traits that the King of Yellow possesses. Possessing this remarkable trait, Huang Kaiwen traversed various countries in Europe without encountering a single peril. Even his companions seemed to have evaded any dangers. The next time he meets Ronaldinho, Huang Kaiwen is determined to arrange an outing for them. They ventured to a bar to watch a match, only to be disappointed as Milan drew 1-1 with Ajax. Guardiola employed a rather conventional 4-4-2 formation with dual defensive midfielders. However, Ajax's defense performed admirably, demonstrating no signs of being a team that typically prioritizes offensive play. Ibrahimovic and Torres relentlessly attacked, yet failed to score. Inzaghi, that fellow, came on as a substitute and squandered a clear opportunity. Huang Kaiwen had anticipated such an outcome. At his age, indulging in frivolities daily while maintaining form seemed implausible. The following day, he arrived at the team. Guardiola appeared rather displeased. After 8 matches, 3 ended in draws. This marked Milan's worst start in recent years. Newspapers began to assert that his successes at Barcelona were attributed to the club's system rather than his own prowess, suggesting that he struggled to adapt once removed from the familiar environment of Barcelona. The Roman Sports Daily even proposed several out-of-work coaches for Milan. However, by the afternoon, Guardiola had managed to regain his composure, and the tense atmosphere within the team dissipated swiftly. On October 1st, Huang Kaiwen encountered another store refresh. Special template: Lucia the Rotting Wood, with 1,000,000 fate points. Templates: Kyle Walker, 8, 100 points. Dele Alli 5, 500 points. Eric Dier, 4, 700 points. Skills: Encouragement for Young Players Mastery, 5,000 points. Powerful Free Kick Mastery, 800 points. Bull Riding Mastery, 100 points. Items: 24-hour immunity card, 20 points. Special item: Sancho's game account, 300 points. Lucia appeared to be the smallest template Huang Kaiwen had encountered. When he watched the animated series, he was immensely curious about her character. Additionally, the situation between her and another character was quite vexing. To extensively describe a female character who interacts with the protagonist only to deny them a union seems a disservice to the readers. Nevertheless, compared to Lucia, Huang Kaiwen preferred characters like Munahana Ray and Matsumoto Rankiku. The 3 English internationals from Tottenham were rather intriguing. The departing Walker was formidable on the right flank during his prime and won the Champions League with Manchester City. Meanwhile, Ali, who remained at Tottenham, boasted a peak market value of 100 million, but ultimately found himself sidelined. Dier's circumstances were similarly bleak. Both experienced a steep decline after promising beginnings. The special item turned out to be Sancho's account, known for late-night gaming sessions with Rashford, Lingard, and Pogba. Such endeavors were rare for someone of Huang Kaiwen's caliber, perhaps reflecting the confidence of the English stars. Ultimately, Huang Kaiwen spent 120 points to acquire the immunity card and bull riding mastery. The latter skill enhances balance and marginally improves leg strength, elevating one's bull riding proficiency to a professional level. This skill proved rather advantageous. Maintaining one's position atop a bull necessitates exceptional balance and strength, lest one be unceremoniously thrown off. During the day, Kevin Huang received another phone call from Barry Hearn. That old fellow was always trying to entice the king of Huang to participate in various competitions. Kevin declined his invitation, reasoning that without any injuries, there was no justification for entering other contests. However, a day later, during a match against Parma, Kevin ultimately sustained an injury. Despite the team's decisive victory, Guardiola's mood remained somber. At the post-match press conference, he unusually lost his temper, shouting at reporters, "I have no idea how long Kevin will be absent. His speed is so remarkable that even without any fouls committed against him, he ended up injured. That is all I can say. I cannot predict if he will be fit for the match against Real Madrid." With that, Guardiola hurriedly exited the conference room. Fortunately, Giannini reassured Guardiola that Kevin's injury would not sideline him for long. News of Kevin's injury even overshadowed the upcoming clash between Inter Milan and Juventus. In that match, Inter secured a narrow victory. On October 16th, Milan triumphed with a 4-1 victory over Chievo, fielding a substitute lineup. Milan was now facing a daunting schedule. Following their away challenge against Real Madrid, they would return to Italy to confront Napoli and Juventus, subsequently playing against Real Madrid once more at home. Such a schedule was nothing short of terrifying. The entirety of Europe was curious about the performance Guardiola's Milan would deliver in these matches. The entire Milan squad arrived discreetly in Madrid, yet they were still met with enthusiastic support from fans. Mourinho, Witnessing Kevin being wheeled into the hotel by Kaka could not suppress a sneer. Humph. That Pep fellow had previously mocked him at a press conference, and now he resorted to such petty tricks. Not only did it insult his integrity, but it also belittled his intelligence. Did he not know Kevin well enough from coaching him? Kevin rarely missed crucial matches. Since he was already in Madrid, how could he possibly remain off the pitch? Mourinho was determined to show Guardiola a thing or two at the Bernabeu. He picked up the tarot cards from the table, shuffled them, and drew one, the magician in an upright position. This card, derived from the Roman deity Mercury, the messenger of the gods, depicts the magician with his right hand raised to the heavens and his left pointing to the ground, symbolizing the exchange of power and the bestowal of spirit. Beneath his feet lay roses and lilies, representing human motives that reflect divine will, commanding the cosmos. The rose signifies life, while the lily embodies death. The magician, being the first card, also suggests that one is indeed a magician, capable of wielding the forces of the universe. Its upright position indicates the commencement of all things, a call to realize one's ambitions through the natural order. Upon seeing this card, Mourinho could not help but smirk. Even the gods seemed to be assisting him. How could Guardiola possibly prevail? The television buzzed with discussions surrounding the match between Real Madrid and Milan. Once again, Mourinho and Guardiola were set to face off. The King of Huang returned to the Bernabeu for a showdown between the champions of the Champions League, the first and second in titles. Such a clash was undoubtedly ripe for conversation. Cruyff deliberately accepted an interview with the television station, stating, "This is a match devoid of suspense." In recent years, Real Madrid has secured 2 Champions League titles, not solely because they are Real Madrid, but because they are Real Madrid with Kevin. If we were to replace Real Madrid with other teams, Chelsea or AC Milan with Kevin would also have clinched the Champions League, indicating that Real Madrid is not an essential component for championship victories. Rather, Kevin is the key to triumph. Mourinho, a figure of controversy, has my admiration for fostering a positive atmosphere for his players, yet I am disinclined to appreciate his consistent prioritization of himself. Regardless, he does not exemplify a commendable role model. Huang Kaiwen chuckled and shook his head. Indeed, Cruyff has once again clashed with Mourinho. Prior to Mourinho's tenure in La Liga, Cruyff and Mourinho often engaged in verbal sparring from a distance. In such a pivotal match, Cruyff has predictably emerged to create some trouble for Mourinho. Huang Kaiwen continued to watch television for a while before retiring for the night. On October 19th, the day of the match, Huang Kaiwen was astonished by some news he encountered that morning. Robin, during an interview with Bild, expressed his thoughts on the impending match. As reported by AS, Robin stated, "My departure from Real Madrid was not due to any new arrivals, but because Florentino became the president. He spent lavishly and insisted we must sell players to maintain balance. My rapport with Pellegrini was excellent, and I was in fine form at the time. Yet it proved futile in persuading Florentino. Coincidentally, Van Gaal and Bayern approached me, outlining their plans and how they would utilize me, which led me to Bayern, as the atmosphere here is far superior to that of Real Madrid. Regarding the match between Real Madrid and Milan, there is simply no contest. I performed admirably in the Champions League final, yet Kevin is unequivocally superior. In this world, only Kevin merits my role as a substitute, for Kevin can secure victories independently, whereas I must rely on my teammates to achieve success." Marca reported, "We interviewed Butragueño, who expressed his hope for a Real Madrid victory. Yet when pressed on whether he believed they would win, he refrained from offering an opinion. It is evident that this esteemed Real Madrid alumnus harbors doubts regarding our chances of triumph in this encounter. A single individual has undermined everything at Real Madrid, and the club continues to pay the price for his errors. This is the predicament facing Real Madrid. Although I have not seen the newspapers from other countries, Huang Kaiwen surmised their perspectives are likely similar. Even disregarding the strengths and recent performances of both sides, many are disinclined to see Mourinho continue his winning streak. Since taking charge at Real Madrid, Mourinho's achievements have been comparable to Guardiola's, maintaining an unbeaten record in both League and Champions League, with 3 draws to boot. However, in comparison to Real Madrid's prior accomplishments, this marks a significant enhancement. Upon arriving in Spain, Mourinho has remained exceedingly aggressive, and even some Spanish media outlets are anticipating his defeat. Around 5 in the afternoon, in the Bernabeu press room, Huang Kaiwen entered alongside Guardiola, igniting a palpable excitement in the audience. Seated on the stage, Casillas smiled at Huang Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen nodded eagerly, turning his face to the side. As Huang Kaiwen and Guardiola settled in, the reporters could hardly contain their eagerness to pose their questions. Mr. Mourinho, will you employ a defensive strategy today? Previously, Kevin was your player. How do you assess him? Igor, as a former teammate, what feelings arise when facing Kevin? Pep, could you elaborate on why Kevin was seated in a wheelchair previously? Will you hold back today, Kevin? The press room at the Bernabeu was already crowded with numerous journalists, their inquiries louder than the noise generated by the fans. The press officer had to intervene to maintain order, lest the conference be significantly delayed. After approximately 3 minutes, Mourinho tapped Casillas, signaling him to speak first. Casillas leaned forward to glance at Huang Kaiwen, stating, "Facing Kevin is always a unique experience. It makes me feel rather uneasy. However, professional football is just that way. Even against Kevin, I will strive to perform at my best." "And what say you, Kevin?" the reporters pressed. Huang Kaiwen brought the microphone closer, saying, "I am delighted to return to the Bernabeu. It holds tremendous history, and playing here is an honor for any player. Will you show any mercy today?" They continued to inquire. "I have grown weary of such questions, but since you ask, I must reiterate, regardless of the opponent, I will give my all. This is the fundamental code of conduct for a professional player. Football is a competitive sport, and the greatest respect, whether to opponents or teammates, lies in giving everything on the pitch. That is my sentiment," Huang Kaiwen responded. Mourinho's expression grew somewhat unnatural as a thought crossed his mind, the beginning of everything foretold by the tarot cards. Is it possible that it is not a matter of him winning, but rather being outplayed? Despite his reluctance to acknowledge it, the sight of Huang Kaiwen stirred in him the notion of potential defeat. The efficiency Huang Kaiwen exhibited on the field surpassed that of his peers. Even with specific strategies in place for today, Mourinho felt a tinge of concern. Mourinho stated plainly, "There are only 2 types of teams in the world, those with Kevin and those without. I consider myself fortunate to have witnessed his career up close. I was his coach for 2 years. He has played under various coaches and in different positions, yet I have observed Kevin's continual progress. The football world is filled with talents, but Kevin is the most exceptional of them all. Does that imply Real Madrid will find it difficult to secure a victory today?" a journalist queried. Mourinho did not express anger. Instead, he nodded affirmatively, saying, "Football is not solely about winning or losing. One must look deeper and see more profound aspects. If I can lead Real Madrid to a draw against AC Milan today, it would be the greatest achievement of my career because we managed to contain Kevin." At this, Guardiola couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that he had inadvertently offended Mourinho, who completely disregarded him, overlooking his role and contributions as a coach. A draw is the greatest achievement. But does this not lead Real Madrid fans to perceive it as a form of surrender? The reporter continued to inquire. "Open your eyes and see," Mourinho exclaimed, extending his index and middle fingers, gesturing towards his own eyes, and then dramatically pointing at the reporter. "We are discussing Kevin and AC Milan, whose market value exceeds that of Real Madrid by 500 million. Do you comprehend the enormity of 500 million? This exemplifies the disparity. Acknowledging one's shortcomings is the pathway to progress. Today's match is not merely a Champions League group stage. It is a battle for the Bernabeu, and I will motivate my players to deliver a commendable performance." Noticing Mourinho's impatience, the reporter shifted focus to Guardiola. "Pep, does your Barcelona background intensify your desire to defeat Real Madrid?" the reporter queried. "Indeed, I must be candid. This is embedded in my very DNA. When I see Real Madrid, I yearn to triumph over them. However, it is no simple task. Real Madrid boasts an exceptional coach and is a formidable team. To emerge victorious, we must exert greater effort," Guardiola replied. "Who is superior, you or Mr. Mourinho?" the reporter pressed. "Jose has secured more titles. The football world values championships. Thus your question lacks substance," Guardiola responded with a smile. Mourinho cast a sidelong glance at Guardiola, pondering whether Guardiola's sincerity was genuine or merely a subtle form of flattery. "Can you predict today's score?" the reporter inquired. Guardiola shook his head, stating, "I'm afraid for such predictions you should consult a fortune teller. I must return to my preparations. This press conference concludes here." Guardiola then turned to Kevin Huang, who nodded at Casillas and Mourinho before following Guardiola out of the press conference venue. On their way back, Guardiola asked, "Are you ready for the starting lineup today? Or would you prefer to come off the bench?" "Starting is perfectly fine," Huang replied with a smile. His previous injury had been due to not utilizing the immunity card. After all, Saving the immunity card was merely waiting for a chance to play against Real Madrid. The two entered the locker room, where Gattuso was sharing insights on nurturing young talent. With children, you cannot show leniency. They must understand that crying is futile. One must rely on oneself, Gattuso asserted, recalling his own childhood spent running barefoot along the beach. A far cry from the upbringing of his children. Even though Gabriella is a girl, he did not lower his standards. I truly pity your children, Inzaghi sighed. You, who do not even have a wife, should refrain from speaking, Gattuso retorted, nudging Inzaghi. But I have fed my brother's children. Inzaghi countered defiantly. Yes, and you even took your 8-year-old nephew fishing, Kaka chimed in, exposing the truth. Laughter erupted in the locker room, and Guardiola could not help but smile. Surprised by Inzaghi's unreliability. After Huang donned his gear, he noticed his anticipation had reached a perfect 100 and decided to partake in a lottery draw. In the thrilling encounter of the UEFA Cup's round of 16 during the 1984-1985 season, Real Madrid faced Anderlecht, with Emilio Butragueño's 24-hour experience card at stake. The fervor surrounding the match was palpable. Huang Kaiwen expressed a preference for the new Five Eagles over the previous iteration, revealing his penchant for novelty. Despite acknowledging that the former squad possessed superior prowess, Butragueño and Hugo Sanchez had previously exerted considerable pressure on their opponents, having once set a remarkable record of 107 goals in a single season. During Huang Kaiwen's tenure at Real Madrid, he frequently encountered these legends. He noted that Perdizza had noticeably gained weight, not in stature, but in the roundness of his face, which belied his status as a legendary midfielder. In contrast, Butragueño appeared slimmer than during his playing days, diminishing his menacing presence in front of the goal. Nevertheless, this group maintained relatively good condition. As for the two Ronaldos, strolling down the street, unrecognized by fans, one might mistake them for Mexican immigrants from America, their physiques a testament to a high-sugar, high-calorie diet. All right, gentlemen, Huang Kaiwen proclaimed, rising to clap his hands. Today's match is at the Bernabeu. Let us get our spirits up. Understood, Captain, Inzaghi shouted enthusiastically. Silence, substitutes have no right to speak, Gattuso admonished, prompting laughter in the locker room. Wait a moment, Kaiwen, Ramos said, fastening the armband to Huang Kaiwen's left arm. You forgot this. Thank you, Sergio, Huang replied, patting Ramos on the shoulder. Ramos chuckled, shaking his head. His emotional attachment to Real Madrid paled in comparison to that of Sevilla. Returning to the Bernabeu elicited little sentimentality. Yet his former club Sevilla troubled him greatly. Initially, Sevilla, in dire financial straits, sold him off, with Ramos agreeing to a hefty transfer fee. However, the hypocritical Del Nido claimed it was Ramos's own desire to leave, depriving the club of sufficient time to secure replacements. Consequently, every return to the Ramon Sanchez Pizjuan Stadium was met with jeers. If given the chance, Ramos wished to show Sevilla a lesson and clarify the situation to reporters after a victory, regardless of whether the fervent fans believed him. As Huang Kaiwen exited the locker room, the door to the home team's quarters swung open simultaneously, revealing the Real Madrid players preparing for their warm-up. Huang paused, smiling as he greeted his friends. Long time no see, Xavi, he remarked. Alonso's expression stiffened, yet he managed to muster a smile. Kaiwen, he replied. They had never been teammates. Huang had famously thwarted Alonso's penalties in Istanbul, marking the darkest moments of his career. Long time no see, Kaiwen. Pepe grinned widely. Good to see you, mate. Do be gentle today, Huang replied with a smile. Rest assured, you know my temperament, Pepe nodded. Huang Kaiwen thought to himself that it was precisely because he understood Pepe's temperament that he felt even more apprehensive. On the pitch and off, Pepe was an entirely different individual. Pepe remains remarkably silent off the pitch, speaking little, yet once on the field, he transforms into a different persona. At times, Huang Kaiwen even wonders if this individual possesses a dual personality. Kaiwen, Iker Casillas called out. Igor, how is Puyol faring? Huang Kaiwen inquired with a smile. Casillas rolled his eyes, accustomed to Huang Kaiwen's persistent question, and replied, he is well enough, though he occasionally faces harassment from fans due to your foul. One must bear the consequences of their actions, don't you think? Huang Kaiwen shrugged. Indeed, but he has borne a bit more than necessary, Casillas sighed. Puyol has relocated several times, even while still in Catalonia. One shudders to think what might occur in another city, Casillas mused. Good to see you again, Carvalho exclaimed, embracing Huang Kaiwen with enthusiasm. Indeed, I never anticipated you would leave Chelsea, Huang Kaiwen remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Carvalho's expression turned slightly awkward as he confessed. There was no choice. I played under Mr. Mourinho in Porto and have grown accustomed to it. No need for explanations. Huang Kaiwen reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. At least at Real Madrid, you won't be berated by the goalkeeper, will you? Carvalho nodded in agreement as they walked outside together, saying, yes, Igor seems to have a good temperament. In fact, he is far more genial than the Tin Man. Sometimes I feel he is overly gentle. Huang Kaiwen couldn't help but laugh heartily. If you were to share a room with Casillas, you would witness an even gentler side of him, Huang Kaiwen mused, struggling to recall who had roomed with Casillas during their time at Real Madrid. Just as Huang Kaiwen exited the tunnel, Cristiano Ronaldo stood before him. Carvalho glanced uneasily between Ronaldo and Huang Kaiwen, apprehensive about a potential confrontation. Huang Kaiwen gently patted Carvalho's back, assuring him, don't worry, we are fine. Carvalho nodded but remained rooted in place, torn between his friendship with one and the national team's star player. Should a dispute arise, Carvalho figured he might feign unconsciousness, as there seemed no other way to resolve it. What's the matter, Cristiano? Huang Kaiwen asked with a smile. Ronaldo appeared somewhat hesitant, gazing at Huang Kaiwen before finally saying, today, I shall not lose. Do not think it will be an easy victory. I have never thought so. You and Real Madrid are not easily vanquished, Huang Kaiwen replied. Ronaldo's expression stiffened, his confidence waning. Noticing Ronaldo's silence, Huang Kaiwen draped an arm around his shoulders as they walked onto the pitch together. The cheers at the Bernabeu crescendoed, as the prospect of Huang Kaiwen's return alongside the new number 7 sent ripples of anticipation through the crowd. The fans still awaited Calderon to fulfill his promise. Huang Kaiwen smiled, saying, let us perform splendidly today. I know you possess that capability. Do not think that a few flattering words will sway me, Cristiano Ronaldo remarked, turning his head aside. That would be best, Huang Kaiwen replied, already stepping onto the field. Let us witness a clash of the titans on the left flank. In the current realm of football, Ronaldo and he are undeniably the finest left-wing players in the world. As he observed Huang Kaiwen's departing figure, Ronaldo suddenly called out, hey, Kevin, what is it, Chris? Huang Kaiwen inquired, turning back. The nickname Chris evoked a sense of being addressed as the young master. This appellation momentarily startled Ronaldo, prompting him to ask, do you, like Cruyff, believe that I am inferior to that Barcelona player? Huang Kaiwen, recognizing the reference to a Barcelona player, understood precisely whom he meant. Ronaldo's competitive nature was unmistakable. Absolutely not. Huang Kaiwen shook his head. Then why do you not invite me to endorse Kevin's tea? Ronaldo pressed. The timing is not right, Chris. The timing is not right, Huang Kaiwen replied, before jogging off to warm up. Jorge Mendes is a shrewd individual. Having met him a few times due to Mourinho, Huang Kaiwen understood this well. Were it not for Ronaldo's insistence, Mendes would never allow him to endorse Kevin's tea at a low price, forgoing a lucrative deal worth several $100,000 in favor of a mere tens of thousands. It would be absurd for Mendes to agree to such an arrangement. Thus, the moment for Ronaldo to act must come when he can no longer endure it. Huang Kaiwen resolved to intensify his efforts, planning to submit articles to Marca and Mundo Deportivo that would proclaim only the best players could garner Kevin's favor. He awaited the moment when Ronaldo would come to him. Standing still, Ronaldo watched Huang Kaiwen, murmuring to himself, the timing is not right. He believed that Huang Kaiwen still deemed him insufficiently strong. Clenching his fists, Ronaldo resolved to perform exceptionally well today, to showcase his prowess to Huang Kaiwen. He had even studied numerous recordings of Huang Kaiwen's plays. Should the opportunity arise, he would seek to intercept Huang Kaiwen's ball to exact revenge. Boom. As Huang Kaiwen received the ball, the restless Bernabeu erupted with unprecedented energy, akin to the drastic rise in temperature in Tokyo caused by Limay. St. Kevin, St. Kevin, St. Kevin. The Bernabeu had not experienced such fervor in quite some time, making one forget that it is the largest stadium of Europe's elite clubs. Huang Kaiwen, ever the showman, juggled the ball with his feet while engaging in conversation with his teammates, varying the height with each bounce. In the VIP box, Calderon's eyes sparkled with excitement. He knew that as long as Huang Kaiwen was present, he could rename the stadium to Ramon Calderon Stadium. At times, Calderon even contemplated whether to share a cut with Huang Kaiwen, as he struggled to find a way to persuade him to return to Madrid. Galliani, observing Calderon's distracted demeanor, shuddered. Barbara was too busy to attend the away games, leaving him to watch the match with Calderon while fostering their relationship. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with Calderon. Upon reflecting on the myriad rumors surrounding Real Madrid concerning male relationships, it was the Italian media that first reported on Guidi's alleged disinterest in women. Galliani could not help but create some distance from Calderon, pondering whether the president of Real Madrid might be similarly inclined. Although he possesses an unremarkable appearance, the tastes of the affluent can be unpredictable. Raul, having been relegated to the bench, remains a symbol at the Bernabeu. Yet, glancing at his wife and children in the stands, Raul regretted not accepting the German offer to play in the Ruhr area last summer. Surely, playing for Schalke 04 would have spared him from such embarrassment. Each time Huang Kaiwen returned to the Bernabeu, his children seemed to betray him. This was evident during his previous match against Chelsea and now against AC Milan. Perhaps this is the price of remaining at Real Madrid. Raul turned to Guidi, who shrugged and remarked, "Don't look at me. I'm of no use, Atletico boy. I mean, we're not going to lose today, are we?" Raul managed a wry smile. "You fool," Guidi retorted. "You should be asking if we will lose today. Do you really think that Kaiwen fellow would allow us to lose?" Even disregarding Huang Kaiwen and AC Milan's prowess, Guidi hoped for Huang Kaiwen's victory. He is indeed a true Madridista. However, during the crisis of his real estate company, it was Huang Kaiwen who introduced him to new business opportunities that proved lucrative. Furthermore, it was Huang Kaiwen who urged Real Madrid to renew their contract early, preventing Florentino from cleaning house with him and Raul. The debts of gratitude were numerous in every respect. Under such circumstances, it was challenging for him to support Real Madrid in the match. Had the opponent been anyone else, he would not have harbored such thoughts. Guidi pondered the nature of human sentiment. Observing the performance of the merengues and recalling the prince and his wife who had previously given interviews, it seemed everyone supported that young Kaiwen. Thus, it did not feel unreasonable for him to align his support as well. Casillas, adorned with the captain's armband, strode into the center circle. Referee Pedro Proenca turned his attention to Huang Kaiwen. "Ladies first," Huang Kaiwen said with a smile. Casillas stiffened momentarily and scoffed. "Words." Proenca tossed the coin, catching it in his left hand and promptly placing his right hand atop it. As he revealed the result, he announced, "AC Milan chooses first." "My apologies, Igor. We'll take the field," Huang Kaiwen replied with a grin. In Spain, it is not until nearly 9 p.m. in September that darkness descends. When the sun sets, its rays can be blinding, making the choice of field a considerable advantage. By the time they exchanged fields, the sun had vanished. Huang Kaiwen won the coin toss, and although he wore the captain's armband, it still felt somewhat surreal. Perhaps it was due to Huang Kaiwen's youthful appearance. At 27, he, like many Asians, looked younger than his European counterparts. Coupled with his ageless quality, it seemed he had changed little since his arrival at AC Milan. In contrast, the signs of time were evident on Kaká's face. Once youthful and fresh-faced, he now exuded a maturity that made him appear several years older than Huang Kaiwen. Indeed, let us first examine today's starting lineup. Real Madrid, employing a 4-3-3 formation with two defensive midfielders, features goalkeeper, Casillas, defenders, Marcelo, Pepe, Carvalho, Arbeloa, midfielders, Xabi Alonso, Lampard, Khedira, forwards, Cristiano Ronaldo, Benzema, Di Maria. AC Milan, adopting a 4-4-2 diamond midfield, presents goalkeeper, Buffon, defenders, Antonini, Thiago Silva, Nesta, Ramos, midfielders, Huang Kaiwen, Toni Kroos, Pirlo, Gattuso, forwards, Ibrahimovic, Torres. Mourinho has made few alterations in his tactical arrangement, with Lampard once again positioned as an attacking midfielder, where he will assist his teammates in defense. In truth, the trio of midfielders for Real Madrid boasts commendable defensive strength. Indeed, upon reuniting with his mentor, Lampard has returned to a familiar role. However, his playstyle remains that of an all-round midfielder rather than solely an attacking midfielder, a position where he is destined to shine. The starting lineup of AC Milan has come as somewhat of a surprise, yet Guardiola finds himself constrained, as both Kaká and Zambrata are nursing minor injuries. Despite being seated on the bench, Guardiola has opted not to field them, instead allowing the previously injured Huang Kaiwen to take the field. Speaking of injuries, this marks Huang Kaiwen's 100th, and numerous media outlets have prepared gifts for him, awaiting the moment he graces the San Siro once more. A rare occurrence, indeed, yet understandable. Huang Kaiwen's frequent injuries have provided European sports newspapers with a continuous narrative that captivates fans. It is only fitting that gifts be prepared to commemorate his 100th recovery. The referee has bowed his head to glance at his watch, ready to signal the commencement of the match. Faria, leaning towards the sidelines, inquired, "Jose, can Khedira contain Kaiwen?" With a serious expression, Mourinho nearly faltered, quickly reining in his emotions and retorting, "Is such a question even necessary? It is precisely because he cannot be contained that I tasked Frank with additional defensive duties along that flank. Were it not for the lack of suitable fullbacks, he would not have allowed Di Maria to start today, directly pitting a fullback against Huang Kaiwen. Alas, it is surprising to witness so many defensive issues plaguing Real Madrid. While Ashley Cole may be unpopular, his defensive capabilities are indeed commendable. Marcelo possesses remarkable attacking flair, yet his defensive skills pale in comparison to those of Cole. The right flank, too, is devoid of reliable options. Ramos, although occasionally reckless in defense, is precise in his passing. Mourinho sighed, expressing dissatisfaction with the summer signings. Should the opportunity arise, he intends to bolster Real Madrid's defensive depth during the winter transfer window. Guardiola has been intently observing the Real Madrid bench, attempting to decipher the situation, yet Mourinho's lack of action leaves him perplexed. Unable to contain himself, Guardiola muttered softly to himself, "Jose, what exactly have you sacrificed?" At 7:45 p.m., the chief referee, Provoking, blew the whistle, signaling the start of the match. Benzema initiated the play with a swift back pass. Lampard received the ball and immediately returned it. Mourinho's pursuit lies in the speed of counterattacks. However, reducing ball possession does not equate to relinquishing control to the opponent. It was only when Alonso gained possession that Real Madrid truly entered the fray. Within this system, the roles of the three midfielders and two fullbacks are of paramount importance. Possession and regaining the ball constitute the most critical elements. As Torres surged forward, Alonso casually distributed the ball to the right flank. The pressure applied by a single player failed to impose significant strain. Arbeloa advanced with the ball. This former Castilla captain possesses versatility across multiple positions. Yet his advantages are not abundantly pronounced. Huang Kaiwen suddenly accelerated towards Arbeloa, prompting the latter to swiftly turn and pass back. Cruz was already marking Khedira, and as Khedira received the ball, Cruz lunged forward. Khedira had no choice but to turn and endure a challenge to release the ball. A yellow card. "This is a yellow card," Mourinho exclaimed from the sidelines. The referee, who had already placed the whistle in his mouth, hastily withdrew it, intending to signal a foul rather than issue a card so early in the match. As Toni Kroos sprinted back, he shot a glare at Mourinho, who, despite his hard-won starting position, seemed intent on getting him booked. Xabi Alonso swiftly directed the ball to the left flank, where Ramos, noticing the situation, executed a slide tackle. Cristiano, charging towards the ball, sidestepped at the last moment to avoid a potential injury. A throw-in interrupted Real Madrid's advance. Ramos prefers to operate in higher positions, a trait that facilitates his defense against opposing wingers, and today he found himself aligned with Cristiano. In the earlier days of Ronaldinho's prominence in European football, commentators referred to Cristiano as Little Ron. In recent years, they reverted to his full name. Now that Ronaldinho has returned to Brazil, he is simply known as Cristiano. Marcelo approached to take a throw-in, but, observing the tight Milan defense, opted to throw it back into his own half. Pepe received the ball and promptly executed a direct pass to the retreating Xabi Alonso. Alonso, with a deft touch of his left foot, turned and dribbled towards the right flank. Cruz pressed forward, prompting Alonso to once again redirect the ball towards his own half. Just past the halfway line, Alonso suddenly made a sharp cut with his left foot and, after a partial turn, delivered a precise pass. The ball swiftly rolled to the center, finding Cristiano. As Milan's defense began to shift towards that side, as Ramos prepared to press, Cristiano unexpectedly halted, lifted his right foot, and with the inside of his left foot, fed the advancing Lampard. Gattuso immediately charged towards Lampard, who quickly played the ball centrally. Di Maria unleashed a left-footed strike, which threaded through Milan players and ultimately soared into the stands. Mourinho gestured in disappointment, feeling a twinge of regret. Such a long-range effort left him with nothing but anxious anticipation. Real Madrid's shortcomings were not limited to their defense. Their front line paled in comparison to the Chelsea side he once managed. With Kaiwen's presence, that opportunity would have transformed. Guardiola rushed to the sidelines. fervently clapping his hands and exclaiming, "Everyone, lift your spirits. What are you thinking, allowing them such easy long-range shots? Pay attention, stay alert." His urgency was palpable as he rubbed his forehead. With less than 2 months into the season, Milan appeared somewhat fatigued. The primary issue stemmed from the Summer World Cup. Injuries to players like Kaká, coupled with the current state of the team, bore the brunt of its impact. Even though the players maintained a commendable mental state, the physical exhaustion was inescapable. Despite his meticulous focus on their physical conditions, September brought forth a wave of injuries. Most absurd was the situation with Kaladza and Jankulovski, both of whom sustained injuries without even playing in the World Cup, leaving him unable to release them or acquire a left back. When Zambrata was injured, he had no choice but to field Antonini. A few minutes later, Real Madrid earned a corner kick. As players from both sides contested for the ball in the penalty area, it was cleared out. Xabi Alonso received the ball and sprinted forward, only to be brought down from behind by Gattuso. The whistle blew. Players quickly gathered around. "I hardly exerted any force," Gattuso quickly explained. Huang Kaiwen, who initially intended to speak, nearly burst into laughter. Gattuso's defensive style was characterized by chaos. Often, he would tumble and roll. Yet he was quick to recover and stay close to opposing players. This time, he clung to Alonso, audaciously making such a claim. "Penalty. It's a penalty," Lampard shouted from the sidelines, bouncing in excitement. "Fool. He fell before entering the box," Toni Kroos retorted. "If you don't want your eyes, just dig them out." Sensing the rising tension between the players, the referee decisively pointed to the edge of the penalty area, stating, "Free kick, nothing more to discuss. If you're dissatisfied, I can show you a card." Upon hearing this, both sides fell silent. Lampard gestured to Kroos, signaling him to wait. Kroos glanced around, noticing the referee's inattention, and mischievously gave a thumbs down, nearly infuriating Lampard. After all, he was wearing the number 8 jersey for Real Madrid, a vital position in the world's premier club. How could a player dismissed by Bayern dare to look down on him? Lampard shot Kroos a glare, vowing to take his chance for revenge. The spirit of English football lingered. Not only midfielders, but even forwards had their fair share of tackling expertise. If one wished to retaliate without incurring a card, one had to hone this skill. "Pay attention, his free kicks are quite formidable," Huang Kaiwen advised, ensuring his wall of teammates made no mistakes. At this moment, Ronaldo's free kicks were still impressive, his decline only noticeable since his knee injury. "Why aren't you coming to form the wall?" Pirlo shouted at Huang Kaiwen. "I need to be ready for a counterattack. Are you faster than me?" Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Ronaldo's shot velocity was remarkable at such a close distance. Even with the use of an immunity card, the impact of Huang Kaiwen's yellow ball would still be quite painful. It would be wise to keep this information from teammates, lest they hesitate to block Cristiano Ronaldo's shots. Torres cast a knowing glance towards Huang Kaiwen, sharing a moment of mutual understanding. Buffon, rarely serious, diligently adjusted his footwork in front of the goal. Di Maria stood over the ball, yet it seemed Cristiano Ronaldo would take the free kick. With a run-up, Ronaldo struck. The ball sailed between Ibrahimovic and Kroos, heading straight for the bottom right corner, taking a noticeable dip. Ronaldo, a master of the knuckleball, exhibited his extraordinary free kick prowess. As the match reached the 13th minute, Cristiano Ronaldo's direct free kick found the net, putting Real Madrid ahead. Mourinho was visibly excited, perhaps even provocatively approaching Guardiola. With one arm swinging like a windmill, he bounced towards the front of the tunnel. The fourth official instinctively retreated a few steps, wary of Mourinho's exuberance, while keeping a watchful eye on his antics. Guardiola forced a smile on his face, realizing that his previous mockery of Mourinho at the press conference had been rather hasty. "Pep, aren't you going to confront him?" Clement remarked, indignantly. "It's just one goal. Does it warrant such theatrics?" "Forget it. It's nothing," Guardiola replied. "Are you not angry?" Clement inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Why would I be angry? Jose and I are good friends," Guardiola replied with a strained smile. As soon as Clement turned away, Guardiola furiously hurled his water bottle to the ground, feeling unsatisfied, and kicked it for good measure. Bang! The next moment, Guardiola was taken aback and hurried to Real Madrid's bench, rushing to apologize to Mourinho, who was clutching his head. "Jose, I didn't mean it. It's fine. I'm not angry," Mourinho replied, with a forced smile. "Really? I find that hard to believe," Guardiola asserted, fully aware of Mourinho's temperament. "What do you expect me to do? Should I perform a flamenco dance to prove I'm not upset?" Mourinho retorted, somewhat irked. "All right. All right, Guardiola said awkwardly. I hope recent events won't affect our friendship. Of course not. Mourinho narrowed his eyes, responding. Once Guardiola turned to leave, Faria leaned in closer to Mourinho, saying, Jose, don't be fooled by him. He did that on purpose. Of course I know. Mourinho nodded. Guardiola is just that petty. The Belgian national team, indeed, had a remarkable display today. Yes. Aside from the clash between Corazon and Anpan, their rivalry is quite entertaining. Guardiola still seemed a step behind. Mourinho, driven and ambitious, had even appeared on television for purchasing a crystal ball. Shouldn't Guardiola learn something from this? Learn what? To place a few fragrant scars on his bald head? Haha. Don't mention it. This is indeed quite remarkable. When the time comes, that tool in my hand, reminiscent of Fahai, will prove to be equally impressive. It's not that the head coach exudes more charisma than Villas-Boas. At this moment, I am still watching Chelsea's match. They are indeed formidable. Ancelotti, with a concentrated demeanor, orchestrates his strategy from the sidelines, while Villas-Boas, wielding a small stick, recites his incantations. This truly represents a powerful alliance. There is no coaching team in football that can rival Chelsea's. But why aren't we discussing the goals? What is there to deliberate? Real Madrid's initial goal merely provides an opportunity for Huang Kaiwen to show off. Huang Kaiwen strides toward the midfield alongside his teammates. Benzema approaches and says, Kaiwen, I was all set to transfer to Chelsea, but I didn't expect you to return to AC Milan. Although Chelsea boasts numerous forwards, none share his style. Benzema feels confident in competing with the others. However, the competition for AC Milan's forward positions is exceedingly fierce. Even if he wishes to play alongside Huang Kaiwen, he must concede that his agent's words ring true. Breaking into AC Milan's starting lineup is a daunting task. Both Ibrahimovic and Torres are performing admirably. And even with a coaching change, it's improbable that he would suddenly be favored. Furthermore, AC Milan does not exhibit a pressing desire to recruit forwards, which is why he opted for Real Madrid. Real Madrid is quite commendable as well. Huang Kaiwen smiles and states, at Real Madrid, you may very well secure the Ballon d'Or. Whether it is Calderon or Florentino, they maintain a commendable rapport with UEFA. The legends of large clubs often ascend to positions as UEFA officials or ambassadors, granting them a distinct advantage in this regard. I will strive for it. Benzema replies with a grin, revealing his back teeth, surprised that Huang Kaiwen believes he could win the Ballon d'Or. Upon returning to the center circle, Ibrahimovic, somewhat displeased, inquires, Kaiwen, do you genuinely believe he can win the Ballon d'Or? You have a chance too, Zlatan, Huang Kaiwen replies. After all, saying something pleasant costs nothing. The king of the yellow ball has never been stingy with his praises for others. Encouraging others is a noble deed, even if it doesn't ignite their motivation. It can certainly uplift their spirits. Huang Kaiwen embodies such kindness. Ibrahimovic nods in satisfaction. Huang Kaiwen then gives Torres a thumbs up, leaving no one out. Cruz gazes longingly at Huang Kaiwen, who finds it amusing and remarks, Tony, you truly have it tough. You know midfielders seldom win the Ballon d'Or, and your style doesn't yield many goals. Cruz wears a sulky expression, aware that Huang Kaiwen speaks the truth. Huang Kaiwen continues, however, even if you do not secure the Ballon d'Or, I still consider you one of the finest playmaking midfielders. Even at your young age, this remains true. I'm not as good as you say, Cruz replies, a bit embarrassed. Keep it up. Milan resumes play, directly passing the ball back. The Real Madrid players, buoyed by their recent goal, eagerly press forward. As Pirlo receives the ball, he quickly returns it to the defense. Thiago Silva, wary of taking risks in the penalty area, opts to pass to a teammate positioned further forward. The precise touch found Torres just beyond the halfway line. However, as Torres began to turn with the ball, he was swiftly brought down by Marcelo's sliding tackle. It was clear that he had made contact with the ball first. Indeed, Torres had not rushed to accelerate, perhaps unaware of Marcelo's presence behind him. Marcelo then sent the ball directly to Cristiano Ronaldo. Ronaldo, with the ball at his feet, attracted the attention of most Milan defenders, causing their formation to inevitably tilt toward the flanks. Guardiola, observing this from the sidelines, wished to call out a warning, yet feared distracting his players and leaving them vulnerable to a counterattack. Thus, he could only watch in silence. Watch the center. Huang Kaiwen sprinted back with all his might. While his teammates focused on Ronaldo, no one noticed Lampard making a run from the right to the left. At that moment, Ronaldo executed a clever backward pass, finding Lampard. Without pausing, Lampard nudged the ball forward, and Buffon, reacting a beat too late, allowed the ball to slip through his legs and into the right side of the net. Frank, Frank, Frank. The Real Madrid fans were beside themselves. Having braced for defeat today, they never expected the goals to come cascading in. The joy was so sudden it left them in disbelief. Guardiola, frustrated, covered his forehead, regretting not having warned his players. Had he spoken up sooner, that goal might not have occurred. Another one. Another one. Mourinho was jubilantly bouncing on the sidelines. Yes, we are on the verge of victory. Rui Faria and Mourinho embraced, shouting in elation. Neither had anticipated such an easy progression in the match. Although Huang Kaiwen had not seen much of the ball, they instinctively overlooked this detail, as there was no need to dampen their spirits during such a joyful moment. Out of the corner of his eye, Mourinho noticed Guardiola's expression, prompting him to bounce towards the Milan bench. Jose Mourinho never harbored grudges overnight. He could not tolerate that scoundrel Pep kicking a bottle at him. Mourinho's exuberance was on full display. Yet, just as he was about to reach Guardiola, he slipped, his left foot moving forward while his right shifted to the side, causing him to crouch down. Guardiola recoiled in shock, staring at his friend who was now awkwardly positioned. Even in excitement, there was no need for such a celebration. Jose, this is unnecessary, Guardiola remarked, his expression grim. Mourinho's lips moved, but Guardiola could not hear any sound. Curiously, Guardiola leaned in closer to Mourinho's mouth, finally catching the faint words, physio, physio. Originally intending to inquire about Mourinho's condition, Huang Kaiwen hesitated, realizing that Mourinho would undoubtedly prefer to avoid attention to his humiliating predicament. Ultimately, he decided against it. After all, one could simply choose to overlook the matter. In such moments, excessive enthusiasm could lead to discomfort. Come on, everyone, let's pick up our spirits. Huang Kaiwen called out to Gattuso. Gattuso, leaning on his knees and panting heavily, replied, defending against Cristiano Ronaldo and Marcelo on the left flank has taken a considerable toll. Marcelo's defensive capabilities were not particularly strong at present, yet the synergy between him and Ronaldo rendered their offensive threat formidable. The recent interception had dealt a significant blow to Gattuso's morale. Just stick close to him. Leave the rest to the others, Huang Kaiwen instructed, gesturing towards Ronaldo. Today's Ronaldo was exceedingly lively. If Paolo Maldini hadn't retired, it might have been easier, allowing him to mark Ronaldo on the right. Ramos's defensive performance was somewhat lacking. Am I to disregard the others? Gattuso inquired. Yes, Huang Kaiwen nodded. If we can't contain him, our game will be severely impacted. I understand, Gattuso murmured, acknowledging the concern. As a player contemplating a coaching career post-retirement, he recognized the gravity of the situation. However, focusing solely on Ronaldo caused him some trepidation, especially given that Pirlo's athleticism had also diminished. While Milan's defense appeared solid, their flanks were notably vulnerable. Huang Kaiwen then briefed Ramos, advising him to refrain from advancing too far forward today. This Real Madrid team displayed exceptional performance both in execution and on paper. Their offensive prowess was particularly striking. Although Ronaldo shone the brightest, Benzema and Di Maria also played pivotal roles in supporting him, making this front line one of the most formidable tridents in Europe, surpassing even Bayern Munich. While Bayern boasted impressive wings, they lacked suitable forwards. Klose was not favored by Van Gaal, and Aulick was a striker whose merits lay solely in his diligence. In this era, exceptional forwards were plentiful, unlike in later years when a player capable of receiving the ball with their back to goal could command tens of millions. Observing Huang Kaiwen's continuous interactions with his teammates, Guardiola initially considered interjecting but quickly reconsidered, recognizing that Huang was a member of the coaching staff, thus rendering his actions appropriate. As he watched Mourinho being carried off on a stretcher, Guardiola instinctively recoiled, feigning fatigue by bending down to stretch his legs before returning to the coach's bench. He had noticed a troubling detail. The position where Mourinho had performed the splits was precisely where he had knocked over the water bottle. The spilled water on the pitch might, perhaps, be connected to Mourinho's injury, though he tried to suppress his unease. Continuing to observe the match, Guardiola identified further concerns. Among the four midfielders, only Gattuso and Huang Kaiwen exhibited commendable defensive capabilities. The two central players were more inclined towards an organizing style, and with Gattuso marking Ronaldo specifically, Huang Kaiwen had to frequently drop back to support Pirlo and Antonini. His dual forward strategy evidently harbors certain flaws. Unlike Barcelona, AC Milan cannot employ a rapid, whirlwind approach to transition from defense to offense. The players of Milan, upon spotting an opportunity, instinctively resort to long passes aimed at threatening zones, allowing forwards to exploit their individual prowess to penetrate the opponent's penalty area, rather than incessantly passing in front of it to seek openings. It is imperative that an additional midfielder is introduced to liberate Huang Kaiwen. Otherwise, the number 10 will be relegated to a defensive role today. Substitute Ibrahimovic. Guardiola swiftly resolved to replace Ibrahimovic, opting to keep Torres on the pitch to collaborate with Huang Kaiwen in breaching Real Madrid's defense. He felt an urgent need to make changes. However, the potential repercussions of making substitutions during the first half held him back. Such a method of substitution carries an air of indignity. Guardiola sighed, rubbing his forehead, regretting his initial lineup decisions. One could only hope the team would not concede further goals in the first half. Cristiano Ronaldo was tightly marked by Gattuso. Yet, the clash between the waning Gattuso and the explosive Ronaldo was indeed concerning. When Ronaldo received the ball and suddenly changed direction, Gattuso slipped, barely managing to regain his balance while attempting to pursue. Ultimately, he could only trail behind Ronaldo, unable to find an opportunity to intervene. The state of the match diverged from our expectations. Today, AC Milan found themselves on the back foot. This was primarily due to their weak midfield defensive capabilities, necessitating frequent retreats by Huang Kaiwen, compounded by Torres's mediocre form failing to pose any substantial threat to Real Madrid. Consequently, AC Milan was left with no choice but to defend. What a moment it was. After executing a bicycle kick, Ronaldo unexpectedly launched a powerful long-range shot from 38 meters out. The force behind that strike was tremendous, but fortunately, Buffon managed to deflect the ball away. Following this, Real Madrid earned yet another corner. Could AC Milan withstand the relentless waves of attacks? Buffon appeared less composed than in previous matches, continuously communicating from within the penalty area. Huang Kaiwen pulled Ramos aside, whispering, "You mark Ronaldo. His heading ability is formidable. Be cautious not to grant him a running start." "Watch me," Ramos responded, giving a thumbs up. The defensive performance today had been rather chaotic, which left him quite displeased. He was ready to show that Portuguese lad a thing or two. Ronaldo's physique had certainly matured since his days at Manchester United, yet Ramos seldom found himself at a disadvantage in confrontations. He did not believe Ronaldo could match him in aerial duels. Xabi Alonso initiated a run and delivered the ball. Near post, Huang Kaiwen shouted, having noticed the ball's significant arc and strong spin. Upon hearing Huang's call, Ramos instinctively surged towards the near post, successfully thwarting Ronaldo's attempt to head the ball out of play. Yet another corner for Real Madrid. Ramos cast a glare at Ronaldo during their earlier tussle for position. Ronaldo had bumped into him unexpectedly. To his surprise, that lad was quite robust. Huang Kaiwen then directed his gaze towards the corner flag, realizing that Alonso, with his expressive eyebrows, was also engaging in some clever tactics. Alonso's passes seldom carried spin, not because he was incapable, but due to his habitual style. After all, delivering long passes with excessive spin often resulted in inaccuracies, making it challenging for teammates to control the ball. However, this time it was evident that Alonso was being deliberate. Had it not been for Huang's exceptional dynamic vision, he might have been caught off guard. Cristiano Ronaldo was also aware of Alonso's passing style, indicating that they had specifically practiced such a combination. After a moment's contemplation, Huang positioned himself closer to the near post, understanding the need for vigilance. While an ordinary player might revert to a conventional passing technique, Huang, when taking a corner kick, would undoubtedly exploit his instinctive tendencies to deliver a ball towards the near post. With a swift approach, Alonso took another corner. In a flash, Huang discerned that the ball was aimed for the center. He pivoted and sprinted. The ball traveled at considerable speed. Even he could not outrun it. Benzema, stationed in the middle, had already leaped. Yet, with just a couple of strides, Huang launched himself into the air with his left foot, exerting force from his core to elevate his jump further. Benzema's eyes widened in surprise. He had anticipated no competition for the header. Unbeknownst to him, Huang demonstrated the essence of arriving late, yet effectively. With a powerful flick of his head, Huang, right before Benzema, forcefully cleared the ball from the penalty area. It ricocheted off the edge of the box and landed directly at Cruz's feet. With no one in front of him, Cruz advanced the ball. Observing Torres making a forward run, poised to deliver a decisive pass. Positioned near the midfield, Cruz was now beyond the center circle. At that moment, A figure suddenly dashed past him. Kroos momentarily hesitated, instinctively believing it to be an opponent, but upon recognizing it was Huang, he exhaled in relief. However, a more pressing question soon arose in Kroos's mind. How could Huang, who had just been in the box, outpace Di Maria, who was standing outside the area? While Kroos was momentarily lost in thought, Huang had already surged into a more advanced position. The broadcast cameras did not focus on the ball, but instead continuously shifted between wide and close shots, showcasing Huang's astonishing speed to the viewers at home. As Kroos was entangled by Di Maria in pursuit, the delay granted the Real Madrid players time to regroup. The fans in the stands finally felt a sense of relief. Surely, even Kevin could not score without the ball. Having shaken off Di Maria, Kroos made a direct pass to Torres. As Torres received the ball and initiated his run, Khedira lunged towards him. Torres deftly nudged the ball forward, leaping over Khedira's outstretched leg, and subsequently directed the ball towards the left flank. Huang and Carvalho both sprang into action simultaneously, but Huang surged past Carvalho, charging straight into the penalty area. Carvalho gritted his teeth, once again feeling the intensity of Huang's prowess. Having been teammates before, he had forgotten what it felt like to face a determined Huang. The sensation of sprinting with all his might, yet still trailing behind by several strides, was overwhelming. Carvalho even began to doubt whether Huang was exerting his full effort. As the distance to the goal line diminished, Huang still refrained from accelerating, primarily to afford Ibrahimovic time to advance. Just as the ball seemed destined to cross the goal line, Huang finally pivoted and delivered a pass. As Carvalho fell to the ground, executing a sliding tackle to intercept Huang Kaiwen's pass, it was unfortunate that the ball, traveling at considerable speed, did not remain on the ground. Neither Torres nor Pepe, who were positioned to defend against him, managed to make contact with the ball. Their movements inadvertently affected Casillas' judgment, allowing Ibrahimovic, who had made a late run to the back post, to bend down and head the ball effortlessly into the net. The exuberant Ibrahimovic turned to point at Huang Kaiwen. Realizing he could not outpace his teammate, in a display of nonchalance, he chose not to run over to celebrate. Huang Kaiwen smiled and raised his thumb in approval, only to be enveloped by Ramos and Kroos, leaving one to wonder if it was Huang who had scored. Goal! 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 Ibrahimovic scores. After enduring more than half an hour of pressure from Real Madrid, Milan finally netted a crucial goal. This strike not only leveled the score for the team, but also effectively stifled Real Madrid's offensive momentum. This goal was indeed pivotal, marking a turning point in the match. In the penalty area, Kevin cleared the ball with a header, directing it to Kroos, serving as the genesis of this offensive play. He then sprinted over 90 meters to receive Torres' pass, assisting Ibrahimovic. This was the entirety of Kevin's contribution, from regaining possession to the final pass. He executed 99% of the offensive work, single-handedly orchestrating this goal. This is Kevin, our captain. Although he has only held the captaincy for less than 2 months, I declare him the greatest captain in Milan's history, and surely he will be recognized as such in the future. Buffon, elated, performed a handspring in the penalty area, reminiscent of Schmeichel in the Champions League final. The relentless pressure from Real Madrid had subjected him to frequent testing, and he finally felt a sense of relief. Did it go in? Guardiola inquired softly. Clement responded with a nod. Yes, it's a goal, Pep. How wonderful, Guardiola remarked, though his smile lacked sincerity. He understood that football is unpredictable and that anything could happen. However, he always hoped to eradicate any unexpected variables through his tactical arrangements, be it from opponents or his own side. He began to feel that his tactics had faltered as the team had suddenly scored. Guardiola even questioned his own tactical acumen. Now, he comprehended one essential truth. Within all his formulas, there invariably existed an unknown variable, the captain donning the number 10 jersey. Contemplating this, Guardiola pondered whether he should devise a 10+1 strategy, liberating Huang Kaiwen from the confines of his tactical framework. On the sidelines, Faria was bouncing with excitement. Having departed from Mourinho, he finally realized he was not a tactical genius. Observing Huang Kaiwen on the pitch, urging his teammates to remain vigilant against conceding goals, Faria reached a definitive conclusion. During his time at Chelsea, anyone could occupy the technical area, not because everyone possessed sufficient coaching ability, but due to the confidence instilled by the number 10 at Chelsea. Faria even speculated that replacing the coach at AC Milan with a dog might yield similar results. Reflecting on this, he felt a significant sense of ease. At the very least, during his tenure as interim head coach, Chelsea would not find themselves 2 goals down against a team like Real Madrid. Everyone is aware of Kevin's capabilities. The squad of AC Milan is superior to that of Chelsea. Yet, under Guardiola's stewardship, AC Milan does not exhibit the same flair as Chelsea. Does this not imply that the so-called new era of attacking coaches pales in comparison to Rui Faria? The confidence that had momentarily waned came rushing back. Faria envisioned a promising future as a head coach, brimming with potential. Indeed, they all hailed from Barcelona, and this senior figure clearly outshone Guardiola. When he began coaching, Guardiola had yet to retire. Faria stood on the sidelines, fervently shouting instructions, causing players from both teams to glance over frequently. Neither side managed to score in the closing moments of the first half, which left Faria immensely satisfied. As the referee blew the whistle for halftime, Faria immediately turned to seek out the administrator. Guardiola stood at the edge of the pitch, waiting for Huang Kaiwen and his teammates to exit. Suddenly, a figure squeezed in front of him, offering a towel and a water bottle to Huang Kaiwen. Before Faria could utter a word, he realized his mistake. Huang Kaiwen, momentarily taken aback, quickly responded, "Is this for Cristiano, coach? Long time no see." Yes, I'm just here to say hello." Faria nodded vigorously, turning to approach C. Ronaldo. "You really shouldn't have helped him out," Guardiola remarked, handing over the towel and water bottle. He was eager to witness Faria's antics. "He was my coach once, and we had no quarrels," Huang Kaiwen said with a smile after rinsing his mouth. "My fault," Guardiola replied apologetically, quickly grasping the underlying significance. Soon enough, he too would transition into being Huang Kaiwen's former coach. Encouraging him to laugh at Faria's expense would be akin to inviting him to laugh at his own folly. Guardiola could not guarantee that he would avoid embarrassment in the future. Huang Kaiwen shook his head with a smile as he walked down the player tunnel. "We did not perform well today." Upon entering the locker room, Guardiola stated directly, "I made a mistake in the starting lineup, leading to our defensive frailty," which forced Kaiwen into constant defensive duties. He pulled over a whiteboard, writing both teams' names and indicating player responsibilities with arrows. In the second half, Gattuso will mark Ronaldo. Rakitic will replace Pirlo, and Ibrahimovic will come on for Ambrosini. "We need to bolster our defense. Is there any objection?" It appeared that no one had any dissenting opinions. Ibrahimovic merely grunted in displeasure but refrained from speaking. After all, he had witnessed the first half unfold. "So let us rest well for now. I believe we will witness new developments in the second half." Guardiola tossed the marker aside and exited the locker room. At such moments, it is essential to give players some space. Having been a player himself, he understood this principle well. "The coach didn't substitute me? I'm the top scorer in the Champions League." Inzaghi pouted, still harboring aspirations of claiming the title of Champions League top scorer this season. "Filippo, next time, I won't let you write an IOU," Huang Kaiwen chuckled. "This wretched creature dares to indulge in extravagant spending while owing a debt to Lord Huang. Huang Qiuwang should promptly collect what is due." The cost of his vintage 356 AS could procure 10 or 8 entry-level sports cars of the latest models. Huang Qiuwang's vehicle is merely worth a few tens of thousands of euros. "Kaiwen, we are indeed good brothers," Inzaghi exclaimed. "Yet that cannot be permitted." Huang Kaiwen replied, "If this continues, will Huang Qiuwang end up laboring for nothing?" Inzaghi grimaced and took a seat. He was acutely aware that without his teammates feeding him passes, replicating his former miracles would prove exceedingly difficult. Observing the oppressive atmosphere in the locker room, Huang Kaiwen rose and stepped into the center, proclaiming, "The coach has acknowledged his mistakes. We too must reflect on our own errors. Our constraints on Real Madrid's attacking line were far too lenient, allowing them to score 2 goals. This match is not merely a group stage encounter. It bears the weight of a Champions League final, and more importantly, the entire world is watching the performances of both teams. Thus, let us muster some fighting spirit and, upon returning to the field, vanquish Real Madrid. Forza Milan! Forza Milan!" As the halftime break concluded, Huang Kaiwen and his teammates exited the locker room. Kroos encountered Lampard and immediately cast him a disdainful glance. He harbored contempt for this fellow, who had previously disparaged Chelsea and Mourinho upon his departure. Now, he was contradicting himself by praising Mourinho. "As for me, Toni Kroos, I speak only the truth and shall never retract my words." Lampard, noticing Kroos's expression, clenched his fists. He must teach that lad a lesson. Come on, Madrid. Come on, Madrid. You are the epitome of nobility and dignity. Amidst the chants of the merengues, Real Madrid resumed play. Benzema directly passed to Cristiano Ronaldo, who surged forward with the ball. Today, he stands as Real Madrid's most threatening offensive asset. As he advanced, Gattuso and Rakitic were already poised. Ramos awaited in his designated position. Ronaldo, feeling the pressure, hesitated to charge ahead and opted to pass back to a teammate. Torres sprang into action, demonstrating remarkable acceleration. Marcelo received the ball with composure, yet he was evidently unprepared, allowing Torres to snatch it away. With a deft touch of his right foot, Torres pivoted to make his way through the center. Marcelo, employing both hands and feet, successfully brought Torres down. A foul was inevitable. Indeed, a tussle ensued between Torres and Marcelo, prompting Huang Kaiwen to intervene. Torres remained visibly displeased, as Marcelo had nearly tackled him by wrapping his arms around his thigh. Indeed, the position of this free kick is rather favorable. Huang Kaiwen positioned himself at the site of the foul. When trailing, it is best to take matters into one's own hands. For heaven's sake, hurry up and form the wall. Do not leave any gaps in the middle. Do you wish to concede a goal? Casillas, uncharacteristically irritable, truly did not want to face Huang Kaiwen. Having been adversaries and teammates with Huang Kaiwen for 2 years, Casillas was well aware of his threat. Huang Kaiwen glanced at the position, and upon hearing the whistle, he swiftly approached and unleashed a powerful strike with his left foot. With a resounding thud, the ball arched sharply over the wall of defenders and began its descent. Casillas adjusted his footing, uncertain of the ball's trajectory. By the time he contemplated a move, it was too late. The ball struck the ground forcefully before him, prompting Casillas to instinctively place both hands at his chest, lowering his center of gravity. Feeling the impact reverberate through his palms, he finally exhaled in relief. Pepe launched a powerful clearance forward, and Xavi Alonso, spotting Ronaldo's run, deftly lifted his foot to redirect the ball without breaking stride. Ronaldo surged diagonally from the left towards the right. "Defend!" Guardiola shouted, unable to contain himself. Milan's players advanced for a set piece, leaving the backline sparse. Antonini retreated, having been thoroughly challenged by Di Maria today, and the pressure intensified with Ronaldo approaching. "Go for it," Thiago Silva urged. Recognizing the urgency, Antonini timed his tackle perfectly, executing a slide to intercept the ball. Success! It was directed behind Ronaldo. However, Ronaldo's agility surpassed Antonini's, and he darted towards the ball. Antonini scrambled to his feet, only to breathe a sigh of relief as Huang Kaiwen had returned to the half, executing another slide tackle to dispossess the ball just before Ronaldo could enter the box. Thiago Silva glanced back to cede space, and Buffon received the ball, promptly passing it back to Silva. "Give it to me." At Huang Kaiwen's call, Silva wasted no time delivering a precise through ball, running without looking back. Huang Kaiwen side-footed the ball into his path. Benzema, charging forward, extended his foot, but Huang Kaiwen deftly pulled the ball back with his right foot, flicking it to the left. In quick succession, he nudged it past Benzema. Lampard, witnessing this, surged towards Huang Kaiwen, sliding in just as he closed the distance. His choice to act so close was intended to prevent Huang Kaiwen from reacting. Yet, Lampard found himself disappointed. Huang Kaiwen suddenly halted, deftly sidestepping Lampard's outstretched leg in the briefest of moments, then flicked the ball over him and continued his advance into Real Madrid's half. Damn! Lampard barely remembered to rise. Had Huang Kaiwen simply leapt over him, he would not have been as astonished. The fact that Huang Kaiwen stopped and then accelerated again was an incredible feat. The inertia of high-speed running makes such a maneuver exceedingly difficult. Glancing at the deep imprint left by his shoe, Lampard instinctively swallowed hard. To halt so decisively and then immediately launch forward. Lampard could scarcely fathom the strength Huang Kaiwen possessed in his physique, nor the toll it must take on his body. It was a gamble with his health. Alonso's determined challenge was effortlessly brushed aside by Huang Kaiwen's pace. At that moment, the left flank was teeming with players. Real Madrid defenders converged, while Milan players sought to support. From the stands, it was clear that both teams were concentrated near the left side of the pitch. Even the swift-footed Huang Kaiwen was compelled to decelerate amidst the throng, as it was impossible for him to bulldoze through so many defenders. Yet, Arbeloa refrained from making a move, acutely aware that the opportunity was singular. Once he committed, he would be bypassed. He awaited Huang Kaiwen's advance. However, as Huang Kaiwen danced forward with delicate steps, he deftly nudged the ball with his right foot. Just as Arbeloa prepared to extend his leg, Huang executed a quick nutmeg, sending the ball behind him and surging towards the penalty area. Pepe hastily pursued, racing towards the baseline. Upon recognizing that Huang Kaiwen was in possession, he dismissed the thought of a sliding tackle. Despite 2 attempts to make contact with the ball, he failed. Huang Kaiwen pressed forward, charging towards the goal. Positioned near the near post, Casillas lunged at Huang's feet. With a quick flick of his right foot and a forward thrust of his left, Huang's nimble maneuver left Casillas grasping at air. Lampard, who had retraced his steps into the box, attempted a desperate slide, but only managed to graze Huang Kaiwen's heels. As Huang reached the left post, he angled a precise right-footed tap, allowing the ball to roll effortlessly into the unguarded net. Silence enveloped the stadium. The Real Madrid players stood helplessly, unable to thwart the inevitable goal. Torres bent down, joining Huang Kaiwen in celebration, and used his sleeve to wipe Huang's cleats. The players from both teams observed the dazzling striker's gesture without a hint of discord. The atmosphere in the Bernabeu, with a capacity exceeding 80,000, was so still that one could hear a pin drop. Even the Rossoneri, anticipating a goal, did not envisage it unfolding in such a manner. Guardiola once again smacked his forehead in disbelief. Commentators worldwide fell silent, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Moments later, Crudeli erupted with fervor. Goal. Goal for Kevin. A quintessential Kevin goal. He has elevated the stature of elite players from the realms of Pelé and Maradona to mythic proportions. In a moment of adversity for his team, he sprinted back to reclaim possession, then surged forward into the opponent's half, skillfully bypassing 8 players, including the goalkeeper, before depositing the ball into the net. I maintain, Kevin needs merely one goalkeeper as a teammate. In this instance, the contributions of his Milan counterparts were negligible, occasionally acting as obstacles that slightly impeded his progress. Yet that was inconsequential. For Kevin, whether facing 11 or 21 opponents, it is merely a numerical challenge. Ronaldo from Portugal performed admirably today, deserving commendation. Had it not been for his assist, it would have been hard to witness such a focused Kevin. This exquisite solo effort has undoubtedly secured this year's Kevin Award. I now believe the prestigious Ballon d'Or cannot adequately encapsulate the greatness of the name Kevin. Perhaps UEFA should consider renaming the Champions League trophy to the Kevin Cup, as a tribute to the greatest player in the history of the tournament. The score now stands at 2-2. Real Madrid is not trailing, nor is Milan in the lead. However, the morale of both sides exhibited a conspicuous transformation. The psychological blow to Real Madrid from conceding nearly the entire team's goals was indeed profound. As the Milan players exchanged banter while strolling towards the midfield, Casillas had yet to retrieve the ball from the net. Huang Kaiwen, bemused, watched Buffon charge forward, extending his hand for a high five, then observed Buffon sprint back, showing no signs of being a seasoned player in his 30s. Real Madrid needed to muster their spirits. Indeed, the absence of Mourinho was becoming glaringly evident. Faria struggled to command the star-studded lineup, his constant reminders yielding little effect. As Real Madrid resumed play, they were abruptly intercepted. Di Maria's blunder was astonishing. A player of his technical caliber should not have delivered such an errant pass directly to the opponent. This indicated that the Real Madrid players had yet to regain their composure. Huang Kaiwen had not anticipated receiving such a gift one day. He resolved to ask Di Maria post-match if he would be interested in playing for Milan. Immediately after losing possession, Di Maria extended his hand and charged at Huang Kaiwen like a rabid dog. Huang Kaiwen pivoted, deftly maneuvered with his left foot, and swiftly turned on his right foot to evade Di Maria with ease. Benzema could only come over to assist in the press. Huang Kaiwen, however, chose not to be overly ambitious and opted for a back pass. Kroos received the ball and promptly returned it to Huang Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen steadied himself on his right foot and executed a long, rolling pass with his left, sending the ball on a dramatic arc to the position Gattuso. The already agitated Real Madrid players surged forward aggressively, leaving Faria on the sidelines aghast. Even he, with his modest skills, recognized that such forward pressure from the players was ill-advised. "Get back, all of you," Faria shouted. While victory seemed unattainable, securing at least a point was imperative. Unfortunately, the Real Madrid players disregarded his command, with several midfielders pushing forward. Rakitic, upon receiving the ball, immediately glanced at Huang Kaiwen. Noticing Lampard tugging at Huang Kaiwen's jersey, he refrained from passing directly and opted to advance the ball himself. Guardiola nodded in satisfaction. Although Rakitic was not a player he personally brought in, the versatility of this player appealed to him greatly. While he may not possess the agility of Iniesta or the organizational prowess of Xavi, Rakitic was exceptionally well-rounded. His technical skill had no evident shortcomings. He was robust in challenges, capable of playing all positions in midfield, and could even fill in as a winger. No coach would balk at having such a player. Rakitic pressed forward, compelling Lampard to abandon Huang Kaiwen to intercept him. Fearful of Rakitic's right foot, he deftly delivered a through ball with ample lead time. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen effortlessly outpaced Khedira to receive the pass. The defense of Real Madrid instantly shifted towards the left flank. Without waiting for the opponent to close in, Huang Kaiwen executed a lateral pass while in motion. Torres received the ball and continued his advance. Two of the fastest players on the field engaged in a relay, forcing Real Madrid's defense to hurriedly reposition themselves. The Milan players were exceedingly anxious. Even though Huang Kaiwen made a forward run without the ball, they could not dismiss his threat. They had witnessed Gudi's incisive passes to Huang Kaiwen countless times. The Real Madrid fans were almost compelled to remind Pepe and Carvalho not to focus solely on Torres, as if they had forgotten their previous partnership with Kaiwen. Carvalho was retreating furiously, while Khedira and Alonso were closely trailing Torres. Huang Kaiwen was already positioned at the edge of the penalty area. In the midst of his run, Torres delivered a precise through ball. Huang Kaiwen. He received the ball with his back to the goal, pivoting clockwise to face the net. Pepe, shifting his weight, awaited his teammates to join in defense. Xabi Alonso rushed in, attempting to intercept the ball before Kaiwen could stabilize. However, Kaiwen suddenly tapped the ball with his right foot, deftly evading Alonso's reach. He quickly spun counterclockwise, leaving Alonso to follow him in circles. Alonso's expansive movement constrained his teammates' positioning, rendering Pepe unable to approach Huang Kaiwen. Faria clasped his hands together, his fingers turning pale with tension. Fortunately, the penalty area was crowded, making it unlikely that they would concede a goal. Yet, after completing his turn and taking a lateral step, Huang Kaiwen supported himself with his left foot and twisted, striking the ball with his right foot. Thud. The strike lacked power but possessed a notable curve. The ball slipped between Carvalho and Khedira, hurtling towards the goal. Casillas, despite his obstructed view, accurately judged the direction and dove towards the right side of the goal. However, the ball struck the bottom of the right post, and in midair, Casillas could do nothing but watch as it ricocheted into the net. 3-2. They had turned the game around. The ecstatic Milan players surged forward. Buffon, halfway down the pitch, suddenly remembered that his absence would allow the opponents to restart the game, leading to an awkward retreat. From trailing to leading, Guardiola dashed to the sidelines, exuberantly waving his arms. The noble Bernabeu Stadium echoed solely with the jubilant shouts and cheers of the Milan supporters. St. Kevin, St. Kevin, St. Kevin. 2 goals and 1 assist. Huang Kaiwen transformed a seemingly impossible opportunity into a goal. This epitomized the significance of the Milan number 10 jersey. Lampard, rolling his tongue in regret, realized he had made a mistake leaving Chelsea, and his transfer had scarcely improved his salary. Instead, he had forfeited the chance to claim the Champions League title. The fans of Real Madrid and the Madrid newspapers thrived on negative sentiment, convening meetings over trivial matters. Had he known it would come to this, Lampard would surely have never departed from Chelsea. Neymar had become the leading scorer for the national team. Yet Brazil's new generation lacked stars of his caliber. Even the likes of the younger players felt slightly inadequate. It was uncertain who would carry Brazil's banner after Neymar's departure. Huang Kaiwen smiled, extending his arms. Ramos and Torres were the fastest, yet 2 figures stood out remarkably. Toni Kroos and Ivan Rakitic simultaneously dashed towards the corner flag. Ultimately, it was the forward-positioned Rakitic who took the lead. The King of Yellow did not exuberantly celebrate at the Bernabeu, yet Rakitic executed a perfect acrobatic flip, raising his arms in triumph, flawlessly replicating the signature celebration of the King of Yellow, clearly having practiced it in private. Kroos felt a tinge of regret for being a moment too late, but he did not relent. In the midst of his run, he suddenly leaped, arms outstretched, turning to spread his hands and exclaim, "Shoo!" Huang Kaiwen confirmed, acknowledging the bond with the new brotherhood of the King of Yellow. The group leader had indeed practiced this celebration. Remarkably, Huang Kaiwen seemed to have forgotten the high-class celebration, yet it was amusing that his comrades still remembered. Instinctively, Huang Kaiwen glanced at Cristiano Ronaldo, pondering what he might think of Kroos's celebration. "This is AC Milan," Director Zhang suddenly shouted. Huang Kaiwen's departure from Real Madrid had been quite tumultuous, yet he would not celebrate at the Bernabeu. At this moment, with Rakitic and Kroos stepping up, they effortlessly drew the world's attention towards them. One cannot deny the brilliance and passion displayed by both players. The current AC Milan is indeed a team brimming with fervor. From being 2 goals down to now reversing the score, Huang Kaiwen was truly on fire. Indeed, today's match showcased Cristiano Ronaldo's formidable prowess. However, Huang Kaiwen's performance was simply superior. Given Ronaldo's display today, he undoubtedly ranks among the world's elite. Yet there remains someone steadfastly holding the top position on the left wing. Huang Kaiwen has proven through his performance that he is indeed the finest winger in the world. As for the Belgian national team, one must admit that this goal was undeniably impressive. The earlier sequence of deftly maneuvering past the goalkeeper was equally captivating. Huang Kaiwen's style of play is nothing short of spectacular, akin to the Arsenal among players. It's amusing to think that such a statement might make even the professor hesitant to agree. Arsenal may have reached the Champions League final at most, but Huang Kaiwen's dominance in the tournament surpasses that of any few players combined. In truth, aside from his athletic prowess, Huang Kaiwen possesses commendable mental fortitude. Many of his initial endeavors have led him directly to victory. Beyond innate talent, maintaining composure on the field is crucial. Thus, when Novak Djokovic and Roger Federer suggest that he could excel in tennis and claim Grand Slam titles, I harbor no doubts whatsoever. Poor character does not equate to inferior skills or physicality. This assertion holds merit, with the French national team serving as the finest example. Comparing the French team to Huang Kaiwen would be somewhat insulting to him. The French team has seen its share of insubordination, whereas Huang Kaiwen is lauded for his humility in front of coaches and staff, never exhibiting an air of superiority. Even the Chelsea equipment manager has remarked that only Huang Kaiwen meticulously places his ball in the box, while others merely toss theirs carelessly about. Interestingly, there have been reports regarding certain players in the French team who were involved with underage girls. In contrast, it appears that Huang Kaiwen has not indulged in such pursuits. While many stars seem to be drawn to that lifestyle, as evidenced by the Brazilian squad's previous antics in Korea, the Premier League players often engage in such antics. And now I must mention the incomparable Rooney. Rooney, in his audacity, found himself a mature woman only to be criticized for her size. Were it me, upon seeing the nation's discourse regarding my stature in the newspapers, I would likely be left with psychological scars. Fear not, my friend, for every talent has its purpose. Even the simple act of picking one's teeth can prove useful. Casillas lay prone in the penalty area, failing to rise. He fixated on the celebrating Milan players. Under the adverse visibility, he had pushed himself to the limit, yet still conceded a goal. Kevin remained true to form. With a swift kick, he struck the far corner. The intersection of the post and crossbar presented a formidable challenge, yet the position at the base of the post was equally unforgiving. Upon descending, he could hardly anticipate such proximity to the post. Upon witnessing the trajectory of the ball, he realized that even with a clear line of sight, he would not be able to save it. Alas, it seemed defeat was imminent. Casillas yearned for someone to confide in. The sensation of being able to predict the ball's direction, yet failing to stop, it was excruciating. Everyone needed to rally their spirits. Kevin raised his left arm to capture his teammates' attention, exclaiming, "This is a critical moment. We must not let our guard down, or we risk conceding again." Understood, Captain." Gattuso replied, feigning impatience. "I'm referring to you. Today, Ronaldo has been instrumental in your zone, creating 2 goals, Kevin remarked, delivering a playful punch to Gattuso's shoulder. Gattuso's expression darkened. "Can't we discuss something else?" Ronaldo's performance today was indeed commendable, devoid of any superfluous actions. It should be noted that even at his age, matching Ronaldo's explosiveness is a formidable task. He simply does not possess that type of athleticism. Guardiola stood on the sidelines, arms crossed, observing the unfolding events with amusement. Though his journey in Milan was fraught with challenges, the atmosphere within the AC Milan locker room was indeed commendable. Barcelona operates under a model where youth players ascend from the academy to the first team, having grown up together at La Masia. Yet, factions still exist within the locker room, which often proves troublesome for him, particularly with that troublesome defender returning from Manchester United. Accepting Milan's invitation was partly motivated by this consideration. Coaching at Milan, he need not worry about locker room politics or a looming authority figure. His relationship with Cruyff is strong, Yet Guardiola is intolerant of external interference regarding his team. You, and you, and you, get up and warm up. Faria shouted in exasperation. Granero promptly stood. He is a compliant player. After making a name for himself at Getafe, he willingly sat on the bench to return to Real Madrid. Each year, a multitude of young talents like him are sold by Real Madrid to other La Liga clubs, driven by dreams, performing admirably. Yet only a few manage to establish themselves at the Bernabeu. Some are even sold for a profit. Nevertheless, those young players are eager to take their chances. And that is the allure of Real Madrid. However, the likes of Las Diarra and Mohamed Diarra are not as accommodating. The two of them rose without casting a glance at Faria, promptly shedding their outer garments as they strode toward the sidelines. Damn it! Faria glared at them with resentment, yet felt utterly powerless. In Real Madrid, even the slightest incident is quickly relayed to the press. As an assistant coach, dealing with the players proved a formidable challenge. He could only bide his time for another opportunity. These Real Madrid players truly held themselves in high regard. Just look at Kevin. Even a superstar of his caliber is met with respect at Chelsea. Huang Kaiwen's goal once again dealt a blow to Real Madrid's morale, and as the game resumed, their urgency was palpable. Carvalho stood in the backfield, observing his teammates' frenzied advance, sensing an impending strike. Mourinho's Real Madrid counterattacked with remarkable swiftness. The team Huang Kaiwen belonged to match that speed. Even though Huang Kaiwen's running prowess overshadowed that of others, the pitch's dimensions limited how much advantage he could gain. However, the disparity in efficiency was glaring, heightening Carvalho's concerns. If they continued to trade counterattacks, Real Madrid would inevitably be the ones to suffer. Cristiano Ronaldo was closely marked, forced to make runs off the ball. Gattuso paid no attention to other players, steadfastly shadowing him. As Antonini prepared to press forward, Thiago Silva called out, "I'll take him. You cover the center." Although Antonini was older, his positional awareness paled in comparison to Silva's. Di Maria, in possession, attempted to deceive with his footwork, only to find that Silva was not easily fooled. After 2 unsuccessful tries, Di Maria was left with no choice but to pass sideways to Lampard. Just as Lampard was about to receive the ball, Cruz, who was tracking back, executed a perfectly timed sliding tackle, successfully reclaiming possession for the defense. Rakitic, upon gaining control, immediately lifted his head. Noticing Huang Kaiwen tightly marked, he swiftly laid the ball off to Ramos. With so many players crowding the center, he hesitated to engage in risky dribbling from the back. AC Milan launched another counterattack. Ramos surged down the right flank with fervor. Huang Kaiwen and Torres mirrored his pace, creating a terrifying trident of forwards, wingers, and defenders that sent shivers through the Bernabeu. The hearts of the fans were in turmoil, barely daring to breathe. Although Real Madrid's defense did not press too deeply this time, several players were caught off guard, raising concerns among the supporters about conceding a goal. After all, just moments before, so many had defended against Huang Kaiwen, who had effortlessly orchestrated 3 goals. Now, they could only hope that someone from the back line would rise to thwart AC Milan's counter. Khedira charged toward the flank to provide assistance. He recognized that the 2 attacking players in the center posed a greater threat, yet he was unable to contain them. Preventing Ramos from distributing the ball could yield the desired result as well. Marcelo seized the moment to press forward. Ramos, anticipating this, deftly controlled the ball with his right foot and feigned a move toward the penalty area. Observing this, Khedira hastened his pace, without time to deliberate on strategy, while Pepe also lunged toward the area, relinquishing Huang Kaiwen to Carvalho. Carvalho could only manage a wry smile, as proximity to Huang Kaiwen's position dictated his role. As Ramos skillfully dribbled the ball, he deftly maneuvered towards the baseline. The 3 defenders could do little but chase after him, their collective focus on one singular goal. In that very moment, Ramos pivoted abruptly and unleashed a powerful shot. Carvalho, who had been closely monitoring the sidelines, attempted to grasp hold of Huang Kaiwen's jersey. Yet, Kaiwen had surged forward with such speed that Carvalho only felt a fleeting tug before the elusive player slipped from his grasp. In the blink of an eye, Kaiwen had circled around him. Carvalho, now in a state of urgency, found himself unable to extricate himself from Kaiwen's tight grip. With a swift motion, Kaiwen extended his right foot, deftly flicking the ball, which soared over both players' heads. Casillas, sensing an impending threat, felt a lump rise in his throat, and his breathing became labored. This time, Huang Kaiwen afforded Carvalho no chance. Anticipating the ball's descent, he charged forward. Just 2 strides later, as the ball began to drop. Kaiwen swung his left foot with precision. With such proximity, Casillas could only instinctively stretch out his arms in a desperate dive. But he was too slow. Moments later, he heard the unmistakable sound of the ball finding the back of the net. Kaiwen, triumphant, spread his arms wide, ready to embrace his approaching teammates. His attention quickly shifted to the unfolding chaos behind him. It appeared that Cruz had sustained an injury. The replay revealed Lampard had committed a foul from behind, a malicious act that warranted a red card. Gattuso, filled with fervor, charged in, only to witness Kaiwen and Ramos engage in a confrontation. He hurried to restrain Kaiwen while Pepe rushed in, seemingly mistaken about the situation. Pepe had struck Lampard, and Casillas attempted to mediate but found himself on the receiving end of a few blows from Pepe. The scene descended into chaos as Ibrahimovic and Inzaghi surged from the bench. Ambrosini followed suit, trying to quell the discord, aware that too many red cards could spell disaster for their team. Pedro Proença, gritting his teeth, felt an urge to retaliate against Lampard. The rationale behind the foul seemed senseless. Now, he had no choice but to issue a card to Kaiwen. The decision on the penalty remained a contentious issue. Given Kaiwen's actions, a red card accompanied by further sanctions seemed inevitable, casting a significant shadow over the Champions League's viewership. With the UEFA executives and sponsors keenly scrutinizing Kaiwen, it appeared he would bear the brunt of the repercussions, jeopardizing his officiating career. Damn it, it was all Lampard's fault. Reluctantly, Proença brandished the red card towards Kaiwen. Ramos, Inzaghi, and Ibrahimovic all received red cards, while Rakitic, who had crept in unnoticed, narrowly escaped punishment. On the Madrid side, both Lampard and Pepe were penalized. Each team was now down 2 players. Guardiola quickly stood up to intervene, but the individuals from Madrid were quicker on the draw. Guti, who had rushed to the sidelines, approached with a smile, remarking, "I've never liked that guy. If he weren't a teammate, I'd have gladly given him a couple of punches. Let us discuss this after the match." Raul, visibly irritated, retorted, "The reporters are merely hungry for news. If Kevin strikes a Madrid player, our meeting will provide them the perfect outlet for their sensationalism. Damn it, does he not understand his predicament? Due to contractual obligations, they are unable to release you, treating you merely as a second-string player. However, mere hours after a confrontation, you find yourself dining and laughing with the player who clashed with the Real Madrid athlete. It's no wonder the fans are enraged. Those Mellingers may not specifically target Huang Kaiwen, yet they will show no mercy when it comes to dealing with others. Recently, the media sentiment towards them has been rather unkind. Let us reconvene at another time. Today is not suitable," Huang Kaiwen advised. "By the way, the reporters will undoubtedly be curious about your conversation," Huang Kaiwen remarked, covering his mouth. "Simply tell them you came to admonish me for my impulsiveness, as you must align yourselves with the Real Madrid player's perspective. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain to the fans." Kevin Guti appeared somewhat reluctant. "Rest assured, it will not affect our friendship," Huang Kaiwen said, giving Guti a gentle push and waving Raul off, urging him to leave promptly. "In truth, you need not have gone to such lengths," Guardiola observed, having witnessed the entire exchange. Huang Kaiwen essentially drew fire away from Raul and Guti. "It's nothing," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Guardiola, his expression a mix of emotions, patted Huang Kaiwen on the shoulder and said, "Let us return and await news of our victory." "Come on," Huang Kaiwen said, wrapping an arm around Ramos. Ibrahimovic and Inzaghi had already returned. As the two approached the locker room door, they heard Inzaghi's cheer. "What is the matter, Filippo? Did you find money?" Huang Kaiwen inquired as he pushed the door open. Inzaghi rushed over and hugged Huang Kaiwen, exclaiming excitedly, "Yes, I found money, you were absolutely right." Inzaghi then turned and dashed toward the locker, pulling a check from his pocket and handing it to Huang Kaiwen. "What does this mean?" Huang Kaiwen asked as he accepted it. "I prepared it in advance," Inzaghi replied. "Can it be cashed?" Huang Kaiwen questioned, bemused, considering Inzaghi's recent circumstances. "Of course. The excess is a gift from me," Inzaghi said, waving his hand dismissively, embodying the demeanor of a nouveau riche. Huang Kaiwen glanced at the figure and gasped, "Filippo, 5 million in interest is quite substantial. Perhaps I should deposit a few billion with you?" Inzaghi immediately raised his middle finger, saying, "You want to have such luck next time. You know, I don't even know those gymnasts at the Grand Prix. Unlike your matches." Huang Kaiwen rolled his eyes. "This guy? Who would have thought he would come through again? He dares to play even without knowing the participants." Huang Kaiwen felt that Inzaghi's luck was extraordinarily fortuitous. However, with such a pattern, he would inevitably stumble. Huang, the king of yellow, would hold on to this money for him. If Inzaghi ever faced misfortune, Huang would return it all. If Inzaghi continued to be this fortunate, then the money would remain with Huang. He did not lack the million plus, yet earning was still a delightful pursuit. It was akin to playing a game where you collect a multitude of coins, yet you remain enthusiastic about increasing the count in your backpack, even if those few thousand coins hold little value. Ibrahimovic remained silent throughout, taken aback by the dealings between the team's prominent figures. Despite his ostentatious demeanor, he has not yet reached the level of indifference towards millions. He merely cloaks himself in bravado, while others are genuinely invested. A few individuals remained in the locker room to watch the match. Guardiola fortified the defense, yet in the closing moments, Real Madrid managed to score again. Milan 43 triumphed in this away match. Guardiola promptly returned to the locker room and said to Kevin Huang, "Come on, Kevin, if you don't go, you won't know what the newspapers will write." "Yes, coach," Kevin Huang replied, rising to follow Guardiola out of the locker room. Bernabeu Press Hall. As Huang and Guardiola entered, the reporters erupted with excitement. Raul, who initially intended to greet them, quickly held back. "Kevin, was your confrontation with Lampard an act of retribution for Cruz? Sergio Ramos often resorts to physicality on the pitch. Shouldn't he face stricter penalties? Mr. Guardiola, will you impose sanctions on Kevin and Ramos? Mr. Faria, has Mourinho sustained an injury, and how severe is it? Pepe assaulted his teammate. Do you have any comments, Rui?" Raul, seated at the side, dared not utter a word. Fortunately, the reporters did not direct any questions at him, as those inquiries were indeed challenging to answer. Faria spoke curtly. "It was a dirty game. I asked Frank Lampard, and he claimed that the German instigated first. Such tactics do not surprise me, for Barcelona players have previously exhibited a penchant for theatrics. Some pretend to be referees on the sidelines, while others feign fouls to provoke red cards. It now appears to be an issue with the coach rather than the players." Guardiola's expression stiffened. He had not anticipated Faria's direct assault. Guardiola responded, "Today, Real Madrid committed significantly more fouls, yet they received preferential treatment from the referee. As for Cruz, I know he would never intentionally provoke an opponent. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Tony is not a bad person," Kevin Huang added. "What is your perspective, Raul?" A reporter inquired proactively. Among the four present, 3 had expressed their views. They would not let Raul escape scrutiny. Raul, feeling cornered, took a moment before responding. "My opinion is inconsequential. What truly matters is what transpired during the match. I was not on the pitch, so I cannot say for certain." "And what about Kevin's actions? He did strike Lampard," the reporter pressed. "I believe Kevin is not a brutish individual. We all know his character. Frank's foul was undeniably dangerous, which is why Kevin reacted so passionately," Raul stated with difficulty. Although Kevin had distanced him from Guti, he found it impossible to utter disparaging remarks about Kevin at that moment. "You are a Real Madrid player," a journalist from AS reminded him. "However, first and foremost, I am an individual with a sense of right and wrong," Raul asserted resolutely. Kevin Huang interjected to assist Raul, stating, "I was indeed a bit agitated because I saw Tony in distress. Tony is an exceptionally talented player and a genuinely honest and kind person. We all enjoy listening to him in the locker room. Upon witnessing his injury, I inquired about the situation and learned that Lampard had committed a malicious foul without the ball, which I could not overlook. Such a foul is egregious and utterly unnecessary. I sincerely apologize for any distress caused to Real Madrid fans, yet I harbor no regrets about my actions, as Lampard's foul is simply intolerable. Indeed, I concur with Kevin's assertion. He merely acted as a captain ought to," Guardiola added. "So, will Kevin face any penalties?" a reporter inquired. "Indeed, that is the case," Guardiola replied. "If I were to initiate a vote within the team, no one would believe Kevin should be punished. During my playing days, I too stood up for my teammates. While I do not advocate for fighting on the pitch, this situation is an exception. I have always regarded Lampard as an exceptional player, but my perspective has shifted today. What are your thoughts on today's match?" a reporter pressed. Guardiola responded with a smile. "It was a splendid match. Until that foul, Ronaldo's performance was magnificent, and Real Madrid showcased their football, which is everything that Jose excels at. Fortunately, we emerged victorious. However, I am not entirely satisfied with the process, and I intend to discuss this matter with the players. Could you share your views on Mourinho?" the reporter persisted. "I apologize. But Kevin and I must take our leave. As for my opinion on Jose, we are good friends, Guardiola stated firmly as he rose from his seat. Kevin Huang followed him out of the press conference, on the bus to the airport, as well as aboard the flight back to Milan. The entire Milan team was in a state of ecstatic excitement. Cruz had escaped serious injury. Milan had triumphed in both the match and the brawl. This is the most exhilarating victory, Kaka exclaimed, holding a history book with curiosity. How did ancient emperors manage such a vast China? There was little they could do. Officials could not govern every township, so it was often village chiefs or clan leaders who held sway, Kevin Huang explained. Historically, imperial authority rarely extended to rural areas. Even in modern times, the influence of certain clans remained substantial. Then how was information relayed? Surely there were dangers from the borders to the capital, weren't there bandits? Like those 105 men and 3 women? Kaka asked, intrigued. Urgent messages were conveyed along a 800-li route with relay stations for soldiers to rest and change horses, as well as dedicated troops patrolling to ensure the thoroughfare remained clear, Kevin Huang elucidated with a smile. Military communications were encrypted. Bandits would not target such items as they held little value, and multiple individuals were dispatched to guarantee that, even in the event of mishaps, intelligence could be relayed promptly. Kevin was surprised to find Kaka so interested in these matters, knowledge he had gleaned from studying history. The two engaged in a lengthy discussion about the Song dynasty, finally returning to the city of Milan. The victorious Milan team, having triumphed in both the match and the altercation, received a warm welcome from their fans. Yet, Kevin Huang understood that this was merely the beginning. The situation was far from resolved. Upon returning home, he watched discussions about the match unfold on television. Fortunately, the majority of the discussion revolves around Lampard's foul. The esteemed reputation of the Yellow King has indeed played a significant role. As for the matter of suspension, it is of little consequence. Surely Milan cannot struggle to advance from the group stage. Does UEFA truly dare to keep the Yellow King suspended until the conclusion of the knockout stage? Stop watching television, Lily remarked, playfully nudging Huang Kevin's arm. Aren't you tired? You should head to bed early. Huang Kevin, wrapping his arm around Lily's shoulders, replied, I can't sleep. Barbara is away on a business trip. Lily expressed her dissatisfaction. Then let us wait a bit and watch some television. Huang Kevin suggested. What do you discuss in the dormitory during school? Lily inquired, looking up. Every night. They always manage to talk about boyfriends, husbands, and children. You must understand. After all, your boyfriend is so exceptional. It puts pressure on them. Huang Kevin chuckled. How annoying. Lily playfully hit Huang Kevin and demanded, come on, tell me what else you talk about. We chat about girls too, but eventually, we delve into international affairs and chaotic history, such as the notable blunders of famous military commanders. Boys prefer debating on such topics, Huang Kevin said with a smile. In the past, whether in the dormitory or the cafeteria, discussions about the Three Kingdoms, World War II, and various battles during the War of Resistance were the most popular subjects. Now that I think back, we must have discussed each topic no less than 100 times. All right, Lily said, completely uninterested. She felt that the topics in the girls' dormitory seemed more appealing. Huang Kevin shook his head with a smile. There are indeed differences between China and foreign countries in this regard. The locker room is quite similar to a dormitory. I suspect foreign university students also talk more about girls. Players, being affluent, tend to discuss matters of expenditure as well. After watching the late-night football program, Huang Kevin carried the sleeping Lily upstairs, tucked her in, and went to bed himself. The following day, Huang Kevin, having woken up late, was promptly caught by Lily. Observing her expression, Huang Kevin understood. This was akin to a steed awaiting its master, like Ouyang losing his radical. What was the Yellow King waiting for? After a while, he descended for breakfast, where Albert was preparing some items. Is there something you need? Huang Kevin inquired. A magazine would like to interview you, sir, Albert replied. Football? Huang Kevin asked. No, it's a fashion magazine. Forget it. I have no interest, he said. By the way, sir, Albert continued, arranging the newspapers for Huang Kevin. Mr. Inzaghi called earlier and said he would be coming over shortly. Understood, Huang Kevin nodded, suddenly recalling 2 matters. Please arrange for someone to send some consolation gifts to Mr. Mourinho, just flowers and a fruit basket. Also, get in touch with the Spanish sports newspaper and have them analyze the connection between the players and Kevin's tea. You understand my meaning, right? Yes, sir, Albert nodded. During Huang Kevin's time playing in Spain, he had maintained good relations with various newspaper representatives. Huang Kaiwen opened the newspaper. The entire front page of the Milan Sports Daily bore but a single word: captain. They remarked that Kaiwen is no gentleman of football. At least he has never been one to shy away from a card. Mourinho's assertion rings true. Lineker's fairy tale is a hypocritical narrative, for throughout a lengthy career, one cannot escape the moments when the team necessitates a foul. When faced with the choice between team and self, Kaiwen has always prioritized the team. Following Kroos's malicious foul, Kaiwen chose to stand up for his teammate. Even at the risk of alienating Real Madrid fans, he still opted to act. Milan has never required a captain akin to Lineker. Whether it was the likes of Maldini or the earlier Baresi, they would rise to the occasion. And it is heartening to see Kaiwen do the same. When the opponent opts for fair play, Kaiwen is akin to Mozart on the pitch. Yet, when adversaries infringe upon Milan players, Kaiwen transforms into Mars, with every foe facing the wrath of the god of war. Any enemy of Milan must surrender in tranquility or fall beneath our blade. Well articulated. However, Kaiwen Huang feels that references to Greek mythology might be more apt, as the tales of Roman mythology lack widespread resonance. The focus of the Turin Sports Daily is similarly aligned, suggesting a prevailing sentiment in the Italian media. Kaiwen Huang sees no issue in defending his teammates, especially against a figure like Lampard, not solely due to the incident involving Kroos, but also as a fitting tribute to the lifetime endorsement bestowed upon him by Abramovich. The Roman Sports Daily declared Lampard's foul as nothing short of murder. Kaiwen Huang, curious about international media coverage, set aside his meal to open his computer with a cup of coffee. To his astonishment, Marca criticized Lampard, stating that he transformed the noble Bernabeu into a Colosseum with his foul, yet he seemed to forget that even when faced with furious bulls, Kaiwen would not retreat. Ideally, we should have the finest successor to Raul, yet we have appointed a goalkeeper who frequently forgets his duties as captain. It is rare to witness Casillas remind his teammates as Kaiwen does. Even disregarding their technical prowess, the disparity in their leadership is stark. The World Sports Daily noted that Real Madrid nearly triumphed in an unjust match, where the referee's judgment faltered, resulting in Kaiwen suffering numerous fouls. To Kaiwen's surprise, Terry accepted an interview and directly severed ties with Lampard. In his conversation with The Times, he stated, "I have known Frank for many years. I was only teammates with Kaiwen for 2. Yet, if given the choice, I would undoubtedly select Kaiwen. He is not only the best player, but also a friend to all. We remain in contact, and he has offered me invaluable advice." Frank has always been rather selfish. When I heard about his conflict with Kaiwen, I knew my friendship with him had ended. As for the national team, that will not be awkward. We are merely compatriots and teammates now. One cannot judge matters by the duration of acquaintance. Ancelotti also remarked to reporters after the match, "I have yet to watch the game, but I am confident that Kaiwen has his reasons. I trust Kaiwen as I trust myself. I need not delve into the details, for I know the issue lies with others." The Manchester Evening News commented, "Lampard's foul was indeed egregious. He has transformed into a villain since his move to Spain." Wenger also shared his perspective, stating, "Lampard is exceptional. Yet he undeniably erred. I have consistently emphasized the need to minimize unnecessary fouls. Evidently, Lampard has disregarded my counsel." Bild noted, Lampard's tackle exhibited the quintessential English style, brutal and uncouth. Surprisingly, no one criticized the yellow card king. Kaiwen Huang appeared quite pleased. However, it remains uncertain how UEFA will address this matter. Shortly after, Inzaghi arrived at Kaiwen Huang's residence, expressing his excitement. "Kaiwen, shall we visit the university?" Kaiwen Huang responded with confusion. "Has Ramos possessed you?" "Why?" Inzaghi replied with pride. "I believe I should enhance my personal refinement to be worthy of my wealth." This short-term financial venture had been quite profitable for him. Kaiwen Huang felt speechless, wanting to convey to Inzaghi that academic credentials cannot be transmitted through mere connections. "Don't tell me that dating a college girl will elevate your personal sophistication." Kaiwen Huang firmly declined. "Absolutely not. What a ridiculous notion. How could the yellow card king be seen loitering at a university gate trying to charm girls? That would be beneath my dignity." "Ugh, what a bore." Inzaghi, seated on the sofa, inquired, "What do you plan to do on your day off?" "I'll play games online with Chris in the morning and accompany Lily shopping in the afternoon," Kaiwen Huang replied. "Forget it, you lazy student." "I'm leaving," Inzaghi said, casually taking an apple from the table and heading out the door. He hadn't had breakfast yet, so it was a timely snack. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, at Munich airport, Kroos emerged from security with the aid of crutches. Due to a minor injury, and being a focal point of discussion. Guardiola had granted him special permission to return to Munich to spend time with his girlfriend. Kroos limped out of the airport, his backpack slung over his shoulder. His injury was not severe. He was merely being cautious to avoid further harm. As soon as he exited the airport, he was accosted by journalists, who eagerly brandished their recording devices. "Say something, Tony." Kroos opened his mouth, but refrained from responding. If he were to grant an interview, Guardiola would likely not be pleased. "Tony, Kevin received a red card because of you, and he has faced some backlash," a reporter quickly interjected. "What do you wish to hear?" Kroos queried. "Lampard claimed you provoked him. Is that true?" "Certainly not. I merely glanced at him," Kroos retorted. "And why did you look at him?" the reporter pressed. "I was curious as to how he could maintain a good rapport with Mourinho after having spoken ill of him. I could never manage that," Kroos quipped. "Do you not like him?" the reporter inquired. "No, I do not know him." Kroos began. "He went to Real Madrid, a club that is currently in decline, which speaks volumes. Perhaps he believes himself to be exceptional, yet since departing from Chelsea's system, his goals have significantly diminished. If I had a powerful striker like Drogba in front of me, with Robin and Duff providing crosses from the flanks, and Drogba facilitating play, I too could score 20 goals. The current intensity at Real Madrid indicates that it is not Lampard's prowess that shines, but rather Mourinho's tactical acumen. Players of Lampard's caliber abound in Europe, such as Gerrard, Scholes, and Ballack. So, do you consider Lampard quite ordinary?" a journalist pressed on. Kroos responded, "Indeed. In comparison to his capabilities, my disdain for the man is greater. If I express my aversion towards someone, I shall not turn around to speak favorably of them. I have always articulated my genuine sentiments earnestly. His capriciousness appears rather foolish. Kevin never acts without reason. He is the most good-natured player I have encountered. If you find yourself on the receiving end of Kevin's ire, you ought to reflect upon your own actions." The team secured a resounding 41-point victory over Germany, effectively ousting Flick, leaving Old Ye both envious and disheartened. From childhood dreams to adulthood. Who could have anticipated that the match watched in a classroom back in 2002 would represent the national team as zenith? Alas. Chapter N0462, I do not excessively rely on any player. Guardiola watched Kroos' interview at home, feeling utterly dismayed. However, he breathed a sigh of relief that Kroos refrained from claiming Milan holds a superior status to Real Madrid. Otherwise, he would risk becoming the Catalan version of Mourinho. Although a staunch Barcelona supporter, Guardiola disdains actions that bring no benefit to himself or the team, especially when it could unnecessarily offend a giant like Real Madrid. Glancing at the scouting report, he couldn't help but frown. The recent performances of the Bender brothers and two Belgian youngsters on loan had been subpar. Lars Bender was injured, while Sven Bender was placed in an unfamiliar wingback position, resulting in 2 conceded goals. Hazard faced criticism for his tendency to hold onto the ball too long. Young players inevitably encounter numerous setbacks in their development. Guardiola contemplated the necessity of reaching out to them to inquire about their well-being. Moreover, the team faced further challenges. Aside from the veteran Zambrata, the remaining left-backs did not meet his requirements. Guardiola sought a player who could excel defensively while also contributing offensively, akin to Bayern's Lahm. He mused that if another Ramos were to join, Milan's defense might not withstand the pressure. At that moment, he found himself somewhat admiring Mourinho for managing to achieve commendable results with a combination of Ramos and Bale. "Daddy, your coffee." Maria entered Guardiola's study, holding a cup. "Thank you, my dear." Guardiola set down the report and asked, "How has school been lately? Any boys you fancy?" "Forget it, they are all quite foolish." 10-year-old Maria sat aside, sighing. This behavior, unbefitting her age, elicited an amused smile from Guardiola. "And what about Christian Martini? Surely you've encountered him before," Guardiola inquired. "He is considerably older than you. Wouldn't you say he possesses a bit more maturity?" "He is just as foolish," Maria retorted. "He fancies his girlfriend is quite splendid. But alas, he is adult." "Mind your language, young lady," Guardiola admonished, his brow furrowed. He was particularly attentive to the education of children. Maria shrugged and remarked, "I think Kevin is quite handsome, like the leading man from a television series." "You and Kevin are worlds apart," Guardiola chuckled, bemused. While he did not oppose the notion of a young girl having a playful interest in a boyfriend, he pondered her audacity in fixating on a star player from the team at such a tender age. Moreover, it was crucial to note that although Huang Kaiwen led a relatively simple life as a player, any father would find it difficult to accept his girlfriends. Guardiola recalled a rock star who frequently lambasted Huang Kaiwen in newspapers and on television. Now, he found himself empathizing with that sentiment. After his eldest daughter departed, Guardiola lingered for a moment before resuming his work, diligently attending to team affairs. It was only then that he realized he had not seen any news regarding Mourinho. He meticulously sifted through several newspapers, even those from Spain, and found little criticism of Mourinho. It was noteworthy that previously, the press had been quick to criticize Mourinho, even in victory. Lighting a cigar, he pondered deeply. Jose, is this what your injury has wrought? At UEFA headquarters in Nyon, Switzerland, Kevin Lamo, director of the UEFA president's office, posed a pressing question. What shall we do about Lampard's injury? Find a solution, Platini instructed his confidant. The public is currently debating our disciplinary actions regarding Kevin. Failing to act could lead to further complications. I am unconcerned with your troubles. Devise a solution, Platini demanded, striking the table. Otherwise, sponsors will turn against me. Since Kevin received a red card, I have received dozens of phone calls. Dozens. Shall we claim Kevin has psychological issues? Lamo tentatively suggested. Whenever he mentioned Huang Kaiwen's name, it felt oddly personal. The Milan president will certainly confront me first, Platini replied, massaging his temples, clearly irritated. None of my subordinates are of any use. You might as well say Lampard is a terrorist and Huang Kaiwen is engaged in counter-terrorism efforts. It would be more credible. At least Lampard has no background. By the way, what is Real Madrid's stance? Platini inquired. Real Madrid is among the most influential clubs. Calderon has no objections. Provided Lampard assumes full responsibility, Lamo responded. So, if Real Madrid has no objections and Milan has none either, that implies universal acquiescence. Thus we need not impose further sanctions on Kevin. Platini shrugged and remarked that Real Madrid players had been struck, yet the club raised no objections. Were other clubs perhaps interfering unnecessarily? So, Kevin Ramos tentatively inquired. Thus, we shall impose a one-match suspension, with an additional game added. It cannot extend further, Platini declared ominously, emphasizing the necessity to resolve the matter regardless of their handling. With a wry smile, Kevin Ramos exited Platini's office to discuss the situation with his associates. Platini exerted pressure on him, and now it was his turn to apply pressure on his subordinates. At precisely 8 o'clock in the evening, UEFA's official website released a statement. During the Champions League group match between Real Madrid and AC Milan, Lampard's malicious foul incited a large-scale conflict between the teams. This was a disgraceful match, and we cannot condone such behavior from players. Real Madrid's Pepe receives a one-match suspension, with an additional 2 games. Lampard, for his foul on an opponent without the ball, faces a one-match ban, plus 4 more. Kevin, for shoving an opponent, receives a one-match suspension with an additional game. Ramos, for striking an opponent, is suspended for 1 match, with 2 additional games. Inzaghi and Ibrahimovic, for rushing onto the field to assault an opponent, face a one-match suspension, plus 3 more. Kevin, upon reading the disciplinary decisions, felt a sense of admiration for UEFA. If this continued, the so-called Yellow King and Ramos striking opponents might lead UEFA to categorize the strikes as hits to the cheek, thereby lessening the suspension for the Yellow King. The remaining players would be dealt with according to their temples. The fact that they could employ such a nuanced term as shoving was indeed a challenge for them. The following day at lunch, Inzaghi began to lament the situation. He looked at Kevin and said, clearly, you initiated the altercation, yet your suspension is the least. Are the suspension durations now determined by age? Perhaps it's based on appearance. Kevin chuckled in response. Nonsense. I am far more handsome than you. Inzaghi retorted defiantly. After years of navigating the romantic arena, wasn't his greatest asset this very visage? Perhaps it is determined by character. Thus, I feel Kevin's additional suspension is excessive. Gattuso interjected from the side. Inzaghi promptly raised his middle finger. Gattuso must be envious of his handsome features to make such comments. Yesterday, I was shopping with Monica. She fancied a bag but ultimately refrained from purchasing it, as 79,000 euros is simply exorbitant, Gattuso complained. He wished for his wife to buy it, though she deemed it too pricey. If she considers 79,000 euros too expensive, you should reflect on your own efforts in football, Inzaghi suggested. Gattuso, too lazy to rise, rolled his eyes and replied, one day, you will lose it all, then we shall see how you fare. Even if I earn a substantial amount, I know that 79,000 euros is indeed a significant sum. Some people don't even earn that much in a year. I will forever remember that I am the son of a fisherman." Kevin raised his thumb in approval, for one must not forget their true identity. Observe Huang, who since his entry into the football realm has been fixated on capitalizing on his status. Even today, as he occupies such a lofty position, he still dedicates time each month to devise strategies that entice Japanese housewives to part with their money. Despite Kevin's tea revenues significantly surpassing those from photo collections, the illustrious Huang has not forgotten the women from Japan who have supported him, even with their modest contributions of 100 yen at a time. Inzaghi, for his part, refrained from refuting this notion, as his intention was merely to provoke Gattuso, not to feign ignorance regarding the earnings of the average person. Even with a favorable background, he believes that luxury goods do not warrant such exorbitant prices. In his daily life, Inzaghi often opts for more economical choices, as he perceives that the high price tags of expensive items include advertising costs, and wonders if capitalists would truly incur losses just to have their superior products recognized. It is implausible. Ultimately, every penny is borne by the consumer. Huang Kevin remarked, "In truth, this situation may not be so bad. After all, post-football, income will dwindle significantly. Yet consumption will not abruptly decline. It is wise to plan for the future." Gattuso nodded in agreement, contemplating whether to open a gym or embark on some venture to generate income, noting that Paul had already established his own brand. Kaka interjected, mentioning that he had recently observed in a mall that the foot traffic for Maldini's brand was quite sparse. "Business is indeed challenging, given the dismal economic climate," Gattuso sighed. Huang Kevin shook his head in silence, acknowledging the grim state of Italy's economy. On October 25th, the entire team traveled to face Napoli, whose lineup was formidable. Although Huang Kevin did not make the starting roster, he found himself seated on the bench. Shortly after the match commenced, Kaka turned to him and asked, "Kevin, have you noticed that Sergio has been acting rather mysteriously lately?" "You've noticed too?" Huang Kevin replied, surprised. He had sensed something was amiss with Ramos. "Indeed. I've observed he hasn't visited your home much lately," Kaka admitted somewhat sheepishly. "How do you know that?" Huang Kevin inquired, turning his gaze towards Kaka. "Sometimes I stroll by your doorstep and have yet to see him," Kaka explained, as his residence was in close proximity to Huang Kevin's, allowing a clear view from his second-floor window. Huang Kevin chuckled, suggesting, "Perhaps you should hasten to have a child. Beatrice might then grant you some reprieve." "It's not solely my decision," Kaka replied with a wry smile, expressing doubts that his recent injury was due to external fatigue. The situation on the pitch was far from optimistic, and Kaka remarked with a grin, "It seems that you will need to take the field today." "I am a player," Huang Kevin responded, equally amused. The Napoli squad was indeed formidable. In the 21st minute of the match, Hamsik successfully breached Milan's defenses with a remarkable goal. This midfielder arrived in the Apennines in 2004 and joined Napoli in 2007 for a sum of €5 million. He has since become an indispensable asset to the team. Despite boasting 6 years of experience in Serie A, he is still merely 23 years old. Aurelio De Laurentiis initially proclaimed this signing as a forward-looking investment, and it has indeed proven to be an exceptional value. We now turn our attention to Napoli's coach, Walter Mazzarri, who previously managed Reggina, narrowly avoiding relegation for 2 consecutive seasons. Following the infamous Calciopoli scandal, Reggina faced a daunting deficit of 11 points at the outset, with the entire Italian football community predicting their relegation. However, Mazzarri remarkably steered Reggina to safety. Interestingly, during Reggina's struggle for survival, it was AC Milan who inadvertently provided the crucial 3 points, showcasing Mazzarri's acumen in dealing with the Rossoneri. The Belgian national team, while sounding formidable, does not necessarily reflect the caliber of a coach suited for relegation battles. However, it would be an oversimplification to dismiss Mazzarri's capabilities. Napoli has been performing admirably, and today's 3-2-4-1 formation has left Guardiola perplexed, demonstrating the effectiveness of Italian defensive strategies. It is noteworthy that Guardiola has never fielded the same starting 11 in consecutive matches since the summer friendlies began. Guardiola's tactical approach, characterized by oscillating between 3 and 4 defenders and rotating players frequently, raises questions. If I were to coach AC Milan, I would employ a similar strategy. Frankly, I believe he pales in comparison to Ancelotti, who had AC Milan playing exceptionally well during his tenure. Ancelotti's exit from the Champions League was primarily due to his reluctance to bench star players. The abundance of high-profile talents at AC Milan, coupled with Ancelotti's affable nature, stands in stark contrast to Mourinho, who has had fewer such challenges. As the match progressed, just before the 40-minute mark, Cavani received a pass from Hamsik and found the back of the net. Huang Kaiwen, aware of his inevitable substitution, eagerly watched his anticipation meter reach 100 and opted for a draw. To his surprise, he was awarded a match experience card for the 2013 to 2014 season featuring Paris Saint-Germain versus Ajaccio, showcasing Edinson Cavani. While one might initially expect Hamsik to be the recipient of accolades, it was indeed Cavani who shone through. In terms of skill, Hamsik exhibits several weaknesses, such as a lack of speed and subpar dribbling abilities. However, he possesses a critical strength. He does not monopolize the ball and has an excellent sense of timing when it comes to passing. Unlike Bruno Fernandes, Hamsik does not constantly seek to play penetrating through balls into the box, which alleviates the pressure on the team to constantly guard against losing possession. In the selection of a core player for the elite, Huang Kaiwen believes that Hamsik is a more suitable choice than Buffet. Buffet's adventurous playing style, regardless of the timing, aligns more closely with Bielsa's team philosophy. Cavani, too, presents a mixed bag of attributes. While he has scored numerous spectacular goals, he also frequently squanders golden opportunities. He is an erratic forward, lacking a touch of technical finesse. Otherwise, with his explosive physicality, he could easily ascend to the pinnacle of the footballing world. However, these concerns do not trouble the illustrious Huang. He has opted to utilize his experience card, willingly aiding the development of younger players in the sport as a seasoned individual. As the halftime whistle blew, Milan found themselves trailing by 2 goals. In an uncharacteristic display, Guardiola stormed into the dressing room, visibly agitated. "I cannot fathom what you are playing at. I see a team devoid of spirit. Yes, they are Napoli, but they lack Maradona. Must I remind you to treat this match as if it were a final? This is not the attitude Milan should embody. We are superior to Napoli, yet we find ourselves 2 goals behind, reminiscent of our previous Champions League performance." Guardiola gestured emphatically with 2 fingers, exclaiming, "Why must every match be this arduous? What will happen when we face Juventus next? Will we find ourselves 4 goals down at halftime? And against Real Madrid? With Kevin and the others potentially suspended, will we face a 6-goal deficit? If this continues, we will have conceded over 50 goals by mid-season. Is this what the newspapers refer to as Europe's top defense?" Godin cast a glance at Papastathopoulos. The duo on the left flank had been thoroughly exploited, and they bore significant responsibility for today's goals conceded. Guardiola continued, "There are no excuses. I do not wish to hear your explanations. Return to the pitch in the second half and rectify this situation." With that, he exited the dressing room. More than the matches against Napoli and Juventus, he was particularly anxious about the upcoming group stage clash with Real Madrid. What if Huang Kaiwen and a few others were suspended, leading to a humiliating defeat for AC Milan? Numerous newspapers had already speculated that Milan's current plight stemmed from Guardiola's inadequacies, suggesting that he struggled to adapt outside of the familiar system at Barcelona. At times, Guardiola himself questioned the veracity of such claims. Within the confines of the dressing room, witnessing the dismal atmosphere, Huang Kaiwen rose and moved to the center. "In truth, they are not insurmountable," he asserted. "Their tactics lack support on the flanks. If we exploit the wings more effectively, we will prevail." The 3 defenders impose high demands on the wingbacks. Do those 2, whose names elude me, truly possess world-class caliber? They hail from Brazil, right? Named Roberto Carlos and Max de Moraes, perhaps? Be careful, or Moraes might give you a call, Gattuso chuckled. "Moraes is Cafu, isn't he?" Huang Kaiwen gestured emphatically, declaring, "They are hardly of top caliber. Napoli is merely a team content with vying for European qualification. Perhaps we may encounter some obstacles, but they should not be one of them. Once we return to the pitch, we shall exploit the flanks, demonstrating who truly reigns as the Titan of Italy. Forza Milan. Forza Milan." As the halftime intermission concluded, Huang was preparing to exit the dressing room when Ambrosini approached, draping an arm around his shoulder and stating, "I knew my instincts were correct. You seem to have become more articulate than I. Is it merely eloquence?" Huang inquired with a smile. Ambrosini playfully shoved him aside, reluctant to admit his own shortcomings on the field. He had always believed that his place in Milan was not due to his prowess, but rather the scarcity of suitable midfielders in Italy. It was a simple truth. His teammates were frequent contenders for the Ballon d'Or. The forwards alone could easily secure spots in the top 10, if not the top 5. Competing at such a level, Even a midfielder should be able to earn a nomination for the prestigious award. Thus, his tenure as captain had been both a source of pride and a period of intense pressure. Now, he finally felt a sense of relief. Ambrosini racked his brain, but could not pinpoint a single area where he surpassed Huang. Perhaps age was an advantage in its own right. As the second half commenced, Milan exhibited an attitude starkly different from the first, aggressively targeting Napoli's flanks. Minutes passed. Although no goals had yet been scored, Milan commanded the momentum. Clement approached the sidelines and inquired, "Pep, shall we substitute Kaiwen?" "Let us wait a moment," Guardiola replied. A sudden shift in the game's dynamics made him wary of disrupting the team's rhythm with substitutions. However, it would be prudent to have Kaiwen warm up in preparation, Clement suggested, facilitating a smoother transition for any future substitutions. Guardiola glanced over and said, "Let Kaka warm up." "And what of Kaiwen?" Clement pressed, unwilling to relent. "We shall discuss that later," Guardiola replied. The newspapers had reported trouble surrounding him, echoing the situation Mourinho faced at Chelsea. Therefore, Guardiola was hesitant to deploy Huang as a savior, fearing it would reflect poorly on his tactical acumen. He was equally curious to see if he could orchestrate a comeback without relying on Huang. Moments later, Kaka replaced Inzaghi. Slumped on the bench, Inzaghi grumbled. "The coach actually paired Ricardo with Torres. Does he hold me in such low regard?" "Filippo, why are you panting so heavily?" Huang asked, half smiling. Inzaghi had run more than usual today and appeared fatigued. "Is that so?" he replied, hastily attempting to regulate his breathing, which only intensified. Resigned, Inzaghi spread his hands and admitted, Fine. I concede that I am aging. Are you satisfied now?" "Why should I be satisfied?" Huang chuckled in response. "Let us not discuss that anymore. Would you like to play cards?" Inzaghi inquired. "Perhaps not. The stands are better suited for that," Huang Kaiwen replied, shaking his head. "The team is still trailing, and the captain is here engaged in games. If the newspapers don't criticize you, it means they've been bought off." "Not quite right, though. It seems Italian newspapers have all accepted money from the King of Yellow. Even when he departed Italy, his ties with the Italian media remained intact. After all, this is the stronghold. One must manage the media narrative carefully." 60 minutes into the match, Milan still struggled to break the deadlock. Guardiola finally could no longer contain himself. He turned to the sidelines and said, "Kaiwen, prepare to come on." "Understood, coach," Huang Kaiwen responded, removing his training jacket as he approached the touchline. At that moment, Kaka was fouled by Pacienza while carrying the ball in the attacking third, awarding Milan a free kick. Huang Kaiwen swiftly made his way to the fourth official. Guardiola opened his mouth but decided against speaking. As Huang Kaiwen was set to enter, he would replace Pirlo, which meant Rakitic would drop back to partner with Ambrosini. The young Rakitic had played various positions under Guardiola. Huang extended his right hand to Pirlo for a high five. Pirlo grasped Huang's hand and said, "I was going to take the kick, so don't let me down. Have I ever disappointed you?" Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile, turning to sprint toward the opponent's half. Pirlo paused momentarily, chuckling as he walked towards the substitutes bench. He truly worried too much. Napoli's goalkeeper, De Sanctis, scowled upon witnessing Huang Kaiwen at the foul spot. He was an exceptionally skilled goalkeeper with quick reflexes, akin to Casillas, and had previously been awarded the Serie of Best Goalkeeper. However, due to Buffon's unwavering consistency, he could only serve as a backup for the national team. He understood well that Huang Kaiwen's set pieces posed the greatest threat among all offensive strategies. Executing a shot in open play was not nearly as convenient as preparing for a stationary kick. If given a choice, he would have preferred Pirlo to take this free kick. De Sanctis gazed intently at the Milan goal, finally comprehending why Buffon had long praised Huang Kaiwen in the media. Damn, if it could lead to a chance to join AC Milan, he would be tempted to try as well. At least he wouldn't have to worry about someone launching a shot exceeding 180 km per hour. De Sanctis didn't even bother to remind his teammates to position themselves. He simply waited in silence, feeling that any action would be futile. Huang Kaiwen's free kicks rarely failed to breach the wall, so it was perhaps better to calm his own nerves. Despite his desire to overcome his fear, De Sanctis' arms, legs, and entire body trembled slightly. He had never envisioned that guarding a goal could pose such a perilous threat. Even with his utmost effort, he could not quell his racing heart. Thump! Huang Kaiwen took a run-up and struck the ball with precision. The ball swiftly passed over the wall, and De Sanctis immediately exhaled with relief, noticing that the ball's speed was not as alarming as he had feared. Almost simultaneously, He leaped and extended his arms. De Sanctis made contact with the ball, yet its spin was too fierce. He realized the impending disaster as soon as they touched. Indeed, despite his efforts, he could not deflect the ball over the crossbar. After making contact with his hands, the ball forcefully crashed into the net above. Boo! 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 The Stadio San Paolo erupted with thunderous jeers. This was not directed at Huang Kaiwen, but rather a manifestation of the discontent from the Napoli supporters. Goal! 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 Kaiwen. In mere seconds since his introduction, he had helped his team equalize. I find it difficult to articulate the brilliance of Kaiwen's free kick, for it is the most exquisite and unpredictable art in existence. His free kick transported me into a kaleidoscopic realm, where no matter how the kaleidoscope is turned, it ultimately forms a magnificent pattern. At a speed of 120 kilometers per hour, if one were to claim that Kaiwen exerted his full strength, even my 3-year-old grandson would struggle to believe it. The reason Kaiwen delivered a slower free kick than usual was out of concern for his opponent's safety. He chose not to rely on sheer speed, thus presenting a challenge to himself. How could one ensure a goal without a powerful free kick? Kaiwen provided us with the definitive answer, enhancing the ball's spin. De Sanctis had managed to reach the ball, yet still could not prevent it from crossing the line. That is the essence of Kaiwen's free kick. De Sanctis need not feel disheartened about conceding a goal. If I were in his position, I would cherish the gloves worn during this match upon returning home. Over the past 2 seasons, only 4 goalkeepers have encountered Kaiwen's free kicks, and notably, this is something even Buffon has never achieved. De Sanctis could proudly tell his child that he is indeed a superior goalkeeper compared to Buffon. Immediate results. Guardiola slapped his forehead. To be honest, he had experienced this scenario many times before, yet each time he witnessed the transformation brought by Huang Kaiwen, he could not help but be astonished. Substituting penalty takers before a shootout often leads to the new player missing their attempt, as they have yet to find their rhythm. However, this issue was non-existent with Huang Kaiwen. His impact was instantaneous. His first touch was a free kick. Damn! No wonder that fellow Jose was so amiable in Kaiwen's presence. Guardiola suddenly thought that if his eldest daughter Maria grew up to still admire Huang Kaiwen, having him as a boyfriend would not be such a bad idea. Torres immediately embraced Huang Kaiwen. Ramos shot a glare at Torres. Damn! This guy has played for so long, without such a burst of speed. Alas, it is indeed a tough journey for him. The Milan players are far more cunning than those from Chelsea. He would not have gone to the lengths of hiring a sprint coach solely to enhance his explosiveness and speed. Ramos finds himself reminiscing about the rainy days in London. At least the Chelsea players pose no threat to his position. Ricardo, you should exploit the right flank and make more breakthroughs, Huang Kaiwen instructed. Understood, Kevin. Kaká replied with a smile. He had never relished playing in a forward position, yet Ancelotti had occasionally deployed him as a striker. What about me? Gattuso inquired, realizing that Kaká's shift to the right would leave his spot vacant. You go central and suppress Napoli's 2 attacking midfielders, Huang Kaiwen declared. Central? Are you certain? Gattuso asked, pointing to himself incredulously. Huang Kaiwen's arrangement seemed utterly absurd. Of course, I'm certain, Huang Kaiwen replied, covering his mouth. Neither of them is particularly quick, so you needn't worry about being outrun. As long as you keep them in check, Cavani poses no threat up front. So, I am the key today? Gattuso rolled his eyes in response. Absolutely, boss. Huang Kaiwen grinned. All right, then I shall go. Gattuso nodded, though he remained slightly apprehensive about Huang Kaiwen's strategy. You also keep an eye on the central area, Huang Kaiwen instructed Rakitic. Sure, Kevin. Rakitic nodded without questioning the rationale. Guardiola, observing the unfolding events on the pitch, could only reassure himself that Huang Kaiwen was not critiquing his tactics, and that he was indeed part of the coaching staff. Gattuso approached to specifically mark Hamsik, applying significant pressure. Speed and dribbling were Hamsik's weaknesses, rendering him incapable of evading Gattuso. If he failed to release the ball immediately, Gattuso would be upon him. Hamsik now found himself ensnared in such a predicament, forced to advance towards the sidelines, awaiting support from his teammates. Watch out, Gargano cautioned. However, it was too late. As he spoke, Ramos executed a slide tackle, sending the ball behind Hamsik. Gattuso cleverly surged forward to intercept the ball and redirected it towards the right flank. Kaká propelled the ball forward at a rapid pace, initiating a counterattack for Milan. Pizzini hurried to catch up with Kaká, but the latter's speed was overwhelming, visibly widening the gap between them. Gargano had no choice but to move in for support. As they approached the penalty area, Kaka still held onto the ball until Higuain lunged for it, prompting Kaka to deliver a precise lateral pass. Torres received the ball and advanced. Noticing that Napoli's defenders had concentrated in the center, without hesitation, Torres shifted the ball to the left flank. De Sanctis, spotting Huang Kaiwen in the penalty area, felt a wave of dread. Huang Kaiwen did not pause, unleashing a powerful strike with his right foot. Bang! De Sanctis dove to the side, but he simply could not thwart the ferocious shot. He misjudged the ball's speed, and by the time he lunged, it had already zipped past him, ultimately crashing into the net. Guardiola stared in disbelief at the field. Within just over a minute, Milan equalized. Damn. He ought to consider how to explain this to the journalists. Guardiola had already prepared his statement. I will not overly rely on any player. Agnelli is set to sell Juventus. The revival of Italian football is becoming increasingly arduous, given the current circumstances. This chapter concludes. The echoes of discontent grew louder in the Stadio San Paolo. Clearly, the Napoli fans had forgotten the days of Huang Kaiwen. Of course, during that time, Huang Kaiwen's efficiency was not as pronounced. Their three-defender system appeared flimsy in the face of Huang Kaiwen's prowess. Mazzari even began to question whether his system was flawed. After all, conceding 2 goals in just over a minute was inexcusable. Guardiola seemed to see a reflection of himself as he contemplated trying a 3-2-4-1 formation. Unbeknownst to him, Napoli was providing a live demonstration of what it meant for wingbacks to advance but fail to return. This was indeed a matter worthy of attention. Upon reflection, it seemed that under Ancelotti, the likes of Maldini and Cafu were perhaps more suited to such a system. Suddenly, Guardiola found himself envious of Ancelotti. Though Ramos could be considered proficient in both attack and defense, he occasionally ventured forward without the means to return. However, the left-back position occupied by Zambrano was hindered by age, rendering him unable to compete with Maldini's caliber. In this light, it was evident that Ancelotti's squad was superior. No wonder AC Milan clinched back-to-back championships in those days. Cavani and Hamsik exchanged glances, contemplating uttering a few expletives. Both were in fine form today, having worked tirelessly to score 2 goals against AC Milan. Yet, such a lead was swiftly erased in under 2 minutes. Hamsik, who joined Serie A at the same time as Huang Kaiwen, felt a chill down his spine. He distinctly recalled believing that Huang Kaiwen, as a winger, had merely a slight edge in goal scoring. Now, it was apparent that this was no mere slight. Over 6 years, he had transformed from an ordinary player to a core member among the elite in Serie A. While Huang Kaiwen's goal-scoring efficiency had ascended from the flanks to the heart of the attack, Hamsik furtively glanced at Cavani. If Huang Kaiwen were positioned in front of him, he certainly would not exhibit the same erratic tendencies. Achieving 20 assists in a season should pose no challenge. As the Milan players returned to the midfield, Hamsik realized an unsettling truth. His previous perceptions of top-tier players had been somewhat superficial. It now appeared that only those worthy of playing for AC Milan could truly be deemed elite. As Napoli resumed play, Cavani promptly passed back. The moment Hamsik received the ball, Torres dashed forward, prompting Hamsik to quickly return the pass. Christian Maggio received the ball and nudged it with his right foot. In that very motion, Huang Kaiwen had already surged beside him. Maggio immediately turned to attempt a pass, but Huang Kaiwen swiftly adjusted his position. Although Huang Kaiwen did not completely obstruct Ma Xiao, he still exerted considerable pressure on him. His positioning was clearly aimed at preventing a lateral pass and denying any opportunity for a forward advance. Ma Xiao was utterly flustered. As an Italian player born in 1982, he had only recently been selected for the national team and had heard the esteemed opinions of team veterans regarding Huang Kaiwen. The presence of such a player before him instilled a sense of trepidation. Ma Xiao extended his left foot forward, shielding the ball as he awaited his teammate's support. Pass. The unfamiliar voice startled him, and he instinctively glanced back, immediately sensing the predicament. Damn, it was Torres who had called out. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Kaiwen snatched the ball from under his feet. Galgano, who had come to support, charged straight at Huang Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen feigned a move down the center with a deft touch of his left foot, prompting Galgano to shift in response. In an instant, Huang Kaiwen flicked the ball with his right foot. The ball zipped to the left, and Huang Kaiwen suddenly accelerated, slipping past Galgano. The defenders from Napoli began shifting toward this side, while midfielder Pazienza hurried to cover near the penalty area. Huang Kaiwen continued to push the ball with the back of his foot, taking small, measured steps down the left flank. Gianluca Grava, however, hesitated to commit, aware of Huang Kaiwen's explosive agility. Although Huang Kaiwen's pace appeared slow, he was confident that in an instant, he could outpace Grava with his burst of speed. Aronica was also slow in providing support. As Grava retreated while maintaining his balance, Huang Kaiwen had already stepped into the penalty area with a half-bicycle kick, and Grava dared not extend his leg. At that moment, Huang Kaiwen abruptly initiated a left-footed flick, causing Grava to instinctively follow. Yet, Huang Kaiwen quickly shifted the ball with his right foot, evading Grava's outstretched leg, who then stumbled heavily to the ground within the penalty box. Noticing the impending danger, De Sanctis quickly fell to the ground, extending his foot. Prepared for this, Huang Kaiwen executed another deft touch to evade the challenge, turning near the goal line for a precise shot. Aronica, returning to defend, leaped to block the impending goal, but was a moment too late. The ball rolled into the right side of the net. Goal! 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 Huang Kaiwen has delivered an extraordinary performance, showcasing how effortlessly he can turn the tables on his opponents. The Napoli players displayed commendable effort in front of Huang Kaiwen, and their movements indicated a growing awareness of his formidable prowess as they sought ways to counter him. Their inability to find a solution is understandable, as this is a cosmic-level challenge. It is akin to a primary school student attempting advanced mathematics. It is entirely natural for them to struggle with defending against Huang Kaiwen. Even the defenses of Chelsea and Manchester United, and previously, the likes of Paolo Maldini facing Huang Kaiwen's Real Madrid, found themselves similarly helpless when confronted with other wingers. Defenders may exhibit varying levels of skill, revealing the disparities in their abilities. Yet, before Huang Kaiwen, they all appeared equal. Regardless of whether you are Nesta or Stankovic, you cannot escape the fate of being surpassed. The Stadio San Paolo has been left in a state of bewilderment. The city of Naples is exceptionally fervent, distinct from other cities. While many cities boast 2 or more teams, Chievo, fully known as Chievo Verona, has its local rival Hellas Verona. Yet, Naples, a city with a population nearing 1 million, possesses only one team, Napoli. This is the team of the entire city. The streets are adorned with graffiti. While theft and gun violence persist unabated, medieval architecture coexists with the stench of urine. Crime, football, and death encompass the essence of Naples. Since their return to Serie A, the surge in Napoli's performance has rendered their fans overly optimistic. Following the return of the number 10 from Milan, they have come to realize a profound truth. Serie A comprises AC Milan and other teams, and not the imagined struggle of Napoli against the Northern Triumvirate. Regardless of the economic climate, Napoli fans remain a troublesome bunch. Yet, the once vibrant Stadio San Paolo is now filled only with the shouts of away supporters. Milan, Milan. The voices of over 1,000 fans reverberate through the stadium. The Napoli players, like their fans, silently watch as the Milan players celebrate. Guardiola turns around, extending a finger, instinctively saying, "Tony, get ready." Before he can finish his thought, Guardiola himself chuckles. He had been prepared to tell Kroos that he is the future of the team, forgetting that Kroos has yet to return. The mere thought of that fellow makes Guardiola shake his head. Although Kroos, back in Germany, maintains some restraint, he is still bombarded with interviews daily. He even suspects Kroos is doing it on purpose. Fortunately, Kroos mainly shares his experiences in Milan and some details about Huang Kaiwen. "It's just a game. You must lift your spirits," Mazzarri exhorts, waving his right arm towards the field. Though the opponent's goal was splendid, it ultimately only gave them a 1-goal lead. Mazzarri hopes his players can summon their energy to equalize. Captain De Sanctis, with a wry smile, retrieves the ball and tosses it to a teammate ahead. He glances towards the sidelines. The players' movements appear lethargic. How can they possibly muster any spirit? After resuming play with a few passes, Gattuso intercepts the ball decisively. He immediately passes it forward, and Torres swiftly drives towards the Napoli penalty area. Even Gargano temporarily abandons Huang Kaiwen. A breakthrough through the center poses a greater threat than an attack from the flanks. Huang gestures for Rakitic to advance, while he himself drifts into the center, preparing to receive from Torres. Before Huang can position himself, Torres has already turned and delivered a back pass. Kaká, receiving the ball on the right, notices Huang in the center and prepares to pass, but finds Huang urging him to deliver it directly into the box. Kaká deftly curls across from the right, aimed precisely at the center. However, this time Torres is closely marked, and Aronica leaps to head the ball away. The sphere soars towards the upper right corner of the penalty area. Veronica finally breathed a sigh of relief, yet his composure was short-lived. Huang Kaiwen stood resolutely in place, his foot pivoting to deliver a powerful strike against the ball. The sound resonated like a gentle thunder amidst the laughter, echoing through the night. In the aftermath of the tremendous noise, the ball transformed into a streak of light, leaving the defenders caught unawares. De Sanctis, stationed at the goal, instinctively launched himself sideways in an attempt to save. The anticipated sensation of contact never reached his hands, leaving him with a tinge of regret as he heard the ball find the net. He instinctively turned to look back, only to witness a visible alteration in the ball's form. Goodness, what a strike! De Sanctis felt a wave of relief wash over him for not having intercepted it. For otherwise, he might have been carried off the field. My word, what a shot from Huang Kaiwen. It was nothing short of astonishing. While he often exercised control, this particular position and angle demanded a certain force. The Napoli goalkeeper retrieved the ball and presented it to the referee, exclaiming, "Ah, the ball is damaged." However, the referee indicated the goal was valid, directing play to resume at the center circle, while De Sanctis sought a replacement ball from the ball boy. Within just 7 minutes of Huang Kaiwen's entry, Guardiola utilized his final substitution, bringing on Seedorf in place of Huang. The Napoli fans applauded Huang, confirming what Del Piero had once said, that Huang Kaiwen was a player deserving of cheers from all Serie A teams. Although the Napoli fans felt a sense of frustration today, they nonetheless paid tribute to Huang's splendid performance. Guardiola handed him a towel and a water bottle. Upon receiving them, Huang noted the distinctive quality of the towel and asked with a smile, "Coach, this towel feels wonderful." "Indeed, that's good to hear," Guardiola replied with a grin. "It's nothing too extravagant, just something I had specially made." "Not a big deal, you say?" Huang chuckled, momentarily at a loss for words. He then inquired, "By the way, how have Maria and the others been lately?" Guardiola sighed, recalling his eldest daughter with a hint of concern. Although Huang was certainly preferable to Ronaldo or Ronaldinho from Brazil, he still felt that Maria ought to find someone better. "Perhaps she'll change as she matures," Guardiola mused, seeking solace in his thoughts. Huang shook his head, realizing that every daughter remains a soft spot for her father. As he settled back onto the substitutes bench, Inzaghi approached him, asking, "How did you score so quickly?" "I'm not quite sure. It wasn't something I planned," Huang replied. "Hey," Inzaghi retorted, feigning annoyance. "Are you keeping secrets from me? We face Juventus next. I need to uncover the trick." Abbiati raised his hand, interjecting, "Well, I think you should focus on getting on the pitch first." Inzaghi's expression froze momentarily. Indeed, he might not even get the chance to play. His recent scoring streak had been aided by the physical struggles of others. However, Guardiola's decision to bench Ibrahimovic clearly indicated preparation for the upcoming match against Juventus. Does he still have a chance to play? Inzaghi blinked and turned his gaze towards Huang Kaiwen. "Don't look at me. I can't guarantee you a starting position," Huang swiftly replied. "You could tell him that if you don't let me start, I won't be comfortable playing," Inzaghi suggested tentatively. "Please, such a feeble excuse won't deceive anyone," Huang said, both amused and exasperated. Undeterred, Inzaghi continued to probe. In the dying moments of the match, Antonini unleashed a long-range shot that pierced the opponent's net, leading Milan to a 5-2 victory over Napoli. Huang declined Guardiola's invitation to the press conference. At the post-match press conference, only the two head coaches were present. "Walter, what led to your collapse?" he asked. "Did you hear the boos from the crowd today, Mr. Mazzari? Given the scoreline, isn't it indicative that Kevin is strong, rather than your tactics?" He pressed, "What about Cruz's situation?" Mazzari, somewhat resigned, replied, "There's not much to say. We played a magnificent first half, but the second half was entirely dominated by Kevin. Despite the loss, I take pride in my players' performance. Achieving what they did is no small feat, especially considering Kevin scored 4 goals in just 7 minutes. Does that mean your defeat is solely due to Kevin's performance?" Mazzari glanced at Guardiola and said, "A significant part of it is indeed because of Kevin. He was exceptional. However, AC Milan possesses many capable players. Just look at the market values of both squads, and you'll understand. Once again, I express my pride in my players' efforts. Despite their salaries being several times higher than ours, they managed to maintain the lead for over 60 minutes, which is quite an achievement." Seeing that Mazzari had no more newsworthy comments, the reporters turned to Guardiola and asked, "Mr. Guardiola, could you elaborate on Kevin's significance?" Guardiola chuckled wryly, shifting slightly in his seat, and replied, "I am unsure what you wish to ask. You witnessed everything that transpired on the field. Perhaps it seems hard to believe, but this is football. Are you suggesting that there is an issue with your tactics? Given that it always seems to require Kevin to rescue the team? If that is your perspective, then I have no objections, Guardiola said with a wry smile. Of course, I have my own opinions, but I cannot guarantee they are all correct. In the process of evolution, we must continually experiment. That is the crux of the matter. Anyone, any team, must pay a sufficient price to grow. But the key factor is Kevin, a reporter reminded him. Guardiola nodded, acknowledging, yes, Kevin is indeed crucial. He is the best player in the world. However, you must understand that my decision to field Kevin was also tactical, not merely a response to being behind. Milan has many great players, and we strive not to overly depend on any single individual. A silence fell over the press room as the reporters looked at Guardiola in disbelief. He had previously joked about such matters, yet now his words seemed all too sincere. What of Kroos? He mentioned that after away games, particularly in the Champions League, Bayern needs to gather, which can be rather taxing. Such a situation does not arise in Milan, correct? The journalist inquired once more. Guardiola remarked, I did not anticipate Kroos to voice his opinions so candidly. He attempted to clarify. He was referring to the away matches in the Champions League, wasn't he? Indeed, that is correct, the reporter affirmed. Guardiola sighed in relief, suggesting that perhaps there had been a misunderstanding regarding Kroos's intent. When Tony departed from Bayern, he was still quite young, having only participated in the Champions League on a couple of occasions. At least for now, he could navigate this predicament. He truly detested such passive circumstances. It was perplexing that players' words required interpretation by journalists, leaving one to wonder whether the reporters had intentionally distorted Kroos's meaning. That is precisely what he stated. And even if he is not a starter, substitute players are also expected to attend gatherings. His limited appearances should not be an issue, the reporter remarked. Well, I do not perceive a problem, Guardiola gestured. Some individuals relish social interactions, while others do not. This is a matter of personal disposition. Based on your descriptions of Bayern's practices, I find them rather commendable. Gatherings can enhance interpersonal connections. However, one must respect each individual's perspective. Tony prefers tranquility, and that is his choice. Yet, Kevin's gatherings have never seen Kroos absent, the reporter kindly reminded. Guardiola felt somewhat flustered. Goodness. I initially thought Huang Kaiwen's inquiries were challenging enough, only to discover that greater difficulties awaited. He resolutely continued, as you are aware, perhaps Tony dislikes social events in Germany, having grown up there, and thus finds little novelty in them, while Kevin introduces an Eastern flair along with other elements, so it is not a significant matter. That will conclude today's press conference. Guardiola had not anticipated Kroos's return to Germany would yield such surprises. Once he returned home, once he boarded the bus, he would call Kroos and insist that the young man return to Milan. His vacation had been cancelled. Throughout the journey back, Guardiola wore a grim expression. The Milan players assumed his demeanor was a result of the match's proceedings and remained relatively quiet. Upon returning home, Huang Kaiwen discovered that Lily and the young lady were absent. Where are they? He inquired. Miss Collins has returned to school, sir, Albert replied with a smile. Very well. Would you like dinner, sir? Albert asked. Prepare something simple. I shall eat later, Huang Kaiwen responded. I had a bite on the plane before returning. Understood, sir, Albert said, and promptly went to prepare. Huang Kaiwen casually switched on the television, flipping through channels in search of an entertaining program. The networks were predominantly airing foreign films, as Italian cinema, much like the economy, was languishing. When he stumbled upon The Matrix, he set the remote aside. The film was strikingly impressive, though its philosophical core was somewhat esoteric for Huang Kaiwen. He has gone through this series numerous times, yet he still feels somewhat lost. Huang Kaiwen does not perceive this as his own issue. The twin directors are, in fact, rather eccentric. There is no need for him to torment himself over their convoluted thoughts. It suffices to watch Keanu Reeves exude coolness in the film. After the trilogy concluded, it was already the late hours of the night. Huang Kaiwen rose and glanced at the sandwich on the table, ultimately abandoning the thought of eating. He left a note for Albert, explaining that he had forgotten to eat, not that he disliked the food, and then ascended the stairs to sleep. The next day, Huang Kaiwen awoke early. Descending the stairs, he encountered an unexpected visitor. Uncle Kevin, the eldest son exclaimed excitedly, waving from the dining table. What is up, young man? Are you here to play games with me? Huang Kaiwen instinctively reached out his hand, but quickly withdrew it, asking instead. Christian was now a big boy, and at this age, Children despised being treated as if they were still little. Thus, patting his head was best avoided. No, it's not that. The eldest son hesitated. You can tell me anything. After all, we are friends. Huang Kaiwen smiled. Their essay girl after a moment of contemplation. The eldest son managed to utter a few words. Wow, our Christian has a crush. So what's the matter? Huang Kaiwen inquired. Is that rascal Paul going to be a grandfather? Huang Kaiwen felt that having children should be prioritized. Otherwise, his son would be the same age as Martini's grandson. No, it's not that. The eldest son's face turned crimson as he explained. There's a girl I don't like, but she keeps bothering me. Then you should clarify things with her. If you don't like her, don't lead her on. That is not very gentlemanly, Huang Kaiwen advised. Otherwise, the longer it drags on, the more complicated it will become. Yes, Uncle Kevin. I told her, but she still clings to me. And there's someone else who likes her and keeps causing me trouble. The eldest son expressed his frustration. Huang Kaiwen nodded. I see. Can't you resolve it? Tell me more about the specifics. The youth lacked experience and indeed found it challenging to navigate such situations. It's quite troublesome. That guy is a little thug. And he's quite cunning, the eldest son replied. What is the story? Huang Kaiwen inquired. That guy is an orphan but frequently works at the church. So the priest has instructed the locals not to bully him. In reality, he is one of their accomplices, the eldest son revealed. Huang Kaiwen understood. Essentially, he was part of a gang of street thugs who often preyed on tourists, pretending to be a good kid in front of the priest to secure a protector. Such circumstances were indeed difficult to manage. Even without the church as protection, street thugs could still be troublesome. Is he about your age? Huang Kaiwen asked curiously. If he were of similar age to the eldest son, he would presumably be sent to school or vocational training. How could he have time to loiter on the streets? Did the priest truly remain unaware of such matters? She is a few years older than me. The girl is about my age and is an immigrant from Peru, remarked the young master. So, it appears that our Chris has captivated an exotic beauty, only to attract the attention of a thug enamored with her, summarized Huang Kaiwen. Indeed. Uncle Kaiwen, the young master replied, somewhat distressed. I am at a loss as to how to handle this. That fellow constantly creates trouble for me. He even threatened my friends, forbidding them from associating with me. Let's focus on enjoying our meal, Huang Kaiwen said, patting the young master's shoulder. We will address this issue shortly. Some children find it difficult to confide in their parents about such matters. As his Uncle Kaiwen, Huang Kaiwen could not stand idly by while the young master was bullied. Similar situations occur back home, where sycophantic thugs threaten others to isolate those they dislike. It seems that the tactics of petty delinquents are universally juvenile. Albert leaned in and suggested, Sir, perhaps we should let Neo handle this, as it may not be appropriate for you to intervene. I must take a look, Huang Kaiwen replied, as he sensed the young master's unease. Despite the presence of the Golden Prison Award, the young master should be relatively safe. Nonetheless, the act of threatening others to isolate him is indeed despicable and must be dealt with decisively to instill fear in the offender. Should we prepare them? Albert began, but was interrupted as Huang Kaiwen understood his implication. Let it be. They are merely insignificant thugs, Huang Kaiwen stated. Albert nodded and departed. He believed that such matters could easily be resolved by contacting the people from the southern stand, but Huang Kaiwen, having his own thoughts, would not voice that certainty. And Albert would not pry further. Huang Kaiwen ruffled the young master's hair and remarked, You did well this time. Always inform an adult of any issues. Even if you hesitate to speak with Paul, you can confide in me. I understand, Uncle Kaiwen. The young master nodded enthusiastically. Hey, who is this little one? He isn't actually your son, is he? Huang Kaiwen had not yet seen the person when he heard Inzaghi's voice. Turning around, he spotted Ramos and Inzaghi. Ramos said, I encountered him waiting for a ride when I arrived. He insisted on accompanying me. Did you perhaps spend the night at one of my neighbors' homes yesterday? Huang Kaiwen inquired suspiciously. Inzaghi does not reside nearby. His unexpected appearance in the local community this morning is quite unusual. Ahem, Inzaghi pointed at the young master, saying, There is still a child present. Chris is more mature than you. Huang Kaiwen retorted. The young master stood tall with pride. Is there something going on, Kaiwen? Ramos asked. I noticed Albert and Neo discussing something. Huang Kaiwen glanced at Inzaghi and shook his head. Inzaghi protested. What is that expression? Is there some secret you cannot share with me? Yes, you blabbermouth, Huang Kaiwen replied directly. Regardless, I will stick with you today. Inzaghi promptly sat down and gulped Huang Kaiwen's coffee cup in one go. Ramos, slightly disgusted, fetched another cup and poured Huang Kaiwen a drink. Very well. I shall prepare to negotiate shortly. Huang Kaiwen lamented. Chris has encountered a thug who is causing him trouble. I intend to send Neo to intimidate him. How could you not inform me of such an amusing affair? If I hadn't come, I would have missed out. Inzaghi exclaimed with excitement. Huang Kaiwen rolled his eyes in resignation, fully aware that this was bound to happen. It was hardly a pleasant situation. How about I take charge of the negotiations, Fredo? Inzaghi continued enthusiastically. You are not the godfather, Filippo, nor am I, Huang Kaiwen retorted. Why not? Inzaghi replied, raising the collar of his casual shirt, striking a pose with his legs crossed, and wielding a pair of chopsticks as if they were a cigar, exhaling deeply while feigning profundity. Do not utter the word impossible. Nothing is beyond reach. This was a line from The Godfather, a film Huang Kaiwen was well aware of, as Italian television frequently aired it. Ironically, it was an Italian story that had garnered fame through American filmmaking. Ramos, having listened for a while, regretted not seeking out more boxing coaches, fearing potential danger that day. Undeterred, Inzaghi persisted, let me handle the negotiations. You said he is just a half-grown child, so let me take the lead. No, Huang Kaiwen shook his head. I have already given you an additional 5 million. Inzaghi raised his palm, asserting, I will certainly heed your guidance. Let me indulge a little. Fine. Just don't create chaos, Huang Kaiwen replied, exasperated. Rest assured, I know precisely how to deal with these individuals, Inzaghi laughed, recalling his childhood friends who were delinquents. 20 minutes later, Neo and Albert drove 2 cars, transporting a group of individuals who had donned disguises in the form of suits. They parked near the Milan Cathedral, and Huang Kaiwen turned to Chris, asking, have you spotted him? No, he typically targets tourists here, the young master replied, shaking his head. Do you know where he resides? Huang Kaiwen inquired. I have heard of it, but I am not certain of the exact location, the young master admitted. No worries, just guide us. Once we arrive, we can inquire further. Huang Kaiwen was also uncertain, but did not wish to instill worry in Chris. Fortunately, their luck was favorable, as they soon encountered the individual they sought. With a command from Huang Kaiwen, Neo charged forward, pinning the man against the wall. Let us go, Huang Kaiwen announced as he opened the car door. The young master followed closely behind. The man being restrained appeared to be in his 20s. Inzaghi approached, pulling out his wallet and pressing it against the man's back. The pinned individual struggled more fiercely, recognizing the young master and shouting, It's you. Just wait. The young master, feeling a twinge of fear, took a step back, only to be grasped by Huang Kaiwen's arm. He looked at Huang Kaiwen, who shook his head, saying, Do not retreat. Otherwise, you will find yourself with no way out. Upon hearing the threat, Neo increased his grip. Ask him where he lives. We need to have a word at his residence, Huang Kaiwen instructed. Inzaghi, wearing sunglasses, gestured wildly at his own head, indicating to Huang Kaiwen to let him take charge. Huang Kaiwen, both amused and exasperated, nodded in acquiescence. Inzaghi gently tapped the young man on the shoulder and whispered, If you wish to avoid injury, speak quickly. Who are you? The other party inquired. No more nonsense, Inzaghi retorted, pressing his wallet forward. The sudden intimidation left the adversary visibly shaken, as Huang Kaiwen noticed a stream of moisture trickling from the man's trousers to the ground. Please, I'll take you there. Can you let me go? The man pleaded, his voice tinged with desperation. After all, he was merely a petty thief targeting tourists. Lead the way, Neo instructed, gripping the man firmly. Witnesses to this scene turned away, hurrying home without a glance back. Ramos explained, in such areas, many prefer to avoid trouble. Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. Even in impoverished neighborhoods, not everyone is malevolent. Among athletes, many share similar backgrounds. Take Cassano, for instance, who was likely seen as a moral exemplar in his own neighborhood. The group followed the man into a low, corrugated metal shack. Neo maintained his grip, forcing the man into a chair and asking, What is your name? Andrew Gassini. He responded. Very well, Andrew. Inzaghi approached, lightly tapping the man's cheek, leaning in to inquire, Do you know why we sought you out today? Andrew glanced at the young nobleman and nodded. I know. It's because of the son of a superstar. If you are aware that his father is Maldini, why then did you trouble him? Inzaghi asked, curiosity piqued. I simply found him irksome, Andrew retorted bitterly. Huang Kaiwen sensed jealousy lurking beneath the surface. Such sentiments were not uncommon. Well, I find you irksome too. What do you think you should do about it? Inzaghi produced a cigar, lighting it, and gesturing it towards Andrew's face. Andrew struggled against Neo's much stronger hold. I was wrong. I swear I won't trouble him again, Andrew sobbed, realizing he had never encountered such a scene before. The menacing figures before him arrived in luxury cars, a far cry from his usual experiences. Inzaghi chuckled, squatting beside the chair. Did you think his father paid us to come here? You are mistaken. His father is our boss. Impossible, Andrew instinctively exclaimed, then quickly silenced himself, fearing Inzaghi's wrath. Yet, disbelief lingered. He was no fool, and he could not fathom Maldini as a crime lord. Whether you believe it or not, Paolo Maldini holds such stature. I expected you to be tough, yet witnessing your fear has made me reluctant to harm you, Inzaghi remarked with disdain. So can you let me go? Andrew asked hopefully. Certainly, but a price must be paid, Inzaghi replied, licking his lips. 5 minutes later, the group departed, Inzaghi gleefully clutching a box of cookies, counting the money within. Oh, it's late. My apologies. This chapter concludes. Let us refer to him as Paolo. Filippo, do not find joy in such matters. This is hardly a good situation. Huang Kaiwen remarked upon returning home. How can this not be a good thing? Inzaghi exclaimed with wide eyes. He is a thief who has recognized his errors and is willing to bear the consequences. I believe he has come to terms with his mistakes. Very well. It is as you say, Huang Kaiwen replied. The young master, filled with excitement, declared, Uncle Kaiwen, I shall certainly inform you of my affairs next time. Hey, it was Uncle Filippo who made the appearance. Was my performance not impressive? Inzaghi protested to the young master. The young master made a face at him and retorted. Even Danny wouldn't be pleased over a mere €100. You childish imp, the amount of money is not the crux of the matter. The real issue is that we have educated a wayward lamb, Inzaghi stated with gravity. Huang Kaiwen harbored doubts about whether Inzaghi's excitement stemmed from the acquisition of €100. Ramos, who had remained silent, voiced his concern. Won't our actions bring trouble to Paolo? It should not, but I cannot be certain, Huang Kaiwen replied cautiously. He shot an irritated glance at Inzaghi, who insisted on casting a shadow over Paolo Maldini's reputation. Surely, rumors would circulate in the city. As for that young lad leaking information to the newspaper, that seemed improbable. Any editor worth their salt would not believe such tales, and the Milan papers would not dare publish such significant news without prior notice. If they were to collect fees for Milan without justification and tarnish the club's image, a discussion would be warranted. Huang Kaiwen was more apprehensive about the possibility of that young lad confronting Paolo Maldini to apologize. If Paolo were to find out, he would surely have something to say. Today is so delightful. Shall we go fishing? Inzaghi suggested eagerly. There are no plans for the afternoon anyway. Let us not, Huang Kaiwen replied. Indeed. I have no desire to go either, Ramos added. Just as Inzaghi was about to speak, Huang Kaiwen interrupted him. There are children present. Put away your little tricks. Huang Kaiwen said. Inzaghi pouted. Your little tricks often catch you as well. Noticing that Huang Kaiwen and Ramos had no intention of going out, Inzaghi took his leave from Huang Kaiwen's home. The two of them played games with the young master for a while before sending him home with Neo. The following morning, Huang Kaiwen felt a profound sense of relief upon not finding any news regarding them or Paolo in the newspapers. Upon arriving at the team, he entered the locker room. Kaka, in the midst of changing, exclaimed excitedly, Kaiwen, I am finally free. Huang Kaiwen immediately inquired, is Beatrice pregnant? Yes. Kaka nodded with a smile. It has been over 2 months. It was not apparent before, but she felt unwell yesterday, so I accompanied her for a checkup. And the doctor delivered this wonderful news. That is truly splendid, Huang Kaiwen responded with a smile. Just look at how thin Kaka has become. Huang Kaiwen harbored suspicions that his weight was akin to that of Neymar upon his arrival in Europe, hovering around 130 pounds. Kaka, however, stood considerably taller than Neymar. You shall be the godfather of my child, Kaka exclaimed with excitement. Of course, if you refuse to allow me that honor, I would be quite displeased. Huang Kaiwen replied with a chuckle. Surely, Kaka's child, being the son of a good brother, would be under the tutelage of the illustrious Huang. Although Huang was not a believer, he found himself unexpectedly fond of children. Kaka, with one shoelace untied, waved his hands animatedly as he spoke. Huang harbored doubts about Kaka's motivations, yet seeing him so joyful was a comfort. As long as you are happy, Huang reassured, patting Kaka's shoulder. Indeed, I am delighted. Once we finish our home match this week, we must celebrate, Kaka grinned. It had been some time since he engaged in collective activities. That sounds wonderful. Huang nodded with a smile. I haven't decided on a name yet. If it's a boy, perhaps Kevin. If a girl, she could be Isabella or Elizabeth, Kaka suggested. Huang nearly choked on his own saliva. If it's a boy, let us name him Paul. After the Damascus incident, Paul became a devoted follower of Christ. It's a name rich in significance, Huang pondered, continuing. The essence of this name is that no matter what he does, he shall ultimately return to the faith of the Lord. Fortunately, Huang had diligently studied the Bible, or else such an explanation would have proved challenging. Then let it be Paul. Kaka nodded in agreement, taken aback by Huang's swift ability to conceive a name of deeper meaning. As a native of Sao Paulo, Kaka felt a twinge of shame. After all, his hometown was named in honor of St. Paul's conversion. A smile crept across Huang's face. Not only would Kaka's son be named Paul, but when Ramos has a child, Huang would also propose the name Paul. In the future, if Huang were to have a child, Paul would be the chosen name. One could only wonder how that rascal Paolo Maldini would react. As they stepped onto the training pitch, Kaka animatedly discussed this matter. Upon hearing the news, Tony Cruz, with a rather somber demeanor, remarked, "Congratulations." "Thank you," Kaka responded, still enveloped in excitement. Huang inquired, "Tony, is there something amiss?" "It's about my interview. The coach isn't pleased," Tony Cruz replied hesitantly. "I haven't seen the coach yet, so I'm uncertain if he will send me to the youth team." At just 20 years of age, in a team like Milan, where talent abounded, he felt the pressure. His girlfriend even reminded him to keep an eye on Rakitic, who seemed to garner more opportunities than he did. Cruz was concerned about his future at Milan. There's no need for worry. The coach won't resort to such measures, Huang assured him with a smile. Guardiola had a commendable approach to nurturing young talent. Huang Kaiwen recalled that Phil Foden was indeed a troublesome character, yet Guardiola did not resort to overly extreme measures. The reserve team was a significant blow to the pride of young players, who tended to value such matters more than their older counterparts. Had it been Inzaghi, one could surmise that he would soon cultivate a group of fishing enthusiasts in the reserves. At times, Huang Kaiwen contemplated suggesting that Inzaghi open a fishing tackle shop, perhaps to entice his teammates to join him on fishing trips. He wondered how much money he had lost in the process, as the profit margins on such items were astonishingly high. Huang Kaiwen resolved that if Inzaghi did not take the initiative, he would establish a fishing tackle store himself. With his lavish spending habits, he could easily sustain such an enterprise. Trouble was soon to follow. Nesta arrived at the training ground and remarked on the news of Kaka's wife's pregnancy, stating, "Women tend to be emotionally unstable during pregnancy. However, the real challenge lies in the relentless care required once the child is born." Kaka swallowed hard, taken aback by this revelation. Although his wife might claim she would handle the care to allow him to rest and maintain his form, she too would experience emotional fluctuations. One could only speculate on whom she might vent her frustrations upon. Kaka's eyes widened in astonishment. Huang Kaiwen playfully punched Nesta on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Don't scare Ricardo. How on earth did you manage to have so many kids, you rascal?" Nesta feigned injury, rubbing his shoulder. "You've seen right through me." Kaka responded with a half-hearted gesture, but quickly lowered his hand, recognizing the inappropriateness of such behavior. As the teammates gradually arrived at the training ground, Kaka became the center of attention. Guardiola, accompanied by his assistants on the sidelines, clapped his hands and announced, "First, I have heard some delightful news. Let us extend our congratulations to Ricardo, who is about to become a father." A wave of cheers erupted from the training field. Huang Kaiwen, glancing at the pouting Inzaghi, inquired, "Are you envious?" "What?" Inzaghi retorted sharply, as if his tail had been stepped on. "Envious? How could I be? I relish my freedom, eating alone, sleeping alone, undisturbed by anyone." However, as he spoke, Inzaghi faltered, realizing that with age, he had grown weary of awakening each morning to find a different woman by his side. Yet, if he refrained from such pursuits, he felt even lonelier. Guardiola, unfazed, smiled and said, "Well, since Filippo feels satisfied with his life, that is wonderful. Each of you great stars has your own thoughts. I hope you all find your happiness. Next, we face Juventus, our old rivals. I trust that losing to them would not bring you joy." "Of course." Inzaghi vigorously nodded, declaring, "We will give them a good thrashing." "Excellent, excellent," Guardiola replied, pleased to see their fighting spirit. "Now, let us focus on training. We have been using a four-defender formation lately." With that, Guardiola turned and departed, a hint of trepidation evident in his demeanor. In the match against Juventus, he hoped that Milan could perform better, Otherwise, the newspapers would begin to question him. Toni Kroos breathed a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, Guardiola turned around, extending his right thumb and index finger, beckoning Kroos with a gesture. Kroos instinctively recoiled. Guardiola, amused, remarked, "No need to shy away. It's you, Toni. Come to my office." With each step, Kroos glanced back as he departed the training ground. Huang Kaiwen and his teammates commenced a simple recovery training session. Despite having rested after the match day, the player's physical condition had yet to return to optimal levels. The intensity of the afternoon training would not be excessively high. During the break, Gattuso sat opposite Huang Kaiwen, lamenting about issues with his children. Gabriella had recently been quite disobedient, believing that as a girl, she should not be held to stringent expectations, Gattuso complained. He had always set high standards for his daughter, often taking her out for exercises to strengthen her physical endurance and willpower. Huang Kaiwen replied, "Indeed, I support gender equality. However, girls and boys are inherently different. I've heard that distinctions emerge when they grow older, but at a young age, girls often possess better physical capabilities." Gattuso concurred, "It seems to be the case." Ramos nodded. "In elementary school, there was a girl who frequently liked to hit me. She was utterly insufferable." "Is that so?" Kaká said, relishing the misfortune. Realizing his tone was inappropriate, Kaká quickly fell silent, yet he remained eager to hear more of Ramos's embarrassing tales. "Of course, I have always suspected she might have had a crush on me. Otherwise, why would she constantly trouble me?" Ramos quipped. "Hey, she might simply have disliked you, after all. You were never the most likable fellow, and even then, it was evident you were a dull little brat." Inzaghi, seated behind Ramos, chimed in. "And you? The guy who transferred just because a pizzeria offered him pizza," Huang Kaiwen retorted with exasperation. "Hey," Inzaghi exclaimed excitedly, "children find it hard to resist delicious food. I was only 10, and faced with 6 pizzas, what choice do you think I could make? Loyalty is more important than food. We must resist external temptations." Kaká stated directly. "Shut up, father." Inzaghi rolled his eyes, feeling that his teammates were anything but normal. Upon seeing Kroos return, Inzaghi gleefully inquired, "So, what happened, kid? What did the coach say?" "Nothing much," Toni Kroos replied, shaking his head as he searched for a place to sit with his tray. "Come on, we're not outsiders." "Nor are we reporters," Inzaghi urged. "All right, the coach told me to stop giving interviews, if I must, to refrain from speaking ill of Real Madrid and Bayern." Kroos said somewhat disgruntled. "I haven't spoken any falsehoods. Bayern's gatherings are genuinely troublesome. Rummenigge and others attend, and sometimes even Beckenbauer. You must wear a suit at these events and pretend to respect those pretentious old-timers. Indeed, Germans do have a penchant for hierarchy." Inzaghi, embracing Kroos's shoulder, nodded and said, "It's all right, I support you. One must have the courage to express their views. Bayern has issues, you've addressed them, thus the problem lies not with you, but with Bayern. I share your sentiments." Kroos, exhilarated, nodded in agreement, delighted that Inzaghi comprehended his perspective. "Toni, be cautious of Filippo. That rascal harbors no good intentions." Ambrosini cautioned, "He merely seeks to revel in your misfortunes." "Hey, let us not be too harsh." Inzaghi turned to Kevin Huang, inquiring, "What do you think? Am I that kind of person, Kevin?" Kevin Huang, without uttering a word, gathered his plate and departed, disregarding Inzaghi's question entirely. On October 29th, La Gazzetta dello Sport published an interview with Zinedine Zidane, the newly appointed coach of Real Madrid's youth team, who had taken the helm just that summer. Zidane shared his insights regarding the impending showdown, stating, "Having played for Juventus, I understand the significance and difficulty of facing AC Milan. I also know Kevin. Although we were never teammates, I frequently observed him play during his time at Real Madrid and have conversed with him numerous times. He is an astonishing player. And more importantly, Kevin is never complacent. He will not lower his guard simply because Juventus has been victorious. He approaches every match with utmost seriousness. His dedication humbles me, as I cannot match it. While I sincerely hope to see Juventus triumph, I believe their chances diminish without Kevin on the field." Gigi. After I left Turin, he moved to Juventus, yet I can appreciate his rationale. Every player in this world aspires to be Kevin's teammate, rather than his adversary. Meanwhile, Tuttosport reported an insider revelation. During the match against Napoli, Gattuso's role as an attacking midfielder was not orchestrated by Guardiola. According to an unnamed player, although he did not participate that day, the matter was discussed within the locker room, and it was Kevin who suggested Gattuso's shift to the center. The results were evident. Napoli's two highly active attacking midfielders were significantly affected, with Hamsik losing any pace advantage after being pushed wide. Kevin's tactical acumen successfully subdued the opposition, aiding Milan in securing victory. Perhaps Milan should consider parting ways with Guardiola, though even then, their fortunes might not change. The entirety of the Apennines harbored skepticism regarding Juventus's prospects of victory. The historical encounters between the two teams in recent years speak volumes. With at least 2 meetings each season, Milan's unbeaten streak is indeed commendable. Television programs began airing highlights and previous matches, with Kevin Huang featuring prominently, particularly the moment he chose to pass to Inzaghi, setting up a hat trick, which was replayed time and again. Kevin nodded in satisfaction. Canale 5 certainly exemplifies a television station with vision and responsibility. The following day, on match day, Kevin Huang and Guardiola appeared together in the press room at San Siro. The Juventus contingent had yet to arrive, and the reporters were already eager to pose their questions. Regrettably, neither Huang Kaiwen nor Guardiola seemed inclined to speak. The appearance of Del Neri and Pirlo stirred the journalists, who could no longer contain their excitement. Kaiwen, you have scored many goals against Juventus. Some say Juventus is your favorite opponent. Is that true? Luigi, was there a specific tactic today aimed at Kaiwen? Alessandro, do you feel nervous facing Kaiwen? What emotions arise upon reuniting with Buffon? Mr. Guardiola, why has Toni Kroos declined to give an interview? Is it related to you? Pep, could you elaborate on why Kaiwen's tactics might be deemed more effective than yours? Huang Kaiwen nearly lost his composure. What absurd inquiries these journalists pose. How dare they suggest that Huang, the king of goals, possesses tactics superior to those of Guardiola? Kaiwen seized the microphone, asserting, first, you must understand that I am a member of Mr. Guardiola's coaching staff. The tactics we employ, much like Gattuso's approach as an attacking midfielder, have been thoroughly discussed prior. Thus, this is not solely my strategy or anyone else's, but rather a collective effort of Coach Guardiola's team. Then why did he not implement tactical changes himself? Does this imply his reading of the game is inferior to yours, Kaiwen? The journalist pressed. It is precisely your penchant for such remarks that causes Mr. Guardiola to hesitate. Kaiwen retorted, I offer suggestions to my teammates on the pitch, and even in defeat, I bear no responsibility, as the blame will inevitably be directed at Mr. Guardiola. Therefore, I feel no psychological burden, unlike him. So, you imply that Mr. Guardiola lacks decisiveness in real-time adjustments, correct? The reporter inquired. Kaiwen responded, who exactly do you think you are questioning me in this manner? After several probing questions, Kaiwen nearly lost his composure. The approach was indeed quite audacious. Guardiola interjected. It is acceptable to say that Kaiwen possesses superior game-reading abilities compared to me. Should he choose to become a coach after retirement, I am confident he would achieve greater success than I have. Pep, can you explain why Kroos has refrained from interviews? The reporter hastily asked, eager for Kroos's remarks. Yes. This was my request, Guardiola nodded. I do not wish for players to focus excessively on off-field matters, as distractions could adversely affect their performance. Toni is immensely talented. He should channel his abilities onto the pitch. Luigi, does Juventus have a chance of winning? The reporter turned to ask. Del Neri replied, I cannot predict victory, but we shall strive for it, even though it is a formidable challenge. The team has faced some injuries recently, which test us. Yet we are fully prepared for a tough battle and will not concede any match. Who do you believe is the superior goalkeeper, Courtois or Buffon? The reporter pressed further. Both are exceptional goalkeepers. Thibaut is immensely talented, yet his experience does not match Gigi's. Were he to reach Gigi's age, I would anticipate he would be outstanding. Perhaps even the finest goalkeeper in the world, Del Neri concluded. If we were to comment on Thibaut Courtois' assertion that he never contemplated playing for AC Milan, attributing his move there to the influence of his close friend Kevin De Bruyne, the journalist inquired. Del Neri felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Having just enjoyed a jest about Guardiola, he was caught off guard by the shift to his own situation. With a nervous chuckle, Del Neri remarked that there must have been a misunderstanding regarding Thibaut's intentions. He likely meant that he currently lacks the capability to compete in Milan's first team. It is no small feat for a young player to navigate the challenges presented by illustrious clubs such as Milan and Juventus. He is not yet a seasoned athlete. While youthful exuberance is commendable, it can sometimes lead to miscommunication. I am confident that his sentiments do not align with your interpretation. Both coaches found themselves in considerable turmoil today, as their players proved to be troublesome and the journalists were particularly aggressive. Observing Del Neri's struggle, Pirlo interjected, stating that they had resolved to deliver an exceptional performance at San Siro. The journalist pressed on, inquiring about Pirlo's relationship with Buffon and De Bruyne, clearly unwilling to relent. The journalist continued to pursue the topic. Huang Kaiwen seized the microphone, declaring that he shares a profound friendship with Alessandro, indicating that their bond transcends monetary matters, which Italians typically regard with caution. Their camaraderie is not defined by hundreds of thousands or millions. It is genuine. They had previously enjoyed outings together, filled with joy. Pirlo silently lowered his head. If a visit to the hospital can be deemed an outing, since that incident in Buffon's hospital room, he had discarded all the playing cards at home. Pirlo even speculated whether all Serie A players might have IOUs owed to Huang Kaiwen. Watching Guardiola and Huang Kaiwen rise, Pirlo followed suit. Today's press conference was abysmal. He did not wish to linger for another moment. On their way back, Guardiola chuckled, noting how troublesome today's journalists were, always eager to unearth news. Perhaps it was due to the impending Ballon d'Or ceremony, Huang Kaiwen suggested. As the award approached, the journalists seemed invigorated, relentlessly pursuing sensational stories. Fortunately, Tony had not caused him further trouble. With his hand resting on the locker room door handle, Guardiola suddenly paused to inquire, "Kevin, who is the unnamed player the journalist mentioned?" "I don't know," Huang Kaiwen replied promptly. Even if he were aware, he would not disclose that to Guardiola. Huang, the golden boy, preferred not to play the informant. "It's my fault," Guardiola said with a smile, shaking his head. Such is the unwritten rule of the locker room. He too had once been a player. As the two entered the locker room, Huang Kaiwen opted to try his luck at a draw. Ding! Won a 24-hour experience card for the UEFA Cup group stage match between Lazio and Tenerife in the 1996 to 1997 season, featuring Pavel Nedved. Amazing. Iron Man and Iron Tito. A mere letter apart, yet inherently distinct. Of course, if it were the peak version of Torres, he would indeed merit comparison to Nedved. During his peak, Torres was undoubtedly one of the finest strikers in the world. In the same era, Nedved faced competition from contemporaries such as Zidane and Figo, and when assessing their prime performances, the disparity between them is not as pronounced. However, in terms of career stability, Torres falls significantly short. Prior to the emergence of Messi and Ronaldo, the most consistent Ballon d'Or winner was Nedved, who maintained a decade of brilliance in his career. The prospect of playing for Juventus with such a card was indeed fitting. Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Kaiwen utilized it. Beep. Nedved experience card successfully activated. The entire team stood up, preparing to exit the locker room, when Guardiola suddenly called out to Huang Kaiwen. "Coach," Huang Kaiwen inquired. "It's nothing. Just play well," Guardiola replied, momentarily taken aback. "All right, coach," Huang Kaiwen responded. Once the players had vacated the locker room, Guardiola retrieved a somewhat dog-eared notebook filled with various formulas, its cover inscribed with the word alchemia, with chemia meaning liquid gold. Thus, the phrase signifies alchemy. Guardiola contemplated whether keeping Cruz silent for a spell might ensure Huang Kaiwen's safety during the match. Kaiwen, Kaiwen, Kaiwen. As the players commenced their warm-up, the Rossoneri displayed their utmost enthusiasm. The stands of San Siro were adorned with a variety of banners, and the red and black flags fluttered without the need for wind, as fans fervently waved them, allowing their beliefs to soar. Buffon, unusually animated, prepared to showcase his finest form right from the start of the match, determined not to concede a single goal against his former club, thereby validating his choices. Del Neri felt a pang of anxiety. Huang Kaiwen's prowess was acknowledged worldwide, and the journalists were not entirely mistaken. Juventus was indeed Huang Kaiwen's favorite opponent. Faced with such a rival, adjustments were imperative. Once the warm-up concluded, Del Neri summoned Jorge Martinez to his side and instructed, "Today, your sole responsibility is to mark Kaiwen. Stick close to him and don't concern yourself with anything else." Martinez wished he could feign ignorance of Italian. Unfortunately, prior to his transfer to Juventus, he had already spent 3 seasons at Catania, where teammates and coaches praised his command of the language. Sighing, Martinez glanced at the still-injured Simone Pepe, harboring doubts about whether the latter was deliberately prolonging his recovery. Initially, Martinez considered himself fortunate that when he arrived in Italy, Huang Kaiwen had already transferred to Real Madrid. However, the notion of having to specifically mark Huang Kaiwen today left him feeling rather disheartened. Their only commonality was their similar age. Once again, a highly anticipated match awaited, as Juventus, despite their relegation, remained one of the illustrious clubs in Serie A. Indeed, the relationship between the two teams is quite amicable. During the summer, Courtois and Buffon exchanged clubs, which led many to speculate that AC Milan had made an unfavorable trade by acquiring Buffon along with a monetary compensation for Courtois. However, such judgments are subjective. Perhaps Guardiola has his own rationale. Buffon possesses a remarkable quality. His passing skills are exceptional, placing him among the foremost goalkeepers in Europe. The players from both sides have returned to the tunnel, and the match is about to commence. Let us now examine the starting lineups. For AC Milan in a 4-3-3 formation with dual defensive midfielders, goalkeeper, Buffon, defenders, Antonini, Thiago Silva, Godin, Ramos, midfielders, Ambrosini, Toni Kroos. Rakitic, forwards, Huang Kaiwen, Ibrahimovic, Kaká. For Juventus in a 4-4-2 formation with dual defensive midfielders and wide defenders, goalkeeper, Courtois, defenders, De Segli, Bonucci, Llorente, Marco Motta, midfielders, Marchisio, Melo, Aquilani, Jorge Martinez, forwards, Quagliarella, Del Piero. Today, Bonucci, who hails from Inter Milan's youth academy, was previously involved in a trade for Thiago Motta before being sold to Bari. Last season, he formed a remarkably stable center-back partnership with Ranocchia, leading Inter to favor Ranocchia while Juventus acquired Bonucci. Aquilani, who faced Huang Kaiwen while at Liverpool last season, has now been loaned to Juventus this season, making their rivalry inevitable. It seems rather coincidental. Aquilani lacks pace and is prone to injuries, which hindered his performance at Liverpool. It remains uncertain if he can rediscover his form upon returning to Italy. Guardiola's lineup has indeed undergone changes, yet the tactical arrangement does not reveal any significant surprises. It appears he is prepared to abandon the three-defender formation, a decision that seems prudent. Huang Kaiwen and Del Piero exchanged team flags, with Del Piero graciously suggesting, "You go ahead." Words. Huang Kaiwen retorted. Gianluca Rocchi tossed a coin and, upon revealing his right hand, declared, "AC Milan first. We'll choose the venue. And Juventus will kick off," Huang Kaiwen stated. Del Piero added, "Let us not make things too uncomfortable for us today." The referee, Rocchi, nearly burst into laughter at his sudden seriousness, as the contrast was quite striking. Huang Kaiwen chuckled awkwardly, replying, "I shall do my best. Friendship comes first, competition second. If you're not in a hurry to return to Turin, you can come to my home for a gathering." Del Piero has certainly amassed a considerable fortune over the years, and Huang Kaiwen remembers that he will soon venture to India to seek further riches. "Wouldn't it be nice to give the king of Huang some motivation?" he mused. "Ahem, we're anxious to return," Del Piero remarked, somewhat skeptical about whether Buffon, having faced numerous defeats, was coerced into transferring to AC Milan. "Gigi, you wouldn't want your financial troubles to be public knowledge, would you?" At 2:30 p.m., the referee blew the whistle to signal the start of the match. Quagliarella initiated play with a pass, and Del Piero promptly returned it. As he aged, he seldom appeared on the left flank, and the corridor of Del Piero gradually morphed into a legend, with a decline in explosiveness and speed. Opening up play on the wing became a formidable challenge. After receiving the ball, Martinez opted to pass it back. Aquilani deftly controlled the tempo with a flick of his right foot. Upon returning to Serie A, he felt significantly improved compared to before. Guardiola stood on the sidelines with his arms crossed, meticulously observing Juventus tactics. He consistently sought to absorb useful insights from other teams. Those who aspire to be top-flight coaches invariably possess their own understanding. It didn't take long for Guardiola to discern certain aspects. Del Neri's tactics were similarly characterized by an all-out attacking and defending approach. His two wide midfielders were notably energetic, which explained why Del Piero could only position himself at the forefront. Juventus appeared well prepared today, maintaining a clear passing route in the face of Milan's pressing. Melo, under pressure, quickly played a lateral pass, and Aquilani suddenly struck forward into the attacking zone. Guardiola's eyes widened. Milan's defensive line was pushed too far forward, a request of his to have defenders support their teammates. However, this had now become a critical issue. The ball was played directly to the right flank, where Martinez accelerated forward with great speed. Before Antonini could close the gap, Martinez unleashed a powerful right-footed strike. Remarkably, this shot, resembling a cross more than a shot, was parried away by Buffon. Almost immediately, Quagliarella followed up in the center, but Buffon, having not yet risen, once again deflected the ball. Aquilani, eager to capitalize on the rebound, was nudged aside by Godin, causing him to sit at the edge of the penalty area. Ramos quickly maneuvered the ball to his feet, pivoting and pulling it back, while his right foot swung out. With a thud, Marchisio extended his leg to block, deflecting the ball out of play with his calf. That was quite a forceful kick. Marchisio bent over, rubbing his leg. Buffon seemed to have a verbal altercation with Aquilani, prompting Del Piero to intervene. Buffon shouted, "Get up quickly, stop faking it." Aquilani looked somewhat bewildered. Huang Kaiwen returned to the penalty area, nudging Buffon towards the goal, advising, "Let it go." Buffon shot a glare at Aquilani, who was being embraced by Del Piero. Although he wished to make an impression against his former club, he never intended to clash with Juventus. The crux of the matter was Aquilani's tendency to seek a penalty with the slightest contact, which made it difficult for him to maintain his composure. De Segli approached to take a throw-in, while Ramos had already positioned himself in front of Marchisio. Both possessed commendable physical attributes, and the confrontation between the two was particularly intense. Before De Segli could execute the throw-in, Ramos and Marchisio engaged in a serious shoving match. The referee, Rocky, hurried over to admonish them. "If you don't want to see cards, both of you better behave." Ramos snorted and turned away, with Rocky following suit. De Segli seized the opportunity to swiftly throw the ball out. In that fleeting moment, Ramos unexpectedly spun around and, in front of Marchisio, nudged the ball towards the baseline with his chest, prompting Marchisio to chase after it. Before Marchisio could extend his foot, Ramos executed a lateral pass to Godin. Godin received the ball and sent it forward without hesitation. Rakitic, with deft footwork, surged ahead while holding off Aquilani. Aquilani's physique proved inadequate. Indeed, he was a player of stark contrasts. While his through balls were exceptional, his defensive capabilities and stamina left much to be desired. This characteristic made him suitable for a trequartista role, yet he lacked the ball control of a player like Riquelme. This was tactical fouling. As Cruz received the ball, Melo tackled him from behind, bringing him down. Rocky merely issued a warning to Melo. The San Siro erupted in a chorus of boos. Gianluca Rocky returned with a grim expression, feeling the mounting pressure of officiating. The Italian Football Federation urged them to maintain the flow of the game, control the atmosphere, and protect technically gifted players, a myriad of conflicting demands. They also wanted to minimize fouls to uphold the league's image. But how could one restrain players from committing fouls? Rocky could only hope the match would unfold without incident. With the recent increase in referee salaries, the competition to officiate Serie A matches had intensified. Once relegated, returning to Serie A was no easy feat. Cruz quickly regained his footing and made a direct pass. By that time, Juventus players had already retreated to the edge of their penalty area. Huang Kaiwen, receiving the ball on the left flank, faced no fewer than 5 defenders. Yet he boldly drove the ball into Juventus's box. Mata and Lorota were hesitant, but as Huang Kaiwen entered the penalty area, they found themselves unable to intervene. In that instant, Huang Kaiwen executed a surprising back pass, sending the ball to the side. The Juventus defenders were taken aback and hurried towards Kaká. Kaká took a single step before adjusting the ball to his right foot, followed by a curling shot. Bonucci and Lorota's attempts to cover were slightly late, as the ball soared between them straight towards the goal, aimed for the far corner. In a crucial moment, Courtois leaped, extending his arm to deflect the ball away. De Segli promptly cleared the ball out of bounds. Come on." After rising, Courtois shouted at Kaká, who had taken the shot. Zlatan, standing in the box, gave him a slight shove, saying, "Kid, don't get too cocky." Courtois fell to the ground, and referee Rocky had no choice but to intervene. Zlatan was on the verge of retaliation. Huang Kaiwen rushed to restrain Zlatan, knowing that any escalation could lead to a red card. "Let it go, Zlatan," Huang urged. "He clearly did that on purpose. I'll make him pay." Zlatan struggled but could not break free, eventually pointing at Courtois. Zlatan received the first yellow card of the match, intensifying the already heated atmosphere between the two teams. Indeed, I believe the pre-match media coverage played a significant role. On one hand, Buffon and Courtois have exchanged allegiances. On the other, Juventus's dismal performance against Milan in recent years has resurfaced, igniting the competitive spirit within the Juventus players. Yes, professional athletes possess a fervent desire to win, as evidenced in today's match, where both sides displayed utmost seriousness. Ramos found it challenging to connect with his teammates. After Huang Kaiwen persuaded Ibrahimovic, he casually positioned himself on the left flank. Noticing the opponent's lack of attention, he swiftly extended his left arm, signaling for the ball. Courtois, exhibiting a lively demeanor today, could use a lesson from the King of Huang. Ramos stepped back 2 paces within the penalty area, then, with a sudden burst of strength and a twist of his torso, launched the ball with tremendous force. Aquilani hastily followed Huang Kaiwen's lead, but his reaction was a fraction too slow. With a deft flick of his chest, Huang Kaiwen directed the ball towards the center, quickly regaining his footing. Left with no choice, Aquilani resorted to a sliding tackle in an attempt to block Huang Kaiwen's shot. With a resounding strike, Huang Kaiwen pivoted and unleashed a powerful shot with his right foot, sending the ball soaring past Aquilani's legs into the penalty area. Courtois reacted swiftly, leaping sideways. But he realized mid-air that he had misjudged the trajectory. Despite his attempt to intercept with his right arm, the ball traveled faster than he anticipated. And before his hand could reach it, the ball struck the net just below the crossbar. As it hit the ground, Courtois felt a pang of fear. He had likely not touched the ball. Nevertheless, the force of that long-range shot had left his wrist stinging. Goal! 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 Kevin scores. Both teams showcased their finest form today, except for Kevin. His true adversary is never the opposing players, but rather his own self. Each injury and every return to the field represents Kevin's pursuit of his former, superior self. After enduring 100 injuries, his prowess may have diminished to a mere 30% of its original capacity. Yet, even as such, Kevin remains unrivaled in the football world. I heard that after the match at San Siro, a special program was arranged to surprise Kevin. Were it not for my commentary on Milan's game, I would have wished to witness it in person. Juventus? To bear witness to Kevin's 100th return from injury is already their honor. As for winning today's match, it remains an impossibility. Kevin's long-range shot reached an astonishing speed of 174 km per hour. In the current Serie A, only a handful of players can muster a shot exceeding 140 km, and those surpassing 160 km are exceedingly rare. However, a shot around 180 km per hour was still produced by Kevin, albeit while he restrained himself. His slight release of control was prompted by Juventus's young goalkeeper's provocation towards Kaká and Ibrahimovic. As captain, Kevin felt compelled to stand up for his teammates, and soon, Courtois would regret his audacious, yet foolish actions. Ibrahimovic sensed a promising opportunity and surged towards Huang Kaiwen. However, he did not anticipate being a step behind Ramos. The fourth player to pass was Kaká, who could only stand outside and smile foolishly. He was a step behind Rakitic and merely marginally quicker than Toni Kroos. Guardiola looked on, bemused by the unfolding scene. Milan was indeed far superior to Barcelona in this regard. Following a goal, the celebrations always involved a throng of players. And at times, even the goalkeeper Buffon would join in. If I went up, I could score too, Inzaghi scoffed. Fool. You're implying you need Kevin to pass to you. Gattuso replied impatiently. I have never heard of a forward requiring a teammate's assistance to score. That's because we share a good rapport, understand? Inzaghi retorted, somewhat disgruntled. He had recently noticed an increase in hair loss while washing his hair, making him sensitive about acknowledging his age. Forget it. When I see Paolo again, I must persuade him to discuss with the higher-ups about your early retirement, Gattuso remarked. What the hell would I do then? Am I to become an actor? Who knows if I could partner with Monica? Inzaghi muttered. If it were you, you'd probably cling to the team indefinitely. Nonsense. Gattuso said, slightly annoyed. If one day I am unworthy of wearing the Milan jersey, I would voluntarily ask to leave. Relax. Don't mind Filippo, Pirlo, who was also seated on the bench, advised. However, he was skeptical of Gattuso's words, considering that players' salaries amounted to several million a year. Juventus resumed play. Quagliarella made a direct horizontal pass, and Pirlo returned it to Martinez. Huang Kaiwen charged forward to apply pressure. Martinez hastily made a lateral pass. Aquilani received the ball and passed it to the left side. He truly dared not wait for the Milan players to press. Melo received the ball, deftly maneuvered with his right foot, and advanced. Kaká did not exert much effort in tracking back, as he had yet to regain his optimal form. After crossing the halfway line, Melo was confronted by Ramos. In this situation, Melo dared not advance further and opted for an immediate forward pass. Unfortunately, the pass was too obvious and was intercepted by Ramos, with Marquisio colliding with Ramos from behind, causing Ramos to lose control of the ball. Upon regaining possession, Melo quickly sent the ball forward. Pirlo made a horizontal pass, once again finding Marquisio. Unmarked, Marchisio took a couple of steps forward before delivering a low cross. Quagliarella intercepted the ball ahead of Thiago Silva, spun around to evade the defender, and shot directly. Buffon, yet again Buffon. Quagliarella's strike was of high quality, but alas, it was met by Buffon. Since his transfer to AC Milan, Buffon rarely shouted at his teammates, but today, facing his former club, his emotions were somewhat heightened. After running up, Pirlo took the corner kick towards the center, and Buffon leaped amongst the crowd, successfully catching the ball with both hands. On the stands, Zambrotta shook his head with a smile. Buffon's demeanor today was somewhat unusual, reminiscent of his earlier days at Juventus. As an old teammate, Zambrotta understood Buffon well. The goalkeeper often scolds teammates, particularly to alert the defenders, an occurrence that is, unfortunately, inevitable, as the goalkeeper possesses the best vantage point along the defensive line, provided their view remains unobstructed. However, since Buffon's transfer to Milan, his style has undergone a complete transformation, leaving Zambrotta feeling somewhat disoriented. It now appears that only when facing Juventus does Buffon truly find his spirit. On the pitch, Juventus begins to mount a series of attacks, while Guardiola shakes his head in disappointment. Having managed over 700 matches, Del Neri's 4-4-2 formation emphasizes the importance of the flanks. Yet today, Martinez has devoted most of his energy to defending against Huang Kaiwen, while on the opposite side, Marchisio resembles more of a defensive midfielder than a wide player. This configuration inherently lacks the wing organization necessary for Del Neri's 4-4-2, leaving Juventus's offense heavily reliant on the veteran Piero and the two defensive midfielders. This raises an issue. If the defensive midfielders are positioned too high, the defense remains vulnerable during counterattacks. Guardiola, hoping to refine his tactics by observing, feels a sense of disappointment today. He lowers his head and pulls out his notebook, realizing that studying the opponent might be less beneficial than considering reciprocal exchanges. Aquilani delivers another incisive pass from the front line. Ambrosini, alert, intercepts the ball with a deft touch, prompting Piero to rush forward. Ambrosini, avoiding ball retention, executes a quick lateral pass. Antonini nudges the ball forward with his right foot, contemplating carrying it himself, but upon noticing a gap beside Huang Kaiwen, he instinctively delivers a chipped pass. Upon releasing the ball, Antonini immediately regrets his haste. It was too overzealous, sailing beyond reach. Huang Kaiwen had already retreated to the halfway line, and this pass evidently aimed for the opponent's half, risking a loss of possession and a counterattack. At that moment, Antonini's eyes widened in disbelief. In his line of sight, Huang Kaiwen seemed to instantaneously accelerate, surging ahead several meters to outpace the deeper position Martinez, while Aquilani could not return in time, leaving Melo to cover. Kaiwen, Kaiwen, Kaiwen. The Rossoneri in the stands exuberantly chant Huang Kaiwen's name. This most primal and raw display of speed ignites their passion. Juventus's defense shifts to concentrate on the left flank, prompting Ibrahimovic to move towards the left to receive the ball, while Kaká also shifts centrally. Both teams swiftly abandon the right side of the pitch, as if the match were confined solely to the left. Del Neri watches in astonishment at this scene. Only Milan's number 10 possesses such a commanding presence, able to manipulate the dynamics of the game merely by carrying the ball. Get back. Seeing Ramos advance, Del Neri shouts in panic, "Idiot! Don't leave the right side exposed." Huang Kaiwen suddenly cuts inside with his left foot, and Del Neri believes he intends to pass to the right. Juventus players, now resembling a pack pursued by hounds, awkwardly redirect their defensive focus. Melo continues to trail Huang Kaiwen, despite being several meters behind. With a swift motion, Huang Kaiwen delivers a pass while in motion. Regrettably, contrary to the expectations of many, Huang Kaiwen's deft touch found the waiting Kaká ahead. Bonucci and Leandro quickly retreated to their positions. Despite Kaká's recent decline in form, his long-range shots from midfield remain of world-class caliber. Upon receiving the ball, Kaká took a couple of steps to draw in the defense. Then with a sudden flick of his left foot, he directed the ball to the side. Huang Kaiwen, poised on the right flank, surged forward and struck it decisively. The sound reverberated. Creation is silent yet imbued with emotion. As winter wanes, one feels the birth of spring. A myriad of blossoms awaits, ready for the first rumble of thunder. Bonucci charged forward, stretching out his foot, momentarily oblivious to the risk of injury. Yet, the ball's speed exceeded his expectations, zipping past his side with a swiftness that left him feeling the chill of October in Milan. It almost seemed to fly into the penalty area in the blink of an eye. Courtois had no opportunity to adjust his position. He could only leap in place, reaching out in a futile attempt to deflect the ball, but he merely grasped at air. In the next instant, a resounding crack echoed behind him. Clearly, the ball had no intention of touching down after finding the net. As he regained his footing on the grass, Courtois broke into a cold sweat. The last time he conceded a goal, he had sensed impending danger. However, instinct and reflex compelled him to attempt a single-handed save. If he had indeed managed to stop that shot, Courtois mused that the circumstances might not have been so dire. Fear caused his adrenaline to surge uncontrollably. He bent down to retrieve the ball, but found his legs, hands, and entire body trembling uncontrollably. The previous 2 long-range shots had passed near him, posing no threat to his head or other vital areas. Yet, a lingering apprehension enveloped Courtois. Previously, he had boasted about his strength, flaunting his spikes to his sister Valerie, a professional volleyball player, but now, he realized that his powerful shots were akin to mere tickles. Courtois believed that anyone capable of such long-range strikes would still possess formidable strength even when striking with their hands. After several deep breaths, he managed to quell his trembling, retrieved the ball, and hurled it towards midfield, nervously shouting, "Everyone, get your act together. We are Juventus. Only by defeating them can we prove our worth. Come on. Come on, it's just 2 goals." The once jubilant Milan players stood frozen in place, while the Juventus players exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had provoked this outburst. Huang Kaiwen, however, found no surprise in it. Courtois had previously been quite fervent during his loan at Atletico Madrid, only to later denounce them upon joining Real Madrid. Professing loyalty, his character seemingly less admirable than his skills. "Damn it, this kid is truly arrogant," Ibrahimovic huffed. "Did he endure some injustice in the youth team?" Ramos inquired curiously. The expression on Courtois' face was so contorted that he could easily portray Batman's nemesis without the need for makeup. "It shouldn't be. Adriano once told me they had quite an enjoyable time in the youth team," Huang Kaiwen replied. Galliani, upon noticing Kevin Huang's interest in several Belgian players, promptly provided him with all the information and records he could gather. Even without Huang's attention, the undeniable talent of these young Belgians was evident. The coach of the Milan youth team is certainly not lacking in discernment. The club has firmly retained ownership of these 3 players, having rejected numerous offers from various teams seeking to acquire partial ownership, which further underscores Milan's valuation of them. The previously joyous celebration was abruptly interrupted as the Milan players were brimming with determination to give Courtois a taste of their prowess. Today, Courtois exhibited an impressive performance, suggesting he could potentially captain Juventus in the future. It is quite remarkable for someone his age to audaciously address his teammates in such a manner. AC Milan's acquisition of Buffon was a misstep, as they traded a young goalkeeper for an aging veteran, and it is likely Buffon will not be able to play for more than a couple of years. However, given Buffon's current stellar form, often seen leaning against the goalpost, it seems plausible he could continue playing into his 40s, much like Van der Sar. As for Huang, his penchant for holding grudges is well known. Courtois, having emerged from Milan's youth training, should be wary of his bravado, as he might soon find himself sidelined due to injury. This sentiment rings true, as Huang's shots clearly lack precision, each one faster than the last, blatantly signaling to Courtois that if he attempts to save, he should brace himself for potential injury. This situation reminds me of Joe Hart, who, despite initially claiming to have deciphered Huang's shooting patterns, soon found himself in tears, begging to be a backup at AC Milan within just 2 years. There are whispers that Hart suffers from psychological issues rather than being mentally unstable. It is said he endures nightly nightmares of Huang, sending him to the morgue with a single strike. His desire to be Huang's teammate is, therefore, somewhat understandable. Ultimately, Buffon proves to be the wisest, having spent years successfully becoming Huang's teammate. Following the restart, Del Neri urged Juventus to tighten their defense, having identified today's challenges. Before the first half concluded, it was evident that Del Piero was struggling to keep pace. While the flanks were adequately defended, their contributions to the attack were lacking. The defense was proving ineffective against AC Milan's high-quality offensive play. At present, none of Juventus starters are even in contention for the Ballon d'Or, while AC Milan boasts a trio of players ranked among the top 10, placing tremendous pressure on Juventus with every offensive attempt. Del Neri contemplated adjustments in midfield to adopt a more direct tactical approach, with modest expectations, simply to hold off further goals until halftime. Juventus, it seems, is now hesitant to push forward. Indeed, Martinez is giving his all today, closely shadowing Huang. Although his efforts are largely futile, if Huang gains momentum, he can easily outpace him. Quit, being the most experienced defender against Huang, once remarked that to defend against him, one must always be prepared and ready to use their hands to slow Huang down, for without such tactics, there is no chance of getting close to him. However, this truly tests a player's judgment, as handling the ball can easily lead to fouls. Once again, it is AC Milan on the offensive. Behold, Huang Kaiwen's dribbling is entirely unimpeded. In the center, Kaká and Ibrahimovic are making their runs for the pass. Huang Kaiwen suddenly shifts the play to the right flank, directly delivering the ball to Ramos. When he ages and transitions to a midfield role, his long passing ability will undoubtedly rival that of Pirlo. Huang Kaiwen's aptitude for reading the game is indeed remarkable. Good heavens, Ramos delivers into the penalty area, and it's a goal. Huang Kaiwen leaps, overpowering Marco Mata, sending Mata tumbling. Yes, the referee resolutely pointed to the center circle. Huang Kaiwen indeed made contact with the ball first. As the first half draws to a close, Huang Kaiwen completes his hat-trick. Juventus truly remains one of his favored adversaries. Guardiola, with a booklet clutched in one hand, closed it with a decisive motion, tucking it into his pocket. He turned to Clement and instructed, "Prepare a towel." As Juventus resumed play, Rocky blew the whistle for halftime. Del Piero, observing Huang Kaiwen surrounded by teammates, couldn't help but roll his tongue in admiration. He had envisioned leading his comrades to an outstanding performance. Even in defeat, they would retain their honor. Yet, after the first half, Del Piero merely felt exhausted. Perhaps he had overthought it. AC Milan's attacks are exceedingly threatening. Had Kaká been in better form, they could have easily scored 5 goals in this half. Sigh. Watching Buffon approach, Del Piero couldn't suppress a smile. Damn it, Gigi. Last time you tricked me into the hospital, it turned out to be a mere ruse. Kevin, how do you feel today? Guardiola inquired, offering a towel and a water bottle. Quite well, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Primarily due to the absence of an immunity card, he was hesitant to exert himself too forcefully. After a few long-range shots, he felt a slight ache in his knee and calf muscles. After all, Milan had faced both Real Madrid and Juventus within a month. That's good. In the second half, I'll consider substitutions, so be mentally prepared, Guardiola cautiously remarked. Understood, coach, Huang Kaiwen replied with a nod. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Guardiola breathed a sigh of relief, sharing a smile. Generally, players reluctant to leave the pitch when they find their scoring rhythm is unexpected. Huang Kaiwen's amenability was refreshing. Guardiola allowed Huang Kaiwen to return to the field while he awaited the returning players on the sidelines. Well played, Ivan. I believe you can become a pivotal figure in the defensive midfield, Guardiola said, patting Rakitic on the shoulder. Rakitic scratched the back of his head, smiling as he made his way into the tunnel. Tony. Following this, Guardiola embraced Kroos's shoulders, guiding him back with a gentle nudge. Coach, have I done something wrong? Kroos asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Not at all, Guardiola replied, turning to him. You performed admirably, but I need you to do more. You must understand that even attacking midfielders are required to participate in defense. If you feel you cannot keep pace with Kevin and the others in attack, you should be prepared to focus on regaining possession after the offensive phase. Oh, I understand now, coach, Kroos nodded repeatedly. As long as there is no criticism, that is sufficient. I have always believed in your immense potential, Guardiola continued, but you must focus your energy on the pitch. Coach, I typically do not engage in many activities apart from celebrating with my teammates. I head straight home afterward, Kroos replied. Even during his downtime, he indulged in various sports such as tennis, badminton, and basketball. Guardiola shook his head, stating, what I mean is that participating in interviews will place you in the spotlight, which can be distracting. For a brighter future, you should minimize your interactions with journalists. Kroos responded, so that's what you meant all along. He could only nod in dismay. In the home locker room, the Milan players were still venting about Courtois. A few Belgian lads had trained with the first team, making them more familiar than the average youth team players. Damn it, if I start, I'll make him cry, Inzaghi declared, standing in the center of the locker room with his hands on his hips. I fear it will be us who ends up crying, Pirlo remarked. It's too difficult to score with Kevin absent. Bastard, Inzaghi exclaimed, swinging his fist toward Pirlo, who deftly dodged the blow. Sitting beside Huang Kaiwen, Ramos inquired, Kevin, I recently saw that person who damaged a neighbor's wall while reading. I don't think his character is commendable. As Kaka often discussed aspects of Chinese history, Ramos had begun to peruse some simple Chinese books. Huang Kaiwen asked. Yes, that's him. Ramos nodded, finding the name quite challenging to pronounce and complicated to write. This reflects a yearning for knowledge. We must cherish the opportunity to learn, Huang Kaiwen stated. Ramos is correct. Hung's character is indeed questionable, having committed numerous offenses after entering government, Kaka acknowledged. Is that so? He nodded. Ramos shot Kaka a disgruntled glance. Damn it. Christmas is over a month away, and my greatest wish this year is for that guy Kaka to return to Brazil to enjoy retirement. Give it back. Gattuso shouted. Several heads turned to see Inzaghi running around with a wallet, exclaiming, I heard there's a rule in China and Japan that whoever finds a wallet can receive 20% of its contents as a reward. Will you give it? Gattuso, unable to catch Inzaghi, grumbled behind him. I didn't bring cash. It only contains cards and documents. Surely you have a credit card. I want 20% of the limit as my reward. Inzaghi retorted, hiding behind Huang Kaiwen and peeking out. The entire locker room fell silent. No one expected Inzaghi's logic to be so astute. Huang Kaiwen grasped Inzaghi's arm, scolding, return the wallet to Ronaldo, you scoundrel. If you were to find Naoto Kan's wallet, Hokkaido would likely be in jeopardy. Kaka stifled a laugh. Who is that? Inzaghi scratched his head in confusion. The Prime Minister of Japan, Huang Kaiwen replied. Inzaghi, indeed, is a genius of logic. If a family portrait were tucked within his wallet, would it not imply that one would need to pay a ransom for each member? Following Inzaghi's antics, the locker room was suffused with an atmosphere of joy. Guardiola, initially intending to impart a few words, found himself at a loss for speech, only coming to his senses when he noticed the players rising to leave. He could only chuckle and shake his head. The ambience within the Milan locker room had markedly improved. Upon exiting, Buffon chanced upon Courtois, recalling the remarks of his teammates. Buffon regarded him with a silent scoff. This young man, truly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, having spent several years in Italy, still failed to comprehend Kevin's temperament. Once, offending the likes of Kevin Huang could have dire consequences. If Buffon hadn't sold Del Piero, he couldn't fathom what might have transpired. Courtois dared to provoke Kaka, a challenge no different from taunting Kevin Huang. Buffon surmised that by the end of today's match, Courtois might well be carried off on a stretcher. Returning to the field, Milan initiated play with a back pass. Upon receiving the ball, Ramos surged forward. Having found little advantage in his tussle with Marchisio, Ramos was seething with frustration. As Marchisio approached, Ramos forcefully nudged the ball ahead, accelerating past his opponent. Unprepared, Melo was easily bypassed, reduced to a desperate chase behind Ramos. Decilio advanced to intercept, aiming to disrupt the play alongside Melo. Ramos, upon reaching the edge of the penalty area, deftly maneuvered towards the center. Kaka vacated his position near the arc, and upon noticing the ideal spot Kaka had occupied, Ramos swiftly executed a diagonal pass. Kaka, receiving the ball, launched a shot on goal. Once again, Courtois thwarted Kaka's attempt. Impressive. Courtois had been outstanding today, repelling several of Kaka's long-range efforts aimed at the upper right corner, successfully safeguarding Juventus's goal. Despite Juventus trailing, Courtois had demonstrated remarkable skill, visibly showcasing his talent. However, the threat was not entirely averted. As AC Milan was now awarded a corner kick, Ramos approached, eyeing Kevin Huang. Kevin shook his head and beckoned Cruz. Cruz, he inquired, as the German jogged over. I plan to make a run in the box. You take the corner, Kevin instructed. Cruz nodded eagerly, casting a glance at Rakitic. Although executing a corner kick lacked the allure of a free kick or penalty, Kevin's choice to entrust Cruz rather than the newcomer signified his greater confidence in Cruz's capabilities. This realization brought Cruz joy, recognizing Kevin's discernment and principles, unlike the Croatian who merely sought to curry favor in the press. Indeed, Kevin had chosen him to take the corner, proving that skill far outweighs mere eloquence. Cruz surveyed the penalty area, resolute in his decision to pass the ball to Kevin Huang. Noticing two defenders flanking Kevin, he regretfully glanced towards the center, acknowledging that perhaps the opportunity to pass would have to wait for another occasion. After a sprint, Cruz delivered the ball towards the near post, where Leroydal jumped to head it out of the penalty area. Aquilani seized the opportunity before Rakitic could, turning swiftly to take a shot. Juventus launched a counterattack. Exploiting the space in AC Milan's defense, Antonini advanced impressively, and with a successful tackle, he showcased his commendable performance despite Zambrata's injury. The competition for the left-back position at AC Milan is indeed fierce. Rakitic received a direct pass from him to Huang Kaiwen. Upon receiving the ball, Huang delicately flicked it forward, skillfully bypassing Aquilani's reach. Aquilani instinctively tugged at Huang's jersey, causing him to stumble momentarily, yet he maintained his balance and maneuvered past Aquilani. As Aquilani raised his right leg to obstruct Huang, he nearly collided with him instead. Once Huang secured the ball, he charged towards the penalty area. Marco Motta glanced at Rakitic, who was actively supporting from the flanks, and relinquished Huang to a teammate. Leroydal, silently cursing Motta, hurried towards the edge of the penalty area, eager to avoid a one-on-one with Huang. However, with Ibrahimovic absent, he felt it unreasonable to retreat for defensive duties. Contemplating how to evade being outmaneuvered, Leroydal watched as Huang entered the box, pushing the ball forward and accelerating once more. Realizing the impending threat, Leroydal quickened his pace to block. As Huang extended his left foot, his right foot followed, striking the ball with tremendous force. The sound echoed as Leroydal only caught a glimpse of the ball whizzing past him, and by the time he turned back, he witnessed it bouncing beyond the goal line, with Courtois clutching his wrist in agony, rolling on the ground. Ah, the discomfort lingers, my head feels heavy, and I can't stop yawning. Lately, even Red Bull isn't effective. I resorted to American coffee, bitter and sour, questioning who finds pleasure in such a drink. This evening, I aim to write 1,000 or 2,000 words, hoping that combined with tomorrow's efforts, it might suffice for an additional update. Old Yes debts keep accumulating, haha. And the crucial issue is the lack of time after work. Seeking recommendations for tickets and monthly votes. It seems Courtois has sustained an injury. Indeed, Huang's shot was remarkably swift. I believe the collision with Aquilani prior affected his control over his strength. Huang is usually quite restrained, seldom delivering strikes as fierce as those from Carlos or Reis. This time, it was primarily due to his force. After lingering on the sidelines for over 3 minutes, the Juventus medical team finally brought a stretcher onto the field. As Marco Storari warmed up, he appeared as if compelled by an unseen force, his expression devoid of pretense, resembling someone heading to their execution. Last season, he was Milan's goalkeeper. During the summer, due to a lack of playing time, he transferred to Juventus as Buffon's backup. Shortly after his move, Huang announced his return to Milan. Upon hearing this news, Storari felt utterly disheartened. Huang Kaiwen departed after transitioning from Messina to AC Milan, enduring 4 arduous years marred by continual loans. Had he known an opportunity to claim the Champions League awaited him, he would have willingly forsaken his wages to remain at AC Milan for 2 years, even if it meant serving as the third-choice goalkeeper. For a player of his caliber, the chance to seize the Champions League is indeed rare. Although he observed Courtois on the pitch, somewhat agitated and provoking, it was Stellari who feared that Huang Kaiwen might become overly passionate. What if he lost control and unleashed a powerful long-range shot? Injuries would be inconsequential. He could still collect his salary without playing. However, at his age, what if he were to lose a limb? Upon noticing that Seedorf had been summoned to warm up, Stellari finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could endure until Huang Kaiwen was substituted, his safety would be assured. Just as he prepared to enter the field, Seedorf collapsed during his warm-up. Stellari widened his eyes, desperately recalling expressions he had witnessed in films featuring animals as protagonists, and turned to Del Neri. Coach, given that we're already losing, would it be problematic to forgo a goalkeeper? Perhaps we could field another defender. It might yield unexpected results. Del Neri, bewildered, pushed Stellari towards the sidelines. Stellari, summoning his courage, inquired, Coach, do you believe me if I say I'm feeling unwell? No joking, this is an important match. Del Neri replied. With a resigned sigh, Stellari dashed onto the field, covering his mouth as he spoke to the returning Huang Kaiwen. I have thoroughly enjoyed my time at Milan, and I still have some friends here. As Huang Kaiwen turned, Stellari had already sprinted towards Juventus goal, eliciting a chuckle from Huang Kaiwen. What a fearsome reputation Huang the King commands. Achieving such an effect requires not only Huang's innate talent, but also an exceptionally extraordinary experience card, ones like Nedved, Riss, or Carlos. Indeed, with sufficient effort today, Huang the King could transform into a lethal force on the pitch. However, with Stellari's declaration, it was evident that Huang the King would need to adapt. Football is not merely about brute force. Kevin, Today's goal was absolutely spectacular, Rakitic remarked from the center circle. The blend of power and angle is such that no goalkeeper could possibly save it. Not so exaggerated, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile and a dismissive wave. Cruz scoffed, muttering about sycophants. Regardless of eloquence, he could not usurp his position as the second, or rather, third choice for corner kicks. Pep, what should we do? Asked Clement. Troubled by Seedorf's sudden injury, Guardiola glanced back, extending his right hand towards Pirlo. Allowing Rakitic to bolster the defense on the flanks seemed a sound strategy. Regarding the injury during warm-up, Guardiola mused that perhaps it stemmed from the incongruity between Toni Kroos's refusal to engage in interviews and Huang Kaiwen's absence of injury. Thus, Seedorf, who frequently substituted Huang the King, had faced repercussions. Next time, he must exercise greater caution. Del Piero awaited the kickoff, even standing near the center circle. His chest rises and falls unevenly. His physical condition has deteriorated rapidly over the past few years, an inevitable reality. Consequently, he now plays more as a forward, reducing his running style. Nevertheless, he remains a vital player for Juventus. Last season, due to injuries, he missed several matches. Yet he still made over 30 appearances across all competitions. Ordinarily, as long as he does not play a full 90 minutes consecutively, he encounters no issues. However, as the second half commenced today, he found himself struggling. In previous years, when faced with Huang Kaiwen, he possessed the drive to fight back. Yet now, nearing the age of 37, Del Piero longs to return home early to savor a warm and sumptuous dinner with his family. Juventus has made another substitution, Amori. Del Neri has also recognized Del Piero's physical predicament and hastily opted for a change before the game resumes. Indeed, Del Piero has been quite active today, frequently retreating to the back line to support the build-up, a departure from his usual style. One can only attribute this to the immense pressure exerted by AC Milan. Del Piero is undeniably impressive. Typically, star athletes retire around the age of 32, yet he continues to play a pivotal role for Juventus at 36. Italy boasts numerous long-lasting players. Just look at AC Milan, where Inzaghi still occupies the bench, and Maldini retired only recently. Nesta played until 34. Though it remains uncertain if he can prolong his career further. Likely not, given the multitude of injuries he has sustained. For players with such extensive injuries, maintaining longevity in their careers is challenging. Thus, I must inquire, can the injury-plagued Huang Kaiwen play until 35? It's difficult to say. He is somewhat enigmatic. At times, his injuries appear genuine, yet his performance remains unaffected. Personally, I doubt he will reach 35. What would you wager? I believe he can indeed play until 35. I have encountered few players who become increasingly formidable despite their injuries. The crux of the matter is not merely about injuries, my friend, with his substantial wealth. If I were in his position, I too would seek to retire early and relish life. Indeed, what you say holds merit. From today onward, I shall refrain from purchasing Kaiwen's tea, allowing him to retire a bit later. If he were to stop playing, our organization would surely disband. Precisely. I envision battling against the world alongside my old comrades. Without Huang Kaiwen, the delightful surprise of discovering our forum is still alive upon logging in would cease to exist. Perhaps we should have Deleu write a piece titled Wandering the Network in Science Fiction World, where, due to the advancement of technology, electronic devices gain self-awareness and begin to annihilate humanity. Humans discover a method to transcend their physical forms and exist within the network, rising against those robots. My friend, that is a splendid idea, provided it does not echo too closely to the Matrix. The match on the field has become overwhelmingly one-sided. Amori's entry has not conferred any advantage to Juventus, especially since Milan has sold Bonera. Marchisio's cross from the left intended for Amori was easily headed out of the penalty area by Godin. Milan's entire defense exhibits commendable aerial prowess. This transformation has indeed taken Guardiola by surprise. Even Ramos, a fullback, possesses remarkable aerial prowess and physicality, prompting him to contemplate shifting Ramos to his center-back position. Rakitic received the ball once more, demonstrating his cleverness by opting not to turn directly, but rather executing a deft pivot to evade Melo's challenge. Instantly, the Juventus players began retreating. As anticipated, Rakitic launched a long pass. Aquilani, remaining in the back line, quickly positioned himself alongside Huang Kaiwen, ready to contest for the header. Huang Kaiwen glanced up, having already formed a judgment in his mind. He intentionally led Aquilani 2 steps toward the midfield, and by the time Aquilani realized something was amiss, it was too late. The two players had deviated from the intended landing spot. However, at that moment, Huang Kaiwen, without looking back, bent low and executed a stunning scorpion kick, the outer side of his right heel grazing the ball's lower side. Exquisite. Ibrahimovic, displaying his astuteness, proactively drifted to the left flank, and Huang Kaiwen's pass was equally magnificent. Marco Mata hurriedly followed Ibrahimovic to the left side. Ibrahimovic remained unhurried, playfully dribbling the ball with his long strides, taking a few steps before performing a deft feint. The nearby Milan supporters applauded his performance. Aquilani continued to pursue Huang Kaiwen, and as Huang approached the penalty area, Ibrahimovic swiftly laid the ball across to the edge of the box. The pass was impeccably timed. Even with Juventus's entire defensive line ahead, Huang Kaiwen hesitated not a moment, charging forth to unleash a powerful strike with his right foot. Bang! The ball soared past the defensive line in an instant, leaving Storari momentarily stunned as it nestled into the right side of the net. Goal! 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 Huang Kaiwen has netted his 5th goal of the day, a feat slightly below his usual efficiency, revealing that he might not be at his best today. If he were in peak form, scoring 5 goals would likely take him less than 10 minutes. Is Huang Kaiwen injured? Following that strike, Huang felt discomfort in his leg. Bending over to clutch his outer thigh, he attempted to take a few steps but collapsed heavily onto the grass after just one stride. Guardiola, standing on the sidelines with Pirlo while discussing tactics, was momentarily taken aback, his mind overwhelmed. Only upon seeing the Milan medical team rushing onto the pitch did he utter a panicked cry. Team doctor, team doctor. Giannini, observing from the sidelines, shook his head at Guardiola, feeling a sense of solitude. The medical team he once led was accustomed to racing against Ancelotti's commands. This coach, however, still fell short in that regard, unable to exert any pressure on them regarding their entry time. Watching Huang Kaiwen being carried off the field, Guardiola rushed over to inquire. Kaiwen, how do you feel? It shouldn't be anything serious, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile from the stretcher. That's good to hear, Guardiola sighed in relief. If Huang Kaiwen were to face a prolonged absence, how could he possibly make progress? At the first opportunity, Johnny Nani assisted Huang Kaiwen in his examination. Have I not advised you against overburdening your body? Nani chided. But I had no choice, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile, seated on the stretcher with his legs crossed. Johnny, the primary objective for a player on the field is to win. Nani expressed his concern. I fear that if you continue to play, you may not be able to secure a victory in the end. One must cherish their body, otherwise, issues will inevitably arise. Consider yourself fortunate this time. It is merely a muscle strain. I initially feared it was a torn ligament. You should be ready for rehabilitative training in about 3 weeks. Thank you, Johnny, Huang Kaiwen replied, as he supported himself on Nani's arm and returned to the bench. Inzaghi, showing concern, asked, How are you feeling? Nothing serious. Just a little rest will suffice, Huang Kaiwen responded. That's good to hear, Inzaghi nodded. At a young age, one's health is paramount. Do you know? During my time at Parma, I fractured my 5th metatarsal in a warm-up match. That injury kept me out for 3 months. I resolved then to avoid further injuries and take care of myself. I will be cautious, Filippo, Huang Kaiwen smiled. In truth, an injury was not a grave matter. At worst, Huang, the king of the field, could simply acquire another brace and return to peak form. Noticing Huang's nonchalance, Inzaghi redirected his focus to the match. Juventus clearly seemed disinterested in continuing, remaining confined in their half. Amori had a couple of opportunities, yet his shots were woefully off target. Ultimately, Milan triumphed with a resounding 5-0 victory over Juventus. The Juventus players were eager to leave, but were halted by Del Neri. Coach, why can't we leave yet? Pirlo inquired. Because the club's higher-ups have instructed me to have you participate in Milan's celebratory activities, Del Neri replied with a grin. Pirlo, skeptical, thought the coach might have been rendered foolish. What does Milan's celebration have to do with us? Such festivities are a humiliation for us. Nevertheless, given his experience, Pirlo patiently asked, What exactly is there to celebrate? They haven't won any titles, have they? They are celebrating Kevin's 100th recovery, Del Neri stated, shaking his head. Otherwise, I would not have agreed to the higher-ups' directive. Pirlo shook his head in disbelief, surprised by the nature of the celebration. The staff at San Siro were diligently preparing, while fans in the stands, having been informed in advance, displayed banners calling for improvement. They featured silhouettes of Huang Kaiwen, Kaká, and Shevchenko. Huang Kaiwen was depicted celebrating in the corner flag area, embracing Ramos and Kaká, as well as sharing a hug with Ibrahimovic, alongside various slogans. San Siro had truly transformed into a sea of joy. Galliani approached Huang Kaiwen and said, "Kevin, Ms. Berlusconi organized this surprise for you, which is why she did not inform you beforehand." "I understand." Huang Kaiwen nodded in acknowledgement. Once prepared, Galliani promptly took to the stage with a microphone, exclaiming with fervor, "In our team, there exists a remarkable player whose career has been a continuous struggle. Today was meant to celebrate Kevin's 100th return from injury, but alas, he has sustained yet another setback. Therefore, let us wish Kevin a swift return to the pitch, to triumphantly achieve his 101st comeback." The resounding cheers of "Kevin, Kevin, Kevin," filled the San Siro stadium. The players from both teams stood in their usual formation, applauding. Despite Juventus's defeat, they held great admiration for Huang Kevin's accomplishment as fellow professionals. Huang Kevin extended his arms, exchanging high fives with both his teammates and the Juventus players as he made his way to the makeshift podium. This trophy, designed in homage to Michelangelo's style and inspired by your celebratory gestures, is named Victory. I hope that in both your athletic endeavors and in life, you will ultimately achieve success." Galliani remarked with a smile. Huang Kevin accepted the trophy and shook Galliani's hand, saying, "Thank you, Adriano. Your efforts are appreciated." "It's my pleasure," Galliani replied, beaming. Amidst the applause of the fans, Huang Kevin took the microphone. After a brief pause of nearly 3 minutes, he began, "When I was very young, my parents instilled in me the importance of forging friendships, for in times of difficulty, one would receive ample support. Thus, during my school years and while playing football, I endeavored to cultivate friendships, which evidently bore much fruit. Even after a match, I could share a few words with my opponents. However, when I first entered the football scene, I was no superstar. It was the encouragement from some of you that gave me the courage to stand in such a magnificent arena as San Siro, and for that, I am grateful to you, my friends. St. Kevin, St. Kevin, St. Kevin." The fans clearly relished this sentiment. Pirlo turned to Buffon, inquiring, "Does he always charm the audience like this? I sense some fans might find him rather irritating." "Who knows? Kevin never utters unkind words," Buffon shrugged. "In truth, his opinions are of little consequence, but it is natural for him to be loved by the fans given his consistent approach." Indeed, Pirlo chuckled self-deprecatingly. Buffon certainly possessed a keener insight. Following the brief ceremony, the Juventus players appeared less despondent than before. Observing Huang Kevin's career, they were engulfed by a sense of what should have been. Had they experienced such frequent injuries, many of them might have retired early, akin to Dyler. In the mixed zone, Ibrahimovic stood bare-chested, ready for an interview. "Zlatan, share your feelings about today," a reporter offered the microphone. "No particular feelings. Winning is merely routine." Ibrahimovic replied bluntly. "Do you feel your synergy with Kevin contributed to his 5 goals? The reporter continued. Ibrahimovic let out a hum and remarked, "Kevin is a remarkable player, and I am a top player chasing greatness. When we play together, the results are undoubtedly enhanced. However, it is not I who enables Kevin to score more goals, but rather Kevin who affords me the opportunities to assist him. If you witnessed Kevin's nonchalant, scorpion kick passes, you would comprehend my words. Such passes are a rarity in this world, achievable only by Kevin." "How do you assess other teammates, such as Toni Kroos?" a journalist inquired once more. "I do not wish to speak ill of others, yet Toni is indeed quite young, possessing ample room for growth," Ibrahimovic replied. "I refer to his remarks off the field." The journalist pressed. "There is nothing to say. That is not a question for me to answer," Ibrahimovic said impatiently as he departed the mixed zone. Though he carried an air of arrogance, he was no fool. When it came to critiquing Kroos, he would inevitably offend either Kroos himself or the clubs of Real Madrid and Bayern Munich, leaving him with no alternative. Neither outcome was desirable for Ibrahimovic. The journalist could only regretfully seek out Rakitic. Before she could pose a question, Rakitic spoke up. "I learned much during my time in Milan, especially today, as I realized that Kevin has returned from injury 100 times, only to face his 101st setback. This deeply impacted me. The wind can lift a piece of paper or cloth, yet it cannot carry away a butterfly, for the strength of life lies in its defiance, in adhering to one's path. This is a force of upward growth, and I find it difficult to envision anything that could bring me down. For I have the world's greatest idol. Those setbacks will only serve to strengthen me further." The journalist noted, Rakitic certainly did not disappoint. Recently, discussions on Canale 5 have revolved around who is Kevin's foremost fan. Previously, it was a rivalry between Crudeli and Lineker. However, the newly arrived Rakitic from Milan possesses potential as well. The journalist continued, aside from Kevin, who within the team serves as a worthy role model for you. Kaká and Ramos. Rakitic stated without hesitation. Why? Is it due to their technical prowess or something else? The journalist pressed. Certainly, it is not that superficial, Rakitic replied earnestly. It is because they share the best relationship with Kevin. To be a friend of Kevin indicates their quality and moral standing. They possess outstanding traits. And thus I aspire to learn from them and to become an exceptional person myself. Are you certain you are speaking of Ramos? He often receives red cards for malicious fouls. The journalist could not resist asking, despite being a Canale 5 reporter. Rakitic nodded. Honesty is also an admirable trait. Ramos merely acts in accordance with his beliefs and does not seek to conceal his actions. For instance, when police pursue a criminal, they may resort to force. Does that make the use of force wrong? We must see beyond the surface of events to pursue their essence. Sergio is not a bad person. Very well, thank you, Ivan. This concludes today's interview, the journalist said quickly as she hastened to exit with her microphone in hand. Rakitic stood regretfully in place, pondering the abrupt departure of Kaká without receiving his evaluation. After the match, the entire team gathered at Huang Kaiwen's residence to celebrate, only departing in dribs and drabs until after 11. Over half an hour later, the young lady returned, wheeling her suitcase through the door. Back already? Huang Kaiwen rose to take her luggage, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Things are quite all right, she replied with a nod. Noticing Huang Kaiwen alone at home, she inquired, where's Lily? She went back to school, claiming she needs to prepare for exams. Huang Kaiwen responded, bemused. This excuse was all too familiar. Huang, the king of football, often wondered why art students had so many examinations. That must be your issue, the young lady chuckled. Perhaps, Huang Kaiwen conceded, settling beside her on the sofa. Have you eaten? Let me prepare something for you. No need to trouble yourself. I had something on the plane, she said, turning to him with concern. You're injured? I heard them discussing it on the radio. Isn't that quite normal? Huang Kaiwen laughed. His injury is a perfect excuse for some rest. Then you should rest well today. I'll sleep in the guest room later, she stated. That won't do, Huang Kaiwen insisted, pulling her closer. On the television, a young Leonardo was painting a portrait of a dish. In the living room, Huang Kaiwen was engaged in a similar endeavor. They worked together until late into the night, until Huang Jiasuo and the young lady finally succumbed to sleep. The following morning, Huang Kaiwen awoke to read the newspaper. The Milan Sports Daily featured an article about his injury, stating, Kevin is injured once more. But no one is worried about his prolonged absence from the pitch. Kevin continues to perform miracles. As Rakitic remarked in his post-match interview, Kevin always brings hope and serves as the finest example for Italian youth. Huang Kaiwen was unaware of Rakitic's exact words, but could surmise from the article that he had received praise. When Galliani had presented him with the recruitment list, Huang Kaiwen had sensed Rakitic's discernment. Now, it was evident that he was indeed right. The subsequent Rome Sports Daily left Huang Kaiwen even more astonished. The front page no longer featured his news, but rather the tale of the Italian prince in exile in America. The Rome Sports Daily mockingly reported, Our prince has dabbled in hosting and, after participating in a dancing competition last year, has set new ambitions. The previous sales of his prince t-shirts were lackluster. Now he has acquired a food truck to sell pasta in Los Angeles. We are pleased he can fend for himself. It would be even better if he ceased to promote himself as the Italian prince. This Prince Emanuele, son of the last king of Italy, Umberto II, had been forced to leave Italy following the abolition of the monarchy by public referendum. It was not until 2002, when Emanuele pledged allegiance to the Italian Republic, that he was allowed back into the country. Just last year, Huang Kaiwen had watched him on Dancing with the Stars, where the prince had proven his mettle, ultimately claiming the championship title. However, the Italians show little interest in him. His position is exceedingly awkward. He has been conducting rather inconsequential businesses under the banner of an Italian prince, which brings embarrassment to the Italians. It is likely that humorous caricatures of this prince will once again gain popularity in the near future. Good morning, dear, the young lady said as she wrapped her arms around Huang Kaiwen's neck from behind. It's still early. It's nearly noon, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Is there anything wrong with saying it's early? Seeing you is the true beginning of my day, the young lady inquired sweetly. Huang Kaiwen chuckled and playfully patted her back. The young lady glanced at the newspaper and exclaimed, "Ah, it turns out to be our prince. Coincidentally, we are also visiting a prince today." "Who?" Huang Kaiwen asked, having paid little attention to what the young lady had mentioned the day before. "Niccolò Boncompagni Ludovisi," she replied. "From Bologna, of the Gregory XV family?" Huang Kaiwen turned to inquire. "Bingo." The young lady snapped her fingers. "His situation is rather dire. We should help him alleviate his financial crisis." "That sounds wonderful," Huang Kaiwen remarked with a smile. "You truly are a kind-hearted girl." Huang Xiao Wang enjoys acquiring fine items at a low price from these old nobility. "After all, I am not lacking in funds. Purchasing them could serve as an investment, to be resold in a few years." After their meal, the two took a private plane to Rome. "Good afternoon, Kevin, Barbara," they were greeted by a lady. "Good day, Rita. Kevin, this is Mrs. Boncompagni Ludovisi," the young lady introduced. "Good day. You appear to be in excellent spirits," Huang Kaiwen said. "Thank you. Come. Let me show you around the castle." As they walked behind, the young lady whispered, "She is Rita Janret, wife of Boncompagni Ludovisi, the daughter of an American tycoon. After marrying this fallen prince, she has been using her personal funds to restore the castle. She has had 2 previous marriages and even worked in Hollywood. Indeed, what a richly experienced life she has led," Huang Kaiwen mused. "She is far more formidable than you might imagine. She has earned quite a bit of money, but regrettably, it has all been spent on this prince. She is left with only the title of noblewoman," the young lady remarked. The two entered the living room and beheld numerous antiques. After all, being direct descendants of the Pope, the family remains quite affluent. Noticing Huang Kaiwen admiring a carpet, Rita Janret explained, "This is Persian. Of course, it is not an antique. No antique could have survived this long. You see, Gregory XV aided the Persian king Shah Abbas III in his struggle against the Turks, and since then, our family has consistently used Persian carpets." The young lady exchanged a knowing glance with Huang Kaiwen, who nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, the family carries significant prestige." Huang Kaiwen inquired, "I heard from Barbara that you might be considering selling some artworks. What exactly do you have?" "Look at me, I almost forgot." Rita Janret, with a hint of embarrassment, remarked, "I have already discussed several paintings with Miss Berlusconi's secretary. You may confirm them next. There are also items left by Pope Gregory XV at home. I wonder if you might be interested?" "Certainly." Huang Kaiwen nodded, adding, "Please bring them out for us to examine." Well prepared, Rita Janret produced a wooden box and, upon opening it, displayed its contents one by one, saying, "A handwritten letter from the poetess Saint Teresa, a Turkish knife, and the scepter of Pope Gregory XV. Just as the young lady was about to speak, Huang Kaiwen waved his hand, saying, "I apologize, but we have no interest in these. Let us rather view the paintings." "Very well. The paintings are in the collection room," Rita Janret replied, her tone tinged with regret. The maintenance of the castle incurred significant expenses, and she felt compelled to sell some items. After confirming the paintings with the young lady, Huang Kaiwen took his leave. The young lady inquired, "Are you truly uninterested in those items?" "Of course not," Huang Kaiwen replied. "I merely sense that they hold greater value. Once we purchase the paintings, I intend to acquire those items at a low price. I surmised the Pope would be intrigued by Gregory's scepter. I knew it." The young lady laughed. "Such items hold little worth for ordinary people. However, presenting them to the Pope could yield certain benefits." After enjoying dinner in Rome, the two boarded a private plane back to Milan. The young lady, delighted by her acquisition of several inexpensive paintings, did not retire until well past 2 o'clock. Huang Kaiwen opened the system and discovered the refresh of the new month store. Special template. Kushina Uzumaki 100,000 points. Templates. Platini 10,000 points. Ravanelli 10,000 points. Viali 10,000 points. Skills. Master of Fish Leap Header 1, 500 points. Injury Recovery Mastery 100 points. Items. 24-hour immunity card 20 points. Special item. Pogba's Diary 2,000 points. Kushina, Huang Kaiwen mused, feeling that she was not particularly attractive in the anime, and her prowess was rather unremarkable, especially when compared to Tsunade. The next ordinary template was a Juventus special, yet Huang Kaiwen found himself devoid of surplus fate points. The skill, Master of Fish Leap Header, seemed rather ineffectual. Perhaps Header Mastery would serve better. As for Pogba's Diary, Huang Kaiwen found himself utterly indifferent. What if reading it muddled his mind? Ultimately, He spent 120 points to acquire Injury Recovery Mastery and the Immunity card. The skill of Injury Recovery Mastery establishes a range for recovery time from injuries. Possessing this skill ensures that your recovery will always occur within the shortest interval of that range and is likely to prevent any decline in physical function post-recovery. Oh, I retired early yesterday. I must find time to catch up on updates soon, as I am increasingly unable to endure the fatigue. Tonight's matches are plentiful, and I particularly wish to witness the Milan Derby, but alas, I am too weary. Good night. After an exhaustive day of training in the gym, Huang Kaiwen returned home alongside Ramos and Kaká. Upon logging onto QQ, he was immediately inundated with frantic messages from his friend, Ma Baigu. To his astonishment, Ma Baigu had dispatched several spies to infiltrate other guilds, a common tactic in the gaming realm to glean insights into opponent strategies. However, it was unexpected that the rival guild organized an offline event at a KTV, where the spies, having indulged excessively in drink, inadvertently revealed their identities, dragging several others into the fray. Previously, Ma Baigu had feigned death to seize control of Shabak, only to be exposed in a sudden twist of betrayal, resulting in the loss of that territory due to misinformation. To Huang Kaiwen's dismay, Ma Baigu inquired if he could arrange for a few individuals to undergo training in Italy on the art of subterfuge, aspiring to penetrate the coarse circles of their rivals. One could only imagine that the intelligence operatives in Italy might switch allegiances before they were ever discovered. Such antics would make for an entertaining film, surpassing even the finest Hong Kong cinema of the time. If they had not been preoccupied with training during the siege of Shabak, they might have indeed participated. However, with Shabak lost, there was little to be done. Huang Kaiwen offered some words of solace to Ma Baigu and provided him with several account names. Although he could not partake in the siege directly, he could still enlist others to log in and assist with the assault. Huang Kaiwen held faith that Ma Baigu would not allow any equipment to be lost. Even if one of his lackeys managed to pilfer from the esteemed Huang Qiuwang, a mere phone call would suffice to revert any losses. It was worth noting that Mr. Chen ought to be grateful to Huang Qiuwang. The revenue-generating capacity of Legend was incomparable to that of Journey. Yet, the enduring popularity of the 100th District could largely be attributed to Huang Qiuwang's efforts. Each time Huang Kaiwen logged in, there were always informants relaying news, resulting in a throng of players scouring the realm for Huang Qiuwang, eager to snatch his equipment. Many affluent players flocked to Legend specifically to challenge him. With the influx of players came an abundance of rivalries, intensifying competition in the 100th District. The competition was fierce, with some guilds providing high-tier equipment to their core members, often worth thousands, free of charge, as long as they were ready to engage in combat. In the 100th District, exceptional gear was readily available to those who could muster a few words of persuasion, and occasionally, wealthy players would engage in bidding wars. There was no shortage of buyers for top-notch equipment, with some items capable of fetching the price of a flat in a second-tier city. Even ordinary players aspired to acquire decent gear to supplement their living expenses. Once the three of them logged in, they began their ranked matches. Kaká, with a slightly lower rank, had been improving rapidly of late. Huang Kaiwen chose Kassadin, while Ramos opted for Zhao Xian in the jungle, and Kaká selected Shun for the top lane. The opposing Phoenix frequently harassed Huang Kaiwen, causing him some discomfort. He could only cautiously last-hit minions, occasionally using AQ to secure distant ones. "It's all right, Kaiwen, I'll finish my red and come to gank," Kaká reassured him. Ramos cast a fleeting glance and remarked, "No rush, let's first secure the double buffs." Huang Kaiwen responded, "It's no concern to lose a bit of health. Once he reaches level 6, he will be in dire straits." Aware of the situation, Huang Kaiwen had equipped himself with ample potions before setting out. Ramos indeed approached stealthily after finishing the red buff. The Phoenix's skills were quite formidable in clearing minions and pushing the lane, but after merely 2 steps forward, a Zhaoshan emerged from the river. The Phoenix attempted to retreat, only to be slowed by Huang Kaiwen's skill, allowing Ramos's Zhaoshan to swiftly flash in, executing a rapid QEQ sequence. Just as the knock-up was about to occur, the Phoenix had no choice but to use his flash. Following this skirmish, Huang Kaiwen shifted from a disadvantage to an advantage. He frequently engaged in trades. Faced with this, the opposing Phoenix opted to return home. Upon his return to the lane, the Phoenix exhibited an unusual reluctance to push. Such theatrics, Huang Kaiwen mused, immediately discerning that the jester was nearby, suspecting that the bushes were laden with traps. Glancing at the mini-map, he skillfully maneuvered Cassidon along the left riverbank to farm minions, deliberately avoiding the right side. The Phoenix, feeling the pressure, erected an ice wall right behind Huang Kaiwen, immediately following up with a well-timed ice shard to predict his movements. The jester leaped forth, launching a flying dagger, both aiming to eliminate Huang Kaiwen. First, let's deal with the minions. Huang Kaiwen calmly instructed Ramos from the brush. Ramos's Zhaoshan lunged forward and dispatched the cannon minion, finally illuminating Huang Kaiwen with the glow of a level up, becoming the first to reach level 6. He swiftly activated his ultimate, Void Walk, but refrained from hastily using his skills, as his remaining mana was limited and required judicious use. Ramos commanded Zhaoshan to harass the Phoenix, and upon noticing the jester's movements, he promptly redirected the third segment of his Q skill to target another foe. Huang Kaiwen continued to attack the Phoenix, and just as the Phoenix lifted its wings, Huang Kaiwen executed a Void Walk to position himself behind the Phoenix. Evading the impending stun, the jester launched another flying dagger, aiming to finish off the weakened Huang Kaiwen. Unexpectedly, a Shun emerged from the brush, immediately taunting and flashing in, forcing both the Phoenix and the jester to divert their attacks. Seizing this opportunity, the three of them focused their fire on the Phoenix, obliterating it. But as they turned to engage the jester, he vanished with his deceptive magic. Kakaka lamented, so close to finishing him off. No worries, let us eliminate the Phoenix first. Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. With their equipment still modest, Huang Kaiwen managed to secure the kill on the Phoenix after its resurrection with a well-placed Q. At that moment, a flying dagger suddenly soared from the brush, heading straight for Huang Kaiwen's head. Damn, the jester hasn't returned home. Huang Kaiwen thought he was doomed, when unexpectedly, a purple glow enveloped him. Mystical art, compassionate salvation. Kakaka used his ultimate to shield him from the jester's attack. Anticipating the jester's intentions, Kakaka turned him into an actual fool. With Shun's shield, Huang Kaiwen struck the jester, and after Kakaka landed a taunt, the jester was left severely wounded. Huang Kaiwen activated his W, delivering a final blow to claim the kill. This small skirmish had taken flight. Subsequently, the Phoenix in the mid lane dared not push any further. Huang Kaiwen, having not used his flash and still possessing his ultimate, might not be easily dispatched even if both the Joker and the top laner converged upon him. What is transpiring in the bot lane? Observing yet another teammate fall, Ramos could not help but express his frustration. The opposing jungler had consistently focused on the mid and top lanes, scarcely venturing into the bot lane. Nevertheless, their allies had been thoroughly overwhelmed in their lanes. The AD's insufficient development rendered team fights exceedingly precarious. Huang Kaiwen, wishing to engage the enemy's Ezreal, needed to expend considerable skills, yet his own AD, Ashe, was falling faster than Ezreal. Moreover, Kaka, often absent during crucial moments, had neglected to assist in the top lane, while Olaf had grown exceedingly formidable, unleashing his ultimate to become immune to control, swinging his axes amidst the fray. After enduring for over 30 minutes, upon witnessing the marksman perish once more, Ramos cast aside his mouse in exasperation, exclaiming, "How can we proceed without vision?" "It's all right, let us hold on a little longer," Huang Kaiwen encouraged. "They are likely preparing to contest the dragon," Kaka remarked after their vision in the dragon pit had been compromised. "You should go and harass them. Do your utmost to prevent their retreat," Huang Kaiwen instructed. "What good would that do?" Ramos lamented, only to turn and discover Huang Kaiwen had inexplicably followed the minion wave to the high ground, fiercely demolishing the enemy's turret. Upon realizing this, Kaka promptly returned to the barren pit, executing a flash taunt. Alas, the distance was too great, and he only managed to taunt Ezreal and Phoenix. Ramos soon arrived. Witnessing the enemy retreating after slaying the dragon, he hastily flashed and charged forward, striking Phoenix with his E, immediately unleashing his ultimate. With Zhao Xian's lance swinging in the air, "Kaiwen, someone is returning," Ramos urged. The opposing player flashed over the wall to retreat, leaving him powerless to intervene. "Understood. Let us stall as much as we can," Huang Kaiwen replied as he directed Cassidon to target the crystal. Olaf charged towards Huang Kaiwen, who silenced him. Yet Olaf's ultimate rendered him immune. Kaka and Ramos's attention was entirely fixated on Huang Kaiwen's screen. Olaf, brandishing his axes, surged forward, while Cassidon executed a rift walk, reappearing on the opposite side of the crystal. Olaf, unable to teleport, could only hurl his axes, watching helplessly as they missed. While he circled the crystal in pursuit of Huang Kaiwen, Huang Kaiwen artfully evaded Olaf, continually damaging the crystal, which now bore less than a third of its health. Kaka swallowed nervously, afraid to even breathe. At the same time, the returning Cho Gath charged towards Huang Kaiwen, who preemptively rift-walked, successfully dodging the enemy's skills. Then followed up with 2 basic attacks, shattering the enemy's crystal. Yes, yes, yes. Splendid Kaiwen. Kaka and Ramos erupted with excitement, leaping into the air. Huang Kaiwen, equally exhilarated, felt sweat pooling in his left hand gripping the mouse. The young lady observed the 3 embraced in celebration, contemplating that perhaps this would be the essence of their future lives. Sigh. She had once hoped that Kaka would improve after marriage. Seeing the current situation, she felt little motivation to introduce Ramos to a girlfriend. Gentlemen, enough of the game. Prepare for dinner. The chef has flown in specifically for this. And acquiring the ingredients was no small feat, the young lady announced. Let us go wash our hands, Huang Kaiwen cheerfully suggested. Ramos and Kaka rose as well, their spirits still unsettled. There is nothing more exhilarating than turning the tide in a game. Before reaching the restroom, Huang Kaiwen noticed the young master following Albert into the room. Uncle Kaiwen, Aunt Barbara, Uncle Ricardo, Uncle Sergio, the young master, who had initially walked in with his head held high, suddenly appeared humbled in their presence. What is the matter? Huang Kaiwen inquired, wrapping his arm around the young master's shoulders. It's Danny. What about Danny? Huang Kaiwen asked with curiosity. Sometimes you hear tales of the second young master's relentless training, even at such a tender age. What will become of him as he matures? The young master expressed his frustration. Danny and his team suffered a devastating loss to Inter Milan. That fellow is sulking, and I wish to avoid seeing him. Huang Kaiwen guided the young master toward the restroom, offering, his competitive spirit is commendable. One cannot lose a match and remain cheerful. That would be inappropriate. I understand. The young master murmured, his head lowered. They brought shame to Milan, yet he dares to return home in a huff. I dislike seeing him like this. It's all right. Have you spoken to Paul? Would you like me to call him and inform him that you're staying for dinner? Huang Kaiwen queried as he washed his hands. No. The young master replied, a bit shyly. I ran off immediately. I didn't want to witness Danny's outburst. Next time, do not act in such haste. Remember to inform your parents when you leave, Huang Kaiwen counseled. Large families often face such troubles. It's difficult for parents to attend to everyone's emotions. I understand. Uncle Kaiwen, the young master said as he washed his hands. Will you be able to participate in this month's Milan Derby? Of course, I assure you. Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Though he had previously been uncertain, having drawn the injury recovery proficiency card, he was now confident of a swift recovery and would certainly be ready for the match. We must win, the young master declared. Rest assured, young one. Ramos encouraged with a pat on the young master's back. Rather than fretting over winning or losing, you should ponder how many goals they might concede. Exactly. Kaka chimed in with a smile. The young master, inspired by the confidence of the 3, nodded and smiled in return. On November 3rd, Milan hosted Real Madrid. Both teams faced suspensions, and the match at San Siro ended in a 2-2 draw. Cristiano Ronaldo, who had performed admirably in the previous game, was unable to make a significant impact this time, though Milan paid a price to contain him, with Benzema and Pedro Leon emerging as pivotal figures in the match. After the game, Benzema remarked in an interview, I cannot take joy in securing a single point. The absence of Kevin was crucial. Otherwise, we would have struggled to leave San Siro unscathed. I often watched Kevin play during my time in Lyon. His skills are truly remarkable. In the past, I held a deep admiration for Ronaldo. However, when compared to Kevin, there exists a considerable disparity. Kevin possesses the remarkable ability to embody the essence of Ronaldo, Ronaldinho, or even Maradona, a feat I have never witnessed in any other player who so effortlessly adapts their playing style. He elevates the sport of football to unprecedented heights. Conversely, numerous Italian media outlets have criticized Milan's performance post-match, particularly focusing on Ibrahimovic and Torres, both of whom have struggled to find the back of the net recently. The expectations for elite players have always been exceptionally high among fans. After a few days, during an away match against Bari, Milan's last-minute victory only served to amplify the dissatisfaction among the supporters. On November 9th, upon returning to the team after a break, protesting fans gathered outside Milanello. Kevin could hear their voices even in the gym, signaling potential trouble for the coach. Zambrotta, who was also undergoing rehabilitation training, remarked on the situation. Rest assured, Mr. Guardiola is an exceptional coach. He will handle this well, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Guardiola indeed possesses considerable skill. Yet his primary challenge lies in his relentless pursuit of a tactical approach that applies immense pressure on opponents while minimizing personnel and defense. Such a strategy is not without its pitfalls. Fewer players inevitably compromise defensive capabilities. Huang Kaiwen believes that Guardiola has begun to recognize this issue, particularly since he has yet to secure the Champions League title. Recently, Guardiola's avoidance of a three-defender setup serves as a testament to this realization. Milan still possesses the capacity to support a three-defender system. Zambrotta and Ramos theoretically excel in both offensive and defensive roles, making them suitable wingbacks. However, Zambrotta's declining physical condition poses a challenge, as he struggles to maintain his stamina throughout a full 90 minutes of play. In contrast, Ramos faces fewer issues, though his tendency to push forward may occasionally leave him unable to recover in time, not due to a lack of stamina or skill, but rather because of his defensive prowess. This creates a dilemma for Guardiola, who finds it difficult to refine his three-defender system. Should Zambrotta falter before the system matures, it presents a significant deadlock. Currently, there are few left-sided wingbacks of comparable quality in the football world, with Ashley Cole and Lahm standing out as the strongest. While the remaining options fall considerably short, Zambrotta may very well be the superior choice. During lunch, Inzaghi approached with a tray, expressing envy towards those not required to train. I truly envy you for not having to go to the training ground. Today, the coach hasn't even returned to his office, remaining on the sidelines watching us. Gattuso interjected, training without playing, and still earning €2 million a year. That's quite a good job. Inzaghi retorted, it's not that I don't want to play. The coach simply doesn't give me the opportunity. If I could play, I would certainly lead the scoring charts. Even if you were to start every match, you wouldn't have the stamina for it. So let us not dwell on that, Huang Kaiwen replied. Should the coach base match arrangements on your fitness? That would only apply if the team were lacking strikers, but Milan's attacking line is more than sufficient with a lone forward. Later in the afternoon, rumors circulated that the training intensity had increased once more. Huang Kaiwen could only sit in the gym, teacup in hand, filled with envy. This rigorous training regimen persisted for several days, culminating in a resounding 3-1 victory for Milan against Palermo on November 10th. Following a day of rest, the team did not allow themselves to relax significantly. For many of the new players, the impending Milan derby loomed large, casting a considerable weight of pressure upon them. The summer's triumph over Inter Milan in a friendly match was inconsequential. The official match would present an entirely different scenario. Recently, the team's form had been somewhat erratic, and all of Italy awaited the outcome of the match. On November 14th, in the press room of San Siro, Guardiola and Deschamps sat together on stage. The players from both teams were notably absent from this press conference. Mr. Guardiola, will Kevin be available for today's match? Didier, could you share your thoughts on Juventus? Courtois mentioned that no one reported on his injury. Do you believe the Italian media is being manipulated? Pep, why did you abandon the three-back formation? Mr. Deschamps, do you think Inter Milan will win today? Despite the absence of players, the press conference buzzed with excitement. Deschamps and Guardiola are two of the most scrutinized coaches in Serie A. Deschamps was the first to speak. Courtois is indeed an excellent player, but he made an error. Not every player's injury garners attention. Is that so? Yet it was Kevin who caused his injury, a reporter interjected boldly. Deschamps, slightly irked, replied, you must understand that every player is at risk of injury on the field. Accepting this risk is part of being a player. I have been injured, as have others. And Courtois is no exception. Are you suggesting that Kevin's speed was excessive? The reporter pressed. With a forceful slap on the table, Deschamps declared, enough. I am weary of your inquiries. Today is about the match between Inter Milan and AC Milan. Your focus should remain there. I will not entertain further questions. Guardiola watched Deschamps with a hint of envy. How effortlessly he carried himself. Such nonchalance was beyond Guardiola, who meticulously curated his personal image. From his attire to his public perception. Pep, why abandon the three-back formation? A reporter asked. With a smile, Guardiola responded, it is not that I have abandoned it. Rather, the current circumstances do not permit it. I acknowledge the fluctuations in Milan's performance and the numerous injuries we face. At such a time, players require greater stability. It is essential to maintain previous tactics rather than introduce new ones. Does this imply that you might revert to a three-back system in the future? The reporter queried. Guardiola nodded. Why not? The three-back formation may yet become the new trend, trust me. As midfield battles intensify, teams will seek to reduce the number of defenders to gain an advantage in midfield confrontations. This is not a regression in football, but rather a transformation into an entirely different type of three-back formation. The reporters exchanged glances, surprised by Guardiola's cunning, fully aware of their expectations. Yet he finds himself discussing tactics with them. In the away dressing room, the entire Milan squad is engaged in their final preparations. After donning his gear, Huang Kaiwen bends down to ensure his shoelaces are properly tied, feeling reassured. This marks his first Milan derby since his return, and he is resolute in accepting nothing less than victory. Guardiola enters the locker room and addresses the team. I understand there have been some reservations regarding my tactics. Hence today, I have opted for a formation you are most familiar with, the 4-3-2-1 Christmas tree. Is that agreeable? Of course, coach, Huang Kaiwen replies directly. Observing the anticipation meter reach its zenith, he opts to draw a card. Ding! Obtained a 24-hour experience card for the UEFA Champions League final of the 2022-2023 season. Inter Milan vs Manchester City, featuring Romelu Lukaku. Upon seeing this experience card, Huang Kaiwen feels a twinge of regret for his swift agreement. Could it truly be the portly, crew-cut figure of Lukaku? Today, he is paired with Kaká in the dual attacking midfield roles. Is there an issue, Kevin? Guardiola inquires. No. Coach, Huang Kaiwen responds. He contemplates that he is not strictly confined to the attacking midfield position. Adjusting slightly forward could allow Kaká to assume the role of the lone playmaker. When it comes to drifting wide, that is precisely the responsibility of a winger. As for not utilizing the card, Huang Kaiwen had not considered it. After all, Lukaku is a revered figure at Inter, and this gesture pays homage to that legacy. Ding! Successfully used Lukaku experience card. With no other significant matches this month, Huang Kaiwen activates the immunity card. Watching Huang Kaiwen and his teammates warm up, Guardiola retrieves a substantial gold bar from his pocket, placing it discreetly beneath Huang Kaiwen's jersey. He then pulls out a small notebook, sifting through its pages until he finds a yellowed manuscript. Setting a bomb he had prepared at home from goldenrod seeds in the center of the dressing room. He produces a pouch of black powder, sketching a small hexagram on the floor. Following these preparations, Guardiola locates a photograph of Inzaghi. Pressing it beneath a candle, he lights the candle and recites, Omniscient Hermes, I offer the romantic fortune of Filippo Inzaghi in exchange for Kevin's safety in this match. To compensate for the value discrepancy, I present this gold bar. After uttering these words, Guardiola lights the candle and then extinguishes it. He tidies up before departing the dressing room. Upon reflection after returning home, he considered the previous injury Huang Kaiwen sustained, attributing it to an imbalance in value. Based on insights from various texts he has read, Huang Kaiwen's soul possesses formidable strength, and ensuring the safety of such an individual evidently requires more than the mere sacrifice of Kroos's silence, which proved insufficient, resulting in a backlash against Seedorf. Today, Guardiola embarks on a new endeavor. The price difference is inconsequential. He compensates with money. A 100G gold bar is merely an initial attempt. If effective, he intends to procure additional bars. Ensuring Huang Kaiwen remains unscathed in crucial matches is paramount above all else. Today marks the highly anticipated Milan derby, and I am certain that fans are brimming with excitement. Indeed, both teams showcased commendable form during their warm-ups, yet the starting lineups we received have truly astonished us. Both coaches have evidently invested considerable thought into their selections. Allow me to reveal in advance that Guardiola has opted for a four-defender formation today. Fans are particularly eager to discern Guardiola's starting 11, especially since there are hardly any renowned coaches in contemporary football who employ a three-defender system. Moreover, AC Milan's performance has been less than stellar when they have utilized three defenders. Kevin Huang appears in the starting lineup, though during the warm-up, he seemed to touch the ball sparingly. It almost felt as if he were practicing evasion, consistently positioning himself to avoid his teammates' shots. Could this signal a novel tactical approach for AC Milan? Now, let us examine the starting lineups for today's match, Inter Milan. With a 5-3-2 formation featuring two defensive midfielders, goalkeeper, Cesar, defenders, Chivu, Lucio, Cordoba, Materazzi, Zanetti, midfielders, Stankovic, Sneijder, Joao Moutinho, forwards, Diego Milito, Eto'o. AC Milan. In a 4-5-1 formation with 3 defensive midfielders, goalkeeper, Buffon, defenders, Zambrata, Thiago Silva, Rakitic, Ramos, midfielders, Gattuso, Kevin Huang, Pirlo, Kaká, Ambrosini, forward, Ibrahimovic. This starting lineup certainly brings forth several surprises. Inter Milan has adopted a 5-defender setup, which can also transition into a 3-defender formation. Cambiaso's injury has limited Inter Milan's options in the defensive midfield role. While AC Milan also faces numerous injuries, I did not anticipate Rakitic being placed in a defensive position. It remains to be seen whether this will yield remarkable outcomes. The 4-3-2-1 Christmas tree formation is one that Milan fans are well acquainted with, having been developed by Ancelotti and studied globally, so there is no need for further elaboration. Zanetti's positioning on the right wing seems tailored to counter Kevin Huang, as both he and Materazzi are familiar adversaries of Huang. At 7:45 p.m., referee Tagliavento signaled the commencement of the match. Milan took the first kickoff, with Ibrahimovic promptly passing the ball back. Upon receiving the ball, Huang moved towards the flanks, as it is imperative to stretch the play wide from the outset. Eto'o quickly surged towards Huang, a man known for his jealousy, particularly towards his former club, Real Madrid, which has historically fallen short against Huang. Thus, Eto'o was especially vigorous today. Huang, demonstrating humility, swiftly executed a back pass. Gattuso received the ball and immediately played it sideways to Pirlo, who began to dictate the rhythm of the game. Milan's whirlwind fast play is renowned worldwide, yet they are also capable of slowing the tempo when necessary. Do not press too high, do not chase the ball incessantly, Deschamps shouted from the sidelines. Guardiola nodded in agreement, acknowledging the skill of the French coach. AC Milan shares several similarities with the FC Barcelona, where the former coach previously served, notably in their patient approach to passing in search of opportunities. However, AC Milan exhibits a preference for circulating the ball in the defensive third before executing long passes to the forwards. In contrast, Barcelona tends to maneuver within the opponent's half, utilizing precise passes to exploit openings, often concluding the attack with a decisive through ball. After all, in positional play, seizing opportunities necessitates engaging the opponent through passing. Beyond this strategy, individual breakthroughs by players are employed to draw defenders and exploit vulnerable areas. The 4-4-2 formation of Manchester United exemplifies this approach, albeit it is more commonly adopted by weaker teams whose overall technical proficiency may not support intricate passing plays. Utilizing physical prowess to penetrate defenses is comparatively simpler. Today, Inter Milan played with great caution. In the opening phase, both teams probed each other, resulting in a lack of notable offensive maneuvers. Sneijder attempted a through ball behind Rakitic, who successfully intercepted it, launching a swift counterattack with a powerful clearance. Ramos, positioned on the right flank, deftly directed the ball with his chest into the path of Stankovic. Accelerating with determination, he maneuvered past the defender. Huang Kaiwen, observing the situation, promptly surged forward, while Ibrahimovic, noticing the attention Huang attracted from defenders, slyly drifted towards the left post, his imposing figure adding a touch of humor to the moment. Zivkovic refrained from advancing, wary of potential danger near the penalty area. Unlike Ramos, who rarely shoots directly, Kaká, Huang Kaiwen, and Ibrahimovic were different. As anticipated, upon reaching the vicinity of the penalty area, Ramos delivered a swift long pass. The timing was impeccable as Huang Kaiwen, situated between Lucio and Cordoba, leapt at the opportune moment to execute a powerful header. The ball struck the left post with a resounding thud, rebounding into play. Cordoba misjudged the trajectory, inadvertently allowing Huang Kaiwen to reposition himself and, with a swift turn, unleash a clean shot that found the back of the net on the right side. Magnificent. Ibrahimovic raced towards Huang Kaiwen in excitement, only to have his expression darken moments later. Alas, Ramos had anticipated the play and was one step ahead. Just moments ago, Ramos had been outside the penalty area, close to Huang Kaiwen, yet his acceleration was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance. Ibrahimovic awkwardly touched his prominent nose, resolving to only venture near Huang Kaiwen when he was more assured of success. Though the Meazza Stadium is also known as San Siro today, the allocation of tickets to Milan fans was notably limited, as this is Inter Milan's home ground. Yet, within the stadium, which welcomed over 80,000 spectators, the cheers belonged solely to the Rossoneri. The Nerazzurri, donned in their blue and black striped jerseys, stared blankly at the pitch. The scene was simultaneously strange and familiar. Even after Huang Kaiwen departed from Serie A, memories of the Milan number 10 lingered. It was this very individual who had thwarted their aspirations of reaching the Champions League final last season. At times, habit can indeed be a formidable force. Defend, defend. Deschamps clapped his hands from the sidelines, exclaiming, "How is it possible that so many defenders cannot keep track of a single opponent? Are you jesting? I cannot fathom what you are thinking. Last year, you nearly reached the finals. We expect you to display the caliber of a Champions League semi-finalist. Playing against Chelsea is not the same as facing AC Milan. Even if the entirety of Italy believes AC Milan will emerge victorious, this is the Milan derby. As Inter's coach, he bears a significant responsibility. Deschamps has never been one to concede defeat easily. However, following his admonition, Inter immediately lost possession after the restart. Huang Kaiwen observed Zambrotta advancing and promptly distributed the ball to the flank, making a run into the penalty area to draw Inter's defense. Zambrotta encountered little resistance and, after reaching the left side, delivered a low cross. Deschamps felt his nails digging into his flesh. Materazzi's sliding tackle not only failed to achieve its purpose, but the ball ricocheted off him and landed directly in front of Ibrahimovic, who unleashed a volley. Under the gaze of over 80,000 spectators, Huang Kaiwen stood at the goal, thwarting Ibrahimovic's certain goal. Yesterday's match was truly remarkable. A mouse suffered a crushing defeat. This chapter concludes. This is not the usual Kevin. I deem this an anomaly. In the live broadcast, Cladelli remarked, Kevin's block was unforeseen. After all, the ball deflected off Materazzi, which was unpredictable. It is rare to see Kevin interfere with a teammate. I can hardly conceive of such a scenario, so today is merely a coincidence. Ibrahimovic approached to comfort Kevin, urging him not to dwell on it, clearly understanding that it was unintentional. Last season, I witnessed Ibrahimovic and Torres arguing over a passing issue. Yet the current Milan exhibits none of those problems. We have evolved into a united team, rallying around Kevin. AC Milan is invincible. Huang Kaiwen walked back with his head bowed. This must be the curse of the great striker. Many top forwards fail to shine in crucial matches, and even some elite strikers can be unreliable in pivotal moments. However, Lukaku stands out as one of the most enigmatic. He possesses a formidable physique, yet during his time at Manchester United, he preferred to drift wide rather than engage in confrontations. He has scored numerous goals in Serie A, yet his tally against top teams is surprisingly low. Just when everyone doubts him, he delivers a crucial goal. Yet, in the most critical finals and knockout stages, he bizarrely squanders opportunities, even aiding the opposition in clearing the ball. No forward is more mysterious than he. Huang Kaiwen pondered whether only Capello could harness Lukaku's potential. Perhaps the mysterious yields to a higher mystery. Rest assured, Kevin, I will pass to you shortly, Ibrahimovic said, draping an arm around Huang Kaiwen's shoulder. Do not feel any mental pressure. I can score whenever I choose. Huang Kaiwen replied. Though I am grateful for Ibrahimovic's gestures, he certainly knows how to boast. In his youth, he was also a timid player in high-stakes matches. Huang Kaiwen concluded that it would be best if he passed to Ibrahimovic. Focus on the defense. In the defensive zone, Zanetti shouted, fully aware that even as they prepared to kick off, he could not afford to be complacent. Huang Kaiwen's goals had always come in quick succession, and it was conceivable that he would score again shortly. He felt no desire to elaborate on today's tactics. Rather, his focus was to perform his duties on the pitch. Inter Milan resumed play, and Milito immediately executed a back pass. Sneijder received the ball, deftly nudging it with his right foot before swiftly distributing it to the left flank. Although nearing 30, Eto'o's penetrative runs down the left remained razor-sharp. In the days of the Dream Team, he and Ronaldinho had alternated in launching assaults down the left, instilling fear in the hearts of Europe's elite. Press forward. Don't wait. Guardiola shouted anxiously from the sidelines as he witnessed Kaká being bypassed. Ambrosini and Ramos exchanged a knowing glance and simultaneously charged towards Eto'o. Eto'o quickly returned the pass, and Sneijder, positioned wide, received the ball, but had no time to adjust as Kaká surged forward. Give it to me. Sneijder heard Stankovic call out, and he turned to lay the ball back to Kaká. Stankovic swiftly played it across to João Moutinho, who then transitioned the ball to the right flank. Zanetti advanced rapidly with the ball. Whether employing a 5-man or 3-man defense, the wingbacks were crucial, especially with Eto'o favoring the left. Zanetti was tasked with shouldering the responsibility of advancing down the right, a considerable burden for a 37-year-old player. While dribbling, Zanetti kept a vigilant eye on Huang Kaiwen's positioning, wary of a potential press that could lead to a counterattack. Noticing Huang Kaiwen nearby, Zanetti executed a horizontal pass and immediately surged forward. Sneijder received the ball and quickly returned it to Zanetti, allowing the duo to bypass Huang Kaiwen with a wall pass. Yet, Zanetti's troubles were far from over. Gattuso charged in, tightly marking him near the halfway line. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Zanetti sought to pass, but found no opportunity. Huang Kaiwen had now closed in on him as well, lying in wait for the perfect moment. Gattuso's close marking made it challenging for others to assist without inadvertently restricting Gattuso's movements. Zanetti and Gattuso, both low in their stances, entangled their feet and hands, resembling a wrestling match more than a football encounter. Boo! 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 Echoed the jeers of Inter Milan supporters from the stands, but this did little to aid their captain. Just as João Moutinho approached for support, Huang Kaiwen astutely positioned himself to intercept Zanetti's passing lane. With the intended pass now thwarted, Zanetti had no choice but to retract his foot, allowing Gattuso to poke the ball away. Huang Kaiwen, leveraging his height and long legs, extended his foot to retrieve the ball just before it crossed the sideline. João Moutinho attempted to cut off Huang Kaiwen's path from behind, but to his astonishment, Huang Kaiwen pivoted with a deft Cruyff turn, successfully outmaneuvering him. What a spectacle! The turn and nutmeg executed by Huang Kaiwen was nothing short of brilliant. It was as if he had eyes in the back of his head, effortlessly sensing that Moutinho's legs were spread apart. This display of skill was indeed magnificent, and Huang Kaiwen's technical prowess could not be overstated. The earlier block against Ibrahimovic's certain goal was merely a stroke of luck. Now, as Inter Milan sought to mount an attack, their formation pushed forward. Huang Kaiwen deftly maneuvered past Joey Obi, leaving the entire left flank devoid of defensive players. The reaction from San Siro clearly illustrated the dire situation. Only the Milan supporters remained jubilant in the stands. It appeared as if Huang Kaiwen was not merely dribbling a ball, but rather handling a priceless work of art. Each advance sent a wave of trepidation through the Inter fans, who fixated intently on his form. His speed was one aspect. The greater concern lay in his threat level. Materazzi was acutely aware of this. Thus he dared not linger in the penalty area. As he charged towards Huang Kaiwen, he deliberately positioned himself more centrally, wary of being easily bypassed. Suddenly, with a feint, Huang Kaiwen lifted his right foot, tracing a half circle over the ball. Before Materazzi could react, Huang Kaiwen deftly nudged the ball forward. Ibrahimovic, stationed at the edge of the arc, received the pass and immediately shifted to the left flank. With both Zanetti and Materazzi absent, that side was left completely unguarded. Huang Kaiwen deftly controlled the ball with his left foot, cutting into the penalty area, prompting Cordoba to rush in for the defense. The situation had escalated to a significant threat. Ibrahimovic and Kaká were flanked only by Lucio and Chivu. When three defenders faced three elite attackers, even a defender of Nesta's caliber in his prime could prove insufficient. Cesar had braced himself, positioned near the left post, specifically to thwart Huang Kaiwen's angled strikes. Unexpectedly, Huang Kaiwen executed a reverse pass. Ibrahimovic, rather than shooting directly, held off Lucio. What was he intending? He passed it back to Huang Kaiwen. Alas, Huang Kaiwen blasted the ball over the goal. He stared at Ibrahimovic in disbelief. With an open net, why pass? He could have scored after bypassing Lucio. The pass came to him swift and concealed. Huang Kaiwen, in his haste, struck too hard, failing to control his shot. Buffon had advanced slightly, aligning with Guardiola's tactical distribution. Upon seeing Huang Kaiwen in possession, he hesitated to advance into the opponent's half, but was already poised to celebrate. When Huang Kaiwen missed, Buffon was caught off guard, losing his balance and falling to the ground. Guardiola clutched his head, utterly incredulous. Today, Huang Kaiwen was not the player fans had come to know. Though his coaching tenure was brief, he had observed Huang Kaiwen's performances extensively. Such a series of missteps were nearly unheard of in his games. Even the first goal had come as a surprise. Pep, consider substitutions, Clement urged. Substitutions. Guardiola finally noted Buffon sprawled on the pitch, his expression darkening. Could it be that the troubles had begun anew? This time, they had even ensnared Buffon. Reflecting on Huang Kaiwen's unusual performance, it felt as though a curse had befallen them. Guardiola slapped his forehead in realization. This was a sign that Huang Kaiwen might sustain a serious injury today, rendering him and Inzaghi insufficient. Both Huang Kaiwen and Buffon bore part of the burden. In the previous match, Huang Kaiwen sustained a minor injury, while Seedorf experienced a strain. As today's game progressed, and drawing from the lessons of the last encounter, Guardiola surmised he could estimate the likelihood of Huang Kaiwen sustaining further injuries and the toll it would take. The medical team from Milan was seen carrying Buffon off the field, while Abbiati stood by the fourth official, awaiting his turn to enter the match. "You may go on," the fourth official prompted. Abbiati rushed onto the pitch. As time for warm-up was limited, he needed to acclimatize on the field itself. For diving to thwart an opponent's strike without proper preparation could lead to injury. Guardiola approached the medical team's stretcher and grasped Buffon's hand, saying, "Gigi, focus on your recovery, the entire team, and I shall not forget your contributions." Buffon, catching a glimpse of Guardiola's gaze, felt a chill run down his spine. His performance since transferring to AC Milan had not matched his illustrious days at Juventus. Some newspapers suggested he was on a downward trajectory. Today, he had barely had the chance to showcase his skills before succumbing to injury. This brought to mind a certain legend, or perhaps not a legend at all. In his youth, Guardiola had been strikingly handsome, much like Guidi. Italian tabloids speculated about his preferences. Quickly retracting his hand, Buffon forced a smile and replied, "Coach, I will take good care of my recovery, so you need not worry." Determined to limit his private interactions with Guardiola, Buffon resolved to keep his distance. Guardiola nodded, instructing the medical staff to escort Buffon away. The match resumed, yet Guardiola's mind was far from the game. Inzaghi's abundant fortune seemed inadequate even with a golden opportunity. The injury to a goalkeeper of Buffon's caliber, alongside Huang Kaiwen's own misfortunes, felt like a curse. Guardiola speculated that the root of Huang Kaiwen's injuries lay in his exceptional prowess. Just as the energy released by a nuclear bomb vastly differs from that of TNT, Huang Kaiwen, though human like any other player, possessed talents that surpassed the ordinary. Thus, safeguarding him from harm would undoubtedly require greater sacrifices. In a moment of clarity, Guardiola finally understood why Mourinho had frequently encountered injuries. "Jose, it turns out you had to pay the price yourself." On the pitch, both teams were locked in a tense struggle. In the broadcast booth, Cruyff was visibly anxious. He voiced his concerns. "It appears Kaiwen has not fully recovered." Guardiola, in his desire to have Kaiwen participate in this derby, has surely concealed the extent of his injury, a rather irresponsible course of action. Additionally, why is Rakitic, a midfielder, being deployed as a defender? I have not heard of a shortage in defense to such an extent. This Catalan coach seems intent on making changes on the field. Rakitic found himself directly challenged by Eto'o, prompting Thiago Silva to rush in for support. Every nerve in Thiago Silva was taut as he pursued Eto'o, fearful that a sudden stop could let the striker evade him and deliver a pass. As they drew closer to the goal line, Eto'o grew increasingly anxious. Unable to break free, he pivoted sharply and took a shot, but Thiago Silva lunged to deflect the ball away. It resulted in a corner kick, yet another corner for Inter Milan. Today, the match showcased two evenly matched teams. Sneijder delivered a corner kick, and Thiago Silva headed the ball away, resulting in yet another corner. Remarkably, Abbiati came to the rescue. Milito executed a close-range header with great speed. However, the recently substituted Abbiati reacted swiftly to deflect the ball. Ramos cleared the ball with a powerful kick, sending it into the opponent's half and out of play. "Well done." Huang Kaiwen bent down to help Abbiati up. "I have always been ready to step onto the field for the team," Abbiati remarked with a smile. Since joining Milan in 1998, he has been a key player, though he lost his position due to Dida and Neuer. He has also been loaned out several times. Yet he never contemplated leaving. Huang Kaiwen chuckled as he patted Abbiati's arm and jogged forward. This exemplifies the depth of a prestigious club. While Abbiati may not be at the pinnacle of global talent, he is undoubtedly a first-choice keeper for mid-tier teams. Nevertheless, he chose to remain at Milan as a backup, earning even less than he would at other clubs, as he is merely a second-choice keeper, yet he stayed. The dedication of such players has contributed to Milan's glorious legacy. While the club's success continues to entice waves of young talent to San Siro in pursuit of their dreams. Regarding the Belgian national team, one might exclaim, "Goodness! Has Huang Kaiwen truly lost his touch? I have never witnessed him play so poorly." Indeed, in one of the highest-profile derbies in football, the Milan Derby, Huang Kaiwen was the sole goal-scorer of the match, which should have sufficed for satisfaction. However, it's not merely about that. The crux of the matter lies in Huang Kaiwen's performance. He rarely misses the target, let alone obstructs a teammate's goal due to poor positioning. Today, it seems as if he left his mind at home, forgotten on the way to the stadium. One could speculate whether he has been cursed, as Inter Milan has a history of seeking out sorcery. What are you saying? That's just superstition. We must have faith in science. One might respond. Then explain Huang Kaiwen's unusual performance. Has he been bribed? Fool. Huang Kaiwen's wealth exceeds 100 million euros, and his reputation is impeccable. What amount could possibly tempt him to risk such a scandal? Maratti's fortune pales in comparison to Huang Kaiwen's. I, too, believe that Huang Kaiwen, with his penchant for leveraging his name for acclaim, would not engage in such behavior. Perhaps he is simply having an off day. If only I had known he would perform so poorly today, I would have wagered with a few friends about the cleanliness of our dorm this semester. Who could have anticipated Huang Kaiwen's lackluster performance? I sense he might indeed be under a curse from Inter Milan. Otherwise, it remains inexplicable. The trailing Inter Milan continually sought opportunities to equalize. Deschamps' team is seasoned, having forged their chemistry over a considerable period. They would not lose their resolve due to a single goal deficit. Lucio surged forward with the ball, assisting his midfield teammates in creating opportunities. Several midfielders advanced. Stankovic moved to the flank to receive the ball, thereby better utilizing the width of the pitch. Observing this, Kaká promptly followed suit. There can be no relaxation in the Milan derby. However, Lucio did not pass to the left, instead turning and delivering the ball to João Obi. Joy Obi, a Nigerian player nurtured in the youth academy of Inter Milan, embodies the aspirations of the club, reminiscent of the success they experienced with Martins, as they seek to replicate such promise for the next decade. Although Obi may not possess the blistering speed of Martins, he exhibits a commendable audacity in his maneuvers. Observing Huang Kaiwen, instead of panicking, he skillfully executed a bicycle kick before passing the ball to Sneijder. Deschamps, on the sidelines, struck his left hand fiercely against his right, nearly wishing to intervene personally with a slap to Obi. Renowned for his robust demeanor during his playing days, Deschamps has no objections to players provoking their opponents, even resorting to physicality if necessary. However, he abhors witnessing players engage in meaningless antics, as he is a pragmatist. Huang Kaiwen is no Zidane. Such provocations could spell disaster for the team. Indeed, as Sneijder crossed the halfway line, Ramos charged in with a flying tackle, disregarding former camaraderie. Fortuitously, Ramos made contact with the ball first, redirecting it behind Sneijder. Observing this, Kaká hastened to seize the ball and pivoted for a shot. Huang Kaiwen, having anticipated the play, was already positioned at the edge of the penalty area. Joy Obi closely shadowed him, while Zanetti cautiously stationed himself within the box, ready to defend. Nearby, Materazzi remained vigilant as well. Yet, despite Huang Kaiwen's support from three teammates, Cesar felt no sense of security. Ibrahimovic, poised on the left flank, rapidly darted into the box. Just as Huang Kaiwen entered the penalty area, he executed a swift horizontal pass, the ball rolling past Materazzi into the center, where Ibrahimovic, having fallen, struck with his left foot, sending the ball soaring past Cesar into the right side of the net. Goal. Ibrahimovic, brimming with confidence, didn't he even glance at the goal during his shot. Instead, he immediately turned to Huang Kaiwen to celebrate. Indeed, this AC Milan is the strongest team I have ever witnessed. Even the legendary Dutch trio, or the German triumvirate, pale in comparison to the combination of Huang Kaiwen, Kaká, and Ibrahimovic or Torres. While it cannot be claimed that each individual in this current trident possesses extraordinary strength, can Ibrahimovic truly rival Ronaldo? Can Kaká on the front line compare to Vieri? The synergy produced by this trio is undeniably remarkable. The rapport between Huang Kaiwen and Kaká is evident. When paired with teammates, Huang Kaiwen adapts his playing style significantly. With Torres, he would focus on exploiting Torres's speed, aiming for incisive through balls. Conversely, when playing alongside Ibrahimovic, he emphasizes technical collaboration. Ibrahimovic frequently drifts wide to engage with Huang Kaiwen, enhancing their mutual understanding. In the stands, Galliani exuberantly embraced those around him. Much like the nearby fans, he is, without a doubt, the most concerned about Huang Kaiwen's fitness. Should Huang Kaiwen's injuries impact his performance, it would not only risk the upheaval of that staggering 100 million euro salary, but also attract the ire of Barbara. The coach may merely be dismissed from his post, but the club CEO, could very well find himself sent to Africa. This is precisely why Galliani is so exuberant. He seems indifferent to whether Milan wins or loses, as long as Huang Kaiwen can play comfortably. On the other side of Galliani sits Maldini, who furrows his brow. He does not share Galliani's buoyant mood, having firmly concluded that Huang Kaiwen's performance today is rather lackluster. This is not the Huang Kaiwen we know. It remains unclear whether this underperformance stems from poor form or an injury. If it is indeed an injury, will he be able to recover? The thought of Huang Kaiwen's potential decline brings a wave of concern to Maldini. He never anticipated that being part of the club's upper management would be so burdensome. Paul Maldini suddenly finds himself reminiscing about the days spent playing alongside his teammates. "Everyone, get your act together," Zanetti shouted, gasping for breath. Having played for just over 30 minutes, he felt a fiery sensation in his lungs. Though age was not on his side, his stamina was renowned, allowing him to participate in numerous matches each season. Yet today he was truly struggling. Huang Kaiwen was not scoring with the same frequency as before, but merely contributing offensively had already taken a toll on him, compounded by the need to defend against Huang Kaiwen, which felt like an arduous challenge. Other players might have given up by now, but Zanetti persevered. Initially, he had been brought to Milan as a mere addition in the acquisition of Lambert, a fact that had left him somewhat discontented. He constantly sought to prove himself, and the Nerazzurri provided him with immense support. With each match, Zanetti improved, while his compatriot Lambert had disappeared from the scene. On the day he was named captain, Zanetti vowed to restore Inter Milan to the glory of its illustrious past. He has indeed done so. Even when facing the formidable AC Milan, Zanetti would never consider surrender. To forfeit the derby would be tantamount to self-destruction. Zanetti encouraged his teammates all the way from midfield back to his position in defense. "Can you keep going, old man?" Materazzi inquired with concern. "You should ask yourself that first." Zanetti waved dismissively. Materazzi nodded in agreement. He appreciated Zanetti's indomitable spirit. Witnessing Zanetti's performance made Materazzi feel rejuvenated, igniting his desire to compete fiercely. Shortly after the restart, Stankovic unleashed a long-range shot from 40 meters out. The attempt posed no challenge to Abbiati, sailing well wide of the goal. Impatience, perhaps? Indeed, given that it was the Milan derby and they were at home. The psychological pressure on the players would be immense if they continued to lag behind. It is entirely understandable that they would wish to score swiftly. Speaking of which, it has been quite a while since Inter Milan triumphed in a Milan derby. Prior to Huang Kaiwen's arrival at AC Milan, the latter had remained unbeaten against Inter. The last time Inter managed to defeat AC Milan was on March 3, 2002, during the 25th round of Serie A, when they secured a narrow victory at the Miazza, with the decisive goal scored by Vieri. Indeed, it is surprising how swiftly time has flown, approaching a decade already. Inter Milan and AC Milan have crossed paths numerous times over the years. I recall that in the Champions League alone, they faced each other twice. And in those 4 knockout matches, Inter Milan was unable to secure victory. Thus, it is understandable that the pressure on Inter is quite significant. Huang Kaiwen has recognized this and has urged his teammates to tighten their defense and prepare for counterattacks, especially since AC Milan holds the lead. They are not the ones feeling anxious. Huang Kaiwen's ability to read the game is indeed remarkable. His former coaches have often remarked on this quality. I am particularly eager to see if he will choose to pursue a coaching career after retirement. I have no doubts regarding his capability. However, having already claimed numerous trophies, one must wonder if he still has any aspirations in coaching. Interestingly, Huang Kaiwen is currently pursuing his coaching certification. British media have reported this. It is worth noting that Huang Kaiwen currently holds a higher coaching qualification than Sir Alex Ferguson, who lacks a coaching certificate and served merely as an assistant coach at Manchester United due to his lack of formal coaching credentials. As the 4th official raised the stoppage time board, the players of Inter Milan grew increasingly anxious. Sneijder received the ball in the attacking third and immediately attempted a long-range shot. He executed a high-quality strike, but Abbiati was unable to catch it, resorting to deflecting the ball onto the crossbar with one hand. Although they were eager to equalize, the Inter players, under Deschamps' guidance, refrained from rushing into the penalty area. After all, halftime had not yet arrived, and conceding another goal would prove detrimental. Sneijder stood in the right corner, observing before taking the corner kick. His delivery was swift, appearing to lack curvature, yet Huang Kaiwen astutely noted that the ball did indeed possess a slight arc as it flew through the air. "Watch out," Huang Kaiwen shouted, but it was too late. The ball was lofted high, and Thiago Silva chose not to jump. Both teams concentrated their efforts at the near post and center. But the ball sailed past the far post. Rakitic, nearby in defense, was taken by surprise and was late in attempting to leap. Materazzi surged forward to secure his position and headed the ball into the net from a mere distance. The Miazza Stadium, which had been subdued for 45 minutes, erupted in cheers for the first time that day. The Nerazzurri jubilantly chanted Materazzi's name. Marco, Marco, Marco. The scorer, Materazzi, was equally elated, racing to the corner flag to celebrate passionately in front of the stands. Although Inter Milan still trailed by a goal, this strike was crucial. Scoring just before halftime significantly boosts morale. Huang Kaiwen continued to remind his teammates to remain vigilant, as stoppage time had not yet concluded. Any lapse in concentration could allow Inter to equalize. After the restart, Huang Kaiwen received the ball on the flank, showing no intent to attack. He aimed to run down the clock and maintain stability. It must be said that Huang Kaiwen possesses an exceptional sense of timing in his play. After conceding or scoring, players often become complacent, leading to further goals conceded. Thus, he opted not to initiate an attack, ensuring they would enter halftime with the advantage. The referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half, and Sneijder and his teammates exchanged greetings. In truth, the players from both teams maintained a cordial relationship, often seen together at events or outings as reported in the newspapers. Guardiola swiftly made his way to the sidelines, feeling a sense of relief after enduring the first half. It seemed that Buffon's sacrifice had indeed borne some fruit. However, a thought crossed Guardiola's mind. Sacrificing one player each match would soon leave the first team unable to even fill the squad list. As he noticed Huang Kaiwen leaving the pitch, he quickly shook his head and offered him a towel and a water bottle. After Huang rinsed his mouth and wiped the sweat away, Guardiola cautiously inquired, "Kaiwen, do you feel any discomfort in your head, or at any moment? Do you feel as though you are not quite yourself?" "No," Huang Kaiwen replied, shaking his head. The ID, ego, and superego? Was Guardiola engaging him in a philosophical discussion? Sometimes, intelligence leads one to overthink. Look at Huang, a clever individual himself, who often spent his time indulging in leisure activities, playing games rather than pondering such convoluted matters. "That's good," Guardiola remarked. "You may head back now." As Huang Kaiwen entered the players' tunnel, he encountered Materazzi. With a smile, Materazzi greeted him. "Kaiwen, don't think that wasting time will lead to victory. We'll strive for a comeback in the second half." "Well then, I too must step up my game," Huang Kaiwen replied. Materazzi was taken aback. Why wasn't Huang playing along with the script? What if Huang regained his form in the second half? Materazzi felt a twinge of regret for his words. Back in the dressing room, Huang Kaiwen replenished his hydration and ate 2 oranges. Noticing Guardiola had yet to return, he rose and moved to the center of the room. "Captain, is there anything you wish to convey?" Ambrosini asked. Huang waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Nothing much. I simply wanted to discuss the derby. The city derby is not nearly as significant to us as it is to the fans, for their friends and family might be supporters of the other side. If we lose a match, they will witness the triumphant faces of the Inter fans, and it will be a long and arduous wait until our next encounter. But we have not lost in 9 years." "Indeed, 9 years is a considerable span," Gattuso agreed. "Yes, but it is not long enough," Huang Kaiwen nodded. "In the grand tapestry of life, 9 years is merely a fleeting moment, akin to the transition from infancy to elementary school, from entering the workforce to marriage. 9 years is not sufficient. The fans of Inter still remember their past victories, those from 9 years ago, and even earlier. And only the new generation of supporters might believe they have been perpetually defeated. What we must do is triumph in today's match, conquer every future derby, instilling fear in them beneath the red and black colors. We shall ensure that the fans who once witnessed their victories depart this world with a sense of regret, unable to behold the triumphs of the blue and black. We will lead the new generation of supporters to believe that their victories are mere legends, tedious fabrications. Let Milan, let Italy, let the entire world recognize one undeniable truth. The finest team in Milan is AC Milan, and the second best is the AC Milan youth team. Forza Milan. Forza Milan. Leaning against the door of the locker room, Guardiola wore a smile while puffing on a cigar. Huang Kaiwen must be the most satisfying player Guardiola has ever coached in his career. Although his career still has a long way to go, Guardiola is certain that no other player will possess such talent and sufficient leadership. It is no wonder every coach is unable to forget him. Guardiola believes that when the time comes to leave Milan, he must find a club capable of affording Huang Kaiwen. Glancing at the time, Guardiola hurriedly departed. Once the players exited the locker room, he promptly returned to inspect Huang Kaiwen's locker, only to discover that the gold bar was indeed missing. Bowing his head, Guardiola rummaged through the players' belongings in the locker room. Since one individual cannot bear such immense power alone, he decided to involve the entire team. Surely with so many exceptional players, an equivalent exchange could be achieved. Never forget national humiliation. Observing the Milan players warming up at halftime, Guardiola felt a pang of concern. What if the entire team were to sustain injuries? On his way back, he resolved to obtain a report on Chelsea's injuries over the past 2 years, comparing it with the matches absent of Mourinho. Unfortunately, he had little interest in such matters while in Barcelona, where the mystique surrounding sorcery was abundant. Alas, if he had not been so obstinate back then, he would not feel such regret now. Before the second half commenced, Deschamps made substitutions. The 22-year-old young talent Biabiany replaced the underwhelming Diego Milito, while the 18-year-old Coutinho came on for Joao Obi. It was evident that he was determined to challenge AC Milan. If there was a chance to win, he would seize it. Indeed, losing by a few goals would be the same. It was better to match AC Milan in offensive prowess. Currently, Deschamps Inter Milan boasts numerous young talents, perhaps igniting a youthful storm that could sweep across Europe. Huang Kaiwen spotted a familiar face, Coutinho. This individual is a legend capable of reviving a grand club. What is even more astonishing is that after leaving, he struggled to integrate into Barcelona, yet still managed to secure a Champions League title. Had Milan not been devoid of opportunities for him, Huang Kaiwen would have contemplated signing Coutinho during his transfer, eventually selling him to Barcelona for 150 million after a few years. When Sir Ferguson was ready to part ways with Pogba, he would have attempted to acquire him too, flipping him for 100 million to Manchester United. In the football world, there are two prime fools, one in England and the other in Catalonia. The rise of the wealthy elite may incur several years of tuition fees. However, the incompetence of the upper echelons of these affluent families might persist for a decade or more without respite. Some of these families truly possess substantial wealth. Currently, Milan's transfer record has yet to surpass 50 million. The acquisition of the Ballon d'Or winner was a self-financed endeavor. To shatter Milan's transfer record, one might need to look towards the legendary Messi. In the resounding chant of Passa Inter Umla, Inter Milan resumes play. The formation of Inter Milan has evidently transformed into a 3-4-3, showcasing Deschamps' strategic inclinations towards a three-defender setup. Sneijder continues to play conservatively, opting for a back pass. Stankovic executes a lateral pass to Zé Roberto, who, donning a tank cap akin to Czech's, has been recovering from a head injury that diminished his physical capabilities. His recurrent left leg injury has only recently begun to improve. Zé Roberto surges forward, deftly bypassing Kaká, but as Ramos closes in, evading him proves to be a challenge. Upon turning, his lateral pass is intercepted by Gattuso, who anticipates the play and executes a well-timed tackle. A splendid counterattack ensues. Gattuso swiftly returns the ball. Pirlo, without a moment's hesitation, sends a direct pass to Kaká. At this juncture, Huang Kaiwen makes an appearance ahead of Kaká, who is keenly aware of Huang's intentions. Although Huang does not gesture, Kaká comprehends that he is being instructed to pass to the left flank. The moment Kaká raises his head, his right foot dispatches the pass. The attention of Inter's players is drawn to Huang, and the penetrating nature of this pass proves too formidable for the retreating Cordoba, who fails to intercept. Allowing the ball to reach the left side successfully, Cesar, sensing the impending danger, rushes out of the goal. However, Ibrahimovic's imposing physique belies his agility. He does not even adjust himself before executing a right-footed strike. The ball takes a slight bounce, tracing a parabolic arc, and lands beyond the goal line. Huzzah! Guardiola on the sidelines jubilantly raises his arms in celebration. Ibrahimovic strikes again. At 31 minutes, Inter Milan now finds themselves trailing by 2 goals. Following the introduction of 2 offensive players, we have yet to witness any significant alteration in Inter Milan's strategy. Despite having just restarted the game, they have conceded a goal. Indeed, during this offensive surge, we observe that AC Milan's trident displays remarkable fluidity in their positioning. For instance, Kaká has dropped deeper, while Huang, previously marked closely by Zanetti, suddenly emerges on the right flank, disrupting Inter's defensive structure. Ibrahimovic's movement from the center to the left further intensifies the pressure on Inter Milan, as defenders struggle to keep pace with the attackers' erratic movements. Their lack of coordination has inadvertently provided AC Milan with an opportunity. Oh, Ibrahimovic's celebration at the corner flag is a mimicry of Huang Kaiwen, but upon landing, he loses his footing and slips. Inzaghi dashes to the sidelines, preparing to warm up. Initially, Guardiola intended to call upon Torres, but upon noticing Inzaghi's warm-up, he has no choice but to acquiesce, considering Torres may not be fully fit. Now, a tinge of uncertainty lingers in his mind. With players succumbing to injuries one after another, should he substitute Huang Kaiwen to avert any potential injury? If Huang Kaiwen remains on the field and other players sustain injuries, what will happen? A match only allows for 3 substitutions. As for the Belgian national team, is Ibrahimovic all right? He should be fine. It was merely a mishap upon landing, either a bump to the head or a loss of balance. Though I suspect it may be a strain. How do you know this? Are you studying medicine? Not at all. Once, while showering, I accidentally slipped on some soap and ended up in a split, which resulted in a strain. Ha ha ha. Thank you, my good friend, for sharing your wisdom. Now I feel more assured. Do you think there is a possibility that Huang Kaiwen avoided injury today, and instead, the misfortune has befallen his teammates? It's not entirely implausible. Buffon's injury is rather amusing, considering he often celebrates passionately in the backfield, and it's only today that he got hurt. I suspect the sorcerer from Inter Milan has struck again, though this time not targeting Huang Kaiwen. By the way, Huang Kaiwen's performance today has been quite subpar. With merely a goal and an assist so far, it feels as if he has significantly declined. Indeed, his first shot even struck the post, only to bounce back into the net. Isn't that reminiscent of Bonera's goal? The only difference being that Bonera scored against Manchester United, while this was into his own goal. I see. Selling Bonera to Manchester United was a clever tactic to weaken a Champions League rival, serving as an undercover agent at a crucial moment. Let us see if Sir Alex dares to use Bonera when facing Manchester United in the Champions League. Guardiola contemplated for a moment and decided against letting his players warm up. The second half had just commenced, and he wished to wait a little longer. Guardiola called Rakitic to the sidelines. Rakitic, feeling somewhat anxious, asked, "Coach, is there a problem with my play?" The goal conceded in the first half was directly related to him. "No," Guardiola replied, placing an arm around Rakitic's shoulder. "In a moment, you will swap positions with Ramos. Let him play as a center back while you take the flank. This will feel more familiar to you. Just remind him not to push forward too often. We need an additional outlet in the midfield, and he doesn't need to be so advanced for long passes." "Understood, Coach." Rakitic nodded, though a bitter feeling brewed within him. Would swapping positions with Ramos ensure he would maintain his place? It might be better to let him play centrally. At least he would be closer to the goal, and transitioning to defend the penalty area from the wing would be quite challenging. Noticing Rakitic's troubled expression, Guardiola said, "Ivan, I've always believed you have immense potential. You will be a vital player for Milan. I need you to take on more responsibility. Although you have only recently joined Milan, I believe you can certainly be Huang Kaiwen's successor and the next captain. Now is the time to showcase your abilities and demonstrate that you can perform well in any position." "I understand, Coach." Rakitic nodded vigorously. Although Guardiola's words seemed a bit far-fetched, the prospect of succeeding Huang Kaiwen brought Rakitic joy. Receiving the armband from Maldini is entirely different from inheriting it from Pogba. The honor of being captain largely depends on who the previous captain was. If even the foulest fish can assume the role of captain, then even the armband of a prestigious team would inevitably lose its value. Guardiola observed the enthusiastic back of Rakitic, nodding with a smile. He actually wished to substitute Rakitic, as the player was ill at ease in the center-back position. However, with 2 players injured and only 1 substitution remaining, the situation became quite precarious. Guardiola was left with the choice of preserving the substitution for Huang Kaiwen or replacing one of the injured players. Pandev was warming up on the sidelines, as Deschamps prepared to utilize the final substitution. Indeed, he aimed to bolster the offensive, showing remarkable determination. He would rather face a larger defeat than miss the opportunity to equalize or stage a comeback. The camera now focused on the legendary Inter Milan forward, Zamorano, whose number 18 jersey once graced the field like a vibrant spectacle. One could imagine him yearning to take the field and score for Inter Milan. As play resumed, Inter Milan appeared somewhat hesitant. Deschamps' strategy fundamentally revolved around counterattacking, while Guardiola favored possession play. However, Milan's defense today was exceedingly resolute, with goals only coming from counterattacks. Inter Milan struggled to find opportunities. Sneijder, upon receiving the ball, noticed the Milan half crowded with defenders and could only pass the ball back. Stankovic, upon receiving the ball, swiftly turned and sent it to the left flank where Coutinho was positioned, who surged forward with the ball. His delicate footwork was characteristic of a typical Brazilian player. And after bypassing Kaká, Gattuso hesitated, as Sneijder was also advancing through the center. "Go for it, he's right-footed," shouted Huang Kaiwen, in pursuit. Coutinho's weaker foot was inadequate, and he struggled in confrontations, which suited Gattuso's aggressive style. Upon hearing Huang Kaiwen's words, Gattuso charged forward. Coutinho, flustered by Gattuso's decisive approach, found it challenging to return the pass as Gattuso, with a low center of gravity and swift movements, blocked his passing lane. As Coutinho attempted to turn and break through, he found Gattuso to be far more agile than anticipated. Rakitic, playing as a fullback, also provided support, forcing Coutinho to strike the ball directly at Gattuso. The ball struck Gattuso's thigh and went out of play. Gattuso gave Huang Kaiwen a thumbs up, acknowledging the newcomer from Inter Milan, whose nimble footwork naturally evoked comparisons to Messi and Robin. However, his dribbling ability fell short of those illustrious names. Huang Kaiwen chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Coutinho truly exemplified a system player. He needed the entire team to revolve around him to showcase his true potential. While many players occupied the left flank, Huang Kaiwen was distinct. Unlike J. Rodriguez and Coutinho, he did not exhibit a pronounced disadvantage in physical confrontations and displayed a high willingness to collaborate. Thus far, Huang Kaiwen had yet to encounter particularly challenging moments on the pitch. Zanetti surged into the attacking third, leaning against Huang Kaiwen. With a hint of exasperation, Huang Kaiwen inquired, "Javier, the ball is over there. Is this really necessary?" Yet he knew that if he did not mark his opponent, the ball would soon find its way to Zanetti's feet. As Zanetti spoke, he cautiously placed his hand on Huang Kaiwen's waist, fearing that Huang might suddenly spring into action. Huang chuckled resignedly. It was not that he constantly sought a change in direction, but under such circumstances, could one afford not to? Zivkovic threw the ball in from the sidelines, and Coutinho and Gattuso became entangled once more. Within mere seconds, Coutinho succumbed to the ground, eliciting a chorus of boos from the Miazza Stadium. The referee raised one arm parallel to the ground, signaling a free kick against Milan. "Damn, I can't even stand steady," Gattuso exclaimed in frustration. Taliaferro chuckled and shook his finger, indicating that Gattuso should refrain from further complaints. Reluctantly, Gattuso trudged back. "Are you still with me?" Huang Kaiwen prepared to return near the penalty area. Zanetti glanced at him but did not advance. Otherwise, he would find it impossible to return to defensive duty swiftly during a Milan counterattack. Both teams were poised around the Milan penalty box. Abbiati shifted his feet in front of the goal, making his final preparations. Although he was the second goalkeeper for Milan, he aimed to prove that his absence from the starting lineup was not due to a lack of skill, but rather the overwhelming prowess of Buffon. Just as Huang had remarked during the midfield discussion, the finest goalkeeper in Serie A was Milan's first string, and the second best was indeed himself. Ramos stood among the wall of defenders while Huang positioned himself just outside the penalty area. Even if he wished to form a wall, his teammates would not comply. Not only his teammates, but even Sneijder seemed apprehensive. A free kick could easily soar into the stands, potentially striking Huang, the king of football. "Raniero," Huang called out. "What is it, Captain?" Gattuso teased. "Keep an eye on that lad. His long-range shots are commendable, akin to Kaká's, though he can only use his right foot," Huang pointed out, indicating Coutinho. "Good." Gattuso nodded earnestly, feeling a twinge of admiration. It was surprising how well Huang Kaiwen had studied the nuances of a player who had only recently joined Inter Milan. It seemed he had devoted considerable effort to understanding their opponents. If Huang had invested such diligence into a seemingly inconspicuous player, one could only wonder about the attention he afforded other teams and players. Gattuso mused that aside from inviting everyone to celebrate, Huang likely spent a great deal of time reviewing match tapes. An image formed in Gattuso's mind. Huang would send his teammates off, then sit before the television, meticulously taking notes from the recordings. By comparison, he felt immensely inferior. Gattuso resolved that he must not let up upon returning home. He needed to engage in recovery training to shake off his fatigue swiftly. Sneijder stood at the foul spot, taking a deep breath. Yet his gaze instinctively drifted to Huang Kaiwen. In his days at Real Madrid, He had never had to worry about trailing behind. Given the current situation, Huang was certainly capable of converting the free kick. It would mark the beginning of a counterattack. Yet, he lacked the confidence to believe in such a prospect. With a sigh, Sneijder, who had already begun to indulge in alcohol, lamented that it would have been better if he and Huang were not adversaries, but allies instead. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, Sneijder took a run-up and struck the ball decisively. Ramos leapt directly to obstruct the path of the ball, which ricocheted off his chest and veered towards the right flank. Coutinho surged forward, intending to strike immediately, but Gattuso was a step quicker, diving to intercept the ball and sending it behind Coutinho. Zivkovic swiftly brought Gattuso down. "Get back, quickly!" Zivkovic roared near the penalty area. This tactical foul was executed to disrupt Milan's counterattack. Gattuso, undeterred by Zivkovic, bent down to place the ball and sent it forward to Pirlo with a powerful kick. Facing Coutinho's pressing, Pirlo turned and struck the ball. Rakitic, advancing from the halfway line, received the pass and unleashed a long ball. Brilliant! Kaká found himself unmarked on the right flank. AC Milan's counterattack was remarkably swift. The pass had significant force, causing Kaká to fumble the first touch. However, he cleverly adjusted, carrying the ball towards the baseline. Zivkovic had yet to return, and Lucio, who had just sprinted back, hurried towards Kaká, his national teammate. Kaká showed no intention of engaging in a tussle. Approaching the baseline, he lifted his head to survey the field and delivered a cross with his right foot. The cross was rapid, and Inter Milan's defensive focus was on Inzaghi, who had advanced into the penalty area, neglecting the left flank, where Huang Kaiwen lurked. Zanetti had been tracking Huang Kaiwen closely, yet the latter's explosive acceleration left him behind by over a meter. Zanetti shouted in alarm, "Mark him!" But it was too late. Unmarked, Huang Kaiwen dashed to the edge of the small box and leapt to deliver a powerful header. Thud! The ball crashed into the grass near the goal line. And an unprepared Cesar was a moment too late. The ball, upon bouncing, soared into the net. Goal! 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 Kevin scores. This is Kevin's second goal of the day. I am quite certain that the issue does not stem from Kevin's form or injuries, but rather from Guardiola's tactical shortcomings. Kevin's frequent misses today are a result of his positioning, which often strays far from the center. Guardiola seems intent on widening the play. Yet Zambrotta has not provided sufficient support in the attacking front. Consequently, Kevin is left to shoulder the burden of breaking through the flanks, often facing tight marking and skewed angles, making it entirely reasonable that he struggles to find the net. Guardiola has committed a grave error. When your team boasts the world's finest players, one cannot be solely fixated on imposing one's desired tactics. Instead, one must ensure that those exceptional players can perform comfortably. Should this continue, he may well face a breach of contract. By the way, Milan's contract stipulates that early termination does not incur full wage compensation. This is our confidence, Kruzovic proudly declared. As a loyal supporter, he harbored concerns regarding the new coach. He had gleaned these details from the club's insights. With such a lavish roster and a stable performance consistently placing them among the world's top three, the coach's signing process resembles that of Real Madrid, lacking significant negotiating leverage. Coaches aspiring to lead Milan can traverse the journey from Rome all the way to Constantinople. Guardiola turned back towards the bench and affectionately called out to Kroos, saying, "Tony, your time to shine has come. I hope to see more of your prowess on the flanks." Was my positioning crucial this time? Inzaghi queried, wrapping an arm around Huang Kaiwen's neck. Yes indeed. Huang Kaiwen replied dismissively. What kind of attitude is that? Am I mistaken? Inzaghi asked, slightly displeased. Huang Kaiwen chuckled and shook his head. When interacting with Inzaghi, one must occasionally temper his exuberance. Otherwise, that rascal would become insufferable. I knew you could score, Kevin. Kaká exclaimed with a radiant smile. Huang Kaiwen turned and gave a thumbs up. Ramos, glancing towards the sidelines, remarked, "Kevin, it seems the coach is about to make a substitution." Huang Kaiwen looked over and indeed confirmed it. He willingly approached the sidelines. Kevin. The somewhat disappointed Inter supporters applauded Huang Kaiwen, accustomed to the sting of defeat, yet grateful to witness his splendid performance. Huang Kaiwen continuously acknowledged the stands with applause, taking nearly a minute to reach the sidelines. Kroos, with sparkling eyes, embraced Huang Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen, amused, patted Kroos on the back and said, "Go for it, Tony." Kroos nodded and dashed onto the pitch with vigor. Some German newspapers claimed he had been relegated to the bench. Yet they failed to recognize who exactly Toni Kroos was sitting behind. Just observe Rakitic, who had filled in both center-back and full-back positions in a single match, while Toni Kroos consistently operated in the attack. The coach's preference is unmistakable. "Are you feeling uncomfortable today, Kevin?" Guardiola inquired, handing him a towel. "No, coach. It's my own issue," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. "That's good. Take a moment to rest," Guardiola nodded. Huang Kaiwen noticed Ibrahimovic still seated on the bench and asked, "How are you, Zlatan?" "I'm perfectly fine," Ibrahimovic responded, giving a thumbs up with an air of bravado. It was Zlatan's choice to be injured, not injury that sought out Zlatan. Huang Kaiwen reciprocated with a thumbs up. Regardless of anything else, the bravado of the king of pressure is undeniably formidable. "Kevin." Torres quietly nudged Huang Kaiwen's arm. Huang Kaiwen turned to inquire. Torres whispered, "Who do you think is stronger, me or that guy?" He referred to Ibrahimovic. Huang Kaiwen felt a shiver run down his spine. He should not have sat between the two forwards. Ibrahimovic was eavesdropping, purposefully gazing elsewhere. Torres, too, could have simply asked privately. The king of the yellow ball would undoubtedly declare him the stronger. However, by posing the question this way, wasn't he forcing Huang Kaiwen into a dilemma? Huang Kaiwen resolved that he would choose neither. He remarked, "There is no basis for comparison. You are not even in the same category of players. Zlatan resembles a new Van Basten far more than you do, while you are akin to a more technically proficient Michael Owen." With a sudden turn, Ibrahimovic inquired, "Van Basten has 3 Ballon d'Or awards, and Owen has but 1. So does that mean I have triumphed?" Torres let out a scoff, directing his gaze toward the range shield of the substitutes bench. Huang Kaiwen mused, "I never imagined these fellows would have such a keen perspective. Fortunately, the competition within Milan is constructive. A team devoid of competition cannot thrive. Just look at Sir Ferguson's Manchester United. Despite their consistent championships, he continually rejuvenated the squad to maintain a sense of urgency, reminding the players that none are irreplaceable. Even esteemed veterans past 30 can only secure short-term contracts, compelling them to maintain peak performance. If everyone were granted lucrative 8-year contracts, where would the motivation to perform well come from?" After Huang Kaiwen exited the field, the intensity of the match notably escalated. In the dying moments, Kaka, with rarity, soared to score with a header, sealing the score at 5-1. Huang Kaiwen rose to greet his teammates and noticed Zanetti intercepting the opposition. With a strained smile, Zanetti jested, "Do we have to stay here just because we lost?" "No, I purchased some jerseys to gift to Inter fans in China. I hope you can assist with some signatures." "As you are the captain and the most beloved," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Ma Baigu had mentioned to him the matters concerning the Inter Milan forum. Huang Kaiwen thought it inappropriate for Ma Baigu to bear the costs. He resolved to go all out and directly provide signed jerseys, making it evident to the forum's administrators that proximity to Huang Kaiwen brings numerous advantages, while opposing the Yellow King brings none. "You need not console me," Zanetti stated. "Indeed, this matter has lingered for quite some time," Huang Kaiwen responded. "Very well, I shall sign them," Zanetti replied, his smile now less bitter. "That is splendid. I shall have someone deliver them to your home later," Huang Kaiwen said with a grin. At the post-match press conference, Guardiola faced greater scrutiny than Deschamps. "Pep, why has Kevin's shooting conversion rate plummeted today? Is Kevin injured and not fully recovered? Was it wise to field him directly? Are your tactics at fault? Kevin has hardly experienced such a scenario, yet clearly, he played below his usual standard today. Are Buffon and Ibrahimovic's injuries severe? Will they affect AC Milan's preparations? Do you have any plans for reinforcements during the winter break?" Deschamps, bemused, sat on the platform, noticing not a single journalist directed a question toward him. Yet, this was perhaps a relief, as it spared him from addressing any uncomfortable inquiries. Guardiola's expression darkened as he responded, "Kevin's condition is perfectly fine. I do not comprehend your concerns. Today, Kevin scored 2 goals and provided an assist. If that is deemed a poor performance, then there are no players in football who have played well. As for the players' injuries, I am not well informed. Well then, this concludes today's press conference." With that, Guardiola departed the conference prematurely. This was indeed his first time coaching in Milan. Deschamps opened his mouth, but could not find the words. He was taken aback by Guardiola's sudden departure. The players from both sides left San Siro. Whether they had won or lost, it was all in the past. And life must go on. When Zanetti returned home, weary and exhausted, he was greeted by a mountain of jerseys piled in the living room. "Did Kevin send all of these?" Zanetti asked incredulously. His wife, Paola, replied with a hint of irritation. Yes, it seems the entire stock of Milan is here. Zanetti sighed and chuckled dryly. At least this proves that Inter Milan is quite popular. You might as well sleep in the living room today. Sign a few more. Paola suggested. Zanetti helplessly covered his head. He hadn't anticipated the sheer volume of jerseys. The following day, Guardiola rose early. After returning home the previous night, he had gone straight to bed, unusually refraining from working late. Good morning, dear, his wife, Christina, said as she set breakfast for him, leaning down to plant a kiss on his cheek. Good morning, Guardiola replied with a smile. You won't be well for long, she teased, anticipating her husband's embarrassment. Guardiola picked up the newspaper and saw the vehement criticism from the Gazzetta dello Sport. We won, didn't we? He asked humorously. Yes, but Kevin didn't play well at all. Christina mischievously replied. If Kevin is unhappy, Maria might just sever ties with you. Your words are so helpful. Thank you. Guardiola rolled his eyes in response. Huang Kaiwen was extraordinarily popular among young women, which was hardly surprising. Handsome, of good character, renowned, the most popular athlete in the world's foremost sport, and wealthy. Guardiola could find no fault with him. Even academically, he excelled. Previously, while in Spain, Guardiola had come across reports about Huang Kaiwen's school, a highly prestigious institution, comparable to Cornell in the United States. Such a combination was rare in the football world. Were it not for Huang Kaiwen's slightly advanced age, Guardiola would wholeheartedly support his daughter's relationship with him, far better than dating someone like Inzaghi. After finishing breakfast, Guardiola did not head to his study but instead turned on the television. The morning news anchor was reporting on yesterday's match with a captivating voice, stating, AC Milan triumphed over Inter Milan with a score of 5-1. However, Kevin did not have a smooth game. There is widespread belief that AC Milan coach Guardiola's tactics were flawed. Our reporters interviewed Real Madrid's coach, Mourinho. Mourinho faced the camera and said, Kevin, we share a great friendship. I dare say I understand Kevin better than any other coach. He would excel in my team. Pep. He is a remarkable guy, very intelligent. But I must say he doesn't know Kevin well enough. No one understands Kevin better than I do. Guardiola grimaced and changed the channel. Yesterday, I chanced upon a rebroadcast of a football program, still rife with accusations regarding his tactical decisions. Guardiola, feeling somewhat exasperated, switched off the television and donned his coat, declaring, I shall take a stroll. You'd best wear sunglasses, lest the fans come after you. Christina jested. With a shake of his head, Guardiola stepped out into the world, bewildered by its peculiarities. Despite his team's triumph, having decisively vanquished their city rivals with Huang Kaiwen contributing 2 goals and an assist, he found himself in a predicament worse than that of Deschamps. As he ambled along, his mind wandered back to his tenure at Barcelona and the gains and losses that accompanied his coaching stint at Milan. Lost in thought, he found himself on an unfamiliar street. Lifting his gaze, he was drawn to a shop adorned with an array of enigmatic symbols, compelling him to enter. However, as he pushed the door open, a sign hanging from it struck him on the head. Rubbing his forehead, Guardiola stepped inside, utterly at a loss for words to describe this curious establishment. The decor was chic, yet the shelves were cluttered with an assortment of bizarre items, animal skulls, papers inscribed with arcane symbols, and various bottles and jars. An unpleasant odor seemed to emanate from the depths of the shop. At that moment, a diminutive man rushed forth, rubbing his hands together as he approached Guardiola, exclaiming, Welcome, welcome. Vietnamese? Guardiola inquired in Italian, recalling some familiarity with certain individuals from Asia. The small man shook his head vigorously, responding in a clumsy Italian, No, I am Chinese, I am Chinese. Is there anything related to alchemy here? Guardiola asked, though he held little hope, as alchemy seemed far removed from Asian traditions. Alchemy? Of course, the small man replied eagerly. You see, many ancient Chinese emperors were fond of alchemy, though we do not call it that. The concepts are quite similar. That is good to hear. Do you have any books on alchemy? Guardiola inquired. Certainly. The small man licked his lips and, with surprising agility, vaulted over the counter to begin rummaging through the shelves. After nearly 10 minutes, he emerged holding a blue-covered book, proclaiming, The Emperor's Secret Texts, a specialized book on alchemy. Guardiola glanced at the title, which read 3-character classic, and asked, How much for this? 7,500 euros. The small man replied, Such an exorbitant price? Guardiola instinctively questioned, struggling to fathom why a modern book would command such a sum. Exorbitant? Not at all, my friend. This has always been the price. This is a book even emperors would praise. If you still find it too dear, perhaps you should reflect on your own efforts in life, the small man scoffed, revealing the success of his burgeoning business. Very well, I shall take my leave, Guardiola said, preparing to exit. Wait. The small man nimbly leaped over the counter, blocking Guardiola's path. Since you're interested, I have something else that might suit you. Following the man to a corner, Guardiola gazed at a wooden box and inquired, Is this it? Of course, this is the supreme treasure of alchemy, exclaimed the diminutive man with utmost seriousness. So how does one utilize it? Guardiola inquired, scrutinizing the box. It's not complicated. It generates wealth on its own, though there are other applications as well. Is that true? How much does it cost? Guardiola asked, suspecting it would be quite expensive. 82 euros and 5 cents, not a penny less. All right, I'll take it. Guardiola reached into his wallet, producing 2 50-euro notes, and handed them over, saying, no need for change. Uncertain of the item's efficacy, he reasoned that it was at least more affordable than a gold bar. As Guardiola bent to lift the box, the man obstructed his path. Wait, what's the matter? Didn't I pay you? Yes, but you must demonstrate sincerity. Rare treasures choose their masters. The short man insisted. What must I do? Guardiola queried. Do you see that slit? The diminutive man pointed to the long opening atop the box. You need to place money inside. If the money disappears, it signifies that it has chosen you. Guardiola regarded him skeptically. I'll leave. How much you put in reflects your sincerity, the short man said, turning to retreat indoors, peering through a small hole. Upon seeing Guardiola indeed placing money inside, he swiftly opened a hidden compartment in the wall to retrieve the cash. All set, Guardiola called from outside. The short man emerged again, unlocking the box before Guardiola's eyes. Indeed, it was completely empty. Guardiola touched his forehead, feeling he might have truly acquired something valuable. He pointed to the red paper affixed to the box, inscribed with the characters for merit box, and asked, What does this mean? Alchemy. These 3 characters signify alchemy. You may take it with you, the short man urged. Having earned over 1,000 euros in an instant, he felt a twinge of unease. Guardiola bent to lift the box and moved towards the door, suddenly halting to ask, May I know your name? The dark-skinned short man, with a peculiar accent, replied, You may call me Wagulong Dash. Manchester United and Chelsea are indeed abstract in their own ways. One wonders which coach will be the first to depart. Since Abramovich's departure, Chelsea seems like a black hole. The players, though seemingly capable, are underperforming. As for Manchester United, their transfers appear to have involved some unscrupulous dealings, seeking monthly votes and recommendations. The chapter concludes here. In Guardiola's alchemical workshop, Kevin, have you missed me? Inzaghi exclaimed dramatically, spreading his arms wide and shaking his shoulders. Kevin Huang, laboring in the garden alongside Albert, chuckled and waved, causing Inzaghi to hesitate. Are you plotting against me? Inzaghi inquired, crossing his arms and stepping back. Huang directly raised a finger, saying, Since you're here, let us work together. Had I known it would be like this, I wouldn't have come, Inzaghi sighed, accepting the tools to join in the toil. At your age, doing some housework is nothing out of the ordinary. After all, retirement is not far off. Huang Kaiwen casually remarked. Not at all. I feel I can still play for another 5 years. Inzaghi retorted with discontent. Huang Kaiwen gave a thumbs up. That's splendid. 5 years from now, De Bruyne will succeed Inzaghi and become the new good brother of the Yellow King. By the way, I've heard that Japanese women are very gentle. Is that true? Inzaghi inquired with curiosity. Where did you hear that? Huang Kaiwen questioned. On television, I've seen some celebrities marry Japanese women, Inzaghi replied. It's a complex issue, intertwined with cultural philosophies centered around China. Japanese women rarely marry foreigners. Moreover, they aren't as gentle as presumed. They tend to be compliant only when you're financially prosperous. Once you retire, they might very well cast you aside. Such occurrences are not uncommon, Huang Kaiwen explained. Indeed, Japanese women do not often engage with foreigners. Japan retains certain traditional values, and younger girls typically live with their parents. Older Japanese individuals, particularly, exhibit a greater aversion to foreigners. Regardless of their ethnicity, they collectively refer to them as gaijin. This term alone reveals their attitude. There aren't that many international volunteers. Most are merely foreigners seeking benefits in Japan. The Japanese are quite perceptive in this regard. That sounds quite daunting, Inzaghi admitted, a hint of fear in his voice. Being divorced post-retirement would be a catastrophe. Huang Kaiwen chuckled and shook his head. Have you ever witnessed a forced engagement? This fellow is only able to act so recklessly because he was born in Italy. Had he been in Asia, he would have been exposed long ago. Being handsome doesn't pay the bills, but money certainly does. Inzaghi indeed possessed considerable wealth. In terms of circumstances, it should be regarded as a percentage of harm. After less than half an hour of bending over to tend to the garden, Inzaghi clutched his waist and lamented, "You wealthy individuals are truly stingy. You don't even hire a gardener. We do have one, but he is on leave, and Albert has always enjoyed tending to the garden himself," Huang Kaiwen replied. Casting a glance at Inzaghi, "I believe you should contemplate transitioning into another phase of life. Otherwise, when you decide to have children, you might find it impossible." "How could that be? You ought to be the one worrying," Inzaghi retorted, though a twinge of fear stirred within him at Huang Kaiwen's words. Seeking an excuse, Inzaghi said, "I forgot. There might be a power outage at home. I should go check." With that, he departed from Huang Kaiwen's residence. Huang Kaiwen shook his head in bemusement as he watched Inzaghi's retreating figure. This fellow must be genuinely apprehensive. While many opt for a child-free lifestyle, most players he knows have children of their own. Even if they marry late, they still desire kids. Albert chimed in, "Sir, there is certainly room for more children in the household. Let us wait a bit longer," Huang Kaiwen suggested. "The young lady is exceedingly busy, and Lily hasn't even graduated yet." After their meal, Huang Kaiwen summoned Kaká and Ramos to visit a few injured teammates. The following morning, Huang Kaiwen came across an interview featuring Guardiola. During a family dinner, Guardiola encountered a journalist and remarked to the Gazzetta dello Sport that injuries are not a concern, as he has established high standards for the team, and those who err will face consequences. When asked about Kevin, he stated that it was an impossible question. Kevin is the finest captain he has ever seen and serves as a role model for every player. He acknowledged that the youth team in Milan is learning from Kevin, but he believes that it is insufficient. They must deeply understand that Kevin is first an exemplary person and then an outstanding player. Guardiola expressed his hope that players emerging from Milan's youth academy, even if they cannot continue their football journey, can become individuals who contribute positively to society. Huang Kaiwen nearly burst into laughter upon hearing Guardiola's unexpected words, realizing that the pressure had indeed taken its toll on him, leading him to speak rather nonsensically. Nevertheless, his assessment of Huang's prowess was remarkably fair. Tuttosport reported on Bonera, somewhat maliciously stating that AC Milan sold Bonera to Manchester United, whose poor performance in critical moments has already cost them 8 points, adding considerable suspense to both the Premier League and the Champions League. Moreover, with the previous sale of Michelangelo Albertazzi to Arsenal, AC Milan has successfully offloaded several underperforming players. However, Juventus has truly benefited from Courtois, and their scouts are currently evaluating a Belgian forward. A Belgian forward? Among De Bruyne's generation, there isn't a reliable striker. If they had a Lewandowski or an Ibrahimovic, Belgium would certainly have a chance at the top. Lukaku and Origi fall significantly short, and even with Inzaghi at the helm, Belgium's performance would markedly improve. Despite Inzaghi's prowess in ball control, his shooting skills are indeed remarkable. Huang Kaiwen perused the Italian media's less enthusiastic coverage of gossip, noting the cultural differences between Italians and the British. While the British feign propriety, yet delight in prying into others' lives, Italians are more open regarding their private lives. A sentiment echoed in Spain, resulting in less scrutiny of the personal affairs of football stars. "Kevin has left," Ramos announced upon entering. "Why are you driving again, Sergio?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "The coach has advised me to take a break. I have been training excessively," Ramos replied with a smile. "Then let us go. The driver is already here." Huang Kaiwen, naturally, did not linger at home. En route to Milanello, Ramos' car was playing MCFLY's music. "Still listening to them? Are you missing London, Sergio?" Huang Kaiwen teased from the passenger seat. "No, it's just that they attended one of our events, and I find their music quite pleasant," Ramos responded, revealing his fondness for rock music and various musical styles. As the car's MP3 player concluded "Use My Luck," a familiar melody suddenly emerged, and Huang Kaiwen initially thought he had misheard until the lyrics appeared in Chinese. "Who is singing, warming the solitude?" Ling Hua's voice possesses a remarkable resonance, while Zhang Yi can be heard in the background. Huang Kaiwen was taken aback by Ramos' refined taste. He mused that after retirement, Ramos could very well take to dancing in the square. "I find their song quite delightful. The melody is truly enchanting." Ramos took the initiative to explain. Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement, reassured that this ensemble would not face any significant issues. At least, their songs would not vanish from our ears one day. The entertainment industry is indeed a precarious realm. Kaiwen has proven to be quite enduring. Upon arriving at the changing room, Huang Kaiwen spotted Inzaghi seated there. "What are you up to, lurking about?" Huang Kaiwen inquired with curiosity. "I have something to discuss with you," Inzaghi replied. "Then do tell," Huang Kaiwen urged. Inzaghi glanced at Ramos and suggested, "Let's find a more secluded spot." "All right, you change first, Sergio," Huang Kaiwen said. His curiosity piqued about the nature of Inzaghi's request. The two stepped out of the changing room and made their way to the end of the corridor. Inzaghi asked, "Kaiwen, do you carry a gold bar when playing away?" "A gold bar? What would I bring that for? To bribe the opposing goalkeeper?" Huang Kaiwen retorted with annoyance, thinking perhaps they were filming a scene from Eagle Plan. "So, you don't bring a gold bar when playing away?" Inzaghi sought clarification once more. "Absolutely not," Huang Kaiwen queried suspiciously. "You didn't find a gold bar while playing away, did you?" Inzaghi swiftly covered Huang Kaiwen's mouth, looking around cautiously. "Exactly. Keep this under wraps. I've asked many people, and it doesn't belong to any of them." "Then why did you call me here?" Huang Kaiwen pressed. "Typically, gold bars are quite small. They are stored in national banks as reserves. This hardly seems remarkable." Inzaghi pulled a gold bar from his pocket, and Huang Kaiwen was momentarily taken aback. The bar was larger than he had anticipated. "Since no one has claimed it, it has no owner," Inzaghi whispered. "I found it in your locker. So I'm offering you half." "Forget it. You keep it," Huang Kaiwen replied. Although it appeared substantial, possibly weighing over 100 grams, for a player, it was not a significant sum. If Inzaghi was pleased, he could enjoy it. During the morning training session, Huang Kaiwen noticed a significant absence of players. The recent injury crisis in Milan was indeed outrageous. With so many international players sidelined in a championship year, it was unfortunate that with a couple of crucial players injured, dropping out of the Champions League was a real possibility. After lunch, Guardiola specifically sought out Huang Kaiwen. "Coach, is there something you need?" Huang Kaiwen asked. "Let us discuss it in my office," Guardiola replied. Huang Kaiwen followed Guardiola, perplexed about the nature of the matter at hand. Upon reaching the office, Guardiola offered Huang Kaiwen a bottle of sparkling water from Barcelona. "Kaiwen, the Ballon d'Or is approaching. This year, the World Footballer of the Year and the Ballon d'Or have merged. It is no longer hosted by France Football, you know?" Guardiola inquired, seated comfortably on the sofa. He chose not to sit behind the desk, as that would create a sense of distance. "Yes, coach, I understand," Huang Kaiwen nodded and remarked. "This is actually a good thing for me. At least I won't have to attend the award ceremonies twice during the season." Guardiola chuckled and shook his head. While other players would relish the opportunity to receive awards daily, Huang Kaiwen found it a nuisance. Indeed, people are inherently different. This year should pose no issues for you. The Spanish national team lacks standout players, yet their overall performance is commendable, Guardiola stated. "To be honest, it doesn't matter to me," Huang Kaiwen replied. "Winning an award is of little significance. I would much rather see the team clinch the championship, for that is what truly matters. Ideally, we shall win the championship. And you will secure your first Ballon d'Or after the merger," Guardiola said. "Is that the only reason you summoned me, coach?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. Finding it hard to believe Guardiola would call him to the office for such a trivial matter, Guardiola rose and retrieved a box from beneath the desk, causing Huang Kaiwen to feel a chill. Has this bald coach seized a temple? He wondered. "May I ask, does this box generate money on its own?" Guardiola questioned. "Oh." Huang Kaiwen pondered for a moment before nodding. "In a sense, yes, but it must be placed in a specific context." "What context?" Guardiola inquired. Huang Kaiwen explained. "People place money inside, hoping their wishes will come true, which is why it generates wealth." "So, it is akin to a handheld wishing well?" Guardiola asked. "Nearly so," Huang Kaiwen confirmed. "I see," Guardiola nodded in understanding. Upon reflection, it indeed appears to be a form of equivalent exchange. As for those whose wishes remain unfulfilled, it is merely due to their insufficient sacrifice. "I understand now. There is nothing more to discuss. You may return to training, Kevin," Guardiola concluded. Huang Kaiwen stood and departed. Having encountered many such coaches, whether Guardiola genuinely grasped the concept was of little consequence. Once Huang Kaiwen had left, Guardiola began to examine the merit box, gaining a clearer understanding of its purpose. A few days later, during the match against Fiorentina, Huang Kaiwen sat on the substitutes bench. Buffon had recently been discharged from the hospital. Milan's lineup today was somewhat unexpected. However, The merit box positioned in front of Guardiola on the coaching bench was decidedly more eye-catching. Curiously, Buffon asked, "What is that box for? Is the writing on it in Chinese?" "Indeed, it is used to hold valuable items," Huang Kaiwen replied. He sensed that Guardiola's grasp of the merit box's concept was somewhat nebulous. This thing would be hard-pressed to serve its purpose outside a temple. Today, AC Milan employed a 4-3-1-2 formation, a variant of the Christmas tree setup, which had previously seen Shevchenko partner with Inzaghi or Crespo. At that time, Huang Kaiwen and Gattuso occupied the flanks, with Gattuso leaning more towards defensive duties. Indeed, had Ambrosini been in the mix, AC Milan's offensive prowess would likely have been diminished, as Zambrata on the left flank lacks sufficient crossing ability, preferring instead to cut inside and switch play, being a right-footed player. The young Papastathopoulos pales in comparison to Ramos. The primary issue for AC Milan today resides within their attacking front. After over 30 minutes into the match, Milan had generated few threatening offensives. Guardiola's extensive rotation in preparation for the Champions League is evident. Yet the veteran Seedorf clearly lacks the capacity to facilitate effective transitions between defense and offense while posing a threat to the opposing goal. Even during his prime, playing as a sole attacking midfielder was a struggle, especially with both flanks suffering from issues today. Conversely, Fiorentina's trident of Marchioni, Gilardino, and Cerci performed admirably, frequently threatening Milan's goal. The situation improved somewhat after Kaká's introduction in the second half, yet the game remained arduous. Huang Kaiwen sensed his opportunity to take the field today. With his anticipation level reaching 100, he opted to draw a card. Ding! You have received a 24-hour experience card for the 2012 to 2013 Serie A opening match. AC Milan vs Sampdoria, featuring Riccardo Montolivo. Upon seeing this card, Huang Kaiwen hesitated. A player who tends to shy away from the goal and does not enjoy making runs would unlikely contribute significantly to the team today. He decided to wait and see. If necessary, he would deploy the Pelé card directly. Although he relished using various experience cards to enhance his skills and better understand his opponents, he recognized the importance of maintaining composure in critical moments. The team evidently lacked breakthrough ability, leaving Kaká to fend for himself. Such a time called for prudence. "Pep, are you considering substitutions?" Clement asked. Guardiola glanced at the scoreboard, noting the 0-0 scoreline with 70:21 on the clock, and shook his head, saying, "Let us wait a bit longer." His wish today was to secure a victory, not merely to ensure Huang Kaiwen's safety. Unless absolutely necessary, he preferred to keep Huang Kaiwen off the pitch. After the previous match against Inter Milan, where the media had heavily scrutinized him, Guardiola approached Huang Kaiwen's deployment with utmost caution. As the game exceeded 80 minutes, Guardiola finally could not contain himself. "Kevin, warm up," he instructed, turning to Huang Kaiwen. The latter proceeded directly to the fourth official, warming up beside him, ready to enter the fray at the first dead ball. Huang Kaiwen was finally poised to make his entrance. However, it remained uncertain whether such a short duration would afford him the chance to alter the scoreline. Indeed, while Huang Kaiwen's abilities were well acknowledged, the time left was exceedingly brief. Fiorentina recognized this predicament and began to waste time, denying AC Milan any opportunity for substitutions. Ibrahimovic, growing impatient, shoved Caparese aside, prompting the referee to blow the whistle. Inzaghi approached the sidelines, exchanging a fist bump with Huang Kaiwen, encouraging him, "Go for it. Don't let them prevail. Rest assured," Huang Kaiwen exclaimed as he dashed onto the pitch. This segment serves as a warm-up, considering the player's preparation time was rather insufficient. Furthermore, he no longer possesses the immunity card. The opposing team initiates a goal kick. Huang Kaiwen, without hesitation, charges forward. Gianluca Camato, hesitant to take possession, quickly opts for a sideways pass. As Caparese receives the ball, he is immediately pressured by Ibrahimovic, who is still incensed from having recently received a yellow card due to an incident involving Caparese. Ibrahimovic approaches this defensive play with utmost seriousness. Unable to find an opportunity, Caparese resorts to turning and executing a backward pass. Goalkeeper Arthur Boric receives the ball and promptly sends a long clearance towards the forward line. Upon receiving the ball, Ljajic swiftly advances, displaying characteristics reminiscent of Kaká, albeit lacking comparable speed. Ambrosini instinctively rushes in to defend. Ljajic attempts to change direction, but Ambrosini remains unfazed. Realizing he cannot break free, Ljajic skillfully maneuvers to create an angle, sending a direct pass ahead. Gilardino, with his back to the goal, immediately lays the ball off sideways. Cersei, instead of rushing, takes his time to dribble down towards the baseline. Zambrotta, stationed in the penalty area, quickly closes in. He is caught off guard by the thoroughness of Fiorentina's approach today, as they seem unwilling to seize any offensive opportunities. Cersei, shielding the ball near the corner flag while backing into Zambrotta, finds the latter, in his impatience, persistently attempting to poke the ball away, ultimately succeeding in pushing it out of bounds. Since Huang Kaiwen's entrance, Fiorentina's strategy has decidedly shifted. It is evident that their sole aim is to secure a point away from home, which is not an unreasonable tactic. Indeed, such an approach is quite astute. Even if they were to defend, they might not be able to contain Huang Kaiwen. However, by maintaining possession, AC Milan finds itself at a stalemate, unable to counter Huang Kaiwen effectively. Today, it appears that AC Milan might not secure a victory. Yet, this is not an absolute conclusion. Huang Kaiwen has a history of delivering crucial last-minute goals, although he has recently faced fewer situations where he has trailed or needed to score, which explains the absence of such dramatic moments. It is true that he has frequently been a decisive factor against opponents. It frustrates me to think about how he has committed to distributing 500 signed jerseys. What a travesty! Huang Kaiwen personally sought out Zanetti for autographs, a matter that has been reported by British tabloids, such as The Sun. If only Huang Kaiwen had mentioned this sooner, I could have showcased my 2-decade-long allegiance to Inter Milan. Serie A has only been broadcasting for 22 years, and you claim to have been a fan for 20 years? Absolutely. Alas, my signed Zanetti jersey has vanished, and Huang Kaiwen truly is insufferable. Moreover, several familiar faces have been conspicuously absent from today's gathering. It seems they are preparing to adopt new identities to mingle with others, hoping for a chance to be included in any future jersey giveaways. Thus, Huang Kaiwen's actions are indeed reprehensible. Using wealth to manipulate others is simply intolerable. Ljajic takes the corner kick, and Thiago Silva rises immediately, overpowering Gilardino to head the ball out of the penalty area. Just as Cruz prepares to turn, he is unexpectedly shoved to the ground by Donadel from behind. This is a tactical foul. They wish to deny AC Milan any opportunity for a counterattack. Indeed, this foul is crucial. Today, Fiorentina has played with remarkable composure, fully aware of their intentions. Securing a single point against AC Milan feels like a victory for them, a feat unattainable by both Juventus and Inter Milan. Fiorentina is one of the 7 sisters of Serie A. However, following Italy's economic downturn, many teams have begun to languish, leaving only the traditional powerhouses to persist. Gattuso bends down to place the ball, swiftly handing it to Cruz. Observing that Huang Kaiwen is flanked by 2 opponents, Cruz opts to pass the ball. Cersei immediately charges towards Huang Kaiwen, recognizing him as the pivotal player of the day. This wing player, nurtured in the Roma Youth Academy, embodies the fighting spirit of the Giallorossi, and he is prepared to commit a foul. Yet, with a deft touch of his right foot and a shift of his body to the left, Huang Kaiwen effortlessly evades Cersei's challenge. By the time Cersei adjusts his stance, Huang Kaiwen has explosively surged past him. As Cersei turns, Huang Kaiwen has already carried the ball away. Kevin. The once dormant San Siro has finally welcomed its prince. The monotonous match ignites with passion as it approaches its conclusion. The Fiorentina squad has unified in their strategy, with nearly all players remaining in the defensive half. Just as Huang Kaiwen escapes Cersei, Ljajic darts towards the flank. Without hesitation, he opts for a sliding tackle. Huang Kaiwen suddenly steps forward with his left foot, swiftly following with his right, clamping the ball between both feet before leaping, striking the underside of the ball with his heel. The ball arcs gracefully from behind him to in front. Huang Kaiwen also successfully bypasses Ljajic. Ljajic, visibly attempting to lift his foot, brings it down forcefully. It is merely a game. There is no need to risk everything. As Huang Kaiwen's rainbow flick lands, D'Agostino and Camado immediately rush towards him. Fully aware that they stand no hope in a one-on-one duel, Huang Kaiwen briefly surveys the field, with Ibrahimovic still outside the penalty area. He resorts to rapid bicycle dribbles to buy time for Ibrahimovic to advance. In this moment, Huang Kaiwen chooses to sway his shoulder to shift his center of gravity, rendering his feint more deceptive. D'Agostino and Camado find themselves at a loss. The distance from the penalty area is considerable, and a reckless lunge could easily result in a foul against Huang Kaiwen, which would certainly lead to a free kick, one of Huang Kaiwen's specialties, renowned across Europe. The two can only cautiously maintain their balance, waiting for the moment Huang Kaiwen halts. After a series of 5 bicycle dribbles, Huang Kaiwen suddenly stops and nudges the ball with his right foot. D'Agostino, positioned in front of Huang Kaiwen, hastily follows his movement. But as he takes a step forward, Huang Kaiwen's right foot unexpectedly nudges the ball to his left. Without granting his opponents a moment to react, Huang Kaiwen executed a remarkable pass with his left foot, striking the ball with the outside of his foot in a manner reminiscent of a billiard shot. The ball zipped through D'Agostino's legs, tracing a fierce arc as it rolled along the grass towards the edge of the penalty area. Perklondrup nearly jumped out of his skin. By the time he sprang into action, it was already too late. Klondrup hurriedly positioned himself against Ibrahimovic, applying pressure with his body. Indifferent to the risk of conceding a penalty, Ibrahimovic, bearing the weight of his adversary, surged into the penalty area alongside him. Tens of thousands of eyes in the San Siro Stadium were fixed intently on Fiorentina's penalty box. With precious little stoppage time remaining, this could be their finest opportunity to alter the scoreline. Under duress from the opposition, Ibrahimovic forced a shot, but Arthur Boric dove to the ground, successfully deflecting the ball out of play. What do we do now? Kevin Tonacross jogged over to inquire. You take the corner. Deliver it into the box while I stand here to draw the defense, Huang Kaiwen whispered, covering his mouth, though he longed to score directly from the corner. It was evident that Fiorentina had prepared for such a tactic, with defenders positioned strategically to avoid obstructing the goalkeeper's save. Cross nodded and made his way to the corner flag, surprising the Fiorentina players. Kamato shadowed Huang Kaiwen, who, as anticipated, noted the unfolding scenario. At the moment Cross struck the ball, Huang Kaiwen surged forward, prompting Kamato to follow suit. However, Huang Kaiwen abruptly halted, realizing the ball lacked sufficient height. Indeed, it was deflected by Caparese. Cross turned to regain possession, and upon seeing Huang Kaiwen stationed at the edge of the penalty area, he instinctively sent a pass without a second thought. Kamato finally noticed Huang Kaiwen's absence beside him, leaving him unable to mark effectively. Huang Kaiwen deftly controlled the ball, flicking it with his right foot. Abruptly, Abbiati, clad in goalkeeper attire, became conspicuous as he darted towards the goal. Huang Kaiwen's pass found its way near the right post, allowing Abbiati to leap and head the ball. Boric, reacting instinctively, reached out, but the ball was too swift for him to assess. Unfortunately for him, fortune did not favor him this time, as the ball zipped past his fingertips and into the net. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the end of the match. Last-minute goal, Cladelli exclaimed exuberantly. A last-minute goal, a last-minute goal. In his very first touch on the pitch, Kevin had created this scoring opportunity, ultimately providing the assist to Abbiati. I told you I knew it. Kevin's passes can work wonders, even when our goalkeeper is the one attacking. After scoring, Abbiati stood in disbelief. Huang Kaiwen rushed over, wrapping his arms around his neck, exuberantly exclaiming, "Well done, mate. We won." Abbiati had yet to utter a word when he was overwhelmed by a flurry of teammates. The stands of San Siro erupted with the most resounding cheer of the day. Such is the nature of football. Until the final minute, the outcome remains unpredictable. Christian. Abbiati, hoisted high by his teammates, emerged as the hero of the day. Guardiola, momentarily caught up in the jubilation with his coaching staff, suddenly remembered his prized possession. He quickly glanced back at the bench, relieved to see the trophy still resting there. At the post-match press conference, the defeated Fiorentina sent only an assistant coach. "Kevin, what are your feelings about the winning goal?" a reporter inquired. "I am exhilarated, truly thrilled. This is the essence of football, and I am still buzzing," Huang Kaiwen replied. "And what about the scorer? You assisted Abbiati. Was your pass crucial?" the journalist pressed. "Not at all," Huang Kaiwen shook his head. "You must understand, Christian sprinted a full 100 meters. His positioning in the final moments was exceptional. Had he not aimed for the goalkeeper, he would have been a remarkably astute striker." "What about Ibrahimovic's foul on Caparese? Is he not a rather temperamental individual, and many seem to dislike him?" a reporter asked. "Zlatan is not a bad person. He is an extraordinarily talented player. It is hard to imagine someone of his stature being so agile. His technical prowess is astounding. I have always felt he resembles Van Basten. Though Zlatan's shot power may surpass that of Van Basten," Huang Kaiwen remarked with a smile. "You cannot fathom Zlatan's life. He admits to having made mistakes in his youth. It is commendable that he did not continue down that path. Instead of becoming a thief, he became a star." a testament to his unwavering resolve. You must not view him through a biased lens. The journalists exchanged exasperated glances, surprised by such rhetoric. Today, Cruz and Seedorf posed no threat to one another. Could it be a matter of insufficient skill? A reporter queried. No, Huang Kaiwen replied, shaking his head. That is not the case. Both are exceptional players. You cannot expect a player in their 30s to perform as they did in their youth. As for Tony, he will emerge as one of the best midfielders in the world. Finding no fruitful questions for Huang Kaiwen, the reporters shifted their focus to Guardiola. Pep, why was the victory so hard-fought today? A journalist asked. Due to the schedule and various other factors, I cannot disclose everything, but I must say, I am pleased with the win, Guardiola responded. Do you believe there were issues with your tactics? Was Kevin's absence from the starting lineup due to his lack of full recovery? The reporter probed further. Guardiola's composure nearly faltered. Even someone of Ferguson's caliber would struggle to bear such a burden. Guardiola elucidated. Firstly, Kevin's physical condition has been simultaneously confirmed by the medical team and the hospital. They believe Kevin has fully recovered, which is why I allowed him to start last week. Today, however, Kevin did not start due to rotation reasons. Will Kevin start in the upcoming Champions League? The journalist pressed further. I have not contemplated that yet, so I cannot provide you with an answer, Guardiola remarked. And what do you have to say regarding Mourinho's comments? Guardiola chuckled and shook his head, stating, This is the last question. I assure you. My relationship with Jose is excellent. I am unconcerned about what he has said, as it may not reflect his true intentions. When time permits, I shall call him to seek his insights. Well then, this concludes today's press conference. Guardiola and Huang Kaiwen rose and departed the venue. Following an exhilarating last-minute victory, Huang Kaiwen invited the entire team to celebrate at his home. Guardiola returned to Milanello on the team bus. Upon reaching the parking lot and confirming all 4 tires were intact, he eagerly took his seat in the driver's cabin. Guardiola did not immediately start the vehicle. Instead, he unlocked the donation box and noticed that Mourinho's photo had been blackened by incense. He murmured, Apologies, Jose. You surely wish for Kevin to triumph as well. Initially intending to add more, he found it hard to persist, as fatigue overwhelmed him in the evenings recently. Seeking monthly votes and recommendations. 0471 Kevin's Tea, the latest spokesperson. In the morning, Huang Kaiwen awoke with a throbbing headache, clutching his head as he descended the stairs. Albert had already prepared breakfast, stating, Sir, today's coffee is stronger. In Italy, coffee is considered an excellent remedy for hangovers. Thank you, Albert, Huang Kaiwen replied, draping his arm over the back of the chair, speaking wearily. The exuberance of Abbiati, who scored yesterday, had been overwhelming. Although Huang Kaiwen is not much of a drinker, he was inundated with an array of alcoholic beverages. Had it not been for Huang Kaiwen's robust constitution, he might have found himself uncomfortably ill. Some individuals revel in drinking. Huang Kaiwen had witnessed some older gentlemen at internet cafes, consuming several bottles while neglecting food. However, Huang Kaiwen is not particularly fond of alcohol. He typically indulges only a little when the atmosphere calls for it. He certainly does not drink when there is nothing worthy of celebration. Overindulgence leaves him with a headache and a racing heart, devoid of the enjoyment others seem to derive from it. LeBoeuf called yesterday, indicating he would visit today. Albert reminded him. I had forgotten until you mentioned it. Huang Kaiwen chuckled. Frank LeBoeuf was a member of the French squad that triumphed in the 1998 World Cup and has previously played for Chelsea. He is among the more distinguished alumni Chelsea can present. It is only when Terry and others retire that Chelsea's legends will begin to carry more weight. Huang Kaiwen had met LeBoeuf several times. His son is an ardent fan of Huang Kaiwen. LeBoeuf's wife possesses a somewhat fierce demeanor, yet their children are quite well proportioned, likely inheriting their mother's traits. After finishing a cup of coffee, Huang Kaiwen felt significantly more alert. The coffee brewed with a mocha pot extracts the essence from the coffee grounds through direct steam pressure, resulting in a particularly rich brew adorned with a layer of oil on the surface. Its aroma is delightful, yet the taste is undeniably bitter. Huang Kaiwen noticed in the newspaper that certain organizations were protesting once again. With Italy currently facing an economic downturn, it is evident that some individuals are struggling. The rising unemployment rate among women, coupled with a lack of financial support, has led to heightened emotions. Huang Kaiwen has always believed that the Soviet Union exemplified true gender equality. Regrettably, there are no European organizations advocating for such matters, as the Soviets genuinely employed women in the mines. Some slogans merely seek privilege rather than a genuine desire for equitable distribution of labor and equal pay for equal work. Has the theft incident at the Russian museum been resolved yet? Huang Kaiwen inquired curiously. Indeed, sir, it has been over half a month, Albert replied. He was well versed in both international affairs and local news. Huang Kaiwen silently calculated, goodness. Over half a month ago was when Chelsea played an away match in Moscow. Could it possibly be the doing of Villas-Boas and his associates? Likely so. Otherwise, why would anyone rummage through the museum for trivial items instead of seizing the treasures left by the Tsars? Few collectors are willing to pay a high price for Rasputin's relics. It's not as if merely possessing a large one will ensure one's own growth. The theory of dietary supplementation has already been debunked in the case of teacher Libin. What one consumes does not dictate one's development. After breakfast, Huang Kaiwen took a moment to swim 200 meters to adjust his mental state. In front of his fans, he could not afford to display any signs of lethargy. Around 10 in the morning, the Leboeuf family paid a visit. Frank Leboeuf warmly embraced Huang Kaiwen, expressing gratitude for the match tickets. The two were quite pleased. Just a small gesture, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. How did you find Milan? Enjoyable? It's dreadful here, filled with thieves. It reminds me of Paris, Joseph Leboeuf remarked. Young man, mind your words, Frank Leboeuf admonished his son. He didn't say anything incorrect. Huang Kaiwen put his arm around Joseph's shoulder and greeted his sister Yade. Why aren't you greeting me? Kevin, Yade Leboeuf replied with a shy smile. She has blossomed into a lovely young lady. Do not stand on ceremony. Make yourself comfortable. Huang Kaiwen invited. Albert went to prepare refreshments. Joseph asked, Uncle Kevin, may I play some games? Of course, you may play anything you like. Huang Kaiwen responded with a smile. That is fantastic. Joseph cheered and dashed to the television, searching for Huang Kaiwen's game discs, as his home lacked such an extensive collection. You're causing me trouble, Frank Leboeuf said with a wry smile. That child is not particularly fond of studying. Goodness, Huang Kaiwen exclaimed dramatically. I never expected you to utter such words. Do you enjoy studying? In this world, survival is not solely contingent upon academic excellence. Each individual possesses unique talents. You always have a way of persuading others, Frank Leboeuf remarked with a hint of resignation. But I am the captain, responded Huang Kaiwen with a smile. Indeed. You are the captain, Frank Leboeuf acknowledged. I had the opportunity to meet Mr. Ancelotti in London, and I found him quite visionary. The team's current situation appears satisfactory. I have heard as much, Huang Kaiwen replied noncommittally. Ancelotti has reinstated Ashley Cole, further solidifying the local contingent. While Bale may also have a chance, it certainly cannot compare to the Mourinho era. Were it not for the awkwardness of poaching from my former club, I would have encouraged Galliani to bring Bale over to play as a fullback. It would also allow Buffon to experience the thrill of Cech's performance. After exchanging a few more words, Huang Kaiwen inquired, is this trip to Milan solely for the match? No, Yade is preparing for university. She initially aimed for UCLA, but she is now contemplating studying in Italy, Frank Leboeuf explained. Italian schools are quite commendable, Huang Kaiwen said with a smile. If Lily does not pursue a Master's degree, she will graduate this year. In this regard, his good friend Ramos has taken the lead, having secured a spot for further studies. This is undoubtedly due to Ramos's exceptional academic performance, along with a slight contribution from the illustrious Huang. Since Ramos is so keen on his education, perhaps Huang should simply let him continue until he completes a doctorate. That would truly set him apart among players. Yes, I heard that Miss Collins is also studying in Milan, hence I wanted to seek your opinion, Frank Leboeuf remarked. As I have mentioned, Italy has excellent schools, particularly in the arts. All right, I will consider it, Frank Leboeuf said as he rose. Should you require any assistance, feel free to call. Huang Kaiwen stood up as well. Let us go, Yade, she called, pulling her brother Joseph away from his game. You were clearly more eager to visit than I was. Why the rush now? Joseph grumbled. Silence. Yade playfully punched her brother on the head. Huang Kaiwen found their banter amusing. This sibling duo had always shared a close bond. Recently, however, the eldest son of the Maldini family had been somewhat disdainful of his younger brother. Yet upon reflection, it seemed that no siblings truly had an irreparable rift. Observing Huang Kaiwen's teammates, it appeared they were quite capable of maintaining familial harmony in their children's upbringing. On November 23rd, most of the Milan players flew to France, leaving Huang Kaiwen in Milan. The match ended in a resounding 4-0 victory for Milan against Auxerre. In fact, Inzaghi specifically called Huang Kaiwen to lament about the situation. expressing his desire to continue leading the Champions League scoring chart, but alas, he was currently suspended. Huang Kaiwen listened for over half an hour as Inzaghi vented his frustrations. A few days later, during the match against Sampdoria, Huang Kaiwen suffered a strain just a few minutes into his appearance while sprinting. Despite Milan's 3-1 victory, the win was overshadowed by this unfortunate injury. Upon returning home, the young lady expressed her mild displeasure, saying, "Every time you come back to Milan, you seem to get injured. What is the matter?" "How would I know?" Huang Kaiwen replied, glancing at Lily. "Why aren't you staying at school?" "I just wanted to come back and see," Lily replied, sticking out her tongue. With Barbara at home, she felt emboldened. "Stop," the young lady interjected, placing herself between the two. "Kevin is injured. He should sleep in the guest room tonight." "I wasn't planning anything," Lily muttered, staring at her toes. "Huh. If I hadn't intervened, you would have probably thrown yourself at him," the young lady retorted, giving Lily a light pat. This girl is both inexperienced and playful. After dinner, Huang Kaiwen was indeed sent to the guest room. It was vital to pay attention to his muscle strain. Sleeping with two others could exacerbate the injury. Thus, Huang Kaiwen rested at home for several days until the shop refresh in December finally arrived. Special template: Black Feather Thief, 1,000,000 points. Template: Harry Kane 8, 400 points. Case Moreau 8, 200 points. Mathies Delict 7, 300 points. Skills: Dressing Room Atmosphere Management 5,000 points. Precise Corner Kick Mastery 1, 500 points. Yoga Mastery 100 points. Items: 24-hour Injury Immunity Card 20 points. Special item: Pogba's Medicine Box 100 points. This special template features Kid's father, reputed to be the most adept at disguise and transformation in Conan. However, Huang Kaiwen was particularly curious about how Kid managed to disguise himself as a woman. There must be some discrepancies in the details. There are numerous absurdities in the tales of the old thief Aoyama, the most typical being that Xiaolan's intelligence seems to diminish. Otherwise, the washing machine would not be able to function at all. The entire world is aware of Kudo Shinichi's identity, yet Xiaolan remains oblivious. Xiaolan's character is initially portrayed as a brilliant girl excelling in both academics and athletics. Consequently, as the story progresses, she devolves into a mere tool, lacking the vibrancy she once possessed at the beginning of the manga. The subsequent templates, however, are quite commendable. Kane stands out as the most exceptional player in the English Premier League in recent years, characterized by a commendable personality and comprehensive skills, making him a top talent in an era with a scarcity of forwards. Case Moreau possesses formidable strength, though the only issue is that he has been relegated to the role of a sole defensive midfielder. With the evolution of football, it has become increasingly challenging for a single defensive midfielder to bear the load. Even when playing as a lone pivot, it necessitates that the central midfielders frequently retreat to defend. As for Tur, while his physical attributes are commendable, he falls short in other areas, yet his potential remains evident. However, these three templates hold little value for Huang Qiuwang. As for what is contained within Pogba's Medicine Box, Huang Kaiwen is well aware. He would never squander 100 fate points on it. Ultimately, Huang Kaiwen spent 120 points to acquire Yoga Mastery and the Immunity Card. The skill of Yoga Mastery elevates one's yoga practice to a certain level, enhancing physical flexibility. This skill is indeed quite advantageous. Huang Kaiwen recalled that many players extended their careers through the practice of yoga. Although Giggs may not have the best character, his longevity in the sport far exceeds that of the average player, and he still performed admirably around the age of 40. Huang Kaiwen stroked his chin in contemplation. He had already acquired several skills that seemed to enhance with age, coupled with these abilities that prolong one's career if he truly desired to continue playing. Even Haaland and Mbappe would be relegated to the sidelines, watching Huang, the king of the yellow ball, receive accolades. Contented, Huang Kaiwen drifted into slumber. On December 4th, Milan triumphed over Brescia with a score of 3-0. 2 days later, Huang Kaiwen, along with Guardiola and several teammates, boarded a flight to Zurich, Switzerland. The Ballon d'Or and the FIFA World Player of the Year had merged into a single award. Reflecting on the rather lackluster ceremony of the previous year, Huang Kaiwen felt that this was an inevitable development. The FIFA World Player had long been criticized for its lack of professionalism, deemed less prestigious than the Ballon d'Or. It was likely that FIFA had long harbored plans to enhance the credibility of their award by merging it with the Ballon d'Or. As a global football governing body, their awards paled in comparison to those organized by a mere magazine, which was nothing short of a farce. Kevin, no prior notice this year? Kaka inquired aboard the plane. Indeed, as this time it is not primarily organized by L'Equipe, Huang Kaiwen replied. In the past, L'Equipe would always inform the winner in advance and conduct an interview. Once the Ballon d'Or was awarded, the interview would be published. I truly hope you continue to win awards, Kaka said with a smile. It should be manageable. Huang Kaiwen responded uncertainly. Spain's performance in the World Cup had been commendable overall. This mirrored the previous Italian team, where individual players did not particularly stand out. Although the king of the yellow ball had not secured major tournament accolades, he had amassed an impressive collection of club honors, a feat unmatched by others. Chelsea lacked prominent Spanish players. Had Torres been at Chelsea, he might have posed a challenge to Huang Kaiwen. After all, several legendary figures in football were rallying support for Spanish players. Unfortunately, they were lacking in club honors. Huang Kaiwen pondered carefully. It seemed that Huntelaar had been Chelsea's standout performer last year. This was not to say he dazzled on the field, but rather that his tactical contributions were substantial, often sacrificing personal statistics for pressing and providing support. Yet, such a style did not garner favor from the Ballon d'Or. Among the Dutch squad, players like Sneijder and Robben were far more likely to be contenders for the award. As the group disembarked and passed through security, reporters waiting at the airport quickly surrounded them, drawing the attention of nearby travelers. Pep, do you think Kevin can defend his Ballon d'Or title? What are your thoughts, Kevin? Kaka, who do you believe is the leading contender for the Ballon d'Or? Paul, as a club executive attending the Ballon d'Or ceremony with the players, do you think it will feel entirely different from before? Guardiola could not help but furrow his brow, gently pushing aside the reporters as he said, "Apologies. We are pressed for time." Even if he were not pressed for time, he had no desire to partake in an interview at that moment. After all, whether or not he commented on Huang Kaiwen's potential award held no advantage for him. Should he speak and Huang fail to secure the accolade, he would undoubtedly face ridicule. Conversely, opting for silence would incite opinions from fans regardless of Huang's success in acquiring the Ballon d'Or. Guardiola was remarkably astute in this regard. His demeanor during interviews revealed that he had pondered most questions in advance. He could anticipate the queries reporters would pose at press conferences, and thus, he was seldom caught off guard. This foresight is a skill in itself. Successful coaches possess their unique attributes. After a brief respite at the hotel, the group promptly made their way to the Zurich concert hall. The World Footballer of the Year and the Ballon d'Or had recently merged, and FIFA had exerted considerable effort in inviting a substantial number of guests. The entrance to the Zurich concert hall was adorned with a red carpet, and as the group alighted from their vehicle, they walked the carpet like celebrities. Journalists, held back by barriers, fervently clicked their shutters, and the multitude of flashes was nearly blinding. It felt akin to attending the Grammys. Ramos exclaimed with excitement. He had once contemplated becoming a rock star. That's a different realm. In football, performance is paramount. No matter how much one flaunts their personality, lacking in skill will not earn them accolades, unlike in the entertainment industry. Huang Kaiwen remarked with a smile. Participating in the Universiade at an older age and still failing to secure a gold medal while mimicking Bolt's moves, that's just folly. In competitive sports, prowess reigns supreme. The entertainment world is but a fleeting illusion. Kevin's sentiments were indeed accurate. Upon entering the hall, Ancelotti approached with a cheerful greeting, his eyebrows as striking as ever. "How have you been, Kevin?" Terry warmly embraced Huang Kaiwen and inquired. "And you and Tony?" Huang asked. "Still the same. That lad George misses you terribly," Terry replied with a smile. He had believed that with Huang's transfer, he would regain the admiration of the children. Unfortunately, the kids were drawn to the most skilled players. Even if Terry matched Huang in talent, as a defensive player, he could never shine as brightly. This was determined by their respective positions. "Do bring George to San Siro for a match sometime," Huang invited. "Even if I had the time, I am still a player," Terry replied. "But who knows, you may be eliminated early, which might allow you to watch the UEFA Champions League knockout stages," Ramos chimed in with a mischievous grin. He and Terry shared a good rapport. Terry playfully punched Ramos on the shoulder, retorting, "Even if you depart, our minimum goal remains the semifinals." Winning the Champions League 3 years in a row had not crossed Terry's mind. Having been both a rival and a teammate of Huang Kaiwen, he understood the latter's dominance in the Champions League all too well. "By the way, I ran into Frank Leboeuf a few days ago, and he recounted some of your early mishaps at Chelsea," Huang Kaiwen mentioned. That rascal. Terry feigned anger and remarked, back then, he had a conflict with the coach and was subsequently dismissed. When he was still a junior in the first team, LeBoeuf was already a key player for Chelsea. At that time, LeBoeuf had a disagreement with the head coach, Vialli. After a brief conversation among a few individuals, the professor approached and greeted. It is truly regrettable that you left the Premier League. Shouldn't it be a cause for celebration? At least Arsenal need not fear another heavy defeat, quipped Ancelotti with a raised eyebrow. Wenger shook his head and replied, in recent years, winning the league has been quite challenging for us. So Kevin's presence at Chelsea matters little. However, since his departure, the broadcasting and sponsorship of the Premier League have begun to decline, which will impact our revenue. As an economics scholar, the professor was acutely aware of this aspect. Even if Huang Kaiwen consistently scored heavily against Arsenal, he would still prefer him to remain in the Premier League. This summer, sponsors were evidently less enthusiastic than before. Some previous contracts included clauses related to Huang Kaiwen or broadcasting. Thus, even long-term agreements began to lower their sponsorship amounts due to his exit. This is the quintessential manifestation of the superstar effect. One may feign indifference all day, yet in truth, one is quite pleased. Sir Ferguson had yet to arrive, but his Scottish-accented English had already made its presence felt. Wenger chuckled helplessly. This old fellow always enjoyed stirring the pot. I merely speak the truth, the professor lamented. However, the photographs of your celebrations captured by journalists are not fabricated. I have friends who inform me they obtained even more compromising photos of you. But you managed to silence them with money, hence they never saw the light of day, Sir Ferguson remarked without mercy. Their relationship had reached a certain level of mutual animosity and affection. Huang Kaiwen noticed that the hall was becoming increasingly crowded. FIFA had this time invited not only current players but also numerous football legends, which served as a splendid opportunity to expand their influence. The rivalry between UEFA and FIFA was fiercely contested, with UEFA being the most powerful among continental football associations, holding sway over the mainstream football world. Thus, UEFA was decidedly reluctant to allow FIFA to meddle in European football affairs. Naturally, FIFA had its eyes set on this lucrative territory. For European football represents the pinnacle of the sport globally, with the largest fan base. Both parties were vying for control over European football, often leading to FIFA opposing UEFA's endorsements. This was not a matter of right or wrong, but rather one determined by differing stances. As the ceremony was about to commence, the attendees finally found their respective seats. In the front row sat players from last season's outstanding teams. To Huang Kaiwen's left was Cristiano Ronaldo, alongside a few Real Madrid players. Ronaldo nodded in acknowledgement towards Huang Kaiwen, but refrained from speaking. Huang Kaiwen reciprocated the gesture with a nod. The opening segment featured a classical dance of Greek origin. Much like many nations claim to be the true heirs of Rome, Greek culture often holds a more universal appeal in various contexts. Ramos whispered, I feel it would have been better to invite Shakira. Huang Kaiwen, it is indeed challenging to assess this matter. However, Shakira's prowess in dance is undeniably impressive, a fact personally validated by the king of football himself. Right from the outset, there was no suspense as the big screen unveiled the best 11 players from the previous season. Goalkeeper, Casillas. Defenders, Ashley Cole, Terry, Puyol, Ramos. Midfielders, Sneijder, Xavi, Iniesta. Forwards, Huang Kaiwen, Cristiano Ronaldo, Lionel Messi. Although Chelsea has secured the most honors, many players do not particularly shine in various aspects. In a certain sense, Mourinho's team exemplifies true teamwork. Numerous players scored at critical moments, and many adeptly filled multiple positions. Ashley Cole missed several matches, and his accolades were largely due to his performances in pivotal games. Huang Kaiwen, from across Ramos, comforted Kaká, saying, It's all right, next year will be different. Upon Huang Kaiwen's return to Milan, Kaká was immediately liberated. Previously, opponents had marked him too closely, and coupled with the passage of time, his performance inevitably declined. However, with Huang Kaiwen back in Milan, the situation transformed entirely, as Kaká's recent stellar performances have demonstrated. Huang Kaiwen drew more defensive attention, granting Kaká greater space. The two hosts then proceeded to the next segment. Over the past season, there have been numerous spectacular goals. Let us take a closer look. By the way, one of the namesakes of the Kevin Puskas Award is still seated below. The venue erupted with a wave of good-natured laughter. Huang Kaiwen nodded in acknowledgement. Fans will vote on FIFA's official website to select a candidate goal. The video that played featured Messi, showcasing his dazzling solo effort against Valencia, culminating in a goal within the penalty area. That goal was indeed remarkable. There were also goals from lesser-known players that were equally impressive. Huang Kaiwen recalled his own goal from last year's Champions League final, a deft flick over the Bayern defense within the box. After all 10 goals had been showcased, the host announced a name. Kevin, congratulations. As Huang Kaiwen rose, he was enveloped in a hug by Ramos, while Kaká, arriving a moment too late, could only wait for Ramos to release him before he embraced Huang Kaiwen. Cristiano Ronaldo, who had been discreetly observing Huang Kaiwen, couldn't help but be astonished. Nearly every player on stage was congratulating him. He had not anticipated Huang Kaiwen's extensive connections within the football world. Upon ascending the stage, Huang Kaiwen noticed the award presenter smiling. But, in the previous Champions League final, it was Huang Kaiwen who had breached But's defenses multiple times. With a grin, but handed the trophy to Huang Kaiwen. Placing the trophy aside, Huang Kaiwen leaned on the podium and said, "I had envisioned receiving this award. Yet I never anticipated that the person presenting it to me would be the Bayern goalkeeper. I am deeply grateful to FIFA for allowing me to reminisce about the wonderful moments of the last season, and I sincerely hope Hans, but can overlook this incident. It is an immense honor to receive this award once again, and I extend my gratitude to the entire Chelsea team, especially Mr. Mourinho and the medical staff for their unwavering support. Thank you." Mourinho, with a radiant smile, applauded and cast a glance at Guardiola. He proclaimed that no one comprehends Kevin better than he does. Only Jose Mourinho could have emphasized Kevin's significance during the award ceremony. Recently, Mourinho has been reminiscing about Kevin. With Cristiano having transitioned to a central role, Mourinho ardently desires to see Kevin play on the left flank for Real Madrid. Should Kevin, Cristiano, and either Benzema or Di Maria form a trident, it would undoubtedly be the most formidable trio in football history. In this regard, he shares a common interest with Calderon. Both wish to see Kevin grace the Bernabeu once more. Upon arriving in La Liga, Mourinho realized the immense pressure he faced. Despite the presence of his familiar protégé Lampard, it did little to alleviate the burden imposed by the media. The expectations of Real Madrid fans are exceedingly high. Even though the team has languished for some time, they still demand not only victories, but also aesthetically pleasing performances. At times, Mourinho feels compelled to inquire whether Capello's Real Madrid was ever visually captivating. Yet they endured. And ultimately, Capello departed of his own volition. In the end, it all boils down to Kevin. If Kevin were to join Real Madrid, Mourinho's confidence in suppressing Barcelona would soar. With a sigh, Mourinho gazed at the large screen. After Kevin descended, the screen showcased clips of 3 coaches. Besides Del Bosque and Guardiola, one was Mourinho himself. At this moment, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Despite having performed commendably with Chelsea last year and Real Madrid this year, and receiving favorable media attention in Spain, Mourinho's composure eluded him. Although he appeared indifferent on the surface, he yearned for recognition, aspiring for the world to acknowledge him as the finest coach of the past year. Guardiola posed little competition, having merely been lauded for his style of play and winning the La Liga title, thus making him one of the 3 candidates. Del Bosque, having led Spain to a World Cup victory, was the true contender Mourinho feared. The host gestured for the award presenter to unveil the envelope. Reluctantly, she opened it and read aloud a name, Jose Mourinho. It was evident she was not among his supporters. Mourinho rose to embrace both Chelsea and Real Madrid players before approaching Kevin. Kevin promptly stood and hugged Mourinho, saying, "Congratulations, coach. I am no longer your pupil." Mourinho jested, clearly in high spirits. "Well, congratulations to you, Mr. Mourinho," Kevin replied, patting him on the back. Mourinho smiled, shook his head, and greeted Ramos before ascending the stage. Mourinho leaned against the podium and spoke. "Good evening. I would prefer to express myself in Portuguese." In the live broadcast, Xiaoxing explained, "There is simultaneous interpretation at the venue, so it is perfectly fine for him to speak Portuguese." Mourinho expressed his gratitude towards the team and its supporters, particularly thanking Huang Kaiwen. This statement was rather straightforward. Isn't it often said that Mourinho should not overly depend on Huang Kaiwen? Indeed, it is not an excessive reliance. It is merely a moderate dependence, bringing Huang Kaiwen onto the field at crucial moments. Ha ha ha, it can indeed be interpreted that way. However, Mourinho's simple words and gestures exuded a certain coolness. While he may not have said much, Guardiola also appeared rather dashing. I once saw a video of him strutting about in his youth, and he was exceptionally handsome. I suspect Huang Kaiwen's coach might have been chosen based on looks. Isn't it ironic that it is not Huang Kaiwen who calls the shots, merely a player? Just a player? The owner of AC Milan likely kneels before him daily. And to achieve what Huang Kaiwen has as a player is truly exhilarating. Brother, I have a premonition that after today, our forum may experience some upheaval. Have we prepared for the next phase? Certainly. Speaking of this matter makes me irritable. Huang Kaiwen actually gifted signed jerseys to those at Inter Milan's forum and bestowed many upon the fans there. It is said that someone sold a jersey to fund 2 months' worth of gaming at an internet cafe. How valuable are they? Does that mean I can finally acquire a sky suit? Almost. But wait, where did you get that Inter Milan jersey? My goodness, they're an informant. The moderators are at work. Once again, the forum erupted into chaos, leading to internal strife. Huang Kaiwen sat in his seat, awaiting the next segment. At that moment, Cristiano Ronaldo lightly touched Huang Kaiwen's arm. "What is up, mate?" Huang Kaiwen asked softly. "About that endorsement." Ronaldo hesitated to continue. "What endorsement?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. Surely, his endorsement should not conflict with Ronaldo's. "His tea," Ronaldo whispered. "Oh, that. Have you persuaded Mendes?" Huang Kaiwen asked. During this time, the Madrid media has been quite active, all to lure Ronaldo. "No, but it's all right. I've made my decision," Ronaldo declared. "But the endorsement fee is quite low," Huang Kaiwen remarked. "It doesn't matter. I'm not concerned about money. I must endorse," Ronaldo asserted resolutely. Huang Kaiwen smiled and nodded. "Well then, you're the one." The king of Huang prefers endorsers who are indifferent to financial gain. Manchester United 3-4 Bayern Munich. I truly cannot discern whether Manchester United is strong or Bayern Munich weak. I thought Manchester United might be utterly defeated. Upon hearing Huang Kaiwen's affirmation, Ronaldo finally breathed a sigh of relief. His personality is quite similar to Mourinho's, both being fiercely competitive with a strong sense of pride. The fact that he is not the spokesperson for Huang Kaiwen's team has become a lingering concern for him. Mendes is aware of this, which is why he did not strongly oppose even if he disagreed this time. A proficient agent comprehends precisely where a player's true value lies. Should Mendes persist in his opposition, the two may inevitably part ways. For Cristiano Ronaldo, as the esteemed star of Real Madrid, incurring a slight financial loss in a beverage endorsement is of little consequence. Furthermore, Mendes perceives this situation not entirely as a setback. For many have concurred that Kevin's tea endorsement is emblematic of the finest athlete at present. This, in turn, augments Ronaldo's commercial value. The rapport between Ronaldo and Huang Kaiwen appears quite amiable. One can discern Ronaldo's buoyant spirits, leaving one to wonder what delightful exchanges transpired between them. Huang Kaiwen, too, seems in good spirits, perhaps indicative of a mutual admiration shared among elite athletes. Messi and Barcelona are seated somewhat distanced. Otherwise, one might observe the interactions among these individuals. It can be asserted that the most exceptional forwards today are represented by those from Milan, Real Madrid, and Barcelona. In the live broadcast, Xiao Xingyi suddenly experienced a profound realization. Huang Kaiwen effortlessly engages with others, seemingly devoid of any detractors within the football realm. Achieving such widespread appeal is no small feat. Players like Maradona and Martinez have had their fair share of adversaries. Huang Kaiwen's social prowess is indeed remarkable. Next comes the FIFA President's Special Award. This accolade is not determined by votes from journalists or national team captains, but is rather a decision made directly by Blatter, thus imbued with significant subjectivity. This award was established to honor those who have contributed to the advancement of football, yet it is laden with political undertones. Last year, the President's Award was bestowed upon Queen Rania of Jordan. Bored, Ronaldo gazes at the stage, his attention intermittently drifting towards Huang Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen inquires, "Is there anything else?" After a brief pause, Ronaldo asks, "Can we sign the contract after this?" "So eager?" Huang Kaiwen responds, somewhat hesitantly, "Shouldn't we allow our lawyers to discuss this in person?" Such commercial contracts encompass numerous facets, including exclusivity clauses against similar endorsements, stipulations regarding image rights, handling of scandals, and compensation in the event of product safety issues. The array of terms is extensive, and whether additional clauses can be included hinges solely on one's influence. A straightforward example is that while both Jackie Chan and Ing Man Tat are beloved by fans, the treatment they receive from a brand, particularly an international one, can vary drastically. Capitalists yield to you only because you offer them greater benefits. Players like Huang Kaiwen, who monopolized the two largest markets in Asia, possessed the privilege of negotiating favorable terms with manufacturers, including the ability to unilaterally terminate contracts without penalties, compelling brands to entice him into renewals annually. The combination of scarcity and influence ensures that Huang Kaiwen will always have suitors. Should you refrain from signing, your competitors will gladly step in. It is not merely a matter of missing out on Torres and compensating by signing Ibrahimovic as an endorser. Noticing Ronaldo's urgency, Huang Kaiwen suggests, "How about this? I will have my lawyer draft the agreement and fax it to your residence. You can review it with someone, and if all is well, we can finalize the contract in Milan. It's quite convenient, taking roughly an hour." That sounds agreeable. Ronaldo nods in affirmation. He wished he could instantly appear on the bubble tea cup. He had grown weary of watching Kaká and Messi smile from their cups. On stage, Blatter spoke at length before congratulating the esteemed Archbishop Desmond Tutu of South Africa, who stood proudly on stage. Cristiano Ronaldo still desired to engage in conversation with Kevin Huang, but Kevin immediately straightened his posture, fixating on the stage. In such moments, one must show respect to the Vatican. Desmond Tutu commenced a lengthy discourse, transitioning from Spain's triumph to the 100 million trust fund Blatter had bestowed upon South Africa, and ultimately extolling the unifying power of football, while expressing gratitude for the glory of the Lord. The entire speech spanned 8 minutes. Kevin perceptively noted that most players were attentively listening, or at least appeared to be. This observation underscored the profound influence of religion in certain aspects. As for Kaká, Kevin believed he genuinely appreciated the Archbishop's address. The young man had suffered a near-paralyzing injury in a swimming pool during his childhood and had turned to faith upon his recovery. The award for Best Women's Coach was conferred upon Sylvia Nade, the head coach of the German national team. Recently, German football had been exceptionally formidable, Ramos remarked quietly. Despite Spain's consecutive victories in major tournaments, they held great respect for the German squad. Indeed, Germany was once again surging forward. Kevin nodded in agreement. At the turn of the century, Germany had faced 2 exits from the European Championship, prompting a renewed focus on youth training reforms. The current generation, including Kroos, was a product of those efforts. Once Klose and his contemporaries retired, the Germans would realize that, aside from their midfield control, little remained of their former prowess. Nevertheless, this was a powerful era for the German team, blending the seasoned talents of Klose and others with a new generation of technically gifted players, resulting in a commendable synergy. British musician and jazz pianist Cullen took to the stage for a performance. Kevin had a fondness for jazz, a genre that had once captivated the world in the 1930s. Emerging from the fusion of plantation life, black culture, and white culture, Cullen performed a piece from a film score, though Kevin could not quite discern his words. The audience sat in quiet appreciation, the lively rhythm harmonizing beautifully with Cullen's slightly subdued voice. Ramos closed his eyes, gently swaying his head to the melody, clearly entranced. Upon reflection, Kevin realized that among his acquaintances, Ramos possessed the most musical talent. Among the few players he interacted with, Rooney also excelled in this regard, capable of both playing and singing. Thus, when God closes one door, he opens another window. As the performance concluded, the venue erupted into enthusiastic applause. The main event was yet to come, with only the prestigious awards for World Player of the Year and the FIFA Ballon d'Or remaining. Ramos tilted his head and inquired, "Who might it be?" "Marta," Kevin declared without hesitation. Ramos couldn't help but gasp softly. Even as a male athlete, he felt that Marta was rather extraordinary. Should she win again this year, it would mark her 5th consecutive Ballon d'Or. Even more extravagant than Huang Kaiwen, particularly considering that Huang had a year marred by injuries, resulting in a defeat to Kaká. Indeed, the guest on stage announced the name, Marta. The venue erupted in enthusiastic applause, a tribute to a magnificent athlete. The Brazilian footballer Marta stepped onto the stage, her demeanor markedly less composed than last year. With a quivering voice, she expressed, "I never anticipated a day like this. Yet my pursuit of honor remains insatiable. I shall continue to strive. Some claim I embody Brazilian football, but that is a fallacy. Every time Pelé encounters me, he brings up Huang's situation, lamenting how Huang squanders his talent. Nevertheless, even in moments of Pelé's disappointment, Huang remains the finest player, having never lost a single match. Whereas I suffered a defeat in a crucial Champions League final against Arsenal, I constantly remind myself to never lose a final again. I dare not dream of securing a Champions League title amidst continual transfers, yet I aspire to win more championships. That is the essence of football for me. A highlight reel of Marta was displayed on the big screen, showcasing her exceptional technical skills and ball control. As the 1-minute montage concluded, the audience sincerely applauded. Huang Kaiwen smiled and clapped. The king of football appeared somewhat resigned, realizing that even in women's football, his name must be mentioned. His admirers have already reached Ballon d'Or caliber. Two presenters from France returned to the stage, announcing. Next comes the most exhilarating segment, the amalgamation of the Ballon d'Or and the World Footballer of the Year. We shall witness the first new Ballon d'Or post-merger. Blatter and the general manager of Le Parisien carried the Ballon d'Or to the podium. Guardiola served as the award presenter today. The top three were Huang Kaiwen, Messi, and Iniesta, players currently coached by Guardiola, and those he previously managed at Barcelona. Indeed, with the merger of the Ballon d'Or and the World Footballer of the Year, the process has also been altered. Iniesta's face visibly reflected anxiety, as he competed with Huang Kaiwen for the sport's highest honor, likely uncertain of his own standing. Belgium national team. Well, it appears this truly is Huang Kaiwen's moment. It goes without saying, Messi's disadvantage stems from his club's failure to secure the Champions League. And Argentina's performance in the World Cup was also less than stellar. As for Iniesta, he is now vying against Huang Kaiwen, whose monthly goal tally surpasses Iniesta's entire season's count. 8 league goals and 1 in the Champions League. I cannot comment much on that. If Huang Kaiwen were to record such statistics in a season, I would have little motivation to criticize him. Yet, one cannot overlook that Iniesta plays as a midfielder, whereas Huang Kaiwen operates as a winger. How does one compare a midfielder's defensive skills to Huang Kaiwen's? Remarkably, Huang Kaiwen's defensive prowess is formidable, one that is inadequately represented in FM. I might as well play CM0304, where at least some veteran players exist. Huang Kaiwen's mental attributes are astonishingly high, consistently full, and despite numerous transfers, his loyalty remains at a steady 20. In all fairness, Huang Kaiwen possesses quite commendable qualities, although I feel his creativity rating of 19 is somewhat lacking, likely due to insufficient attribute allocation, particularly as his dual-footedness consumes a significant portion of his potential. Astonishingly, it is indeed Huang Kaiwen. Upon opening the envelope, Guardiola gazed regretfully at his former disciples before turning to Huang Kaiwen, smiling as he announced, Kaiwen. Messi, momentarily taken aback, quickly broke into a smile and joined in the applause. Congratulations, Kaiwen. Ronaldo rose, but was a step slow, awkwardly uttering his words. He scarcely noticed how Ramos had stood up. No wonder, during their previous encounter, Ramos's explosive power left such an impression. This young man is truly exceptional. After releasing Huang Kaiwen, Ramos stepped back, and Huang Kaiwen placed a hand on Ronaldo's arm, patting him gently on the shoulder. A smile appeared on Ronaldo's face. Mourinho, however, remained seated, merely nodding in acknowledgement towards Huang Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen reciprocated the gesture. Despite Mourinho's stern demeanor, their interactions were quite amiable. After a delay of over 2 minutes, Huang Kaiwen ascended the stage to receive the Ballon d'Or trophy from Guardiola's hands. A hush fell over the hall. Adjusting the microphone, Huang Kaiwen leaned in and began. Earlier, Mata mentioned that receiving awards never grows tiresome, and I can assure you, it truly is the case. Laughter erupted from the audience. Huang Kaiwen waved his hand with a smile and continued, I wish to echo her sentiments, for she articulated them beautifully, but perhaps I shall refrain. Instead, I wish to speak on the subject of dreams. Dream is a profoundly precious yet distant word. Many, in their struggle for basic sustenance, tend to forget their aspirations. Nevertheless, the wishes made upon the moon over many years remain buried within your heart. This embodies humanity's yearning for a brighter future. Thus, I urge fans not to abandon their dreams. Even if they remain unfulfilled, the effort itself constitutes a valuable life experience. In 2003, I was just an ordinary university student. Yet now I stand here with my 5th Ballon d'Or. If such transformation is possible, why should your dreams not also manifest? Dreams do not have an end. With that, Huang Kaiwen raised the trophy high. The hall erupted with the loudest cheer of the day. Surrounded by familiar faces, Kaká, Ronaldo, Messi, Huang Kaiwen felt a swell of pride for his accomplishments. His success, beyond mere talent, stemmed from considerable effort. The specifics, however, are not for fans to know. Amidst the applause of numerous stars, Huang Kaiwen descended the stage, contemplating whether to inform sponsors about increasing their funding. The King of Yellow has now secured his 5th Ballon d'Or. Surely, even in a game, enhancing equipment 5 times yields some improvement? Thus, it was decided. The King of Yellow is advancing. What about you? If sponsors choose not to progress, then the first sword of the ascent shall surely strike them down. Following the award ceremony, there was no banquet to follow. FIFA is keenly hoping that star players will gather together for meals, sing songs, and foster camaraderie, aiming to secure the support of the most influential athletes in the present day. The intention is to rally a group to stand against UEFA. However, with the Champions League group stage just 2 days away, the elite players must swiftly return to rest. While waiting at the airport, tenacious reporters finally managed to pry some words from Guardiola. He expressed his delight at Jose receiving the title of world's best coach, asserting that the accolade was well-deserved. He expressed confidence that he too would one day attain such recognition, as he has been diligently striving for excellence. Indeed, coaches must also evolve. This represents a principle of equitable exchange. One must comprehend the prevailing trends in football, learn, and innovate in order to achieve superior results. I hold my players to the same standard. Diligence will yield rewards. This is a truth I firmly believe. To attain what one desires, one must be willing to invest the necessary effort. Equitable exchange is a fundamentally just principle. Although he conveyed this to the journalists, on the return flight, Guardiola remained intrigued. He pondered how Mourinho, without much ado, had also secured the title of world's best coach. He was curious about the sacrifices Mourinho had made to achieve such a claim. The following day, reports flooded in regarding Huang Kaiwen once again securing the Ballon d'Or. The front page of Gazzetta dello Sport showcased a photograph of Huang standing beside Messi and Iniesta, stating that while the distance seemed close, in reality, it was vast. The award ceremony for the Ballon d'Or marked the closest moment between Iniesta and Kaiwen. Merely turning his head would reveal Kaiwen. Yet the chasm between them is beyond description by any existing measurement. According to Il Romanista, during a recent conference, Coach Accelerati emphasized a crucial point: never underestimate the outliers. However, this year's Ballon d'Or ceremony saw the Vatican emerge as the biggest winner, with Kaiwen and Archbishop Desmond Tutu winning 3 prestigious awards, marking a triumph for the Vatican. Marca reported that 2 Barcelona players made it into the Ballon d'Or top 3, while Real Madrid had none. As noted by AS, Kaiwen's performance on the pitch is commendable. He often exerts tremendous effort in regaining possession, and if other players exhibited the same discipline as Kaiwen, the coach would have no reason for delay. The Times highlighted that since Kaiwen's departure from the Premier League, the revenue of Premier League teams has noticeably declined. L'Equipe congratulated Kaiwen on once again winning the Ballon d'Or, while Bild remarked that the club's higher-ups missed the optimal opportunity to sign Kaiwen, leading to his return to Milan. Had they been more proactive, the outcome may have been entirely different. Social media buzzed with discussions about the awards ceremony. Before lunch, Huang Kaiwen arose to find newspapers filled with coverage of the Ballon d'Or. Undoubtedly, this was the most talked-about event of recent days, alongside various rumors about Milan. After dining, Huang took a brief respite before commencing his training. This was not merely a post-match recovery. It was a deliberate day of rest granted by Guardiola. Huang Kaiwen made a call to his lawyer, requesting that he expedite the contract to Cristiano Ronaldo without delay. Cristiano Ronaldo is anxious, and Huang Kaiwen is even more so. Having another superstar as a brand ambassador would only benefit Kaiwen's team. After attending to these matters, Huang Kaiwen finally settled down for a midday slumber, as he had barely slept the night before due to the awards ceremony preparations.